Do you think you will have cheat codes when you travel to another world? Systems? Money? Sorry, there is none of these. I was hit by a dump truck the day before the college entrance examination and then traveled to this so-called Dungeons & Dragons world. When they heard that I was a summoner, I was secretly happy, thinking that I could finally make a comeback through my profession. What was the result? Others summoned ferocious monsters and powerful dragons. But what did I summon? Snake demons, elves, succubi, and a goddess with a family. They all came with their families. This is my sister. This is my mom. This is my cousin. Me? What can I do? I'm about to cry. Please don't come. I really can't afford it. This is the first thought that comes to my mind when I wake up every day. But even so, I still have to live in the other world. So, I became a full-time player of Summoner plus Mage Apprentice plus Imperial Inspector. But this job is really not something that ordinary people can do, especially the task I received. To sneak into the Church of the God of Love and investigate whether it is related to the devil. When I heard the words Church of the God of Love, I felt a little scared, but for the sake of work, I went there without hesitation. Ahem. Open the door. Anti-CC Magic Association. In front of the gate of the Church of Love, I shouted this sentence seriously, trying to give myself courage. I know you may not believe it, but I am a person who is determined to fight against secrecy to the end. This church is under the banner of the God of Love. I suspect it is engaging in illegal transactions. We must investigate it. To be honest, although I am sometimes mistaken for a pervert, this time I am really upright. Really. When I walked into the church, I was really shocked at first sight. There was a sweet fragrance in the air, and the ambiguous lights made the hall look very dreamy. The woman who opened the door was wearing a white nun's uniform and looked quite serious, but her tone of voice and the design of her clothes with the sides cut to the waist made it hard to believe that this was a legal place. We are a legal church with a license. The nun shoved the gold card into my hand with a look of disdain. But who am I? I am Richard, the inspector who came to fight against the secrecy. So I took the gold card with a righteous look on my face and walked into this mysterious church. But what I didn't expect was that the so-called Love God Church was actually an underground idol venue. Yes, what I saw in the hall was a screen full of magic light sticks and a blonde idol singing and dancing on the stage. The fans were all fanatical, and some even dragged me to join their cheering army. As Atres, the magical manifestation on my shoulder, quietly released blue flames to search the entire area, I noticed that the locker room was blocked. There was indeed a problem. This place must be hiding a secret. I pretended to be calm and said to the priest, I want to check the locker room. I suspect you are hiding something filthy in there. But when I pushed open the locker room door, what the hell did I see? There was a man standing in the locker room. The key point was, this man was the top idol Sierra, who was singing and dancing on the stage just now. At that moment, I felt like my outlook on life was about to collapse. I had gone through so much trouble to get into the Church of the God of Love. Wasn't it to investigate such weird things? But what's even worse is that these guys actually turned around and accused me of violent law enforcement, and then used this as an excuse to extort 10 gold coins from me. 10 gold coins? I am a poor apprentice wizard who can't even pay it back in my lifetime. I am here to investigate, not to be blackmailed. But no matter how I argued, I could only put my fingerprints on their interest-free loan agreement and borrow money to pay the compensation. What kind of otherworldly experience is this? When I left the church, I felt very mixed emotions. But what made me feel even colder was that the priest of the Church of Love smiled strangely after watching me leave. Chapter 4. I walked out of the Church of the God of Love. A cold wind blew in my face, making me shiver. Even my heart was chilled. Her pockets were clean enough to hold a goldfish, and even her pants were nearly taken away by the priest. God knows what she wanted to do. Now I only have one receipt left. I hope the college can reimburse me, otherwise I will really have to rely on selling blood to survive. Lilinu had been waiting for me outside. When she saw me come out, she immediately came over to me, with a teasing tone in her voice. Richard, you're out so soon? That's not good. What are you implying? Do I look like a person without principles? I couldn't refute it. I sighed and leaned against her, pretending to be dead and said, I really flipped out this time. This is the first time I've seen someone darker than me. What's wrong? She tilted her head and looked at me, her eyes full of undisguised curiosity. Lilinu, I'm sorry, we are penniless now. I squeezed out a few words dryly. It's okay, Richard. Lilianu comforted me coldly. I'm not surprised that you got tricked. After all, it's a true portrayal of yourself. It's really real. She stood on tiptoe, taking advantage of being half a head taller than me, and gently hugged my head, her hands as soft as a cloud. I admit that I was a little greedy for this kind of warmth, so I simply did not move. It was not until a long time later that I pulled my head out and said, "Let's go back to the academy. But, sorry, we can only walk back because I don't have a penny left." "Well, I'll listen to you. Wasn't it the same when we were wandering?" She smiled sinisterly, but her voice was a little regretful. "It's a pity that the mission failed and I have to be nagged by Teacher Wei Wei again." "The mission has not failed." I reached out and touched Atris on my shoulder, watching her shake her wings in the cold wind. I sensed the breath of the devil, and there is sufficient evidence. "Don't forget, we have finally completed the work hours for this semester, and we won't fail the course." Lilinu followed me, pinched the corner of my clothes, and said slowly, "In fact, I have already completed the full working hours." I helped Ms. Lillian to dissect the body, and she directly charged me several thousand working hours. I can't use them up in this lifetime. "Then what are you doing with me?" I couldn't help but turn around and ask. "I'm here to keep you company, Richard. I'm worried about you being alone," she said seriously. "I'm not a child." I muttered. "You're only 14. You're still a teenager. Aren't you only 15? Then you can call me sister." She smiled at me. "Mom," I replied without thinking. "Ah, pervert." Lilinu's cheeks were actually stained with a little red, and she looked embarrassed and annoyed, but there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes, as if she was expecting something. We walked for an hour and finally arrived at the outskirts of Daelon. The tower of the academy was already looming in the distance, and before I could even sigh, Atris suddenly flew off my shoulder and circled in the air. "Don't look back," I whispered to Lilinu. "We are being followed." "It's a demon warlock." Her tone sank, and she moved her fingers lightly. A few drops of blood fell on the ground along her fingertips, and she began to outline a spell. "The demon warlock isn't too strong. We can handle it." I looked at the bird's eye view sent back by Atris and quickly analyzed the surrounding environment. "There's a dead end ahead. We'll ambush there." Lilinu nodded, but a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Don't worry, I brought the thing." "How many times have I told you not to bring that thing?" My scalp suddenly went numb. I don't want to be surrounded and attacked by the Silver Moon Church again. "Hey, I was wrong. I will do it again next time." Lilinu admitted her mistake, but her attitude was very perfunctory. We turned into the alley and quickly hid ourselves. As expected, the fat man in the red robe followed us in. He frowned, obviously a little uneasy, but continued to move forward, with a brass key in his hand. He inserted the key into a magic circle and twisted it gently, summoning a three-headed flesh hound. The thing was hideously ugly, as if it had been skinned, with 3 dog heads baring their teeth and dripping blood. But for some reason, when the dog smelled us, it showed a look of fear and refused to move forward. "Ball, you are a devil." The fat man was so angry that he used magic to force it forward. A few seconds later, a canine whimpering sound came from deep in the alley, and then it became completely quiet. The flesh hound was dead. So fragile? I raised an eyebrow at Lilinu. "Of course," she said in a voice as gentle as if she was coaxing a child. "But I have that thing." The fat man's face suddenly turned ugly, but he quickly gritted his teeth and took out the key again. This time, he planned to summon a higher-level demon. A 9th-level Minotaur berserker. The fat man looked excited, as if he felt that he had a chance of making a comeback. However, after the Minotaur walked out of the magic circle, he glanced at the fat man, then sat down cross-legged, took out a lute, and plucked the strings. "Duong," the Minotaur said in a low voice. "No, I won't get involved in men and women going into the alleys to do shameful things." I looked at this scene and almost couldn't hold back my laughter. The Minotaur raised his head and said seriously, "I hate Minotaur behavior. Besides, I'm a pacifist bard, and fighting is not my business." Chapter 5. No, you are not a devil? There are pacifists among devils? And you support pure love? You are simply embarrassing the devil. The fat man's voice was full of disbelief, as if the Minotaur demon he summoned did not crawl out of the abyss, but walked through the wrong door of a barred tavern. I couldn't help but take a few peeks through the magic perspective. The scene in front of me made me want to laugh, but it was also a little too absurd. The bull-headed demon sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a tattered lute in his arms, plucking the strings leisurely, as if this bloody battlefield did not exist at all. Are all the demons nowadays so corrupt? The fat man held the flail in his hand, and there was a hint of frustration in his voice. Have the evil winds of imperialism that seek pleasure been blown into the bottomless abyss? I don't fight. The Minotaur continued to pluck the strings and replied lazily, "But I can give you a motivation spell." The fat man was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he said with a hint of hope, "Motivation? Okay, okay. As long as the effect is strong enough, I can do it myself." I held my breath and watched this scene. The aura of this demon was indeed very powerful, and his buff spell should play a decisive role. I also thought that this guy might change the situation of the battle. As a result, the Minotaur began to dance and sing a strange song, and his whole face looked like he was enjoying his nonsensical performance. His middle-parted brown mane twitched with his dance steps, which looked wrong in every way. The fat man's face froze. He raised his hand and looked at himself and asked in confusion, "Why don't I feel stronger? What kind of motivation did you give me?" The Minotaur answered very seriously, "It inspires courage. Now you are very brave, come on." I almost couldn't help laughing out loud. The fat man stood there gritting his teeth as if struck by lightning, but he finally took a deep breath, picked up the flail resignedly, and rushed into the alley ahead cursing. "Damn it! What bad luck have I gotten into today? I might as well take it upon myself. Come on." The Minotaur waved his fist with a smile, then played the piano while being leisurely expelled back to the abyss by the contract. This funny scene just ended, and before I could react, there was a sound of crisp footsteps from the other side. I frowned, looked up suddenly, and saw a slender succubus slowly approaching. What she was wearing was really cool. The winter wind in Deerland was bitingly cold, but she only used 2 pieces of cloth to barely cover the key parts of her body. There was a cluster of purple heart-shaped flames burning at the end of the tail, full of an evil charm. "It smells familiar." The succubus raised her eyebrows, stretched out her hand to brush her white hair, and there was a hint of teasing in her eyes. "It seems that the fellows on the 233rd floor have been sent back. However, I don't miss home." Before I could come to my senses, I heard the sound of fierce fighting suddenly from the other end of the alley. I gripped my staff tightly, staring at the corpse of the flesh hound that Atres had just killed. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. The blue flames on the hound's body had not yet completely gone out, and its bones and flesh were gradually turning into ice crystals and dissipating into the air. Atres flapped her wings, flew back to my shoulder from the air, and began to preen her feathers while pecking at my earlobe. This guy is always so laid back, which doesn't fit in with my current tense state. I frowned and asked in a low voice, "Lilinu, is your thing ready?" Lilinu was busy casting a spell on the other side. The surroundings were filled with gray magical energy, which was deadly and cold enough to send chills down one's spine. Without even looking up, she replied softly, "Don't worry, they are already lying in ambush underground. We are just waiting for them to come to our door." There was a rustling sound coming from underground. It was the sound of bones rubbing against each other, like something horrible was slowly waking up. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. Just a little while longer. "Richard, I have a new discovery." Lilinu suddenly poked my lower back. I slapped her hand away and whispered unhappily, "Stop it! The demon warlock is coming soon. Stay hidden and don't engage in a head-on fight." "No, I really discovered something big." "No matter how big the matter is, keep it to yourself, unless you discover something dangerous." I stared ahead and warned her in a low voice. "It's Lowly," she said in a strange tone. "What?" I thought I heard it wrong and couldn't help but turn my head away. "What did you say?" "It's really Lowly. She's in the pile of grain chaff where we hid." Lilinu pointed to the side, and I followed her gesture and almost jumped up with fright. A little red-haired girl was squatting beside Lilinu, puffing her cheeks and glaring at me with her burning golden eyes. She looked no more than 8 or 9 years old, and the whole scene was filled with an outrageous sense of absurdity. "Little sister, whose child are you?" I asked in a low voice. The red-haired Lowly suddenly became excited. She jumped out of the pile of grain crumbs and stood on the wooden barrel next to her, trying her best to make herself look taller. She put her hands on her hips and shouted at me in a baby voice, "Foolish commoner! The only heir to the Grayton family, the future Duke of Middenland in the north, Lady Clintina, stands before you." I stared at her blankly and couldn't help smacking my lips. This Lowly is probably a fool, right? "She's not a fool, it's Clintina." She stomped her feet in anger, glared at me, and retorted in a baby voice, "Come on, missin'." I rubbed my temples with a headache and pulled her directly from the barrel back to the grain shavings pile. "No matter who you are, don't make a sound now. The demon warlock is coming." She was so angry that her face turned red. She struggled and cursed, "You bastard commoner! How dare you offend me? I will exile you to the Great Glacier." Lilinu, quickly stop this girl. She's making so much noise. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I stuffed the noisy little girl to Lilinu. Lilinu looked at the little loli and sighed helplessly. I don't know how to coax children. It's simple. Children are mothers to whoever gives them milk, I said casually. Lilinu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly hugged Clintina's little head and buried her in her arms. The world was finally quiet, with only the little girl's muffled protests. Richard, you are such a genius, Lilinu praised in a low voice. Take it easy, don't suffocate her to death. I waved my hands and continued to stare at the entrance of the alley, holding my staff tightly. The demon warlock is coming. Prepare to freeze your hands. Prepare to freeze your hands. Chapter 6. You too, come out. I know you are hiding here. The fat man's voice echoed in the quiet alley. He glanced around, his eyes fixed on the tall pile of grain crumbs like a hawk. This kind of place is a natural place for people to hide. Although he no longer has the ability to summon demons, as a warlock, he can still use a few basic spells. Without hesitation, he aimed at the pile of grain dregs and threw sulfur fire. Sulfur powder and white phosphorus mixed with the corrosive smell of the abyss, whistling out with blazing heat, and the flames instantly ignited the target. However, at the moment when the flames engulfed the pile of grain crumbs, a blue firebird condensed by magic power rushed out and collided with the sulfur fire. The two forces collided, creating a loud explosion. The shockwave reverberated in the narrow alley, causing my vision to go dark, and I nearly fell to the ground. My chest was rising and falling violently, and I felt that my magic power was completely exhausted. I could only lean against the wall and gasp for breath. You are dead. The fat man dragged the heavy flail and approached step by step with a hideous smile on his face. But at this moment, the ground suddenly began to shake slightly, and a cold breath spread from underground. I knew that was Lilinu's trick. The next second, a white bone knife broke out of the ground and stabbed directly into the fat man's thigh. Unfortunately, this guy's skin was thicker than I had imagined, and his thick fat layer allowed the bone knife to slip through, leaving only a shallow cut on his leg. The fat man was startled, and immediately stepped back a few steps, swinging the flail and smashing it hard on the ground. The skeletal arm broke with a sound, but it quickly recovered under the effect of the dead spirit's magic. The fat man gritted his teeth and cursed coldly. Second-level spell, Bone Wasteland? It's really rare. I didn't expect that there was a necromancer hiding here. The ground was shaking more and more violently. More skeletal arms emerged from the soil, grabbing the fat man's ankles like wronged ghosts seeking revenge, trying to drag him underground. The bone knife crawled on the ground and slowly approached, but no matter how it pierced into his body, it could not break through the strange layer of fat defense and could only break a few bone spears. The stalemate lasted for a while. Lilinu's necromancy gradually ran out, and the fat man's physical strength was also on the verge of limit. He swung his flail to smash the last huge bone arm, threw down his weapon panting, and stared at the pile of grain chaff fiercely, as if he wanted to swallow Lilinu and me directly. Dirty necromancer, you have no magic power left. I'm here to kill you. The fat man took out his dagger and rushed towards the pile of grain shavings. He knew that the mage should not be given any breathing space. This was the consensus of the entire Ash continent. Lilinu and I were exhausted and had no strength to fight back. But just as the fat man was about to rush in front of us, he suddenly stopped, his legs twitched, and he fell heavily to his knees. He tore open his trouser legs in pain, and was shocked to find more than 20 schistosomes lying on his skin, sucking his blood crazily and even multiplying and spreading. His face turned pale instantly, and he trembled as he cursed, "Damn blood magic! You are actually the midnight vampires." The fat man screamed while forcibly pulling out the schistosomes, but the mouthparts of these creatures remained in the host's body forever, causing the wounds on his legs to bleed continuously. The pain made him twitch all over, and he couldn't stand up at all. He struggled, took out the brass key again, and said through gritted teeth, "Since you don't want me to live, I will drag you to hell with me." The brass key was inserted into the magic circle, and a blood-red summoning circle began to spin rapidly. He actually planned to sacrifice his soul to forcibly summon the six-armed snake demon from the abyss. Ha 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 ha, I'm invincible. The fat man laughed wildly. As the breath of the abyss filled the entire alley, a tall figure slowly walked out of the portal. Ha ha, mortal, who summoned the great Lady Luna? However, when the figure fully appeared, the fat man's smile froze on his face. What walked out of the portal was not the terrifying six-armed snake demon as described in the legend, but a small snake demon lowly who was less than 1 meter tall. The snake demon lowly tilted her head, looked up at the fat man, and said in a fierce voice, "Hey, stupid human, why did you call me out? I'm busy drinking milk." The fat man's face turned green, and he said in a trembling voice, Go back quickly. We don't need you here." The snake demon lowly stamped her feet in anger, but was still sent back to the abyss. The fat man gritted his teeth and propped himself up, holding the flail tightly again, and roared at the pile of grain chaff. "You two little bastards, I'm going to fight you." Just as the flail was about to swing down, a figure blocked his way. Crack! The flail was directly broken by one fist. 2 punches broke it into pieces, and 3 punches turned it into slag. "What are you?" the fat man asked tremblingly, his face pale. In front of him was a hot succubus wearing goat horns. The succubus bumped her fists together, sparks flew, and her tone was very serious. "I am a succubus of the abstinence faction, from Losander. Only by giving up sex can you become stronger." The fat man was so shocked by these words that he completely lost his fighting spirit. Before he could even resist, the succubus punched him again and again until he fell unconscious. I stared at the scene in amazement, with only one thought in my mind. Is this really a succubus? "Hey, boy, stop being in a daze. The problem is solved." The succubus tapped my head. I looked up at the horns on her head and couldn't help but reach out and touch them. "It's really not a decoration." The corner of the succubus's mouth twitched. "I am an abstinent person. Don't mess around." However, she lowered her head and did not dodge. I reached out and touched the pair of spiral horns. They were hard and cold, and they didn't feel fake at all. At that moment, I was a little confused. The horns on the succubus's head were actually real? I thought they were a headdress, but it turned out to be the real thing. "Hey, human, what are you doing?" She curled her lips unhappily and muttered in a low voice, "I am an abstinent succubus. I will never lose my virginity." Although she said so, she lowered her head, obviously appeasing my rude behavior. I swallowed and tried to look away from her perfect body, trying to look more serious. "I've never seen a succubus before." I smiled shyly. "Can you sign a summoning contract with me?" She was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and said, "Young man, don't think too much. I'm here to help you solve the problem. Now that the problem is solved, it's time for you to go home. It's dangerous outside, so be more careful next time." After that, she hugged me casually, then suddenly took out a few coins from her pocket and stuffed them into my hand. "Here, I'll give you some money for your trip. Take the long carriage back." Really, the high priest is too heartless. He didn't even prepare any money for your trip. I clenched the coin in my hand, feeling complicated, and looked up at her. At that moment, this so-called succubus actually exuded a divine glow in my eyes. "You are really like an angel." "Shut up. I'm a succubus." She interrupted my sigh with a stern face, but her expression was inexplicably a little awkward. Just as I was about to ask something else, there was a slight noise from the pile of grain shavings, and a small figure slowly crawled out. She had 2 thin braids, her face was rosy, and her eyes were proud and alert. "Wow, you bad guys. You are hiding a demon. I will kill you all." The little girl jumped out with her hands on her hips. Although she looked aggressive, her cute appearance made her look like she was just acting coquettishly. "Oh." I raised my eyebrows and looked at the little girl who looked only 7 or 8 years old. "Little guy, do you know the way home? Why don't you follow Uncle? Uncle will take you to see the goldfish." She was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage and bit my finger in anger. "I'm not an orphan. I'm the heir of the family." Lilinu sneered at the side. If she is really the Duke's daughter, why would she hide in such a shabby alley? After hearing this, the little girl looked a little flustered and said stubbornly, That's for a reason. Anyway, it's not something you bad guys can know." I reached out and picked her up, and found that she had lost her shoes and there were several shallow wounds on her 2 little feet. "Okay, little princess on the run, since you said we are bad guys, how dare you stand in front of us so arrogantly? You guys." The little girl seemed to realize that her current situation was not safe. Her breathing was gasping. The next second, tears flowed down her face and she was crying hard. I looked at the little girl in my arms frantically and said in a somewhat collapsed tone, "Hey, what should I do?" "Don't piss yourself. My clothes are freshly washed." "You bastard commoner. I have never peed my pants in my life. You deserve to die." The little girl cried and bit my shoulder angrily. Seeing this, The lamb gently hugged her and said softly, "Okay, little one, stop crying and come with me first. I will help you find your mother." As soon as the word "mom" came out, the little girl cried even harder. At this moment, the sound of armor clashing came from outside the alley. A group of knights in heavy armor slowly approached, and in the center of them was a gorgeous and cold woman. The woman had dark red hair, narrow eyes, dark gold pupils, and a strong sense of oppression in her every move. She leaned casually against the wall, licked her lips, looked down at us, and said in a cold voice, "You lowly commoners, return my stepdaughter to me. She is the heir of the Yin family." As she finished her words, the heavily armored knights around her slowly drew their swords, stared at us coldly, and were ready to attack and kill at any time. The strong pressure made Lilinu and I breathless and almost unable to stand. The lamb immediately stood in front of us and put the little girl aside. Her two fists collided, sparks flew, and she said in a hostile tone, "Don't be so arrogant, or I will bury you all in a carrot pit." Chapter 7. It's boring. Just get Clintina back and kill the others. It's cleaner. The evil wife waved her hand coldly, not even bothering to give a superfluous expression. The knights behind her immediately followed the order faithfully, drawing their swords and rushing towards us. The battle was over faster than I expected. The lamb really did what he said and buried all the knights in a carrot pit. Only their heads were exposed, like some kind of funny spectacle. What's even more outrageous is that she was holding a shovel in her hand, measuring the vicious wife's figure, and seriously thinking about how big the hole should be to bury her. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter, but the evil wife obviously didn't find it funny. Her face was as black as the bottom of a pot, but it had to be said that her noble upbringing still allowed her to hold back her composure. She stared at Clintina coldly and said sternly, "Clintina, how long are you going to make trouble? You stupid kid, come here." Clintina huddled behind Lilinu's thighs and muttered softly, "I don't want it." The vicious wife's voice rose a few notches. "I'm your mother." "You are not. My mother died a long time ago. You are just my stepmother." Although Christina's rebuttal was not loud, it was powerful. Listening to the quarrel between the stepmother and daughter, I finally understood that there is indeed some blood relationship between them. The lamb sighed and threw away the shovel in her hand with regret. It seemed that she couldn't really bury the person. Lilinu and I looked at each other and knew that this matter was a bit troublesome. "Since they are your family, go back, little girl," I whispered to Clintina. To be honest, I don't really want to get involved in other people's messes. Christina's stepmother feels like an apex predator who could tear me apart if I'm not careful. Plus, I'm a mage, and mages are usually of a chaotic neutral alignment. Selfishness is my code of conduct. Clintina bit her lip in frustration, lowered her head, and walked slowly towards her stepmother. "Wait," I sighed, pulled her little feet over, took off my outer robe, tore it into 2 pieces with a dagger, and wrapped her frozen feet. There are already several small wounds on the little girl's feet, which makes me feel a little sad. "Okay, your feet are frozen and it will hurt to walk." I picked up Clintina and brought her directly to the vicious wife. "Madam, you should hold her." "Tisk, you're being too sentimental." She frowned, stretched out her arm reluctantly, and took Clintina. After hugging the child, she still held her head high, her eyes cold and arrogant. "You can go now, I allow it." I raised my eyebrows and couldn't help feeling a little unhappy, but I was too lazy to say anything more. I turned around and left the alley with Lilinu and the lamb. After walking a distance, I couldn't help but look back, still with lingering fear. What a terrible woman. Could it be that the little girl is really the Duke's child? She is definitely a wicked stepmother. The lamb curled his lips, his voice full of disgust. "Forget it. It's just an insignificant episode." I shook my head, trying to banish the image of my evil stepmother from my mind. Anyway, I have exceeded my goal for this mission. At least I have a clue about the demon warlock. That being said, I still couldn't completely let go of my doubts about Xiaoyang. The existence of this succubus was too unusual, especially her relationship with the demon warlock, which made me a little confused. However, since she poses no threat to me at the moment, I am too lazy to bother with her. "Young man," the lamb raised his fist to threaten me. "We are not in the same group as that demon warlock. If you dare to leak the news, I will bury you in a carrot pit." "Don't worry." I smiled bitterly and spread my hands. The Church of the God of Love is not within my mission scope. There is no need for me to interfere. Daerlan is a human empire on the surface, but secretly it is full of filth. Places like the Church of the God of Love are never clean places, and I don't want to cause trouble for myself. Achoo, it's so cold. I rubbed my hands and complained. Because I gave my outer robe to Christina, the cold wind was like a knife blowing on my body. I glanced at Lilinu and tried to get closer to her to get some warmth, but I quickly discovered that this vampire's body temperature was even lower than mine. Don't waste time. Lilinu grabbed my hand and urged, let's go find Teacher Weiwei. She has been waiting for us. We walked through the teaching building of the Mage Academy and finally came to a piece of black scorched earth. On this piece of land stood a crooked laboratory, or rather its ruins. Just as we approached, the laboratory suddenly exploded. A huge mushroom cloud rose up, and the blazing heat wave rushed towards me, making me involuntarily stretch out my hands to warm myself by the fire. It exploded again. I sighed, not surprised at all. Lilinu stood aside, carefully scoring the shape of the mushroom cloud. Let's go and pick up the bodies. I stepped into the ruins, carefully pulled away the charred wooden boards, and finally found Minter Vivi, a fire witch with a bowler hat and wide robes with big sleeves. She curled up into a ball, hugged her staff and broom, and actually fell asleep. I could only sigh helplessly. She is so careless. I reached out and poked her feet and found that the temperature was just right, warm as a stove. I sat down cross-legged and stretched out my hands to warm the fire. Richard, you're treating me like a stove again. 5 minutes later, Weiwei finally woke up and pushed my hand away angrily. I'm your mentor. Please show some respect. I grinned and answered the question irrelevantly. Can you keep it hot for a little longer next time? You get cold just as it gets hot. Don't always bully me. I'm very powerful. Weiwei muttered softly, and then asked in a soft tone, did you and Lilinu's mission go smoothly? I almost wanted to go find you. I coughed, handed her the mission report I had written on the way, and said casually, although there were some accidents, it was generally successful. Of course, I deliberately left out the story about the succubus lamb and the mother and daughter of Clintina. As for the embarrassing incident of Jebao being blackmailed in the dressing room, I didn't even mention it. Well done. Weiwei patted my head with a smug look on her face. I endured it and didn't resist. Teacher, don't brag about this for now. What about my money? I took out a receipt and slapped it on her thigh with a serious tone. I'm really penniless now. Lily knew, and I didn't even have money left for the trip, so we had to walk back. The organization should at least reimburse me, right? Weiwei took the bill, read it carefully, raised her head and asked suspiciously, 15 gold coins? Are you having a party? No, Lilinu should be able to keep an eye on you. I was not happy and spread my hands. It costs so much anyway. And this is stamped by the high priest of the god of love himself. It's clear and obvious. Not to mention, I have made such a great contribution this time. You can't treat me unfairly including the wages, right? That's right, Minter. He's right. Not a penny less. Lilinu nodded solemnly in agreement. Weiwei looked embarrassed. But what if the tax officer comes to check one day? If the accounts of the Church of Love don't match, we will definitely be scolded badly. Check the accounts of the Church of Love? I sneered. Who would dare? Any guest in a place like that could be a noble lord of high status. If the tax officer really dares to check, I'm afraid even the emperor of the empire can't protect him. Weiwei was silent for a moment and seemed to think that what I said made sense, but she still looked hesitant. Seeing that she was still struggling, I simply stretched out 2 fingers and shook them. How about this? I'll give you 30% of the extra 5 gold coins. You just blew up the lab, and someone has to help with the repair costs, right? Consider it my sponsorship. What a bad boy. She glanced at me, and without hesitation, she stuffed the bill into her chest, muttering, anyway, the Empire allocates funds every year. If this year's budget is not used up, it will be cut next year. Instead of giving it to those noble children with connections, why don't we commoners share some of it? I nodded with satisfaction. Then it's settled. You take 2 gold coins, I take 3, and the remaining 10 gold coins are sent to the Church of the God of Love. We'll be even. No need. Her eyes were a little evasive, but her voice was inexplicably shy. You can take all 5 gold coins. I have a unique secret method that can change this bill into 30 gold coins. What else do I need your hard-earned money for? After hearing this, I took a deep breath. I felt a little guilty at first. After all, what I said just now was somewhat blackmailing. Unexpectedly, this guy turned out to be a repeat offender. Teacher Weiwei with thick eyebrows and big eyes. It turns out that you have already become proficient in this. All right, she waved her hand, as if to chase someone away. Richard and Lily knew. Remember to keep this a secret. If this gets out, I'll beat you up. I understand. I twitched my lips and nodded perfunctorily. By the way, don't you have staff fighting and summoning classes this afternoon? She glanced at us and continued, don't forget the time. Go quickly, don't be late. I understand, Mentor. I grabbed Lilinu's arm and hurried away with her. Chapter 8. Two latecomers, step out and stand aside. The roar exploded on the training ground like a cannonball. Lilinu and I were just about to sneak into the crowd, but we were caught by the staff fighting instructor Nushin. To be honest, this guy looked like a silver gorilla, and he was holding a heavy steel staff in his hand. He smashed the staff on the ground and created a deep pit. I glanced at the deep pit, then at my legs, shuddered violently, and had no choice but to leave in shame. To be honest, Nushin is definitely my nemesis in life. Compared with Wei Wei's soft and easy-to-fool mentor, this muscular man insists on implementing the law of the jungle. As a retired soldier, he was accustomed to conducting military-style teaching. He could not tolerate any flaws in the teaching and would drill any lazy students he caught without mercy. The most important thing is that my stick fighting skills have always been the worst, which is an eyesore to him no matter how I look at it. Wait, Xiaoinu, you were dragged into this by this kid Richard, right? Be careful next time and stay where you are. Nushin suddenly added. Lilinu stood there with an innocent look on her face and even made a yeah gesture to me. I rolled my eyes, sighed, and without even waiting for Nushin's order, I lay on the ground and started doing push-ups skillfully. This staff fighting class was boring as usual and had almost nothing to do with magic. First, there was a 3-kilometer run, then 40 sets of core strength exercises, and finally, a simulated close combat with a staff and a warrior. The purpose of the course is clear: to enable the mages trained by the Empire at great expense to at least have a certain ability to escape if they lose their guards. But the problem is, I refuse. I am a wizard. Why should I learn the art of staff fighting? Besides, my mana consumption is higher than others. Because of Atri's existence, my mental burden was much higher than that of other apprentices. She occupied most of my energy, making it difficult for me to learn even ordinary third-level spells. Honestly, I can only give up. Anyway, Lilinu has been following me. This girl's identity as a vampire is no joke. In addition, her necromancy spells with amazing numbers make it difficult to get close to her, let alone get close to her. Richard, what can I say to you? Nushin finally finished dealing with the other apprentices. He walked to my side angrily, staring at me and shaking his head. Nushin, I glanced at the staff in his hand, feeling a little scared, but still unwilling to accept it. Are you really a mage? Why don't you just switch to a berserker? The contrast is too great. I can't stand it. Your mouth is all you have left. He hit my head hard and sighed. I was originally a berserker and later changed my job to a mage. I was stunned. What? Berserker can also change to a mage? He sat cross-legged next to me and calmly explained, I was a level 15 berserker at first, and then I picked up a copy of Introduction to Flash Magic and took the time to read it. Don't tell me that you can successfully change your job by reading this book. I was shocked. Anyway, it's like this, he smiled crookedly. I am now level 15 berserker / level 1 flash mage. You only know the flash spell? I sneered. Yes, he said proudly, but my flash spell is so strong that it can even blind a legendary warrior. I imagined a battle scene. An assassin approached Nushin and was about to make a fatal blow, but Nushin used a flash spell to blind the opponent, then wielded his mace and staff to transform into a berserker and smash the man into a pulp. It was outrageous. But no matter what, I was firm in my attitude. I won't practice anyway, so beating me up is useless. Nushin was amused and raised his hand to slap me on the back of my head again. Okay, stop pretending. I know you have already submitted an application through Wei Wei, and the Academy has approved that you don't have to take courses like cane fighting. After all, you and Lilinu are both rare. Who is rare? Who are you talking about? I was unhappy when I heard that and immediately sat up straight. He smiled meaningfully and said, Do you think those old guys can't see through the details of you two? I was silent. He continued, Lilinu is a member of the Midnight Clan. That's not a problem. The Imperial regime has always had vampires, and they are a symbol of prosperity. But you are different. Your magic circuit is too unique. As he said this, he reached out and teased Atris on my shoulder. In just a few strokes, his rough fingers were pecked and a few drops of blood oozed out. It looks like you old bastards all know about it. I sighed and accepted my fate. Don't worry, Nushin patted my shoulder. The Academy will absolutely protect your rights. The Mage Academy has never succumbed to the rule of the secular empire and has an equal relationship with the Silver Moon royal family. No one will do anything to you. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion from the mage apprentices. Nushin immediately stood up, strode over and shouted, "What are you doing? Isn't the training intensity enough? Why are you making so much noise?" I looked over and saw a noble in gorgeous clothes lying on the ground with blood all over his face, and Lilinu was standing beside him with a bloody staff in her hand. "Lilinu, what's going on?" I asked hurriedly. "Richard, take care of your people," the noble who fell to the ground shouted with gritted teeth. On the other side, a dark-skinned apprentice angrily cursed. "It was you who spoke badly about Lilinu first. You deserve it." "She stinks like a corpse," the noble roared. "Necromancers are dirtier than demon warlocks. They are not worthy of being in the Empire at all." Nushin had a dark face, and it was obvious that he didn't like this guy either. I simply took out my staff and shouted, "Lilinu, step back. Nighty Nima, let's go and beat him up." The twin brothers immediately picked up their hammers and prepared to beat them. Nushin quickly stood in between them and said, "All right, that's enough. Zwate is a bad mouth. Lilinu has already taught him a lesson. I will report this to the Noble Council." Tisk. Zwate struggled to get up. The Mage Academy should have been under the control of the Empire long ago. "How dare you rabble attack the nobles?" And Idai sneered, "Who isn't a noble? You are just a piece of trash forced in by the Noble Council." Zwate's defense was accurately broken. "Your Anai family is just a low-class family engaged in civil engineering. Don't act like a big shot here." Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control again, Nushin roared, "Get out of class dismissed. Zwate, go back to the dormitory and reflect on yourself, and don't come to the next class. Richard, don't let me see any movement downstairs of dormitory number 3. I nodded and assured Lilinu, "Don't worry, there won't be any pants left on Zwate tonight. Today is the last class of summoning, the final exam." Standing on the summoning circle, my mind is blank. I have completely forgotten about this. Worse still, I've never been able to successfully summon anything. Every time I try, the spell either breaks down or the summoning simply fails. I know the reason, Atris. Although this girl is powerful, her existence directly interferes with the operation of my summoning. I sighed, pulled Atris off my shoulders, stared at her stinky face, and said through gritted teeth, "You bastard, behave yourself this time and don't do anything stupid again. Otherwise, I'll really stew you." Atris tilted her head and looked at me with her little eyes, as if to say, "Try it if you dare." I didn't expect her to obey, but I had to give it a try this time, just in case I got lucky. At this time, Instructor Weiwei stood in front of the classroom, holding a crystal board for recording, and said seriously, "Dear apprentices, in order to prevent some people from being too talented and summoning overly powerful creatures and causing accidents, I will monitor the entire examination process." She changed the subject and glanced across the classroom. "By the way, where's Wate? Why isn't he here? In less than 5 minutes, he'll be considered to have given up the exam." Hearing this, I couldn't help but feel happy. Zwate, who was beaten up by Lilinu this morning and had a bloody face, is probably hiding in the dormitory now, feeling sorry for himself. Anyway, it's better if he doesn't come, so I don't have to see that face and feel disgusted. Retracting my thoughts, I looked down at the summoning array in front of me and began to block out distracting thoughts. Although I was panicking, I still tried my best to construct the summoning spell. However, the ritual had barely begun when I could feel Atris's presence, shrouding the entire formation like a mist. Cursing, "This is such a bummer," in my heart, I forced myself to stabilize the technique and proceed to the final step, keyword setting. This is the core part of summoning. By inputting keywords, the probability of summoning specific creatures can be increased. Most people would choose legendary creatures like dragons, griffins, and Balrog. After all, they are cool and powerful. But I won't. At this moment, an idea flashed in my mind, the corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I slowly wrote a few words. "Give me some wives, the more the better." Chapter 9. Stop. Stop. Richard, wait a moment. Teacher Weiwei suddenly rushed out from the side and interrupted my summoning spell directly. Her magic power covered the entire magic circle, blocking the magic power I was releasing halfway, making me feel uncomfortable all over and almost vomiting blood. "Weiwei, what are you doing? There are so many students here. Why are you staring at me?" I held my breath and looked at her with great dissatisfaction. "Huh, who do you think I'm watching this class for?" Weiwei's eyes pierced my face like needles. "You're the focus." As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed Atris, my bird, from my shoulder. I subconsciously shrank back and protected the magic circle, Hey, don't touch my bird. This is a critical moment. Besides, there is obviously no problem with my magic. Wei Wei narrowed her eyes, her tone full of disdain. There is nothing wrong with your technique, but what the hell is the key word you added? Wife? Richard, can you be more outrageous? I spread my hands with confidence. What's wrong? It's not illegal to be married. Don't everyone like it? Like a hell of a thing. This is summoning, not a matchmaking agency. Wei Wei shook her head vigorously. The expression on her face was as if she was looking at a hopeless patient. Richard, how many times have I told you not to be dominated by your own desires? Can you have a little moral integrity? I tried. I said seriously, but I couldn't beat him. Wei Wei was so angry that the veins on her forehead were about to pop out. No, you must change it. If you don't, I will fail you in the class now. Okay, okay. I raised my hands reluctantly in surrender, and finally, under her threatening gaze, I changed the keyword wife to girl. Wei Wei's expression became more complicated. She covered her forehead and took a deep breath, as if she instantly regretted her forced intervention. Lilinu, please come and take care of him. This kid is driving me crazy. Wei Wei turned to Lilinu helplessly for help. Lilinu, who was standing nearby, came over and took a closer look at my spell. She said nonchalantly, I don't think there's any problem. It's just a temporary summon anyway. There's no loss if it fails. Your uncle dotes on his dad. Wei Wei rolled her eyes. Are you two trying to piss me off? Although Wei Wei was harsh in her words, she didn't stop me from continuing to cast the spell. She just warned me, let me make it clear first. The probability of failure is very high if you do this. Don't cry and ask me to change your grades to save you, and especially don't call me mom. Okay, I won't shout. I agreed casually, but I was thinking in my heart, Wei Wei herself is even less reliable than the students. How can she be qualified to pretend to be serious? I continued to adjust the summoning ritual, and along with the keywords, some girl, the magic power in the magic circle ignited a faint blue flame, and the entire summoning process clearly exceeded the standard process. Wait, this aura? Wei Wei suddenly frowned, her tone becoming a little uneasy. Richard, how about ending the summoning? Can I just pass this course for you? This magic circle is from the astral realm. It's okay, I feel fine. I waved my hand. What happened to the astral realm? I can sense that a girl has responded to my call. Wei Wei stamped her feet anxiously. The star realm is a place that can drain a person's magic power. You can't handle it with your level. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge portal slowly took shape. However, looking at the 5-meter-high and 5-meter-wide gate in front of me, my face slowly fell. Whose girl can grow up like this? I stared at the door, feeling regretful. I should have added more detailed keywords, such as normal body shape. Atris flapped her wings and flew directly into the portal. I glared at her with gritted teeth. This damn bird is causing trouble again. After waiting for a long time, there was finally movement from the other side of the portal. A huge breath broke through the barrier, and then a huge blue stone walked out. Yes, a boulder. This thing is 5 meters tall, and its entire body is made of jagged ore. Every time it takes a step, the ground shakes 3 times. Are you calling me? The stone man opened his big stone mouth, revealing a simple and honest expression. Wait, what I summoned was a girl, definitely not a stone man. I subconsciously took 2 steps back. No matter how I looked at it, this thing had nothing to do with a girl. Girl? The giant stone man tilted his head and thought for a while, then suddenly slapped his head and said firmly, We, the stone men in the star realm, have no gender, so I can be any gender. From now on, I am a girl. I feel like my brain is a bit confused. By the way, I've split small stones before, so it's okay to be called wife, the stone man added, with a hint of pride in his voice. Wei Wei on the side couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Richard, look how well matched you two are. Why don't you just sign the contract? I held my forehead and pondered for a moment, thinking that I might have underestimated the profundity of summoning. But I have to say that although this stone man is a little silly, he is indeed very strong. Not only is he a meat shield, but he also has special spells of the astral world. So, under Wei Wei's guidance, I gritted my teeth and signed a summoning contract with this star stone girl. The moment the contract was signed, I felt completely drained. My magic power was exhausted, and I couldn't even stand steadily. But at least I finally passed this course. Wei Wei patted my shoulder and smiled like a villain who had succeeded in her plot. Congratulations, you don't have to fail this semester. Get ready for the vacation. Chapter 10. As soon as I got back to the dormitory, I immediately locked the door and drew the curtains to make sure no one could see what was going on here. Then, I sat down at the table and put my hand to Atreus's mouth. Atreus flapped her wings, lowered her head gracefully, then slowly opened her beak and spit out a strange key. I reached out to take the key and examined it carefully. It looked more like a staff, and the top was shaped like a dragon's claw holding something, as if it should be burning with an eternal flame, but was somehow suppressed. I don't know the true purpose of this key, but my intuition tells me that it is very important. The message that Atreus had conveyed to me today through the summoning array reappeared in my mind. The gigantic city structure sailing alone in the endless starry sky. The picture was so clear that it made me feel that the key had some special connection with it. I took a deep breath, pulled out a thick magic book from the bookshelf, and turned to the chapter on Space School. This kind of book rarely explains high-level spells in depth, especially space-related spells. No one in the academy will take the initiative to teach these things. After all, the theory of space and planes is too complicated, and ordinary mage apprentices can't learn much. What's more, delving into this knowledge is like opening Pandora's box. If you are not careful, you will be cursed. But I am different from others. My magic circuit is so weird that even I think it is outrageous. My eyes fell on the diagram of the fixed point portal spell, which is a classic space spell. Although it is only a theory, its details are written relatively completely. I've seen it so many times that I know it by heart, not because I have any delusion that I can learn it, but because it's just something I'm born with. Yes, although I haven't tried to perform a full cast, something tells me that this spell is meant for me. I'm just looking for more confirmation. Atreus. I called her softly. Without further ado, she flew to the ground. Her whole body ablaze with blue flames, and then her body began to stretch and twist, with the flames entwined into the shape of a door. This is a 2-meter-high dark blue portal, like a piece of matte glass refracted by waterlight. I looked at myself in the door, my blurry outline distorted by the ripples, as if there was a veil separating me from the world on the other side. I raised my hand and gently touched the door. It felt like a calm surface of water, with gentle ripples following my fingers. With just a little force, I could pass through. But what's on the other side? I don't know, but I'm almost certain that the end of this door connects to the astral world. Every time I stand in front of this door, I dare not act rashly. The astral realm is a taboo realm that mages are familiar with. Only legendary mages can truly set foot in it. Astral storms can easily tear apart dragons, and raw magic can drive people crazy. It is not a place ordinary people can go. But today, I couldn't control my curiosity. I slowly put my hand into the door, first the fingertips, then the whole finger, and finally the whole palm. Cold, bone-chillingly cold. The other side of the door seemed to be roaring with an endless astral storm. I could feel the violent and pure raw magic hitting my palm. But the miraculous thing was that I was not hurt at all. Those forces that were powerful enough to corrode everything seemed to be particularly gentle to me, and even continuously replenished my magic power. It turns out that I am really immune to the erosion of the astral world. My heartbeat began to speed up, and all this made me more convinced that Atreus must have a deep connection with the astral world. I clenched my palms, feeling the violent magic flowing through my fingers, but I didn't dare to go deeper, because I knew I was not ready to fully step into the astral realm. Although the power of the astral world won't harm me directly, who knows what kind of creatures live there? I don't want to be treated as a free snack by the inhabitants of the astral world. I pulled my hand back and found that my palm was not damaged at all, only covered with a thin layer of frost. I pondered for a moment, then tried covering my palms with my own blue flames, only to find that the astral magic would not burn, but my flames burned freely. Why is this happening? This question stuck in my mind like a thorn, and I needed an answer urgently. Unfortunately, the Academy's courses have not yet touched upon the theory of planes, and I have no chance to meet a master of the space school. It would be great if there was a space mage willing to teach me. I sighed and thrust my hand into the portal again. However, the moment my palm with blue fire burning entered the door, my whole body suddenly froze. There was a violent vibration from the star realm opposite, and violent power surged like a tide. I could even feel that the star realm seemed to be lit up as a whole. Something's wrong. I tried to pull my hand back, but it was too late. I felt something grabbing my wrist from the other side. The curtains were suddenly blown open by the wind. I looked up suddenly and found a huge meteor with a blue tail flame appeared in the night sky. The meteor was streaking across the sky at an unimaginable speed and falling towards the ground. And the thing in my hand is pulling hard, trying to pull me through the portal into the astral plane. Chapter 11. Haha. I touched the slime. I really want to touch it again. Something bad has happened. Richard thought to himself that something was wrong. His hand was completely clamped, and he couldn't break free no matter what he did. Even because the portal is bidirectional, the creature on the other side of the portal seems to want to cross the portal and come to the continent of Ash. Richard felt the malice. She is the enemy. I am definitely no match for her. If I let her go through the portal, I might die. I could feel a slight cool touch on my palms, as if some kind of curse was being forced upon them. Don't hesitate any longer. Atres, close the portal by force. Richard gritted his teeth, ready to take drastic measures. Losing a hand is better than being cursed or losing your life. The priest of the Silver Moon Church has enough holy water for Richard to grow a new hand, but it will cost a lot of money. But strangely, the clamp on the other side of the door suddenly stopped. Richard found that his hands could move again. There doesn't seem to be anything like curse. He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but continue to stretch his forearm, and casually scratched it and felt something soft. Very flexible? Haha, it must be slime. Then my hand was suddenly slapped away and pinched hard, which was very painful. Richard was a little confused, and then he found something stuffed in his palm. If possible, Richard really wanted to stick his head into the portal to see what the creature on the other side of the portal was. However, he still restrained himself from this suicidal behavior and slowly retracted his entire forearm. Atreus then closed the fixed-point portal and turned into a flying bird again, standing on Richard's shoulder. Richard's focus was on the long strip of pure purple cotton fabric that was stuffed into his hand. Richard was a little concerned about the two dents on the warm fabric. Haha, it must be a slime with two synaptic dots. There are all kinds of strange things in the world. There were a few lines of words written on the cloth, in common. You can tell it was written in a hurry and is a bit sloppy, but it's still legible. Richard looked closely and saw a huge pin filled with anger. Roll. Damn arsonist. You actually set the fort on fire. If you dare to touch me again, I will chop off your hand. Don't come here again, it's dangerous. Enemies everywhere. I won't get into trouble, right? Richard scratched his head, a feeling of unreality rising in his heart. He set the fort on fire himself? Am I that awesome? Richard stared at his own magical flame and gradually felt its extraordinariness. Just a spark can easily start a prairie fire that is extremely difficult to extinguish. It's just that its killing ability is a little slower. Although his magic power exists in the form of flames, its temperature is actually very low. In essence, it is freezing people to death through ultra-low temperatures. So, what exactly is a phoenix? Richard turned his head to look at Atres on his shoulder, feeling confused. He did not find any clues related to the phoenix in the monster manual in the college library. Or maybe Richard couldn't be sure whether Atres was a living creature. He did not feel Atres' soul. Atres was born from Richard's magic circuit, so theoretically she is Richard himself. It can't be that the magic circuit has become a spirit. Our worldview doesn't allow for this. But it is also an inexplicable fact that Atres has her own specific behavior. Richard pondered for a moment and stopped thinking about Atres' problem. There's no point in daydreaming anyway. It only adds to your troubles. What concerned Richard even more was where this fixed portal of his led to. At the moment, it seems that we are in the star realm and it is very dangerous. There is an intelligent creature made of meat on the other side of the door. Does this mean that it is a habitable zone? Is the key to the fixed point of this fixed point portal a fixed spatial coordinate, or the moving coordinates of a magic item? The next time I open the portal, will I encounter the creatures I encountered today? Richard found that there were too many confusions in this, and the magical structure of this fixed point portal seemed to be fundamentally different from what was written in the magic book. His portal clearly had a unique concept, but Richard couldn't put it into words yet. But the only thing that can be guaranteed is that no one else knows the secret of this portal. Richard could probably sense that the old men in the academy were at most surprised that his magic circuit was a bird, but they might not be really sure that it was a phoenix. Otherwise, I would have received special care long ago. Just like Lilinu, who entered school at the same time as me, but was immediately assigned a dedicated necromancy mentor. There are only 5 key training subjects like Lilinu in the entire academy, not including Richard. But Richard didn't care much about it. Anyway, he had never heard of any space wizard in the academy. Compared to Lilinu, the vampire necromancer accepted by the human world, Richard could feel that he was obviously more special. So not being overly noticed is actually a good thing. The fact that the magic circuit is a bird is actually not the most bizarre thing for the Mage Academy that has been passed down for tens of millions of years. In the vast continent of Ash, it is at most a novelty, nothing more. Therefore, the Academy simply put Richard on record and allowed him to develop freely and provided convenience. That's enough. As long as I don't have to take that damn stick fighting class every semester and don't have to be targeted by Nushin, anything is fine. Richard walked to the balcony of the dormitory and looked up at the rapidly flying blue comet. Judging from the relatively unfamiliar astrology, it should not hit the Silver Moon Empire. However, the meteor suddenly appeared at the moment when he ignited the star realm on the other side of the portal, which made Richard somewhat concerned about the connection between the two. He thought again of the huge city structure that Atres had reported to him, wandering alone in the vast starry sky. Could this meteor be that giant structure? Will the destination of the portal be this meteor again? Just as Richard was thinking, an upside-down head with long black hair appeared in front of him, and its scarlet pupils scattered a terrifying light in the darkness. Richard was not frightened, but a little helpless. Lilinu, why are you hanging upside down again? Didn't Wei Wei say that you are very scary like this? Several of our timid apprentices have already applied for a change of dormitory. Like a bat, hanging upside down makes me feel happy, and I can also see you. Lilinu twisted her waist nimbly and landed steadily on the balcony of the single dormitory. Richard, are you looking at that shooting star? It's a beautiful meteor. If possible, I would like to take a look at it. That may not work. Why? Can't plane teleportation do this kind of long-distance space jump? It's not a question of space or not, but time. Lilinu shook her index finger and explained, Richard, you forgot that light also has speed. It doesn't reach its destination in an instant. Richard was suddenly shocked and realized, that's right, light has speed, which means that the meteor we see now happened hundreds of years ago. It may no longer be on today's star map. Lilinu nodded. According to astral space science, as long as we can simply measure its speed and brightness, we can be sure that this meteor passed through the sky of Daelon hundreds of years ago. Unfortunately, we don't have professional equipment, but you can go to the observatory and ask. Richard suddenly hugged Lilinu tightly. Hey, Richard, what are you doing? This is a balcony. Lilinu was obviously a little nervous. Luckily you're here, Lilinu. Richard looked at the speeding meteor again and finally understood the difference between his fixed-point portal and an ordinary portal. That's time. Chapter 12. We've arrived in another world, but we still have to make up for the missed lessons during the holidays. Richard probably has a small goal now. He needed to know the exact time when the meteor flew over the Silver Moon and its location in the star map. If possible, it would be best to know the trajectory of the meteor or the landing location. If I could know the history of the place where it landed, then perhaps many of my questions would be answered. But the problem remains, any knowledge about the astral world is a relatively high-level secret that is not passed on. It seems that there is no legendary wizard in the Mage Academy who specializes in space school. Even if she had, she might not think highly of Richard and might not be willing to teach him everything she knew. Are you curious about this meteor? Lilinu sensed Richard's concern. Next semester, there will be a course on astrology and space, and perhaps the detailed formula for calculation will be introduced. Richard asked curiously, that's good, but who is the astrology tutor? I don't think I've heard of him. Lilinu shook her head and guessed, I don't know. I heard that the dean took a lot of effort to set up this course. It's probably taught by a gloomy and weird wizard. Richard muttered casually, I hope you can be more polite and stop tormenting people like Nushin does, especially stop beating people. Lilinu walked into Richard's dormitory with ease, threw herself on Richard's bed and rolled around. Apparently this has become her daily routine. Lilinu, have you made the dormitory dirty again? Richard asked while sitting on the bed. Lilinu narrowed her eyes slightly and said lazily, well, I just did an experiment and accidentally exploded a kidney. Now my dormitory is full of all kinds of minced meat. I will clean it up tomorrow. I am so tired. It's really a bit scary. A necromancer is not something that ordinary people can become. Richard complained, but it's even more outrageous that the Mage Academy in the Silver Moon Empire has a necromancy major. Lilinu retorted, we necromancers are not all bad people. We just have a more flexible moral outlook and prefer to visit cemeteries. Besides, the Empire is the Empire and the Academy is the Academy. The standards are completely different. The necromancer is a powerful profession that is feared and hated by people in the continent of Ash, but it remains popular. There must be a reason for its existence. Their snowball-like combat methods and extremely difficult-to-kill characteristics allow them to have a place in any empire, kingdom, city-state, and any race on the continent of Ash. Although they are not allowed to see the light of day, there will always be a few of them as long as they are not in the extremely kind camp. Instead of letting a hostile necromancer dance and cause trouble on your own grave every day, and occasionally collude with evil gods to launch a big wave, it is better to cultivate one yourself to occupy the vacant ecological niche. And the necromancer is often the mortal enemy of the demon warlock. The mutual repulsion between undead creatures and demons and devils has been going on for a long time. Having a necromancer in your own camp who can professionally fight against demon warlocks is a good deal. Moreover, especially in certain critical periods when being attacked by foreign enemies, it is not impossible to abandon the moral bottom line and open a sea of undead to rescue. It is better to desecrate a corpse than to have the country destroyed. Therefore, although many people in the academy dislike the existence of Lilinu, it has become the default under some shady unspoken rules. Moreover, it is obvious that there is an ancient noble group composed of vampires in the Silver Moon Empire, and they are also protecting Lilinu in a vague way. Richard, let's go to the heroic cemetery of the Silver Moon Church some other day. I heard from teacher Lillian that there are a lot of tempting skeletons there. Lilinu tapped Richard's lower back with her toes. Richard pinched Lilinu's face unhappily. How dare you say that? Last time you kept running into the sanctuary, we were almost blocked by those priests and couldn't get out. I just wanted to taste the holy water. Lilinu whispered, but who knew that garlic was put in the holy water, which directly exposed my race? As a vampire, you shouldn't be curious about the holy water of the Church of the Good God. Isn't that poison to you? Richard shook his head. Anyway, you are not allowed to approach any building of the Silver Moon Church. I don't want to go to the court to rescue you again. The chief judge smiled happily when he saw me. He almost asked me to apply for a membership card to pay the fine. He even gave me a lot of statues of the goddess Suluan as gifts and asked me to come often. Lilinu was very dissatisfied and said, that group of priests are clearly trying to extort money by stinging the law enforcement. They are just a bunch of vampires. Richard also lay on the big bed and said calmly, but we finally made it through the first semester, so we can have a nice vacation, about 30 days. Lilinu reminded, it's not 30 days. There are practical classes in the middle, and there are instructors leading the team. And the school started early. I heard that the Imperial Academy had given them a task to let the apprentice mages have a fulfilling vacation. Damn it! Richard jumped off the bed in anger. He paced back and forth, muttering, I never thought that even though I escaped to another world, I still couldn't escape the fate of making up for the lessons. No, I want to report it anonymously. Lilinu ruthlessly crushed Richard's last hope. It's impossible. The prerequisite for anonymous reporting is to first report to the school office with your real name, and then fill out a bunch of documents at your own risk. The right to interpret is in his file. Otherwise, it would be illegal anonymous reporting, and you would be fined, and the college would have to be informed. Then you would be in trouble. Richard scratched his head helplessly and sighed heavily. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on Richard's dormitory door. Who is it? It's me, Wei Wei. Richard opened the door and saw Wei Wei wearing a pink pajamas with a pointed hat and holding a big strawberry pillow. He asked in confusion, it's already midnight, and you're still here to check the hygiene of my dormitory? Let me make it clear first, there's no garbage in the trash can, and there's no one on the bed. No. Then what are you doing here? My lab exploded today, so I have no place to sleep, so I came to stay at your place for one night. Richard said happily, isn't this a coincidence? Is there an empty bed in your dormitory? Wei Wei was a little surprised. No, I have a big bed. Chapter 13. As long as you are brave, the tutor will be on maternity leave. The capital of the Silver Moon Empire, Deerland. In a remote dormitory building of the Imperial Mage Academy. I have a question. Does Lilinu come to you every day? Wei Wei asked with scrutiny while lying on the big bed specially customized by Richard. Richard was vague, about the same. You guys shouldn't have done anything, right? Wei Wei stared at Richard, with a hint of warning in her tone. Richard was unhappy. Do you think I am that kind of person? Besides, according to Imperial law, people become adults at the age of 15, which is Liliana's age, but not mine. If she does something wrong, she will be thrown into jail. So why do you know so much about child protection laws? You really have thought about it carefully. Wei Wei sat on the bed weakly, hugging her knees and moving back a little fearfully. She felt a little regretful about staying at Richard's place. So why do you want to stay here with me? In the past, couldn't the laboratory be built in one day? Richard asked. Well, how should I put it? Wei Wei stumbled as she tried to organize her words, and then she whispered, "The dean has refused to approve the funding, so I can't afford to hire a civil engineering school's energy-shaping mage. I can't even buy a bag of cement with my own money." Richard said, "The dean is very generous for tolerating you until today." After all, Wei Wei explodes every few days for her own reasons. The long-term high expenses have left the landlords with no surplus food. Lily Nu squinted her eyes and dozed off a little. "So what are you going to do in the future? Are you not going back to the teacher's dormitory?" Wei Wei said with a headache, "It's not good. I'm afraid that one day the teacher's dormitory will be blown up. My magic circuit is very unstable now. Sometimes I can't control it. They seem to be very afraid of me, then come and harm me." Richard realized that Wei Wei was a time bomb. "Well, there's nothing I can do about it, but I will try my best to control myself." Wei Wei knelt directly on the bed, her buttocks gently placed on the soles of her feet covered in white over-the-knee socks, and her toes gently pressed hard on her pajamas. She tugged at the corner of Richard's clothes, raised her chin, and said softly with some pleading in her tone, "So I'm sorry, Richard. I may have to trouble you for a while. You can't really let me sleep on the street. I don't want to sleep on the street." "Alas, I can't refuse." Richard sighed helplessly. Anyway, Wei Wei is also a soft girl. Although she is very powerful, she is always surprisingly obedient, so it doesn't have any impact on her daily life. As for the self-destruction, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Anyway, I already have a Lily Nu living here, so another Vivi won't make a difference. Then go to sleep. We still have a lot to do tomorrow." Wei Wei glanced at Lily Nu, who had already curled up beside her and fallen asleep. Lily Nu is obviously a vampire. Why would she be sleepy at night? She has been suffering from insomnia recently, and her day and night are reversed. "She will be fine in a few days," Richard said casually, and then prepared to take off his clothes and go to bed. "Stop, stop, stop. Are you really coming?" Wei Wei looked at Richard with her eyes wide open in fear. Richard raised his eyebrows and said, "Didn't we agree on this at the beginning? I only have one bed, but it's big enough for 3 people. I thought you were joking. Can't you be more reserved?" Wei Wei held Lily Nu in front of her and felt her face getting hotter and her ears turned red. Richard looked at the 2 girls hugging each other, their hair tangled, their skin touching, warm and lovely, and he felt reluctant to let them go. He shook his head and said firmly, "You have to adapt to the local customs. This is my room." "Okay, but we have to draw a line." Wei Wei compromised, or perhaps she was never good at rejecting Richard. She stretched out her index finger, lit a small flame, and then gently drew it across the bed, dividing it into 2 areas. "Half goes to you, and half goes to me and Lily Nu. If you cross the line, you'll be burned." "You're being too polite," Richard muttered, but he had to accept it. He tried to touch the line of fire reluctantly, but was forced back by the sudden flame. Wei Wei hugged Lily Nu comfortably, and her voice became quieter and quieter. "Okay, little Richard, go to sleep. I'm already very sleepy. I still have to prepare outdoor adventure courses for you later. There are many things to do." Richard stared at her and suddenly noticed something. She kidnapped her own Lily Nu. Richard sighed and stopped worrying about it. "A lot of things happened today, and I am very tired." Richard also lay down on the bed and gradually fell asleep. Atrice chirped and fluttered for a while, then slowly lay down on the pillow next to Richard's head and slowly closed her eyes. The blue meteor outside the window has passed over the sky of Daerlin and disappeared. The next morning, Richard felt a little heavy and had difficulty breathing while he was sleeping. He suddenly opened his eyes and found Atrice lying on his face, with fluffy feathers blocking his mouth and nose. On her belly was Vivi's head. She was obviously using herself as a pillow, and it was very hot. As for Lily Nu, she actually waved a sharp meat cleaver at Richard, her eyes full of covetousness. Richard, how about you give me a kidney? I'll transform it for you." Lily Nu asked seriously, and her attitude didn't seem to be joking. "No." Richard was used to this. "Don't make noise, I'm so sleepy." Wei Wei moved her delicate body and rubbed against Richard again. She almost pressed her whole body on Richard and hugged him tightly. As for her strawberry-patterned pillow, it had been kicked far to the ground. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Wei Wei woke up suddenly and sat directly on Richard's waist. Richard said, "Wei Wei, you've crossed the line." "Sorry, I don't sleep very well." Wei Wei stood up on tiptoe, a little embarrassed. "I won't leave you alone next time." "Who is outside Lily Nu's door?" Richard asked as he tidied himself up and put on his coat. Lily Nu stood on tiptoe and looked through the peephole. "It looks like Nidingnama, and there is also a coffin. What are these 2 bastards trying to do?" Richard opened the door and stood at the entrance. A pair of twins stood at the door. Their skin was bronzed from excessive exposure to the sun, and their muscular bodies looked very strong. Their outer robes were caked with cement and smelled of a foul oil. "Richard, your delivery." Needing pointed at the coffin behind him and said, "You have a very unique taste." Richard was a little confused and said, I don't remember what I bought." When we were passing by the entrance of the academy, we were stopped by a heavily armored knight. He said it was a thank you gift from the family and it was very heavy. Nima took out a bottle of black tea with high sugar content and ice cubes, drank it in gulps, and sweated profusely. "It's that woman." Richard thought of the vicious stepmother yesterday and said, "She's quite a nice person." And Idai asked with vigilance, "What woman?" "Richard, are you hooking up with a girl behind our backs? Didn't we agree to stay single for life?" Nima stared at Richard suspiciously, his face not looking good. "Could it be that you secretly found a rich woman to support a pervert like you?" Richard immediately said seriously, "How is that possible? We agreed at the beginning that whoever finds a girlfriend first is a dog." "Richard, who is it? Do you have guests so early in the morning?" Wei Wei walked to the door in cotton slippers, her long hair disheveled and barely covered by a pointed round hat. She leaned directly behind Richard, her chin resting on his shoulder, rubbing her eyes weakly. The people at the door froze. They looked at Wei Wei in disbelief and said tremblingly, "Teacher Wei Wei, why are you in Richard's dormitory?" "No, Lily Nu is here too." "Oh my God, Richard, were you having a party last night? You betrayed us, you dog." Richard said helplessly, "Well, it's just a dog. It's hard to explain it in a short time." Chapter 14. Do you want the sure pants? By the way, what is this coffin used for? Richard changed the subject in time. It doesn't look very auspicious. He looked the coffin up and down and could feel that the wood used in the coffin was very rare. When he got closer, he could smell the scent of sandalwood. The patterns on the surface of the coffin are complex, like some kind of enchanted magical patterns, and it is also decorated with many valuable gems, full of active and high-quality magic. Lily Nu came over with great interest and said fondly, "This is a coffin specially made for vampires. It can help you sleep and is also friendly to the magic of the dead." "That's quite appropriate, but isn't there one for me?" "Yes, it's a ring." NID threw a black and red ring to Richard. The ring looked very plain, with just a giant wolf's head, like some kind of family crest. Richard fiddled with the ring in his hand and discovered that it was actually a magical item that could grow. It was also not a valuable item that a wizard apprentice could possess. Wei Wei only took a quick look and identified its effects. This is a summoning ring that is a specialty of Midden. It not only increases the magic capacity, but also summons a northern winter wolf. As your level increases, the level of the summoned winter wolf will also increase, and even more powerful creatures will obey the call. Richard calculated the value of the 2 thank you gifts and muttered to himself, "They are so generous, they must be members of the Duke Anne's clan." Atris seemed very interested in the ring, flapping her wings and chirping. Since it was a magic ring, Richard simply put it on Atrus's left leg. The size was just right. The moment he put on the ring, Richard immediately felt an abundant amount of magic power flowing into Atris's magical body. Atris had obviously grown a little bit bigger. Nidi and Nima looked at each other and said with a big smile, "Well, let's not talk about this for now. Richard, we came to see you for other things." "No money." Richard waved his hands. Nima was very sharp-eyed. He immediately said, "Wait, I just saw that you have Ciaer's photo. We are in the same league. You must lend me the money." "Oh, this thing. I'll give it to you if you want it." Richard then remembered the Sherlock badge that the wretched old man gave him, and he didn't care much about it. And ID shook his head and said, "That won't do. This is the identity symbol of the Sure support group. It is a lifelong bond and cannot be given as a gift." Richard said disdainfully, "You guys have a lot of rules." Nima and Richard were arm in arm, saying affectionately, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were also a fan of Sure? Then we are a family, so lend me some money." Richard was very upset. "Aren't you nobles? Why are you asking a commoner like me to borrow money?" And I said with a serious face, "Well, you know, Ciaer released a new song last night." "I know. I want to listen." Richard nodded. "Damn it. You actually bought the ticket. How damned." Nima said with some envy, "You also know that Sure's magic album costs money to buy. Isn't it just 10 silver coins? Do you still need to borrow money from me?" "Well, we bought a lot of copies to support Little Sure." And Idai said with a lack of momentum, "You know, there are many newcomers competing with Sure this year. We are the defending champions, so we need to show our dominance." So how many copies did you buy? Richard slowly felt that something was wrong. Well, actually, there is a threshold to attend Sher's concert. You need to buy Sher's peripherals, and the accumulated consumption must meet the requirements. Nima rubbed his hands, sweating profusely. NID still chose to be honest with Richard. In order to participate in the next concert, Nima and I discussed it and asked Dad to borrow some gold coins. Then I used my kidney as collateral and took out a small loan to buy 300 albums and 200 peripheral products, a total of 50 gold coins. Richard suddenly felt his breathing stagnate and felt that the two stupid sons of landlords in front of him were too outrageous. And the worst part is, they don't know that Michel is actually a man. No money for food? Richard asked. And ID nodded, crossed his arms and said in a deep voice, "Not at all, I'm hungry. But I have tickets for the next concert. I just need to maintain basic physiological signs." Nima smiled and said, "How about you treat us to a few meals? Don't worry, we have developed a unique skill. As long as we get up late, we don't have to eat breakfast. 2 meals a day will do." Richard hesitated for a moment, but he couldn't bear to let these two top-notch creatures starve. Fortunately, the reimbursement from yesterday had been transferred to his account under Weiwei's operation. Richard took out a gold coin with a painful feeling. Nima said with tears in his eyes without any moral integrity, "Dad, you are my real dad." NID hesitated for a moment, then gently closed Richard's door to prevent the next scene from being seen by the two ladies. Then he and Nima took off their trousers together, revealing their long, hairy legs and shorts. "What do you want to do?" Richard took a few steps back. NID asked, "These are the waistbands with the word shell printed on them. We have more than 100 pairs and can't wear them all. Do you want some?" Richard shook his head repeatedly. "No, I don't want it. You two are hopeless lickers. You just don't understand the beauty of shell. One day we will make everyone in the world fall in love with shell." Richard asked, "By the way, we have a few days off. Do you have any plans? In a few days, we will go to the Adventurers Guild to take on some quests and earn some money for food." Nidine agreed. "Of course, call us when the time comes. Remember to bring Lilinu with you as a backup, otherwise we will most likely be wiped out by the goblins and forced to give birth. We also need to find a few meat shields as guards." Chapter 15. The famous wife of a famous person. Richard temporarily returned to his dormitory, planning to buy some equipment to prepare for the next adventure. Lilinu was already lying in the coffin, with the lid nailed shut, and she was unwilling to come out. It seemed that she was planning to catch up on some sleep during the holiday and had no intention of accompanying Richard. "Richard, I'm hungry. When will dinner be served?" Weiwei urged unconsciously while sitting on the chair. She seemed to completely treat Richard's dormitory as her own home. "You don't have any money either? Didn't you embezzle 15 gold coins?" Richard asked with his eyes wide open. Weiwei shrank her head and responded in a low voice. "There has been a strict inspection these days. The false accounts I made yesterday were discovered by the dean. Not only was I fined, but I also lost my salary for this month. Please support me for a few days, Richard. Please be a good person to the end, and I will warm your bed for you. Do you want to bring food? Bring me a bowl of awful stew with more goose blood. I don't have any money either, Richard. You pay for me first." A pale and tender arm stretched out from the coffin and shook. Richard sighed a little tiredly, but still couldn't bear to refuse. Alas, a bunch of beggars came here just for fun. However, sustainable lack of money has always been the norm for mages. After all, the spellcasting materials used for research are more expensive than each other. Richard has a deep understanding of this. "Let's go, Weiwei. Let's eat." "How about that? You brought food to Lilinu. Can you bring some for me too?" Weiwei asked lazily as she sat on the coffin board. "I want to sleep a little longer and sort out your final exam materials. I don't want to move." Richard took a deep breath, then resisted the urge to rub Weiwei. "Forget it. As my administrative mentor, Weiwei always does her best to help me. When I first entered the Mage Academy, I was unfamiliar with the place and Weiwei took special care of me for a long time. She lent me money and gave me wands. She was almost like a half-mother to me. Today Richard will do his best to fulfill his filial duty." Richard walked out of his dormitory and stood at the door. There were many apprentices packing their luggage in the wide corridor, probably preparing to return to their hometowns in various provinces of the empire. "Brother Cha, are you staying in school?" a girl from the same class asked while carrying her luggage. "Well, what about you?" Richard ignored the strange nickname. "It seems that my sexual fetish has spread throughout the college. But in fact, I don't necessarily like married women. This must be a slander." The female apprentice smiled and said, "I went home to go on a blind date. Since I was admitted to the Mage Academy, I have become very popular and I can pick any man I want. Richard said with some envy. That's great. The female apprentice deliberately said, Brother Rinchi Cha can also go to the imperial aristocratic places. I heard from the elders at home that you are quite famous. Although your talent is not as good as Sister Lilinu, you are thick-skinned and ruthless, which is a great advantage for the nobles. Well, has my reputation become like this? Richard was a little incredulous. Of course. The female apprentice tried to cheer Richard up. You also have Sister Lilinu, and those stupid twins Nighty Nima. You are almost becoming the evil force in the school. Many people have been beaten by you, but of course they are all scumbags, and they deserve it. Alas, that was just self-defense. There's no such thing as a stun gun. Richard could only helplessly defend himself. Anyway, you'd better be careful. There will probably be a lot of noble ladies coming to harass you during this holiday. After all, you have a Sister Lilinu with you, and you may even be able to bring Vivi along as well, so she's very valuable. The female apprentice waved her hand and walked away. Richard stood silently in the corridor, thinking for a long time, and suddenly found himself like a succubus. He could only put all this behind him and slowly walk downstairs. Richard's dormitory building is almost the most remote place in the college, close to a small river. However, even though it is remote, given that the Imperial Mage Academy is the undisputed highest institution of learning in the Silver Moon Empire, none of the facilities within it are bad. Just like Richard's own dormitory, it is about 300 square meters in size. It not only has a living area for ordinary people, but also is equipped with a small laboratory. Crucibles, beakers, angle grinders, and other equipment are all available. Drinking water and related convenient magic items are in sufficient supply, and the teaching resources are surprisingly rich. This is understandable. After all, only 100 apprentices can be selected in the entire empire each year, and the minimum apprenticeship period is 8 years, with no maximum limit. Therefore, the entire academy actually only has 1,500 mage apprentices, and with all the power of the empire in training them, the per capita allocation seems to be quite a lot. After a certain number of years of learning basic magic, most apprentices who are not interested in further studies can go directly to work in the imperial administrative agencies. Some particularly outstanding apprentices are chosen by high-level wizards, or even legends to be apprentices and learn higher-level magic. In general, the mages who successfully graduated from the Mage Academy were at an overwhelming level among their peers throughout the Silver Moon Empire. Their comprehensive physical fitness makes them popular with adventurer teams, the Silver Moon Guard, and the Imperial Legion. If these graduated apprentices were released into the wild, they would at most be elite monsters, and only a well-equipped adventure team of the same level could take them down. The most bizarre thing about the Mage Academy is that male and female apprentices can live on the same floor. Dormitory supervisors like Lilinu, who went into Richard's dormitory every day, knew about it a long time ago, but turned a blind eye. The academy encourages apprentices to digest the knowledge internally rather than being cheated by the nobles. This is more or less a wrestling match between the legendary wizards and the royal family. Richard slowly walked to the college's library, a magnificent pyramid hanging upside down in the sky. It rotates slowly and quietly in the air, refracting colorful and strange light. Just as a prism separates light beams of different colors, this pyramid can strip away different kinds of magic in the air. It even includes Richard's astral magic and Lilinu's necromancy magic, covering almost all known types of magic. It is rumored that the pyramid was made of an alloy of gold and mithril. When Richard was short of money, he tried to knock off a piece and sell it, but even if he broke the drill bit, he couldn't hurt it at all. Richard stepped onto the transparent ladder with ease and slowly walked up to the top of the inverted pyramid, which is the base in the conventional sense. After a simple identity verification, Richard walked in. He looked down the corridor and saw that the ridges of the high-hanging pyramid converged to a point at the bottom. But that point seemed to have re-evolved into endless space in the unknown realm. In the space, various pages of books float in the air, recording the mage's oldest memories. Every apprentice who enters the library will be surprised to find that there is usually only himself and an old man with a white beard who always smiles. The old man would guide any apprentice to the book they wanted. Richard walked up to the old man, but was surprised to find that there was another wizard here whom he didn't know. This is a rather rare situation. However, the wizard was wrapped in a white robe, and his gender and face could not be seen clearly. He just glanced at Richard casually, put down a book, and left. Richard didn't ask any more questions. He just thought that libraries would occasionally have bugs, causing some heavy domain overflow problems. However, the old man with white beard glanced at Richard in astonishment, and then returned to normal. Richard greeted the old man, then walked down the corridor step by step, reading all the low-level spells he could borrow and watch. Chapter 16. More is better, bigger is wonderful. After nearly an hour of searching and borrowing, Richard's brows became more and more furrowed. There is still no magic that is compatible with my own magic power. Even the most classic first-level fireball technique cannot be performed by myself. As for the secrets about space and the astral world, there are very few in this library. Richard does not have higher-level borrowing privileges. Richard lay on a floating wooden board with some frustration, randomly moving the magic books floating around him, and asked, "Old man, is there any killing spell I can learn? It's not a good idea to use magic power to burn people every day. It consumes too much magic power and the output speed is slow." Of course, Richard didn't have much hope for this old man. In the past, when the old man heard my questions, he would always shake his head and say no, and then he would fall asleep mumbling to himself. Because Richard's magic power is so unique, once it leaks out, it will burn and cannot achieve the most basic stability. However, most spells require absolute magical stability, so their nature is not suitable for conventional spell structures. The only consolation is that Richard's magic capacity is obviously twice that of an ordinary wizard apprentice. Moreover, she can fly with the magic circuit, which can provide her with a shared vision. But this doesn't look like a mage at all. It's more like a druid. Unexpectedly, this time the old man did not refuse directly, but fell into a long period of silence. He hesitated for a moment, picked up the blue-covered magic book returned by the white-robed wizard, flipped through the pages, and seemed to be indexing something. After a while, the old man pinched a page of the book, slowly tore it off, and handed it to Richard. Richard did not take it, but said hesitantly, "This book does not seem to be something that can be borrowed at my level. Isn't it against the rules? If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, who will know?" The old man snorted and stuffed it directly to Richard. "If anyone dares to question you, just let him come to me." "Okay, but what kind of spell is this?" Richard focused his attention on the pages of the book and felt the familiarity of the spells recorded on them. Atreus also flapped her wings to express her joy. The old man continued to turn the pages of the book, took out a pen and wrote and drew on it, and said casually, "The magic pool expansion technique is a secret technique that is theoretically not allowed to be learned by mage apprentices. It looks like there are significant side effects. Richard is unable to fully understand the nature of this spell for the time being. For regular mages, the side effects are indeed huge and deadly," the old man said. "The expanded magic pool is essentially directly connected to the astral realm, drawing magic directly from the astral realm and mixing it with the original magic to destroy stability, making it impossible to cast any spells. But it suits you very well, doesn't it?" Richard nodded, showing a surprised look. "Unique angle. Since I can't use conventional magic, I might as well win by sheer quantity and use my magic power to overwhelm the enemy. Anyway, his own magic power can be burned, and he also has a unique astral corrosion ability, so he has his own means of attack. This magic pool expansion was tailor-made for him. If he could learn it, Richard's magic capacity would be at least the combined level of 4 wizards of the same level, and could even be higher as time went on. And this page is also suitable for you. You don't need magic stability to use it." The old man tore off another page and handed it to Richard. "The 4th level spell, Space Flicker, is a spell that ordinary apprentices can graduate with, but for you, it's just an entry-level spell. The basic principle of space flickering is very simple and crude. It is basically to use a large amount of magic power to forcibly change one's own astral coordinates in order to achieve the effect of appearing in another place instantly. Because it involves space and astral coordinates, although this spell is only a 4th level spell, many 12th and 13th level mages may not be able to learn it. Although the space flicker technique is a life-saving skill, it consumes too much magic power. After a wizard at level 10 or so casts Blink and 3 or 4 more spells, he can only pick up his staff and start close combat. With these 2 auxiliary spells, Richard was almost satisfied. Today's goal has been unexpectedly accomplished. The old man finally marked some of the contents on the pages of the book, and then pushed it to Richard. "Little Richard, you can take this book back?" Richard refused. "Take out? Will the Academy investigate this? You've helped me a lot. There's no need to take the risk. Don't worry, I've been guarding the library for so many years, so I still have some face." The old man didn't care. "The parts of this book that you shouldn't read have been marked, and the rest are all things you can learn at this stage." "Thank you. I will remember it." Richard bowed respectfully. Providing this level of help is no longer a librarian's responsibility. After saying goodbye to the old man with white beard, Richard went to the cafeteria to bring brunch for the 2 girls. After a brief spell study, Richard brought Lilinu to the Adventurers Guild. He planned to select reliable teammates in advance for the next adventure. The Adventurers Guild was deliberately established near a transportation hub outside the city of Daelon to facilitate adventurers to travel quickly to various provinces within the Empire. In the crowded guild, Richard actually saw an unexpected face. Sure. This cross-dressing pervert actually came to the Adventurers Guild to accept quests? Chapter 17. It's 70% likely to be me, Richard. Pervert sure. Who is that? Sure was obviously startled. Damn, pervert Richard? Why are you here? Should I be the one asking this question? The top star of the Church of Love is used as an adventurer? Richard asked curiously. Michelle quickly pulled Richard to a corner of the Adventurers Guild and said seriously, Richard, don't call me Sure outside. That's my stage name, so my fans won't recognize me. I'm a warrior from Lathander, the god of the dawn, and my full name is Michelle. You, and you're a warrior of Losander? Richard's eyes were full of deep doubt. Does Lathander know that you are his champion? Why are you so untrustworthy? Michelle tried to explain. I'm just temporarily down and out. The damn Pope of Dawn withheld my activity funds, leaving me without food in Daelon. I had no choice but to devote myself to the Church of the God of Love to earn some living expenses. I don't believe it. In order to deceive people, you even made up the Pope. Richard shook his head firmly. Damn it, I'll prove it to you. Michelle said angrily. You should know that the hero has the ability to legally rummage through the villagers' houses and take items. Richard was a little surprised and said, You are not going to perform for me on the spot, are you? Let me make it clear first. Don't let those adventurers break your head and come to me to borrow money to buy holy water. I won't be responsible. Michelle snorted and looked around, as if looking for an easy target. As an adventurers association opened in Silver Moonland, what it has the most is various powerful people and various storage boxes. The pub on the first floor was a hodgepodge of good and bad people. Even the necromancer Lilinu doesn't stand out among them. Michelle had already chosen his target at this time. He gave Richard a look, then strode up to a fierce-looking man. White-faced boy, are you looking for trouble? The sturdy man stared at Michelle with a bad look. He smashed the wooden table with his hands, and then skillfully threw a few silver coins to the passing waiter as compensation. After the sturdy man finished a set of smooth movements, he touched the axe at his waist, licked the axe blade with his tongue, and said viciously, If you dare to come near me again, I will call the Silver Moon Guard to arrest you. It was not a conventional development. The strong man did not take direct action, but maintained a considerable degree of restraint. For some reason, the sturdy man found that he had no desire to attack the blond man in front of him. Axe, give it to me. I want it. Michelle stretched out his hand as if begging for food. What? This is my only weapon. I treat her as my wife. The sturdy man roared, his hair and beard standing on end, and Richard was about to go and save Michelle. The next scene made Richard's eyes widen. The sturdy man stared at Michelle fiercely, then handed him his axe and said in a threatening tone, Be good to my wife and don't mistreat her. From now on, my wife's happiness will be your responsibility. Michelle nodded solemnly, then looked at a wooden box and asked, Is this yours too? I want to look through it and see if there's any equipment that would fit me. Is that okay with you? Humph, just watch, who's afraid of who? The sturdy man said something viciously, then took out the key viciously, unscrewed the wooden box viciously, and revealed the items inside viciously. He said angrily as if he was going to eat Michelle. Come and pick, take whatever you want, treat it like your own home, and don't be polite to me, or I'll beat you up. Michelle simply selected a few bottles of potion and looked at Richard proudly. Richard was a little bit skeptical, so he walked over to the sturdy man and tried to imitate Michelle's behavior, but was then shouted at by the sturdy man. Boy, are you looking for death? Now it was finally Richard's turn to be shocked. He stared at Michelle in disbelief and said, You're not the real deal, are you? Nowadays, even gods can be blind and choose the wrong hero. Of course. Don't you think about who dares to pretend to be a hero? Michelle returned all the items taken from the strong man. So you came to the Adventurers Guild to form a team? Richard asked. Michelle said with a headache, I already have it, but I don't have enough staff and money. You don't know how evil the Church of Love is. They are sure that I have nowhere to go, and they almost made me sign a contract to sell myself. Let's just go together. I just happen to be in need of a few idiots to serve in the front row. Richard has already recognized Michelle's level. If he is really a hero, then he is very suitable to be a mascot. I heard that you will have good luck if you are with a brave man. It's not impossible, but I'm a very strong warrior. Michelle also did not refuse Richard. Both of them have been cheated by the Church of Love, and in a sense, they know each other well. It is better for the women's clothing dealers and married women police to unite with each other than to form a team with other strangers. Snakes and rats are a perfect match. How strong can you be? Richard still expressed doubt. Although he was pinned to the ground by Michelle yesterday, it was because of a momentary negligence, and he could not do anything about it because Michelle was too close to him. He didn't think Michelle was a strong professional. Michelle said proudly, "Captain Richard, I am a terrifying existence who has reached the peak of level 5, half a step to level 6, with the title of brave and professional flying saint warrior." Richard commented, "That's a bit of a dance." As an adult, Michelle was a melee profession that was easier to level up in the early stages, but she couldn't even reach level 10. But Richard couldn't find any team members of too high a level right now, so he had to make do with what he had. Anyway, I don't plan to take on any tasks that are too difficult, so the mage apprentice should focus on studying at this stage. By the way, Captain Richard, I have 3 other teammates. Let me introduce them to you. Michelle asked Richard to follow her to a gambling table in the center of the tavern. "Pastor, we have found new team members," Michelle said to a female pastor who was surrounded by the crowd. It is hard to tell which god this priest believes in. He is wearing a thick priest robe, looks very holy, and has a slightly old-fashioned princess-cut hairstyle. But her behavior was obviously a bit unrestrained, and she was breathing heavily with a few playing cards in her hand. His face was flushed, as if he had just been pulled out of a slime-breeding nest, and he looked very bitter. Half of the clothes on his shoulder were pulled down, and one leg stretched out of the priest's robe and stepped directly on the gambling table. He was muttering some strange names like straight flush and forgourds while panting. The priest completely ignored Michelle's shouting and focused all his attention on the next card the dealer dealt him. The cards haven't been turned over yet, but the priest is already trembling. It seems that his luck with cards is not very good. Michelle said helplessly, "Forget it. Let me introduce you to another one, the mage. This is a new team member. Gudong, bartender. Another glass of strong liquor. What? No money. Do I need to pay for drinking? Do you know who I work for? A brave man. He is a brave man. How dare you mess with me, huh? Huh." A drunk female wizard guzzled a glass of dwarven liquor. She had no money left in her wallet, but she still acted like a spoiled brat and demanded more wine. Richard actually knew this mage. She was a senior from the Mage Academy, but she is at least 40 years old this year, and she has set a tough record of being held back for 20 years and unable to graduate. Richard's head was full of black lines, and he felt that Michelle's teammates were more incompetent than the others. Although there is nothing wrong with the classic configuration of warrior, mage, and priest, I just feel like there are problems everywhere, Michelle said seriously. "My old team members are all quite unique, but they are actually quite reliable, really?" Richard inquired. "Isn't there another one?" "Oh, that one. I wonder if he can come back." Michelle's expression immediately became subtle and evasive. "What's the meaning?" "You know, Richard, after our flying adventure group arrived in Dayland, our funding was cut off and we were hungry for several days. Later, we couldn't bear it anymore, so we decided to tie up the only assassin in the team like a dumpling in the middle of the night and sell him to the slave trader. Then we went to the Silver Moon Hotel for a big meal. I have to say, it tasted really good. It's a pity that the assassin's worth was only worth that one meal. What a pity." "Then what?" "No, what else could happen? Do you want to know if she was sold to the goblins to give birth to a baby?" Michelle shrugged and said easily, "Of course, don't worry. The assassin is the strongest member of our team. When we did this in the past, she always managed to escape by herself." "It's okay." Richard was shocked. "You even did it several times. When you are short of money, you have to do this. It is also a helpless act. I think all this is the guidance of Lathander, the god of the dawn." Michelle looked completely unrepentant. At this time, the mage began to shout loudly because she couldn't get a drink, and she even planned to use magic to attack the bartender directly in the Adventurers Guild. The great, what was it? The fire element. And anyway, come on, fuck him. HU. The wizard began to chant the spell of a first-level fireball. From Richard's perspective, although he himself does not know how to cast fireball, according to the standards of the Imperial Mage Academy, first-level magic should be cast instantly by reciting the spell silently. This senior has been in the academy for nearly 40 years, but she has difficulty even using the fireball spell and can't remember the entire spell. Lilinu suddenly pulled Richard's sleeve and reminded him. "Richard, be careful. She didn't recite the spell correctly. The fire element thought she was cursing and was about to explode." Richard immediately put Lilinu behind him and pulled the confused brave man in front of him. Soon, the mage was caused to self-destruct by the angry fire element. But luckily, she was a flying being and her body couldn't bear too much magic power, so the self-explosion didn't even hurt her. There was only a pitiful breeze. But the breeze happened to blow the paper chips of the priest who was about to turn over the last card. Then all the chips flew into the pot. All in. Oh, blind all in? You're very brave, girly stuff? His opponent raised his eyebrows in surprise. What? It's not me. I didn't go all in. The priest screamed and tried to pull the chips back from the pot. But the dealer stopped her, saying, Madam Pastor, you need to keep an eye on your chips. Our bets are set once they are placed in the pool. Once they are in the pool, they cannot be taken out. The pastor felt a sudden buzz in his brain, and suddenly everything went dark. It's over. It's all over. I have been working illegally for others these days with great difficulty, and I am going to spend all the money I earned from loan sharking. If it really doesn't work, then try cheating. The dealer urged, Pastor, you can show your cards now. The priest trembled as he showed his cards, and then his opponent fell silent. Are you kidding me? The opponent slammed the table, then showed his cards and said angrily, There are only 4 aces in this deck, and they are all here. Where did you get that ace from? The dealer immediately took the priest's cards, and after a brief inspection, he said coldly, Fake cards, you are cheating. You can chop off your hands or feet. It's your choice. The pastor was so scared that he stepped back and said, No, I was just confused for a moment. Although I was 99% wrong. Don't you have 1%? I just made a mistake that all pastors would make. Why can't you forgive me? You are too petty. At the same time, the bar was in a mess as the wizard had spilled the drinks all over the floor. After being tormented by the 2 top-notch mages and priests, several cadres of the Adventurers Guild were finally enraged. They drew their weapons and prepared to defend the dignity of the guild. Michelle shouted at this time, standing on the table and said, I am the holy son of Lashonda, a brave warrior of the Church of Dawn. You'd better respect my team members and give me face. Let's just let this go. The result will be good for everyone. Who are you sending it to? The result was that a wine bottle flew over and hit the hero on the head. The brave man fell down immediately. Captain Richard, run! Michelle, who was hit, got up from the ground and ran towards the door as if nothing had happened. The priest and the mage also ran very fast and disappeared in a moment. Several Adventurers Guild leaders looked at Richard and Lilinu, who were alone, and asked fiercely, You are one of them too? Impossible. Richard immediately revealed his identity. I am an apprentice of the Imperial Mage Academy after all. It is impossible for me to be the same as them. Not in this lifetime. The cadres nodded, thinking that what he said made sense, and let Richard and Lilinu go. Then they went out to chase Michelle and others. Richard breathed a sigh of relief and casually sat down at the gambling table where the priest had played. The gambling table was in a mess, and the remaining cards in the deck were all scattered on the ground. But Richard was suddenly surprised to find that there were still 4 aces in the unused deck. He picked them all up and compared them carefully. I discovered that this was the A in the original card. However, none of the 5A cards on the gambling table are of the same style. They are all fake. As for the pointy-eared dealer and the ugly orc opposite the priest, they were now nowhere to be seen. Most likely he ran away because he felt guilty. It turns out that they are all cheating. Even the dealer has been bribed. Oh, I'd better find someone else to form a team. The flying hero is really unreliable. However, at this time, the dealer with pointy ears ran back in a hurry. She was in such a hurry when she left that she seemed to have forgotten to take the chips. Then the beautiful female wood elf saw Richard, and then looked at the 9 aces in Richard's hand. Both sides fell into a strange silence. After hesitating for a moment, Richard threatened skillfully, My beautiful wood elf lady, you don't want to be discovered that you have been bribed by the orcs, right? The wood elf took a few steps back in panic. What do you want? Let me first say that I have a lover. Richard's eyes sparkled and he licked his lips. Oh, isn't that even better? That would be at least 37. The wood elf complained. Why am I only 70%? No, it's probably me, Richard. Chapter 18. Hey, I didn't steal this. I picked it up. After repeated negotiations, Richard still got 60% of the bargaining chips. About 10 gold coins, a small profit. As for the portion for the pastor of Michelle's family, I can only say that good things come to those who are lucky, so I hope for the best. However, after all this trouble, Richard no longer planned to team up with Michelle, so as not to be dragged down by that group of oxhorse players. Young man, you seem worried? The wood elf dealer did not leave, but sat opposite Richard and offered him a glass of wine. After the discussion just now, the man and the elf became much more familiar with each other. Richard took a sip of wine and asked, "You are the dealer here. Do you have any reliable team to recommend? I want to make some money." The wood elf asked in confusion, "Aren't you a top student at the Imperial Mage Academy? There are many shops in the city that have suitable positions for you. Why do you want to take the risk?" "It's for personal reasons. I don't like the city environment." Richard responded vaguely. "Me and Lily knew. One doesn't know conventional magic, and the other only knows how to fiddle with corpses. It seems that apart from some shady organizations, there will be no decent magic shop that will accept me. Moreover, the Silver Moon Church always likes to keep an eye on Lilinu to improve her performance, so Richard and Lilinu have to avoid entering the city unless necessary. For the past 6 months, their activities have been outside the city of Daerlin. Human Bean Sprout, do you want to take a risk too?" A simple and honest voice came from Richard's ears. The orc gambler who was the priest's opponent also turned back the same way and sat next to the wood elf. The orcs were dressed very conservatively, their entire bodies wrapped in wide robes and their entire heads wrapped in coarse gray cloth, trying not to reveal any orcish aura. After all, in the human country of the Silver Moon Empire, the existence of elves is already the limit of what the Silver Moon Guard can tolerate. The orcs are a chaotic and crude race that has been at war with humans all year round and are not welcomed. Even if orcs were killed by humans on the street, there would be no serious consequences. There is also an arena in the Silver Moon capital of Dylran, which is dedicated to capturing powerful aliens for fighting and entertainment. Orcs are relatively common and popular items. But in Richard's opinion, the combination of wood elves and orcs is indeed very strange. After all, compared to humans, orcs hate the elves who once hunted them and used them as adult toys even more. Legend has it that some elves with strong tastes like to raise orcs on a large scale for fun, and almost drove the orcs to extinction. This also directly triggered the first full-scale war between orcs and elves. Richard said to the orc, "Yes, I am recruiting teammates, but unfortunately it is not going well." The orc hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, how about you take a look at us? You guys." Richard was stunned, a little undecided. Theoretically speaking, humans, orcs, and elves rarely appear in the same adventure team. The habits of different races are so different that it is easy for them to fall into internal strife during outdoor adventures. Moreover, Richard was not familiar with these two foreigners at all and did not dare to trust them. "It seems that we were too abrupt." The orc also knew that his behavior was too rash and could only sigh in disappointment. The wood elf seemed a little unwilling and continued to ask, "Are you really not going to consider it? We are all level 12 professionals, not weak. What are your plans?" "I'm just an ordinary wizard apprentice." Richard immediately became alert. He didn't think there was anything special about him that could earn the trust of two outsiders. If someone shows you kindness for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. The 6 months of wandering after coming to this world has made Richard much more alert than others. After all, some of the Inuit people are simple-minded and honest, and their fellow villagers are more ruthless than each other. Among all the people Richard had saved, only Lilinu had a conscience and was willing to stay with him forever. As for other people, after being rescued by me, they usually try to steal my things and slip away. Even if they are caught, they will still stubbornly say, "Hey, I didn't steal it. I picked it up. Baby, I just forgot to turn off the automatic pickup. Why are you so anxious? Damn it. Stealing is so annoying." The wood elf said, "You are a space school mage, right?" Richard didn't answer. He didn't know why the wood elf had such an illusion. Before yesterday, he couldn't even use normal summoning techniques. However, it is also true that my abilities are related to space. "Are you a slave, an orc?" Lilinu suddenly asked. "That's right, slave of the arena. I want to fight to the death, so I can go out today." The orc did not hide his identity. He slowly pulled open his turban, revealing an iron number branded on his forehead, 23. Lilinu asked, "I remember that slaves are not allowed to join the adventure team. Do you want to regain your freedom through us?" The orc nodded. According to the Imperial law, space school mages can submit an application to the arena and obtain a free arena slave below level 15. Richard was stunned. Is there such a good thing? The elf said, "In the vast Silver Moon Empire, there are only a few mages who are naturally compatible with space. You are indeed more important than you think. Unfortunately, I am powerless. I am not what you call a space mage. I am just a mage apprentice who was promoted to level 5 last night." Richard finally shook his head. "There's nothing I can do to help." Richard himself still didn't understand what Atreus was. He didn't want to get involved in this mess. Seeing Richard refuse again, the wood elf became a little anxious. She wanted to persuade him again, but the orc shook his head. Chui Keisai, forget it. We are already very reckless. Don't force us. As the saying goes, a forced melon is not sweet. Richard inquired, you are so eager. Will there be a fight to the death later? The orc said honestly, I was arranged to challenge a dragon-blood lizard man in 3 days, and I am no match for him. Today, I set up a game with Chui Keisai to cheat a few gamblers out of their money, but it is far from enough to redeem myself. The wood elf said with a sad face, if we can win this battle, DKO can also be free. But that is impossible. After all, the dragon-blooded lizard man is at level 15, and it can even roar like a dragon. Richard was in a state of hesitation. It would be really great if you could take 12th level elves and orcs as servants and sign a contract with them. It would even make your subsequent adventures much easier. But rescuing the orc DKO was quite difficult, as Richard did not understand the rules of the arena. Moreover, the Empire's law that specifically favors space mages looks like a fishing trap. All in all, it's a very weird feeling. Lily Nu whispered in Richard's ear, Richard, you can give it a try. This orc is very strong. He once killed his way through the entire arena by himself. Since Lily Nu said so, Richard simply promised, I will find a way, but I can't guarantee success. Thank you very much. The wood elves and orcs stood up and bowed to Richard. At this time, a group of heavy swordsmen in silver-white armor came out of the guild, walked straight towards the orc DKO, and said coldly, Number 23, your free time is over. Return to the arena immediately and prepare for the fight to the death. The cow took one last look at Richard, wrapped himself in a coarse cloth coat, and silently followed the silver moon guards out of the guild. A contract was left on the gambling table, which contained the slave summoning contract for the soul of the orc DKO. Richard accepted the contract, kept the 60% of the gold coins, temporarily said goodbye to the wood elf Quikisi, and left the guild. Chapter 19. Primal Grimoire. After leaving the guild, Richard and Lilinu returned to the dormitory of the academy. This guild recruitment trip seemed to be in vain, and in fact it was almost in vain. As a result, Richard failed to successfully form a fully equipped adventure team. But fortunately, we met Michelle's flying adventure group, the desperate orc DKO, and the wood elf dealer Quikisi, whose relationship with him was unknown. Not to mention the flying adventure group, if they could really recruit DKO and Quikisi, 2 level 12 professionals, that would definitely be a very good result. Lilinu, is that orc really that strong? Richard asked again. Lilinu replied, he killed a level 15 white dragon 7 days ago but was seriously injured, so he has no confidence in winning the next death match. He came to us because he was desperate and gave us a chance to pick up the loose ends. How do you know so much about the Colosseum? Richard couldn't help but feel curious. This girl doesn't look like she likes this kind of violent performance. Lillian was quite excited and said, because there are a lot of corpses in the arena, so teacher Lillian often takes me there to buy goods. It's simply heaven there. Richard looked as if he hadn't expected it. Forget it. The most important thing now is to clarify whether I am a so-called space mage. Lilinu, use the identification spell on me. Lilinu shook her head. Richard, you forgot. Identification can only determine the general occupation. If you want to break it down, you need a more advanced reconnaissance technique. Kids, I'm back. Congratulations. No one failed this semester except Swate. At this time, Wei Wei pushed open the dormitory door and walked towards Richard happily. You're just in time. Teacher Wei Wei, do you know high-level attribute reconnaissance techniques? Richard asked immediately. Ah, that thing is too difficult. I can't learn it. Wei Wei shook her head, indicating that she was unable to help. As a barbarian from the shaping school who can only cast fireball, Wei Wei doesn't care about those delicate but useless little spells. Stupid. Richard pinched her face hard. Wei Wei looked like she was in pain, but she didn't resist. She just leaned close to Richard and whispered softly, What are you going to do? Richard replied, Just wanted to check my subgenre. Wei Wei put her fingers into the cup to slowly heated up a cup of coffee for herself, took a sip and said, It's because of your magic circuit. In fact, there was a learned prophecy wizard in the academy who once observed you. What? What's the result? Why do I feel like I'm being left alone? Richard said with great concern. Wei Wei thought for a moment, then said helplessly, The Archmage of the prophecy department has always been a riddler. He didn't say a word, so the academy was forced to let you go. After all, if the training direction is wrong, wouldn't you be ruined? No one wants to make a mistake, so the result is that as long as you do nothing, you won't make a mistake. That's it. Then there are no other mages in the academy who can perform high-level attribute reconnaissance? Richard took the coffee cup that Wei Wei handed to him, took a sip, and handed it to Lily New. There is only one cup like this in the dormitory. These two girls didn't even bother to bring any daily necessities with them when they came to him. They all took advantage of Richard. Wei Wei still shook her head. There are a few great wizards from the illusion or transformation schools who should be able to do it, but they went home at the end of the semester, leaving me as a laborer to do the work. Richard was completely helpless. He sighed and placed his last hope on the blue-covered magic book given to him by the old man in the library. He slowly opened the spell book and read it carefully page by page. Wei Wei had already taken off her coat and was about to take a shower, but Richard happened to pick up the magic book in his hand, and she was so startled that the pajamas in her hand fell to the ground. She approached Richard cautiously with some uncertainty, but did not dare to get too close, as if she was afraid of seeing the details on the pages. Wei Wei asked in a trembling voice, "Richard, where did you get this book from?" "The old man at the library gave it to me." "What's wrong with that?" "Impossible. There is no way the library has this book. This is the inherited magic book of the Star Realm faction." Richard asked doubtfully, "Is this serious?" "Anyway, close this book quickly. It will kill you." Chapter 20. It cannot be extinguished, nor can it die. This is the Phoenix. Wei Wei pounced on Richard, snatched the magic book from his hand, closed it tightly and hugged it to her chest. Richard asked in confusion, "Wei Wei, you seem very nervous? Is there any cursed knowledge in this book? I have already learned 2 spells and I feel good. You said you even learned the spells mentioned above? This is really worrying." Wei Wei bit her lip and almost cried. Richard tried his best to comfort her. "How about I give you a performance? It's quite impressive. Really, it's really beautiful. You still want to perform, you?" Wei Wei's chest rose and fell violently, and she was very emotional. She clenched her fists and said, "Then show me what you have learned. Don't hide anything." Richard stood up, took a few steps back, and then began to release his blazing yet cold and distant fire magic. In an instant, all the colors in his vision faded away, leaving only the simplest black, white, and gray. Endless vertical lines spread from points to surfaces in all directions, forming a 3-dimensional coordinate system. Richard felt as if he was standing on a turbulent river. With myself as the coordinate point, the river is filled with endless branches. It seemed that as long as he took a step forward, the upstream and downstream of the river would undergo drastic changes. Richard took a slow step forward. The next second, Richard's vision instantly returned to its original color, and his body instantly appeared behind Wei Wei. Richard leaned over and whispered in Wei Wei's ear, "4th ring magic, space flash. This is my first time using it, and the effect is pretty good." Wei Wei seemed completely unaware that Richard had appeared behind her. She shuddered violently, turned her head and said weakly, "This is definitely not a flash. It's absolutely impossible." Richard was puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" Wei Wei's face was not very good. "The moment you used the spell, your existence seemed to be wiped out directly. I even forgot that you existed. It was not until you reappeared that all my memories of you returned. The feeling of having something forcibly taken out of the brain and then put back in was extremely unpleasant, terrible to the extreme." After hearing Wei Wei's explanation, Richard realized the seriousness of the problem. Recalling that strange, turbulent river, Richard suddenly roughly guessed the nature of this spell. "I didn't jump through space, but through time. Therefore, during the period between the beginning and the end of the spell, you actually do not exist, and it is even more impossible to leave any traces in the real world." Lily New asked with concern, "Richard, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Richard shook his head and said, "No, I'm fine. I can't be better. This spell has no side effects on me. This is impossible. Your soul cannot bear a spell like time warping." Wei Wei rubbed Richard's face and kept pulling open his eyelids, studying him carefully. "Who gave you this book?" Richard replied, "It's the librarian, the old man with white beard." Wei Wei was surprised and said, "Old man? The librarian should be the scholar of Blot, a prim middle-aged man with a big black back hair all year round. Although he is a bit older, he is definitely not an old man." Richard felt something strange. "But when I go to the library, it's always that old man who receives me. I've never seen the so-called Mr. Blot. Why does it feel like the situation is getting weirder and weirder? It's like being stared at by something dirty." Richard thought for a long time, and finally set his sights on the magic book that was temporarily isolated. "It seems that the best answer now is this magic book." Richard asked, "Wei Wei, what exactly is this original magic book you're talking about?" Wei Wei replied, "The origin inheritance of the legend faction. The magic book in your hand comes from the celestial summoner faction. With it, you can change your job to celestial summoner. It seems you know it in detail? Of course, in recent years, this original book has always appeared in various corners in a very strange way. Any apprentice who picked it up and tried to rise to the top overnight has gone crazy without exception, but you are the only exception. Maybe I'm special. How about letting me take a closer look? This book gives me a sense of familiarity. Maybe it's harmless? From the current perspective, it's not impossible. After all, you are neither dead nor crazy. Maybe you are really born with an affinity for the star realm. Wei Wei hesitated slightly. Richard took out the magic book from Wei Wei's chest and flipped through it casually, but still didn't feel any discomfort. The key is that the old man in the library has sealed some pages in advance, and it seems that they will be unlocked according to the level. The seal is like a protective umbrella, allowing Richard to read the grimoire without any scruples and not be cursed and collapsed by the vast amount of secrets. Richard slowly flipped through the last page of the grimoire and suddenly froze. The last page of the magic book does not contain any text records, but is an exquisite oil painting full of tension. A huge city is lost in the star realm that carries endless star planes. It is speeding and seems to have crashed into a vast kingdom of gods. The huge gate of this city is exactly the same as the fixed teleportation portal that Richard was born with. What is even more interesting is that there is a huge bird standing on the door. That's Atres. In an instant, everything seemed to be connected together. Astral grimoire, river of time, space jump, Atres, floating fortress, staff key. All of these point to an ancient legendary profession recorded in this magic book, star summoner. A profession that is good at playing with space and time. At this moment, the astral grimoire suddenly began to burn out of thin air and turned into a ball of blazing blue flame. Atres on Richard's shoulder chirped, holding the staff-shaped key in her mouth, and jumped into the flames. Atres' body was burned and disintegrated by the flames, but was reborn in the flames in the next moment. The cycle goes on and on. The reincarnation never ends. It cannot be extinguished, nor can it die. This is the phoenix. In the sky of Daerlin, the blue meteor illuminated the dark night sky again. The blue tail flames spread out in waves, covering the entire sky. The stars in the sky seem to be celebrating the birth of a celestial summoner. Chapter 21. With such high charisma, why not debut as an idol? Following Atres's last cry, the burning phoenix turned into a tide of magic that completely merged with Richard's soul and reshaped his magic structure. Richard finally understood what his profession was. The two basic concepts of time and space constitute the astral realm, and one is the summoner of astral creatures and even the astral realm itself. The most peculiar thing is that the profession of astral summoner is considered to be a superior substitute for space mage. If you want to change your job to astral summoner, the three basic requirements are the phoenix Atres, the eternal flame left by the burning of the original magic book, and the key that looks like a staff. All three are indispensable, and the conditions are staggeringly harsh. However, Richard knew that he was able to collect these three inherited items not just by luck, but by some kind of fate. There has always been a saying in the Imperial Mage Academy that pioneer mages of all generations would choose to carry their heritage in a certain object or concept of the academy in a coincidental way. If one day in the future an apprentice happens to meet the conditions for faction inheritance, he will be lucky enough to obtain this unexpectedly rich harvest. This is one of the traditions of the Mage Academy, the gift from the sages. When entering the school, the dean of the college will always give freshmen a meaningful words. If one day you receive an unexpected gift from a wise man, please don't panic or show off. You might as well quietly accept it, become his successor, and carry forward the truth of the sages for the rest of your life. So Richard was not too surprised by this development. To be honest, there are quite a few apprentices in the entire academy who have received gifts from the sages, but they have not been widely publicized. The Imperial School of Mages is essentially the gravekeeper and inheritor of endless magical factions. Any inconspicuous ancient object in the academy may contain the unreserved inheritance of the sages tens of millions of years ago. This is also the basis for the Mage Academy to be able to govern itself independently in the face of the powerful Silver Moon royal family, that is, the endless and powerful inheritance. Richard couldn't help but ponder, could that old man be the so-called afterimage of the sage? He had actually been observing himself for a long time? This may also correspond to what Wei Wei said, the reason why the prophecy wizard never said a word about his future. Perhaps he had foreseen all this. Richard, did you really succeed? It feels like a dream. Wei Wei approached Richard and stared at his dark brown pupils. Richard nodded and said, it's just a gift from the ancestors. It's an old tradition of the academy. It's not worth making a fuss about. Wei Wei said with a tone of envy. No, isn't your gift a bit too big? This is the inheritance of an entire legendary faction, the upper-level profession of the space mage. Gifts from the sages can be big or small, from an improved way to cast the flash spell to a chanting formula for a high-level secret spell. But it is too rare for someone like Richard to directly inherit the gift of an entire faction. Moreover, space mages are a scarce strategic resource in the multiverse, and Richard happens to be a higher-level astral summoner. So Wei Wei couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Richard. Wei Wei moved closer to Richard, almost sitting on his thighs, pinching his collar and speaking softly. If you become successful someday, don't forget that you had a mentor who helped you wholeheartedly during your apprenticeship. I'm not greedy. Just give me some money to repair the house. And of course, it would be even better if you were willing to support me forever. That's too far away. I'm still just a level 5 mage apprentice. Richard didn't actually feel too excited. He could sense that advancement within this legendary faction would be extremely difficult. Although the obscure knowledge recorded in the original magic codex has been transformed into flames and integrated into his own magic circuits, some of the secrets contained therein are still not accessible to him now. I still have a long way to go and there are still many things to learn. Wei Wei specifically warned Richard, but you'd better not tell anyone about your legendary profession. In any force, prophecy and space are always the two most sensitive schools. Richard nodded in agreement. I understand. Even the wisest emperor would feel uneasy about a wizard who can teleport to his bedside at any time. Just like other apprentices, he silently accepted the gentle and selfless gifts from the predecessors and carried forward them silently. Richard is not a domineering person. In this dangerous world, it is a blessing to be ignored. At this moment, the dormitory door was suddenly knocked, which scared both Wei Wei and Richard. Lilinu went over and opened the door. A middle-aged man with a shiny, slicked-back hair walked straight into the dormitory. He noticed Vivi sitting astride Richard's lap, then looked at Lilinu, who was dressed casually, and frowned. His mouth opened as if he wanted to lecture her, but he did his best to hold it back. Lilinu asked, Master Blot, what brings you here so late at night? The Blot scholar, the real librarian, got straight to the point. I'll be frank. For safety reasons, all gifts from the ancient sages were recorded in the catalog of the Great Library. I will know immediately if it is triggered. Wei Wei stood in front of Richard, the magic of fire lingering around him. She was rarely annoyed and asked, What do you mean? Have you been spying on us? Teacher Wei Wei, don't be so hostile. You have to trust the confidentiality of the library. I don't know what your boy has obtained and I am not interested in knowing. I am just following the rules. Blot walked up to Richard and continued to explain. The dean has made plans for several specially numbered gifts from the sages, which will be executed once triggered. The serious-looking librarian looked at Richard carefully, then took out an exquisite ruby ring from his pocket. Level 5 Mage Apprentice Richard, according to the plan, you will now be eligible to read the highest book block in the space faction, but not to borrow books. I must remind you that due to the lack of a suitable space wizard, the Academy's attitude towards you is still laissez-faire. You have 5 minutes to ask questions, but I don't recommend asking questions. Richard took the ruby ring and put it on Atrice's other leg. After thinking for a moment, he asked, The Academy wants me to pretend that nothing happened, right? Blot nodded with satisfaction. Yes, you are still just an ordinary mage apprentice and do not enjoy any special treatment. This is the decision of the Academy and also a protection. Blot remembered Richard's appearance. There are very few mage apprentices who are so aware of the times. Then Blot said simply, Since you have no other questions, I'll take my leave. If you need anything in the future when you come to the library, just tell me directly. I will do my best to help. This is my duty. Before Richard could say goodbye, Blot turned into a breeze and disappeared directly in front of Richard. Richard was surprised and said, You left in such a hurry. I was just about to pour a cup of tea. Wei Wei seemed to be used to it. Blot has been like this since he was young, ruthless, stubborn. Don't worry about it. She looked at Richard, pinched his face, thought about it, and decided not to ask any more questions. The core heritage of the mages has always been mysterious and confidential, and even the closest people cannot pry into it at will. But it is also quite pleasant to have a successor of a legendary faction emerge among your students. That's enough. So Wei Wei hummed a song, picked up her pajamas on the floor, and went to take a shower. The girl Lilinu didn't quite understand what was going on, and with her personality she didn't care that much. Richard would tell him the details sooner or later anyway, as long as Richard is alive. Of course, it's not impossible for Richard to die. At worst, I could use necromancy to bring it back as a zombie, which would feel even better. Lilinu yawned, rubbed her eyes, and drowsily crawled into the coffin to continue her sleep. The dormitory returned to its former tranquility. Richard sat alone on the balcony, quietly feeling the huge inheritance he had obtained. He was surprised to find that, perhaps because he had completely activated the inheritance of the Star Realm faction, Richard found that he could observe his own detailed attributes. He was very curious and fell into self-observation. Name: Richard. Race: human astral branch. Occupation: Star Summoner. Level: 5. Status: mental overload, likes the opposite sex. Strength: 8, 50-50 with Wei Wei. Agility: 9, outrunner than the goose at the village in trance. Constitution: 7, pretty good. Perception: 10, you and the gods have nothing to do with each other. Intelligence: 15, core attribute, no need to explain. Charm: 50, you are so pretty. Why don't you debut and form a group with Shell to become an idol? Actually, you are a succubus, right? You are more attractive than a succubus. Luck: -30, maybe you can run for the mistress of the goddess of misfortune. Alignment: chaotic neutral, you do not follow the universal concept of good and evil. You are just a simple egoist. Magic pool capacity: equivalent to 4.5 mages of the same level. Burning mana: your external mana will always be in a low-temperature burning state. Overload: the legacy of the legendary faction is oppressing your spirit. You don't have the energy to take on any other professions, and you can't learn any magic that is not from the astral faction. Basic spells: magic pool expansion, 2nd ring astral creature summoning, 4th ring spacetime flickering, 5th ring spacetime fixed point portal. Perfect inheritance: all the heritage of the Star Realm faction has been obtained. Phoenix Atries, Fire Seed Grimoire, Wand Key, Trek Fortress. The road to the highest legendary position of the Star Realm faction is opened. Faction-specific abilities will be gradually activated at level 5, level 10, level 15, level 20 legendary, and level 25 high legendary. The activated unique abilities are as follows. Astral Storm: a large amount of magic power is instantly released, generating a low-temperature astral storm. The intensity of the storm is proportional to the amount of magic power invested. Star Realm: spread a large amount of magic power to create a star-like space, continuously consume any non-star creatures in the field, and obtain space information in the field. Richard nodded in satisfaction. Let's not talk about the two extremely used spells, Blink and Summon. Just looking at the unique abilities of the astral faction, one can feel that it lives up to its reputation and is full of potential. The emergence of Astral Storm directly makes up for Richard's lack of lethal spells, and it is a large-scale lethal spell. The Astral Realm is an essential reconnaissance skill for outdoor adventures, and can effectively detect assassins lurking in the shadows. Moreover, these two unique abilities do not have a so-called low-level and high-level gradient division. The strength only depends on Richard's magic power reserves, so there is essentially no upper limit bottleneck. Now Richard finally possesses the fighting power that a mage apprentice should have. But what is still worrying is that his magic circuit is still Atries. There are some changes in Atries now. Its entire body is burning with blue flames all the time. The faction heritage recorded in the magic book was also engraved into Atries' body along with the flames, gradually opening up the unique magic within it to Richard. The secret key to the staff was tied by Atries around her slender neck. Richard habitually teased Atries with his index finger and sighed to himself. I finally figured out my profession, but I still have to hide my identity, so it seems I can't rescue DKO as a space mage. I have to think of another way. Richard thought for a while, and decided to go to the arena in person tomorrow to check the situation. If possible, Richard would like to do something dirty. For example, he could kill the level 15 Dragonblood Lizard Man in advance, or feed DKO some stimulants that could make him explode, or even bribe the organizer to collude with him and manipulate the gambling odds. However, these plans are difficult to implement. Perhaps we can ask the two brothers Nidhi Enema. As nobles, they may know some secrets. Wei Wei finally finished her bath. She simply wrapped herself in a bath towel and forgot to wear pajamas, let alone underwear. A large area of white skin was faintly revealed in the rising mist, and Wei Wei was completely unprepared. After a while, the candlelight was quickly extinguished, and the only sound in the dormitory was Wei Wei's vague mumbling in her sleep. Chapter 22. Check the current crime. The next day, Richard woke up early before dawn. He carefully pulled away the arm that was being held by Vivi, and tiptoed past Lilinu, who had climbed out of the coffin onto the bed in the middle of the night. picked up the curled-up Atreides, and walked out of the dormitory. Richard wanted to go to the library again. He planned to meet the old man with white beard again, hoping to answer some of his questions. For example, why he was chosen to be the heir of the so-called Star Realm faction. Richard glanced at Atreides on his shoulder and felt more and more that she was unusual. Obviously, without Atreides, he would not have been able to obtain the inheritance of the astral faction. Atreides is the real key to everything. Atreides noticed Richard's gaze and also stared at him with her head tilted, looking silly. Phoenix? Richard muttered to himself, then walked into the upside-down pyramid. The scene inside the library was obviously exactly the same as before, but the only difference was that the librarian at the desk was replaced. Richard stood in front of the table and suppressed his surprise. He knew that this was expected. Apprentice Richard? It seems that you got up early, so you are not lazy compared to others. Standing in front of the desk was a serious man in a tuxedo with a round lens on his left eye. There were many tattered books scattered around his hands. Due to wear and tear, the books have become glued and broken. The man held a thick needle and a hemp thread in his hand, slowly threading them through the spines of the books, meticulously reinforcing these books that were about to reach the end of their life. He glanced at the clock on the wall and said, "Theoretically, it's not open yet. You can wait for a while and enter in 5 minutes." Richard nodded and fell into a moment of contemplation. As expected, the old man with white beard disappeared. This was also expected. Since the real librarian is Blot, then what exactly is this library that I have been entering for the past 6 months? Blot put down the restored book, sat behind the desk, and took a sip of black tea. It seems that you have some questions? If it is about the library, I can answer it. It is my duty. As for the others, don't ask. Richard asked, "Are you the only administrator in the library?" Blot replied, "Yes, I have been here since 10 years ago. Year after year, day after day." Richard hesitated for a moment, but still chose not to hide it. He said directly, "I have been in the academy for half a year and often go in and out of the library, but I have never seen you. The one who receives me is always an old man with a white beard." Blot frowned and stared at Richard scrutinizingly, as if trying to determine whether he was talking nonsense. But in the end, Blot decided to trust Richard. The entire academy is the place of inheritance of thousands of ancient mages. It would be strange if there were no strange, mysterious phenomena. As a librarian who oversees the gifts from the ancients, his greatest professional quality is to believe any apprentice's nonsense. Blot took out a piece of white paper and an ink pen and pushed them in front of Richard. "Draw it, if you still remember what it looks like." Richard picked up the pen and was about to retrieve his memory, but his movements froze. The image of the old man with white beard was being forgotten at a very fast speed, just like sand held in the hand, slipping out from between the fingers bit by bit and disappearing without a trace. It's a terrible feeling to realize that you are being forced to forget but just can't remember. Richard covered his head tightly, trying his best to grasp some scattered fragments of memory. But all this was in vain and instead gave him a splitting headache. The most terrifying thing was that Richard was shocked and angry to find that his memory had been tampered with in front of him. In the past 6 months, I had various conversations with the old man with white beard, and his appearance was slowly replaced by Blot. But he was helpless and could only watch his memory being manipulated by some unknown means. I feel like the victim in the book. That's enough. Don't be so stubborn. Your condition is very unstable. Blot raised his staff and directly cast the 4th ring of soul stabilization. Richard felt much better. He threw down his ink pen helplessly, sat on the chair and sighed. "I forgot everything. I have enough information. I have a general understanding of your situation." Blot carefully recorded Richard's condition on the paper. "I need to look up some more information to confirm it." Richard asked, "Don't you know either, as the supervisor of the gift from the ancients?" The gifts from the sages are the academy's top secret. I don't have the authority to know what the apprentices have actually received. In my catalog, these gifts only exist in the form of numbers without any specific content, Blot explained patiently. Richard asked, "What's my number?" "Number 003 belongs to the special sequence, top secret." Blot said with a straight face, "Currently, except for you, no one knows what gift you have received." Richard asked, "Putting aside the gift, where do I stand in your eyes?" He is naturally fond of space, but he still has some flaws, so he cannot major in the space faction. His magic circuit is unique, but the meaning is unclear. Compared with a true genius, it is still not unique enough, so he needs to be left alone for observation. After completing basic mage studies, it is recommended that he stay in school for further studies. It is recommended that he major in the prophecy faction and minor in the space faction. Wait, I want to ask, why do you recommend the prophecy faction? Blot explained. Apprentices who are unusual but whose meaning is unclear are uniformly recommended to the prophecy faction. For the prophecy faction, being different is the best talent, even if some differences are actually meaningless. Richard felt something was odd. Did Scholar Blot treat the prophecy faction as a trash can for the freaks? He didn't dwell on these, but continued to ask, what about this bird? Which is my magic circuit? Do you have any suggestions? Blot pulled out a history file of college apprentices from the bookshelf. After flipping through it for a while, he slowly said, from what we can see, this is not the first time that the magic circuit has separated from the mage himself. The earliest one can be traced back to 5,000 years ago. On average, it occurs once every 8,100 years, and it is simply due to the alienation of magic. Because they can share vision, such mages are often good at reconnaissance, similar to druids. And what is its race? You mean this bird? Blot carefully observed Atreus for a while and roughly judged, I don't think there is a concept of race in magic circuits. If I really want to say, it's just a sparrow at the moment. Richard breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the academy didn't actually understand his heritage. Even the librarian, whose authority is second only to that of the dean, cannot know Atreus' race, so it is even more impossible for others to know. But when Atreus heard the word sparrow, she seemed to get furious. She chirped and hovered above Brot's head, flapping her wings and using her claws to ruffle Brot's carefully combed, shiny back hair. Richard quickly pulled Atreus back and apologized to Blot. Blot didn't care too much. He pointed out the passage leading to the space faction block to Richard. But the look in his eyes as he looked at Richard going away was filled with a hint of doubt and thought. According to the records, creatures that are transformed by magic circuits that are separated from the person have no reason. So either this apprentice is teasing me on purpose, or the sparrow has its own thoughts and hates being called a sparrow. Blot recorded Richard's unique behavior on the page of the book, and then looked at the catalog of gifts from the sages. Number 003? I remember there is a 002 among this batch of apprentices. The more advanced the gift, the greater the side effects and the more difficult it is to be promoted. I hope they won't die young. Chapter 23. Preliminary study on whether the phoenix can be defined as a living thing. Richard walked into the collection hall of the space faction. Unlike regular libraries open to the public, there are not many books here, and they can even be described as scarce. The threshold for space-related research has always been extremely high, and is often accompanied by the danger of being torn apart by space, so the relevant classics are far less than those of the elemental mages of the Shaping School. A true space wizard would not put his life's learning into a library, but would teach it in the ancient way of master-disciple inheritance. Of course, something is better than nothing. I heard from my seniors that the mages of the neighboring prophecy faction don't even have a book of inheritance, and they rely entirely on a few short sentences like those of a riddle man to gain enlightenment. The main feature is the absolute idealistic stream of consciousness. Richard glanced through several books on the astral world and space mages, and had a general understanding. However, because the density of this information is too high, with my current soul strength, I can only read it for an hour. Just as Richard was about to leave the library contentedly, Atreus brought in an ancient book that was so old that it would turn to ashes if touched. Richard carefully picked up the ancient book, gently blew away the dust on the pages, and saw the title of the book was not written in the Silver Moon common language. This is the common language used by the creatures in the astral world. With Atreus' help, Richard found that he could read these obscure bites without any obstacles. A preliminary study on whether the phoenix can be defined as a living organism. Author, Blackheart, the mastermind of the mind-sucking monster branch. Richard immediately became serious. It seems Atreus really hates being called a sparrow. Although he was a little tired, Richard still opened the ancient book with curiosity. This is the only research book he has seen so far that focuses on the phoenix, and it is also the only clue at present. The first page of the ancient book throws out a confusing conclusion straight away. First of all, it can be pointed out that the phoenix is definitely not a creature in the conventional sense, let alone an ordinary elemental creature, because they have no soul, let alone consciousness. In my 1,000 years of wandering in the astral world, I have only witnessed 3 phoenixes, which is far less than the probability of seeing a dragon. After investigation, I found that phoenixes often appear in stormy areas where the magic power of the astral world is extremely chaotic. At first I thought this was their habit, but I found out that I was wrong. It's not that phoenixes choose astral storms as their habitat, but they are likely born in storms. Perhaps the word birth is not an accurate description. They are more like some kind of phenomenon, a probability of being born by chance in an endless storm. The bird-like form, the soul-piercing cry, the holy posture, may all be just a wonderful coincidence, a phenomenon of the surging tide of magic power, nothing special. There is currently no evidence that the phoenix appears outside of a storm, so we conclude that the phoenix is not a living thing, but a phenomenon, a natural wonder like the tide, heavy rain, and thick fog. The research on the phoenix is complete. The phoenix is not a creature that surpasses the dragon because it is not a creature at all. This is also the consensus of most astral scholars. The result is disappointing. After Richard glanced through the book, he met Atri's eyes. He said doubtfully, "Atris, if you have any brains, just nod your head." Atris ignored Richard. Then Richard asked tentatively, "Sparrow Atris?" Atrus immediately chirped angrily and began to attack Richard with her claws. Richard could only comfort her. Okay, you are a phoenix, you are a phoenix. He just feels a little helpless now. In this magical world, the so-called phoenix is just like a legend and is always mentioned briefly. But unlike what this ancient book says, Atris clearly has self-awareness. Apparently, most scholars who study the astral world have made huge mistakes in their research on the phoenix, extremely wrong. As for the reason why Atris has consciousness, Richard doesn't intend to dwell on it now. She didn't hurt herself anyway. After saying goodbye to Administrator Blot, Richard returned to the dormitory. Lilinu is not in the coffin. Most likely she is going for experiments. This girl is always immersed in human experiments, and her dream is to create a paradise that belongs only to the dead. Wei Wei took out a stack of materials and drew on them with a pen. Enai Di and I Ma, the twins of the Enai family, are earth elemental mages of the Shaper School. They are good at terrain transformation, mixing plaster and mud, laying bricks and building houses, and have excellent physical strength. It's a pity that they are obsessed with idols at such a young age. They need guidance. Zot, a transfer student from the Viscount Goodbye family, a poor student, at the bottom of the class, dragging down the average score. Damn, he will directly affect my bonus. I'm worried about my bonus. Lilinu, a vampire, is not arrogant or perverse because she was adopted by humans. She has a close relationship with the Marquis Lilith family. She has a gloomy personality and does not have the common sense of good and evil. She is one of the 5 heads of the academy. This year's performance evaluation and bonus amount all depend on Lilinu. Richard, if Swate hadn't come, he would be the last one, but fortunately he works hard enough. He has good talent but a very poor physique, and will die if he gets close to someone. He still likes married women, a big pervert. He needs to be taught a lesson, and I am currently living in his dormitory and working hard day and night. I have finished analyzing all the apprentices. In general, apart from Richard and Lilinu, each class is getting worse than the last. We will be busy with the field practice courses in the near future. I hope there will be no casualties. Wei Wei is carefully analyzing the current situation of each apprentice, customizing professional courses in addition to basic courses based on the apprentice's specialties, and recommending general schools. This serious and responsible attitude is closer than that of a biological mother. Richard, you're back? Wei Wei noticed Richard, stretched her soft body lazily, and put down the work in her hands. Well, I'm going to the arena. The arena? It just so happens that I have a task for you. What mission? You reported the whereabouts of the demon warlock. The academy later discovered that this cult was mainly hiding in the arena. Go investigate. Why did you choose me? This demonic cult is quite large and extremely harmful. The Church of the God of Love will also get involved to prove its innocence. You just happen to have dealt with them before, so I'll let you get in touch with them. Hiss, if possible. I don't want to deal with them at all. Richard was still in shock, fearing that he would be ripped into debt by the high priest again during this mission, or even forced to sell himself as an idol. Chapter 24. Beat the Gray Man. Beat the Gray Soul. After a brief preparation, Richard and Lilinu planned to go to the imperial capital of Deerland together. However, I happened to meet Nidhi Enema and Nushin on the long carriage. The 3 muscular men sat side by side, each carrying a bag of cement. Their bitter and hateful look made the passengers try to stay away from them. What are you 3 doing? Richard asked curiously. And I said angrily, putting plaster and laying bricks. Damn it, the arena has been broken through again. I told you that the cement is not strong enough, but the organizers just won't listen. Nima said bitterly. Those pig-brain managers thought it was too expensive to replace cement all at once, so they issued credit tasks every day, forcing our civil engineering mages to clean up their messes. Where is Master Nushin? I remember that you are not a mage from the Tumu school, right? Richard asked in confusion. There will be a focus match in the arena in 2 days, and I was invited to be the commentator. I just carried a bag of cement for these 2 guys on the way. Nushin was not in a very good mood. I am a mage, and they asked me to commentate on a melee deathmatch. This is an insult. Richard said, you can refuse. Nushin was slightly embarrassed, but they gave too much. Nidinima stared at Richard with resentment and said, I heard that you accepted the mission from the Church of the God of Love, and they appointed you? Richard nodded, yes, I also went to work in the arena, but I can't reveal the details. Dai clenched the cement bag tightly, his veins popping out. Why do you have such a good job? You can even have free contact with the big sister of the Church of Love. Could it be that there are different levels of magicians? And Lilinu is always willing to follow you. After all, she is the head of the academy and is more precious than a dragon. Nima looked sourly at Lilinu, who was hugging Richard's arm and dozing off on his shoulder. All this can only be attributed to the fact that I chose a good major and deliberately avoided the civil engineering school. Unfortunately, you have no hope, Richard said happily. I don't mean to look down on him. Richard respects the old guys who work as dust collectors. But speaking objectively, even dogs wouldn't choose the civil engineering school. Nima came over, pulled Richard and whispered, Brother Richard, tell us the truth. How did you make such a cold and noble vampire follow you so wholeheartedly? And Dai also said anxiously with a fierce face, don't you have any secrets to please girls? Don't hide it, tell me quickly. Richard pushed them away and shook his head. I picked it up on the way when I was begging for food. What tricks can there be? If there is a trick, it is not to be a bootlicker. Bootlickers are only worthy of listening to the noise at the door. Nighty Nima muttered, I'm so lucky to have found a chief position. Ding dong, dear mages, we have arrived at the final stop, the Church of the God of Love. Please take your belongings and get off in an orderly manner. The magic longbox carriage flying in the sky slowly landed. Richard said, Goodbye. I have to go meet up with the pastors of the Church of Love first. Young man, you are finally here. The lamb stood at the entrance of the church alley and seemed to have been waiting for a while. Well, it seems you are ready to? Richard looked at the several priests of the God of Love behind Xiaoyang, who were still dressed in the high-slit flesh-binding nun uniforms. There are just a few unexpected people. Michel and his teammates were there too. This upright hero of the Church of Dawn was wearing a clean white dress with delicate women's clothing painted on it. He squatted on a big rock with a sad face, his 2 hairless white legs spread out, looking totally out of place. As for priests and mages, they each have their own unique attire. But the main purpose of dressing is to be as illegal as possible within legal circumstances. Nighty Nima's eyes were wide open. Richard hesitated and said, Sister Young, do we still need to bring these, big babies with us on our mission? It's not that Richard looked down on them, but these 3 Feiwu were most likely up to no good. The Church of the God of Love has always cooperated with the arena. Usually, they would let the girls do a few passionate dances before the deathmatch begins. It just so happens that the Shell Group is very popular this year, so they were specially designated. The High Priestess walked out of the small wooden door with her hands clasped. The nun's uniform, which was one size too small, made her look puffy, as if she was born in sin. When she saw Richard, pink hearts appeared in her eyes. She pulled Richard over with fondness, her breathing a little hurried. Mom, that's enough. You have to pay attention to your image outside. The lamb immediately pulled Richard back to his side, saying dissatisfiedly. The high priest agreed casually, Okay. The lamb has grown up and knows how to compete with its mother for men. The lamb said angrily, Mom, why are you talking nonsense again? I believe in Lathander. The high priest curled his lips and said, How can Lathander be so evil? He won't let my daughter get married. He must be an evil god. Richard interrupted the bickering mother and daughter in time. Let's go first. Remember to follow me closely so I can be there for you if there's any danger. The lamb specifically said to Richard and Lilinu. Richard followed the lamb and asked, Well, so why did you call me here? If we fight the devil's cult, I don't think I can help. The lamb snorted. It's just that Mommy simply wants to see you. God knows what she's thinking. She must be tempted. The high priest smiled and said, Just a few working hours, young man, and we really need your help. Richard asked cautiously, Are you using them as bait? The high priest touched Richard's head and said, You guessed it right. You are the supervisor of the Anti-Serious Magic Association, and that fat guy died while tracking you. Those demon warlocks have been eyeing you for a long time. Why are they thinking about me? Richard felt a little troubled. The existence of the demon cult in Daelon shows that some nobles have been corrupted. But the masters have enough means to deny the existence of demon warlocks, so you need to testify. The high priest pointed at Xiaoyang and Lilinu. These two girls are not suitable for the same race, so you are the only one left. In other words, as long as I show up in the arena, they will try to kill me? That's the truth. We must be especially careful of certain nobles. They are the most dangerous. So make sure to follow us closely. Richard immediately moved closer to the lamb. Chapter 25. Set an example by not entering dangerous places. This is what a brave man does. As the capital of the Silver Moon Empire, Daelran covers a vast area. The further you go into the inner city, the more you can feel the ultimate luxury and splendor. The castle complex of the Royal Palace is the tallest central building in Daelon, with towers reaching almost into the clouds. Several large sky islands float around the tower, and the huge core of the maze is hidden among them. Richard and his group stood in front of the arena. A staff member of the arena saw Nidinima from a distance. He raised his head and said with disdain, "Hey, those guys who are putting up the plaster, do you want your wages? You were responsible for the delay in the construction period because you came so late. By the way, you said you would bring your own cement, didn't you forget?" Nidinima walked over with a dark face, squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. "Zwate, why is it you?" Zwate taunted, "The Colosseum is our family's property. If I'm not here, you guys just need to stay and do the work." And Dai shouted angrily, "Plastering? This is the first time I've seen someone bring their own cement for plastering. What a bullshit request. Why are you asking so many questions? Just shut up and get to work. Do you know there will be a fight to the death in 2 days? If the wall isn't plastered properly, you're all doomed." Zonov waved his hand, then looked at everyone in the Church of Love, smiling broadly. "Sisters, please come over here. I have prepared the most luxurious room for you." Richard and Lilinu were huddled together among the priests of the Church of Love and were seen by Zwate. Zwate said with a gloomy face, "Why are you here too? I didn't remember inviting you." The high priest smiled and said, "These are the non-staff members of our church." "That's fine. 2 more of them won't make much difference." Zwate's expression immediately changed, and he smiled. "Please go in, everyone. Your stage is ready. It has been specially cleaned so that there will be no bloody smell that will scare Chaussier." Michelle dodged Zwate, who was trying to get closer to her, with a look of disgust on her face. He hid directly behind Richard. Richard awkwardly pushed Michelle away, not wanting to have anything to do with this cross-dressing pervert. Such a scene made Zwate look ugly, but he still tried his best to be polite and invite everyone from the Church of Love into the guest room. Zwate left in a hurry after that. Richard and Lilinu were arranged to stay in the same guest room, which was a dedicated rest area in the arena. The Imperial Colosseum is not just a circle with an open space in the middle in the common sense. The large buildings around it are all supporting facilities of the arena. There are hotels, chess and card rooms, slave markets, and even casinos. It can be regarded as a den of money in the capital of the empire, and countless nobles come and go here. This is also the reason why Zwate was forced into the Mage Academy as an apprentice. Although he was only a viscount, his family was rich. Richard infiltrated his magic power little by little around the guest rooms to conduct simple reconnaissance and monitoring to prevent any hidden demon warlocks from waiting for an opportunity to assassinate him. However, Richard was somewhat surprised that the arena was actually Zwate's. So, could the so-called devil cult that is entrenched here be related to Zuot's family? "Captain Richard, are you there?" Michelle's voice came from outside the door. Richard didn't want to pay attention to him. "Not here." "I'm coming in." Michelle opened the locked door directly. Richard looked as if he had seen a ghost. "Can you also open a lock?" It's a prerequisite for going to villagers' homes and rummaging through boxes and cabinets. Michelle didn't consider herself an outsider at all and sat on the chair. Richard asked directly, "What's the matter? If not, don't bother me. I still have a mission." Michelle suddenly said seriously, Captain Richard, I sense an evil aura." Richard was surprised and asked, "You can still perceive this?" Michelle said unhappily, "Don't forget that I am a hero after all. My intuition is very accurate. Fighting evil is my job. Singing and dancing are just a side job. Where exactly is the evil aura you are talking about?" "It feels like being underground." "I understand. I will talk to the high priest and investigate when the time comes. But as a brave warrior, why don't you investigate it yourself?" Michelle said confidently, "That kind of place is so dangerous. As a brave man, you should set an example and not cause trouble for everyone." I'd better sing and dance to cheer you up. Richard said, it's really flying. But what's going on between Zwate and you? It feels like you know each other? Well, as an idol, I often receive valuable gifts, Michelle said with a bitter face. And he is number one on the list, so he always sends me a lot of rockets when he has nothing to do. So I have to meet with him privately occasionally and find ways to keep him hooked. There was no need to say more, Richard understood. What a sad story. You can guess most of the mess between the idol and the number one on the list without even thinking about it. It's a pity that Michelle is a man, and Zuot's dream will be shattered sooner or later. Lilinu asked curiously, how far have you come? Michelle simply answered, underground lovers. What? Richard jumped up in fear, then covered his butt. You're not really a non-tung, are you? Michelle tried her best to explain. Of course not, I just fooled him. I had no choice. He gave me too much. The high priest forced me to correspond with him. I dare not imagine how disgusting the letters that kid wrote were. Richard exclaimed, you guys are playing really big. Michelle's eyes were dull. Life forces me. Life forces me. Sooner or later, I will ask the high priest to give me a lesbian persona so that I can avoid those greasy men. If I continue like this, I will really degenerate into a saint of the dawn. I don't want that kind of thing. The high priest of the god of love leaned against the door and urged, Siaer, why are you here? As an idol, how can you enter and leave men's rooms at will? What if your sponsor sees you? Go and prepare for rehearsal. Michelle waved her hand, straightened her wrinkled dress, and went to rehearse with his band members like a zombie. Richard asked, High priest, have you detected any trace of the demon warlock? The high priest said, those demon warlocks may have realized our purpose. We need to wait a little longer. Maybe they are hiding underground. These devil followers love damp and dark corners the most. A dungeon where slaves are imprisoned? That's possible, but ordinary people cannot enter the dungeon without permission. Maybe I have an idea. Oh, tell me, young man. We can disguise ourselves as civil engineers laying out plaster. My classmate is tamping the foundation at the bottom of the wall, so we can sneak in. I also happen to be going there to meet a friend. Thank you, young man. The high priest pressed Richard, who was a head shorter than her, against her chest and gently kissed his forehead. Be sure to be safe. I will let the lamb follow you. Chapter 26. Using oneself as bait, dungeon riot. It was probably nighttime when Richard climbed out of the window in the dark. The night in the Empire is not dark. The magic lights in every household illuminate the sky slightly. The Colosseum in particular was brightly lit. In addition to high-level gladiator fights such as DKO, the arena also frequently holds small-scale gladiatorial competitions to maintain its popularity. Richard reached the outer wall of the Colosseum. The surface of the ancient stone wall is bumpy, and every scratch on it seems to contain ancient history. Some of the huge stones that served as the foundation had been damaged by weathering, directly endangering the stability of the entire exterior wall. In order to prevent the outer wall from collapsing, the Colosseum allocates a sum of money every year for maintenance and repair, and performs simple enchantment reinforcement. Naidi and Nima, a pair of mages from the civil engineering school, are just the right match for each other in terms of their expertise. Nima said uncertainly, Richard, do you really want to join us in the fight? Shouldn't you be accompanying Lilinu in the nearby Chamber of Commerce Street at this point? Lilinu doesn't like such busy places, and I don't know where she goes at night. Richard looked at the burly man. You should explain why Master Nushin is here too, right? Because I was deceived. Even carrying 4 bags of cement on Nushin's shoulders could not ease his rage. I don't know which idiot forged the name of the Colosseum to invite me to be a commentator, but the Colosseum officials told me that there was no such thing. I was free anyway, so I came here to help. Richard asked, the official seal of the arena should have a way to falsify it with magic, right? Nushin snorted. The invitation letter given to me is the legal seal. I think it was probably a fight among the managers. Fortunately, they gave me some compensation, so the matter is over. Afterwards, Richard used the identity of a civil wizard to successfully sneak into the dungeon where many gladiator slaves were imprisoned. The stench of feces and urine forced Richard to cover his mouth and nose. Richard frowned and said, the environment here is really terrible, and the number of foreign slaves is even more shocking. Nushin said with interest, they are all inferior races such as kobolds, goblins, and slimes. They actually like this kind of environment. It will be much better if we go deeper. Richard paid attention to the dungeon creatures on both sides and carefully searched for DKO's figure. There seemed to be some kind of anti-magic force field in the dungeon, and Richard's magic power could not spread around to form a star-like field. Most of the magic power was suppressed, and even the flames burning on Atri's body became much weaker. Richard asked, such a large anti-magic force field would make it inconvenient to use magic, right? And Dai said irritably, you're right. The worst part about this wall-breaking place is that it suppresses magic power. The effectiveness of spells like Fossilized to Mud, High-Speed Gluing, and Chill and Arm is greatly reduced. In the end, it all depends on one's hands. No help? No, the dungeon environment is too harsh. Ordinary civil workers can't get in, and stronger melee professionals are unwilling to do it. Here we are. Everyone walked to a brick wall that seemed to serve as a weighing device, and it looked like something had forced a hole in the wall. The entrance of the cave faces the open space for the death fight in the center of the arena, and above it is a stepped audience seat. And Dai took one glance and understood everything. Sure enough, this type of cement is not strong enough to withstand impact. This time we need to reinforce it with steel bars as the frame. It had better be sturdy, so I don't have to come to after-sales service again. Nima was shocked and said, even if the number 3 cement is a little inferior, it shouldn't be forced to make a hole like this. What kind of creature can have such great strength? It's easy for high-level professionals to achieve this. I can do it with just one punch. Let's get to work. Nushin skillfully poured the raw cement from the bag onto a steel plate, then poured water into the reserved cement pit and began to mix it. Nima complained with a shovel in his hand. It's so tiring. Sooner or later, I will develop magic that can directly summon cement slurry. It would be great if there was a cement plane. Nid looked at a flashing magic circle next to him and said thankfully, fortunately there is a summoning magic circle for transporting materials. Otherwise, we would really only be able to carry bricks and steel bars one by one. Richard looked at the 3 people who were sweating profusely and suddenly realized that because of the magic in this world, they were essentially acting as the human mixers, excavators, and cranes of their previous lives. Nushin was even rubbing the steel bars in his hands, which made Richard shudder with fear. He thought about it and decided not to make trouble. My purpose was not to come here to play. Richard continued to walk deeper into the dungeon, using Atris as a lighting tool to carefully examine every creature in the dungeon. He found that although the gladiators in the depths were generally much cleaner, none of them were mentally normal. The intense life and death fight was about to break their spirits, turning them into bloodthirsty monsters. An orc's voice came from the bottom of the dungeon. Is it Richard the villain? That's right. Richard followed the sound and came to the last few cells. The gladiators imprisoned here were almost all absolutely powerful warriors at level 15, which gave Richard a great sense of oppression. One lizardman warrior in particular had emerald green pupils. He stared at Richard intently and rushed to the iron bars of the cell, causing them to creak. The scales on this lizardman's body are dark red, and his head is almost exactly the same as a shrunken dragon's head. A dragon roar was brewing in his mouth, and flames were spreading between his sharp teeth. The little lizard has gone crazy, DKO said. Half a year ago, a slave owner in the arena got the blood of a red dragon from somewhere and poured it on him. The dragon blood crushed his spirit and made him the strongest. He is your opponent in 2 days? That's right. With my current physical condition, even surviving his hands is a luxury. Richard said, I'm sorry, DKO. I can't save you for now. My identity is a little troublesome. The cow said frankly, I understand. The identities of space mages are quite sensitive. Even if you reveal your identity, the arena will not really abide by the imperial law and release you. The slave owners have long been corrupted by the devil. We are desperate and have to make things difficult for you. Wait, you mean the devil? I saw the slave masters summon the devil with my own eyes, but they didn't find me at the time, and I didn't say anything. Tell me in detail, what is the identity of the slave master? I think his name is Zonov. He's a nobleman and seems to be Viscount Goodbye's younger brother. DKO, maybe I have a solution. Are you going to report the slave masters for colluding with the devil? Be careful. DKO suddenly stood up and rushed to the iron railings, throwing the double-edged axe directly out. The huge axe passed by Richard's ear, making a series of sounds of breaking through the air. Richard suddenly felt as if a thorn was on his back, and his hair stood on end. He looked back and saw that the ferocious-looking lizard man had already twisted the iron door of the dungeon and was staring at him. Not only the lizard men, but even the doors of the gladiator cells and all the deep cells were opened at the same time. This group of bloodthirsty and crazy gladiators all stared at Richard, their malice almost materializing. Richard's heart sank. It seemed that his whereabouts had been under surveillance the whole time. Sure enough, that group of demon warlocks wanted to kill me to silence me. Chapter 27, Flash technique modify. At this time, DKO also walked out of the cell, using his heavy body to block Richard and confront the Dragonblood Lizard Man. In addition, 2 level 15 gladiators slowly walked over. Their target was Richard. The cow stretched his muscles and said in a deep voice, "Little Richard, stand behind me and don't move. It's a bit troublesome." He pulled the chain and pulled the double-edged axe back into his hand. "Are they all here to kill you?" Richard was a little nervous. "Yes, I'm here to investigate the whereabouts of the demon warlock." "Wait a minute, I'll bring people," the lizard man said in a hoarse voice. "DKO, kill him. The slave master promised that we can be free and no longer have to kill each other." DKO shook his head and refused. "I never believe what my slave master says." 3 level 15 gladiators slowly surrounded DKO, creating tremendous pressure. The lizard man took the first step, acid rising from his stomach and mixing with the flames from his mouth. He spewed out a breath attack similar to that of a dragon. DKO grabbed the chain and spun the giant axe at high speed, blocking all the flaming acid breath. But some of the breath still fell on DKO's sturdy arms, making a sizzling corrosive sound. DKO roared in pain, but remained motionless. The Dragonblood Lizard Man swung his claws and rushed towards DKO, who swung his giant axe to block. But the lizardman's strength was obviously much higher than DKO's. DKO held the giant axe in both hands, and his arms slowly began to tremble. While the two were in a stalemate, the other 2 gladiators took advantage of the opportunity and rushed towards Richard. Atres. Just when the gladiator's weapon was about to touch Richard, Atres cried out and activated Space-Time Flash. Richard suddenly disappeared. The 2 gladiators missed their target and looked confused. DKO took this opportunity to break free from the lizardman's attack and rushed behind the gladiator. The next second, Richard reappeared beside DKO. He looked a little tired. The anti-magic field in the dungeon greatly increases the mana consumption of all spells. The flickering technique just now actually consumed 1/3 of Richard's magic power. The cow said, "Little Richard, run outside. I will stop you." Understood. Richard ran out of the dungeon without hesitation, so that the cow would not need to be distracted to protect himself. Richard didn't expect that the demon cult would be so determined that they would actually dare to kill him like this. But the trouble was that while DKO tried his best to stop the 2 gladiators, the strongest Dragonblood Lizard Man directly broke through his defense and rushed towards Richard. Richard had to use Blink to jump again. His magic power was completely exhausted. "Warmblood, you must die. I want freedom." The Lizard Man was extremely fast, and the distance between him and Richard was getting shorter and shorter. Richard could only grit his teeth and use the flicker technique for the last time, rushing towards a flickering area in front of him. Raging Mountain. "Why are you howling, Richard? Don't you know that men need silence when they are doing ashes?" Nushin was busy putting cement on the bricks. He turned his head and saw that the lizardman's sharp claws were about to pierce Richard's chest. Nushin threw the brick in his hand directly out. With a bang, the lizard man was actually hit and flew away by the brick. However, the lizardman's scaly skin has extremely strong resistance to blows. After he fell to the ground, he just shook his head and continued to rush towards Richard. "Is this a slave that has escaped?" Nushin made a prompt decision and rushed towards Richard, holding his waist with one hand, and clenched his sandbag-sized fist with the other hand, and hit the lizard man's head hard. The punch was so powerful and forceful that Richard even heard the sound of his skull breaking. After receiving the punch, the lizard man fell to the ground and twitched, and it took him a long time to recover. Surprise flashed in his green eyes. "Strong man, don't stop me. We have no grudges." "Little lizard, you dare to come and bully your grandpa, Nushin?" Nushin threw Richard aside, rubbing his hands, and said excitedly, "Come, let me see how strong the champion gladiator is. You may not be my opponent. If you want to die, I will let you die." The lizard man's head was covered in blood. He took out the flail from his waist and swung it. Nushin didn't waste any more words and raised his mace staff to smash the lizardman's head. The lizard man dodged in time and suddenly roared, like the power of a dragon, which instantly brought a strong sense of oppression, causing Nushin to pause and slow down his movements. Nushin laughed heartily and said, "Wow, a dragon-blooded lizard man? Such a powerful warrior was enslaved and turned into a gladiator. What a pity. You bunch of damn warmbloods." The lizard man seemed to have been hit in a sore spot, roaring and swinging his steel flail. Nushin retreated again and again. Even he did not dare to withstand the full-force attack of a lizard man who had entered a frenzy state. Nushin made an accurate judgment. "You have the breath of a demon. Are you enslaved by a demon warlock? You all deserve to die. The lizard man had completely lost his mind, and the only thing left was to fight desperately, in exchange for injury. Nushin finally felt a little pressure. This lizard man is considered one of the most powerful men in the entire Ash continent. If it were an ordinary berserker, he might not be your opponent. Unfortunately, I'm a mage. Nushin suddenly distanced himself and chanted a spell. A white spot of light suddenly appeared at the top of his staff. The lizard man did not feel any threat and continued to charge forward with his eyes wide open and fearless. The next second, the blinding white light almost filled the entire dungeon. A simple 6-ring magic, flash magic modified. Almost all creatures in the dungeon saw white things in front of their eyes. Not only were they blinded, but they were also accompanied by severe tinnitus, dizziness, vomiting, and other symptoms. The lizard man who faced the flash magic howled miserably, scratching in front of his eyes with his 2 claws and picking off many scales. Blood was oozing from all his 7 orifices. Nushin took this opportunity to smash the mace down mercilessly. But the flash magic has no actual damage after all. The lizard man managed to recover from the brief pain with his extremely high resilience. Although my vision was blurry as if I had floaters, I always had time to dodge. He rolled over in time to avoid the blow, but the sharp spike on the mace still cut a deep gash on his waist that was so deep that the bone was visible. As expected of a cold-blooded species, its resilience is high. Nushin grinned. Then try this. The tip of the mace flickered again, and the lizard man immediately closed his eyes. But Nushin did not continue to release the flash spell. Instead, he took advantage of the time when the lizard man closed his eyes and swung his mace at him. The lizard immediately opened its eyes and dodged, but the flash magic followed it like a shadow the next second. It was another plain and simple 7-ring magic, flash magic, modified, which was also Nushin's most powerful skill. Facing such a powerful lizard man, he dared not hold back at all. Cunning warm blood. The lizard man was hit head-on by the flash spell again. This time the blindness was more severe and lasted for 3 seconds. In a duel between strong opponents, even a mistake of 1 second could lead to irreparable consequences, let alone a full 3 seconds. The lizard man cut off his tail without any hesitation. What? Nushin was shocked and had no idea what he wanted to do. The next moment, the broken tail suddenly began to swell and then exploded. Nushin was hit head-on by the explosion and was blown away, hitting the wall and almost embedded in it. Damn, the lizardman's severed tail can actually explode. I really suffer from my lack of education. Nushin was covered in blood and was not in a very good condition. He looked around and shouted, "Boys, are you dead?" Nighty Nima said in despair, "Damn it, Richard, the load-bearing wall that I worked so hard to tamp down has collapsed again. All my work tonight is in vain. I don't want to live anymore." "Nushin, be careful. He's rushing over again," Richard shouted. The lizard man seemed to have gone completely crazy. He forgot his purpose of killing Richard and rushed towards the new mountain without caring about his life. "You're just in time. I haven't had such a good time since I changed my job to a mage." After Nushin cast several spells to enhance his physical body, he dropped his mace and staff and fought with the lizard man with his bare hands. His fists hit the lizard man's head like a torrential rain, causing the lizard man to roar in pain. But Nushin himself was not feeling well either. The lizardman's sharp claws also caused him considerable damage. After all, humans' physique is inferior to that of lizardmen. They have entered the final stage of pure physical competition. Richard was not idle at this time either. After briefly recovering a little magic power, he tried his best to cast the astral creature summoning spell. The portal barely broke through the anti-magic field, and the huge astral stone man walked out of the astral world with heavy steps. "The wife is here. I'll help you kill the enemies, la 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 la." The stone man looked around and soon rushed towards the lizard man under Richard's instructions. Normally, if an 8th level Star Realm stoneman attacked a 15th level Dragon Blood lizard man, he would be courting death. But under Nushin's attack, the lizard men gradually lost their strength and had to face this huge star stone man. He stepped back quickly, nimbly dodging the stone man's attack. Nushin also took advantage of this leisure time to drink holy water. "Well done, Richard. But you really accepted a dangerous mission. This mission should not be accepted by you." Richard no longer concealed the truth. The slave owners in the arena may have been corrupted by demons. There are demon warlocks among them. It's nothing new. The nobles just like to stir things up. Nushin panted, trying his best to recover his strength quickly. "Can you summon more creatures? Buy me some time." Summoning. Richard pointed his finger at Atreus's left leg, and the summoning ring given by Lady Nanalia took effect. Constant enchantment spell, Northern Frontier Creature Summoning. A bone-chilling cold air poured out from the newly opened portal, and large flakes of snow, carrying the concept of absolute low temperature, floated into the dungeon. A 2-meter-tall white wolf walked out of the portal. It glanced at Richard, as if it had not yet fully understood the situation. The golden pupils were full of vigilance and uneasiness. Is this a winter wolf? It doesn't look like one. Nushin was a little confused. Richard urged, "Whatever it is, little wolf, hurry up." The white wolf was bound by the ring and followed Richard's orders, charging directly at the lizard man. With the addition of the white wolf, the lizard man can no longer pull the stone man by relying on his speed. Once he is entangled by the white wolf, the huge fist of the star stone man will fall down immediately. The lizard man found that his movements were getting slower and slower. This is not due to physical exhaustion, but because the white wolf and the stone man are both creatures with inherent cold attributes. These two summoned creatures are almost lowering the temperature of this dungeon to freezing point. The blood of cold-blooded species does not have the ability to self-regulate, and if the ambient temperature is too low, they will be forced to hibernate. The lizard man roared, "Warm blood, cunning." His steps became slower and slower. The fangs of the white wolf and the heavy punches of the star stone man gradually caused irreversible damage to him. At this time, Nushin had also recovered. He picked up the mace, found the right moment, and smashed it hard on the lizardman's spine. The lizard man was no longer able to dodge and took the heavy blow head-on. He had no strength to fight again. Warm blood, damn it. He ran away directly backwards, and when Nushin was about to chase him, he discovered that all the endless dungeon slaves had been released. And their target is very obvious. That is Richard. Nushin's forehead was covered with cold sweat. "Well, Richard, I'm afraid you have disturbed the den of the demon warlock." Richard let out a long sigh. "Don't worry, they are here." "Who?" "Hee, Mr. Nushin. It's the Church of the God of Love." A plump priestess twisted her hips and slowly walked towards Richard. Every step she took seemed to contain fatal charm. The dungeon slaves were all in a state of confusion when the high priest passed by, and then all they had left was a fiery and focused admiration, and they all fell to their knees, not daring to look up. Even Richard was almost bewitched and started drooling like an idiot. The moment she appeared, the dungeon was completely under control. Nushin took a half-step back cautiously. He could not tell the strength of the charming woman in front of him. "Is it you who arranged the task that put my apprentice in danger?" The high priest stuck out his tongue, then hugged Richard tightly and apologized in a voice that only he could hear. "We didn't know Mr. Nushin was here, so it was difficult for Xiaoyang to take action, but we have been watching and ready to take action at any time. Can you forgive me?" Richard nodded. He had also sensed the presence of the lamb a long time ago. It is indeed not easy for the succubus to appear in front of Nushin. The orc has been rescued by the lamb. He is not seriously injured. "Please don't worry." The high priest's warm breath spread into Richard's ears. Seeing that Richard had no objection, Nushin just cursed, "You are so young and can't resist the temptation of a woman," and didn't ask any more questions. Mages all have some little secrets, and Nushin knew it was best for him not to delve into them. The high priest held Richard's arm and smiled charmingly. "The dungeon has been taken over by us. Please follow me out." The lamb also came trotting over with his hood on at this time, following Richard and apologizing quietly. Nushin looked in the direction where the lamb came from. Two gladiators, who were not much weaker than the lizard men, were buried in the carrot pit and were seriously injured and unconscious. Only one orc was left, waving at him and grinning. Nushin looked at the lamb in surprise, seeing that it was unharmed, and was shocked. Only a strong person who is close to legend can achieve this. In addition, there is the High Priest of Love who can charm the entire dungeon with just his every move. What kind of people did Richard get to know while hanging out outside? Chapter 28. Sending your head off step by step is the standard villain. Uncle Zonov, is it necessary to make such a big fuss just to deal with Richard? Zwate asked in an exquisite attic next to the arena. Standing at the window and looking into the distance, Zonov frowned and admonished, "Zot, I told you, never look down on anyone, especially those who are obviously different from ordinary people." Zwate complained a little. "There's no need to let the whole dungeon riot directly. It will be troublesome to clean up. My uncle is indeed too cautious. If you want to see for yourself, if you really want to deal with Richard, you should let the weakest thug in the family provoke him first. If the thugs lose, they will send in low-level professionals, followed by high-level professionals. This type of step-by-step assassination is the most resource-efficient, time-saving, and labor-saving. How can you magnify it right away? It makes our goodbye family look ungraceful and low-profile. Zonov said sternly, since we are going to do it, we must be ruthless. What the family did violated the taboos, and the news must not leak out. So many inspectors have been killed, and he won't be a big deal. 3 level 15 gladiators and a group of rioting slaves. Even an ordinary marquis cannot afford so many strong men. They are doomed to die. Swate said easily. Zonov said anxiously, I hope so. God knows Nushin is here too. I want to know now. The seal is clearly in my hand. How did the legal invitation letter get to Nushin? Is there a traitor? It's as if Nushin is here specifically to protect Richard. I don't know, but it's disturbing. I remember Nushin was also in the dungeon, but with his strength, he shouldn't be able to protect Richard. Richard will die today no matter what. Wait, why is the dungeon door open? Didn't I say it was locked all night? Zonov's face changed drastically, and he immediately went downstairs and rushed to the entrance of the slave dungeon. The worst result finally happened. Richard walked out of the dungeon unharmed. Only Nushin was seriously injured. But what really made Zonov feel incredible was the High Priest of Love, who was leaning against Richard and hugging him affectionately. How could she be here? Nushin spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm and said angrily, Zonov, explain to me why the dungeon you are in charge of suddenly rioted. Zonov squinted his eyes and looked into the dungeon, then gritted his teeth and said, It was just an accident. Richard asked in a panic, Accident? There is a demonic presence in the dungeon. You know that, don't you? Zonov denied it directly. No, there won't be any demons. Don't talk nonsense. Richard, right? Swate told me about you. The Academy's top students should just stay in the tower safely. It's not a good choice to interfere in the affairs of Daelon. The High Priest's eyes flashed with a sweet pink light, and he stepped forward and interrupted. You are wrong, Mr. Zonov. Mr. Richard is just hired by us. The one who really wants to investigate the traces of the devil is our Church of Love. What a surprise. Zonov's face was not very good. The arena and the Church of Love have always been good partners. Why did you frame me? He glanced at Richard and his group, his eyes growing colder. A seriously injured Nushin and several pastors of the Church of Love. The only one who really posed a threat to him was the High Priest. But the High Priest is a priest and a believer in the goddess of love Suni, so his fighting ability is not outstanding. And she didn't bring any guards with her this time. Maybe I can eat it? As for how to deal with the subsequent mess, the only way is to use money. But the news of collusion with the devil in the arena must not be leaked. Don't act rashly when you should make a decision, or you will suffer the consequences. You must act quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly. Your mission is to nip all signs of unrest in the bud. Zonov finally made up his mind. He clapped his hands, and several shadowy figures slowly emerged from the shadows of the surrounding grass. Nushin noticed something strange, and he said in a deep voice, Zonov, are you crazy? What do you want to do? Aren't you afraid that the Silver Moon Guard will directly interfere with the investigation? Zonov was determined and murderous. The arena is the Goodbye family's inheritance for generations. Normally, the Silver Moon Guards will not enter. This is a secluded place, very suitable for your grave. Big bad guy. The lamb put his hands on his hood and was about to reveal his true face, but suddenly he heard the rustling screams of bats. Everyone looked to the side, and under the effect of magic, the group of bats turned into a pale girl with a cold temperament. The girl was followed by a pursuer. The pursuer's clothing revealed that he was a chief judge of the Empire's state religion, the Church of the Silver Moon. The chief judge followed Lilinu slowly and immediately smiled when he saw Richard. He adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses, took out a bill, wrote something on it, and handed it to Richard. Richard breathed a sigh of relief. Lilinu finally arrived. The chief judge said cheerfully, Richard, your Lilinu is hanging around the Valhalla cemetery again, and this time she even brought a shovel. You know the procedure, so I'll issue you a ticket. Pay first, and then you can take her away. Richard pointed at Zonov. Why don't you take a look around first? The chief judge looked around, blinked, and his face immediately looked bad. He said with sweat dripping down his face, Oh, it's Mr. Zonov and your colleagues from the Church of Love. What are you doing in the wild? Nothing, just a chat between old friends. Zonov's expression immediately changed, and he said kindly. He waved his hand secretly, and the shadows lurking in the bushes slowly retreated and disappeared in an instant. There is a demon here. Richard was about to report it, but his mouth was immediately covered by the chief referee. the chief judge said in a low voice with a bitter face. You two little brats actually tricked me. Forget it, I will just consider myself unlucky today, and you don't have to pay the ticket. Don't tell me anything, I don't want to know anything. Richard was a little surprised. As the deputy chief judge of the Silver Moon Church, would he be afraid of Zonov's power? The high priest smiled and said, Now that we have finished chatting, Mr. Zonov should let us go back, right? Yes, everyone, please go ahead. I won't stop you. Zonov's face looked unhappy. He never thought that Richard could invite the chief judge of the Silver Moon Church. We can't touch them today. Richard breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the fight didn't break out. Although the Lamb and the high priest on their side are not weak, they are fighting on someone else's territory after all, so they may not be able to gain the upper hand. God knows how powerful demon Zonov's demon warlocks can summon. The task assigned to me by the Academy was only reconnaissance, not eradication. It is the Silver Moon Guard's mission to destroy the demon cult, and there is no need for me to put myself in danger. Under Zonov's unwilling gaze, everyone left the arena area and settled in next to the Silver Moon Church. At least Zonov didn't dare to cause trouble in this place. Chief Judge Silver Moon glared at Richard one last time, then ran away as fast as he could. Richard frowned and said, You are a priest of the Silver Moon Church after all. Why are you so cowardly? You are not like this when you bully me and Lilinu normally. The high priest of the god of love said, The Colosseum is an area that the emperor has specially allowed to be exempted from inspection. All church forces are not allowed to intervene unless there is clear evidence that someone here is colluding with the devil. Richard asked, Do we have enough evidence now? The high priest of the god of love thought for a moment and said, It's almost done. We can report to the Silver Moon Guard now, but we still need you to go in person. Why? Because you have an official position, it's easier for you to have a say in the Silver Moon Guards. Richard was surprised and asked, When did this happen? How come I don't know about it? The high priest replied, The supervisor of the Anti-Circe Magic Association. Is there really such an association? Certainly. Chapter 29. Church of the God of Love / Succubus Brothel. In the middle of the night, Nushin knocked on Richard's door. Lilinu was hanging upside down in the room, with her long hair hanging down, and asked, Teacher Nushin, why are you here? Nushin snorted and said, You too. You really don't know why I'm here? Richard roughly understood. Is it because of the devil cult? Nushin frowned and said, Today's situation is too dangerous. It is not reasonable for you to take this mission. Who issued this mission? Richard said casually, It's a job assigned by the Academy. Theoretically, apprentices cannot refuse it. Just like Nidianima was conscripted to the arena to fight, the credit tasks of the Mage Academy are compulsory assignments for apprentices and must be accepted. Of course, considering that the apprentices themselves are not very capable, the difficulty of the tasks will never be high, and there should be no life-threatening dangers. The task Richard received was obviously too difficult. However, Richard was not particularly concerned about the difficulty of this task. After all, the mission location is not only in the core of the imperial capital, but also escorted by the high priest of the god of love, and is limited to detecting demonic auras. Theoretically, there is really no danger. Moreover, if there is a problem with the difficulty assessment of the task, you will receive a considerable amount of compensation when you return to the academy. Nushin reminded them, Just know it yourself. If you feel danger, leave immediately. This is allowed. Go back to the academy as soon as possible. Although Daerlin is the capital of the empire, it is not as safe as you think. Richard nodded and assured, Don't worry, after I report to the Silver Moon Guards tomorrow, this mission will be almost over. Nushin didn't say much after that. After all, the relationship between the Church of the God of Love and Richard seemed unusual, so there was no need for him to ask about the rest. In the second half of the night, under the personal protection of the High Priest and the Lamb, Zonov seemed to be afraid to do anything. The next morning, the High Priest brought Richard to the Silver Moon Guard office. Amid the endless confusion of the front desk receptionist, she finally found the so-called Anti-CC Magic Association in the corners of the roster of various units in the Empire. Exclaiming, There really is such a strange organization, the receptionist quickly contacted the Silver Moon Guard. Because the evidence provided by Richard was very convincing, and he himself was actually a regular official of Inua, this report received great attention. But what happened afterwards had nothing to do with Richard and the Church of Love. Richard walked out of the Silver Moon Guard office, muttering to himself, So how did I become a civil servant? Wasn't that a fake identity? I haven't even met my superiors. Young man, don't you know? This photo badge in your hand is the membership emblem of the Anti-Serious Magic Association. The high priest pulled out the badge from Richard's pocket. Richard was surprised and asked, "What? This is the logo of the Bugzel support group?" "Look at the other side," the high priest reminded. Only then did Richard discover that the reverse side of the badge was actually engraved with the official words of the Anti-CC Magic Association. Could it be that the wretched old man who gave me the badge is also a member of the association? Isn't this embezzlement? In short, Richard felt a little disgusted, but after thinking about it, he decided not to throw it into the trash can. "Well, young man, our mission is over." The high priest hugged Richard from behind. "You got the credits, and our Church of Love has proven its innocence and gained a firm foothold in Dale Lawn. It's a win-win situation for both sides." Richard, who was only 14 years old, had not grown taller yet, so his whole body was almost wrapped by the high priest's voluptuous body. The high priest's chest pressed on Richard's head, making him feel a considerable weight, even blocking out some of the sunlight. There's an eerie sense of a small horse pulling a large cart. Richard couldn't resist, so he just enjoyed it. He asked uncertainly, "High priest, is this the end?" The high priest smiled charmingly and said, "If you were talking about Viscount Goodbye behind Zonov, then there will definitely be no end to it. But with the evidence we provided, the Silver Moon Guards will always be able to cause them some trouble, even if they are the Crown Prince's confidants." Richard didn't really care about this. He was just a little worried. "As long as they don't cause me any more trouble, that's all." The high priest assured, "Don't worry, young man. I won't let you be hated for no reason. I'll give you the lamb as your bodyguard." "Mom, what are you promising again?" Richard had unknowingly arrived at the Church of the God of Love, and the little lamb raised his fist angrily. The high priest was unhappy and said, "Oh, little lamb, why are you reacting so strongly? You can't stand it even if your mother says a few words to you. You are so rebellious every day. I raised you for nothing." "Captain Richard, look at yourself." Michelle also came over, looking unhappy. "Because your arena canceled the deathmatch in 2 days, I was also driven back. Couldn't you have reported it a few days later? Now Zwate has no time to deal with me." The high priest ordered with a cold face, "Sia Air, are you free? Go to rehearsal. Since the exposure of the arena is gone, then add a few more concerts to give back to the fans." As a black-hearted boss, she felt uncomfortable when she saw Michelle not working, even though it was Michelle's rest time. "Why are you treating me differently? Richard is not much better looking than me. He's just younger." Michelle muttered a few words. She didn't dare to resist the high priest and walked into the dance studio obediently. "But young man, you really helped us a lot." The high priest hugged Richard lovingly, like a cat. "In the future, if you want, you can come to the Church of the God of Love anytime. We will provide you with shelter in Dale Lawn." Richard didn't quite understand the high priest's special love for him, and could only temporarily blame it on his own high charm and the fact that the believers of the God of Love just happened to be appearance-oriented. He finally made up his mind to break free from the high priest's soft embrace and prepare to return to the academy. Before leaving, the high priest gave Richard 2 full bottles of No. 3 holy water as a thank you gift. This reward was quite generous. After Richard left, the lamb asked, "Mom, do you like this boy so much?" The high priest licked his lips, breathing a little faster. "On the one hand, the boy is really good looking, and on the other hand, that bird should really be a phoenix, right? What does this mean?" "It means that he is a space mage." The little sheep crossed his arms and said cautiously, "What do you want to do now? Let's make sure you don't drag me into this again. I have no grudge against the boy." "Little lamb, seriously?" The high priest looked at his daughter, who was a mixture of purity and charm, seriously. "Go and seduce him. We need a space mage. After all, a demon warlock is not a good partner, and his ability is limited, but the boy is still a blank slate." The lamb's eyes widened. "Do you really want all the people to migrate to the Silver Moon Empire? This is the main material plane. It's very dangerous." A purple-red tail stretched out from the high priest's clothes, wrapped around the lamb's thighs, and left a circle of plump indentations. She said softly, "I like this place, little sheep. My tribesmen will like it too." The priests of the God of Love behind the high priest also took off their hoods, revealing a pair of curved horns and pink eyes. They are all succubi. Chapter 30, Succubus Juice. "Anyway, I've decided. I want to make the boy fall in love with us. It doesn't matter if you don't cooperate. Your sisters are very greedy. If it really doesn't work, Mom will do it myself. I don't believe that I can't win over a boy." "How can you do this? We are demons and the boy is a human. We are bound to have differences in the future. You are just being the bad guys." But we succubi are the bad guys, right? That can't be so bad. Even bad guys have to stick to principles. I don't agree. Then why don't you seduce the boy yourself and provide him with 24/7 personal protection? Then we won't be able to defile him, right? The lamb was stunned for a moment and felt that what his mother said made a lot of sense. She hesitated for a moment, blushing and struggling. But I believe in Losander and will not lose my virginity. Besides, I don't like young boys, and I won't seduce men. The high priest tried his best to deceive his daughter. Little lamb, feelings can be cultivated, right? The boy is so lustful, and you are so naive. As long as you appear around her often, you will be deceived by him. Don't forget that you are a succubus, a succubus. The lamb fell into deep thought. Something feels wrong, she said vigilantly. Mom, are you fooling me again? Our focus is not on how to seduce men, but on not harming young people. The high priest sneered and pressed his hands on the headlights of his car. If you don't go, then I will go. When the day comes when you call the boy dad, it will be too late to regret it. No. Can't I go? The lamb said helplessly. She just couldn't bear to see the boy being wantonly harmed by his mother, the big car. The high priest said with satisfaction, That's right, little lamb. I believe in you. Don't be ashamed of the succubus. My good daughter is so easy to deceive. But the boy is really greedy, and he is a little reluctant to give it to his daughter. Richard returned to the dormitory of the Mage Academy. Lilinu came back early this morning. Now she was holding a thick black cloth bag in her hand, looking inside from time to time and then letting out a silly giggle. Richard didn't want to know what was inside, but Lilinu must have gained a lot from this trip. Lilinu, the smell of blood fills the entire dormitory. We told you not to bring organs and meat into the dormitory. Wei Wei had just finished her work and returned to the dormitory. She complained while pinching her nose. Lillian tied up the black bag and said with satisfaction, Oh, I'm going to go to Teacher Lillian and do some experiments. I got a great harvest of livers today, and I can finally sow the flesh abomination. Richard, I heard that your mission is much more difficult than expected. Are you okay? Wei Wei walked quickly to Richard and asked with concern. The Church of the God of Love has been providing close protection. It looks dangerous, but it is actually very safe. And Master Nushin is here too. That's good, but why do I feel that all your tasks are more difficult than others? No, I have to report this to the academy. Then don't forget my compensation. Richard looked at the materials in Wei Wei's hand and asked, Did those old guys assign you another task? Wei Wei whimpered. These are all completed tasks that need to be filed and summarized. There are only a few teachers left in the academy now, and I'm easy to bully, so they let me do all the work. There are quite a few, and they are all high-level tasks that can only be handled by mages above level 10. Richard took out a few sheets of paper and flipped through them out of curiosity. However, there are a few tasks that seem a bit boring, or even like pranks. For example, the unsolved mystery of the golden pickaxe head in the Deerland slave mine. UFO in the Northern Mountains. Investigation report on suspected extraterrestrial visitors. A survey on the relationship between the kidney health of the people in the Dallin area and the initial development of the Church of Love. How an idol is born. A true story of tracking and secretly photographing the real-life hero. Midnight dignitaries. Exclusive reveal of the Vampire Night Banquet. How to practice speaking authentic Beijing dialect. I always feel that the daily lives of mages are very exciting. Richard helped Wei Wei to archive and summarize the completed tasks, but when he picked up the last task record, he was stunned. Report on tracking the demonic aura of the Church of Love and the arena. This task seems to have a lot to do with me. Richard opened the report and quickly searched for the mission briefing section, where he saw a few sentences that were of great concern. The Silver Moon Church of Love was established in Daelon 10 years ago, but its authenticity is questionable. The local Church of Love is not currently recognized by other churches of love in the Aishi region. We do not deny that it is a minority branch of the Church of Love and that there are doctrinal disputes. Recently, it was discovered that the Church of Love has a demonic presence in the arena. The two have close contacts and are suspected of colluding with the devil, but the possibility is low. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, we will temporarily send apprentices to pretend to be inspectors to investigate the Church of Love first. If we find any demons hiding in the Church of Love, we will root them out and annihilate them all. Wei Wei also noticed the last document. This task was not completed, but canceled halfway. Why? Because you have already completed it. Wei Wei put the document into the file bag. According to your report, The demon warlock frequently appears in the Church of the God of Love simply because he likes the idol shell. The Church of Love then personally investigated the demonic aura in the arena and collected information to submit to the Silver Moon Guards, which can be regarded as proving their innocence. It is obvious that they only have a simple business relationship with the arena, so the mission was cancelled midway. Richard thought for a moment and didn't plan to say anything more. Anyway, no matter what the real situation is, I have completed the task. As for the succubus lamb and the goat horns that appear and disappear in the hood of the High Priest of Love, just treat them as fun. As a mage apprentice, I can't afford to offend either side. It is better not to get involved in the struggles of the bigwigs, Wei Wei said with satisfaction. And the High Priest of the God of Love also praised you highly. If there are any joint missions in the future, I hope to connect with you to the end. You did a good job. It never hurts to have a good relationship with the church, even if it is just a small church. Richard instinctively sensed danger, and he deliberately said, I hope so, but don't assign me any more tasks related to the Church of Love. Wei Wei's palm was on Richard's head, as if to check if he was sick or not. Strange, you don't like the Church of Love. Isn't the High Priest your favorite wife? No, my sexual preferences haven't changed, I just simply can't handle them. Richard suddenly thought of the holy water that the High Priest of the God of Love gave him. He pulled out the cork and sniffed it. The result was as expected. This is not holy water. It's succubus juice. Although I don't know where this juice comes from, its effect is not much different from ordinary holy water, and it has an additional distinctive function. Aphrodisiac. Nice one. Richard carefully put away the 2 bottles of succubus juice, covered his crotch with his robe, and took a deep breath. Wei Wei, cast a calming spell for me. Wei Wei couldn't understand. She even took a step closer. The aroma of the embers of the charcoal fire penetrated Richard's nose. Why? Richard, your face suddenly turned red. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Come and let me see. Richard tried his best to suppress his anger and said fiercely, If I tell you to pinch me, then do it. Otherwise, I will make you give birth to a child for me. You were the one begging me. Don't be so fierce. Wei Wei shrank her head and obediently cast a calming spell, and asked in a low voice, Also, can we not have children? I feel I'm still young. Chapter 31. The 10 Unsolved Mysteries of the Academy, Wei Wei's Age. Around the afternoon, Richard received compensation from the Academy while he was taking a nap. Moreover, it was delivered personally by the great scholar Blot. Richard said respectfully, Sorry to bother you. It's such a small matter. You can just let me know. There's no need to come here in person. Blot said sternly, No need to trouble you. I was the inspector who made the mistake in judging the mission level. I should come to your house in person. Richard put away a bag of gold coins, stood at the door, and found that Blot didn't seem to intend to leave. But he had no intention of coming in and just stood there like a nail. Richard could only hold the door and ask, Mr. Blot, do you have anything else to inform me? Blot was still straightforward. Regarding this mission, I don't think we should hastily end the investigation of the Church of Love. What do you think? Richard replied vaguely. Aren't all the tasks related to the Church of Love closed? This is the decision of the Academy, and I have no objection. I can't say that there are a few beautiful succubus sisters hidden in the Church of the God of Love, right? That's right. We shouldn't make things difficult for you. It's not easy for a little apprentice like you to be caught in the middle. Blot seemed old-fashioned, but he was surprisingly understanding and did not press Richard any further. Richard said, I thought you personally announced the completion of this mission. Blot took off his monocle, rubbed his eyes with his fingers, and seemed very tired. No, it's not me. The dean specifically mentioned this mission and asked me not to investigate it anymore, so I have to declare it completed based on your investigation results. Richard didn't say anything more. He didn't want to get involved in the dispute between big shots. Let's not talk about this anymore. Blot was not a hesitant person. He looked towards Richard's dormitory, but still did not take a step inside, seeming to be very conflicted. Richard opened the door and made an invitation gesture, saying helplessly, Mr. Blot, you'd better come in. It's not a good idea to stand here. I'll pour you a cup of tea. Blot remained motionless. He stared at Richard and hesitated for a while before speaking. Has Teacher Wei Wei been staying with you these days? I see that there seems to be only one bed in your dormitory. Richard took a breath. What a classic unfolding this is. Could it be that Blot is actually Vivi's suitor? But after Vivi's house was blown up, she did not choose to seek help from her suitor Blot, but instead stayed in an ordinary apprentice's dormitory. This is obviously intriguing. So today, Blot finally couldn't help it and came to Richard to find trouble. Richard suddenly felt relieved. Finally, I can also encounter this kind of plot that is essential for time travelers. Blot stared at Richard at this moment and felt that his expression was really wonderful, which had completely exposed his rich inner imagination. He knocked Richard's head a few times with a dark face. Apprentice Richard, I have to remind you that everything you think of does not exist. Have you read too many stories of the bard? I'm sorry I lost my composure. So what else could it be? Richard laughed awkwardly. Could it be that you are actually Wei Wei's brother? This was the most appropriate scenario Richard could have guessed. But Blot shook his head. No, I don't love Wei Wei, nor am I her relative. I am just a mage apprentice she taught. What? Richard was completely tense. He shook his head frantically and said, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Really? I don't believe it. You are lying to me. How could a pretty girl like Wei Wei, who is so soft, be bigger than Blot? You'd be more like her mentor. Blot said seriously, You have to accept the fact that since the first day I entered the academy, Wei Wei has been the highest level instructor in the academy. Richard still couldn't believe it. So you are just curious about why your mentor chose to live in the home of a wizard apprentice? That's right. In my impression, although Wei Wei has a soft personality, she won't have any contact with any men, at least not so easily. So I don't understand. Blot even took out a small magic circle and waved it in front of Richard's eyes. What are you doing? Richard asked, staring at the magic circle. This thing can detect race. I suspect you are actually a succubus. Blot said seriously. So what's the result? Even more outrageous than a succubus. Your charm is even higher than that of a succubus. Blot stared at Richard in surprise, not understanding why. Richard changed the subject. Let's not talk about this for now. I just want to know Wei Wei's age. Blot shook his head. My class of apprentices also tried to figure out the 10 unsolved mysteries of the academy, but they all failed without exception, with heavy casualties. It's really puzzling. Richard also fell into deep thought. So, Blot suddenly put his hands on Richard's shoulders and said seriously, So now this difficult task will be handed over to you. What you are facing now is not only your own desire, but also the great cause that thousands of wizard apprentices have failed to achieve. Huh. Richard was confused. Scholar Blot, could you please be more serious? This doesn't fit your personality. Why are you so passionate? You can think of it as a commission task, and the client is one of the thousands of wizard apprentices who once longed for the truth. So come on, young man. In the end, Blot left in a very elegant manner, without taking away a cloud, leaving only a lonely and upright back to Richard. Richard stood in the cold wind blankly for a long time, unable to let go, because he felt a sense of inheritance and trust. So he turned around, closed the door, and quickly walked to the napping Wei Wei. He looked at her soft body, reached out and poked her face. Her skin was more delicate than that of an ordinary girl. This made Richard fall into deep thought. How could such a tender and juicy girl be a grandmother? But Scholar Blot is not a joker at all. So Richard gently woke Wei Wei up, and while she was still drowsy, he asked directly, Wei Wei, how old are you? What? Wei Wei looked at Richard blankly with watery eyes. The two just stared at each other. But Richard suddenly felt that the temperature around him was getting higher and higher, extremely high. He suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, Wei Wei, you're not going to? Boom. Wei Wei exploded. Richard's roar was heard from the dormitory. Blot, you actually tricked me. Chapter 32. Age is not a problem. Richard finally understood what Blot meant by heavy casualties. Perhaps everyone who tried to ask Wei Wei about her age was hurt by her self-explosion without exception. Cough, cough, a smell of sulfur. Richard was lying in the ruins of the dormitory, feeling like he had lost half his life. Atrice's condition was even worse. The blue flames around her were forced by Wei Wei to turn into fiery red. Now it was like a free-range chicken, chirping and clucking in panic, but it couldn't fly. Fortunately, Wei Wei controlled the power of the explosion at the last moment, and Richard was not seriously injured. Richard, are you okay? Vivi pulled Richard up and put his head on her lap. It's okay. I won't die. By the way, what did you ask me just now? I didn't hear it clearly. Nothing. Nothing at all. Richard was really scared and he kept shaking his head. At least until he could withstand Wei Wei's fire explosion, he didn't intend to ask about age anymore. Wei Wei said with guilt, But I think I blew up your dormitory? Richard looked around and consoled them. It's okay. The explosion didn't cover a large area. It was just that the big bed I specially customized collapsed. This is easy. Just let Nighty Nima build another one. After that, Richard and Wei Wei cleaned up the traces of the explosion in the dormitory together, then used the magic power of the Star Realm to burn the walls, furniture, etc. one by one to completely remove the remaining sulfur smell. It took me a long time to clean the dormitory. At this time, Nidienema also moved a big bed over. As soon as Richard opened the door, he felt their angry gazes. Nidian gritted his teeth and punched the door frame. "Richard, you bastard, did you break the bed?" Nima also had a sullen face. "We specially replaced it with an iron frame for you this time. It will definitely not break." "Squander your youth, bastard." Richard could only try his best to explain, and finally he managed to calm down his anger. Nima asked, "By the way, how is the matter with the Colosseum going?" Richard replied, "I have reported it to the Silver Moon Guards. They said they would take it seriously and hold a meeting to discuss it. They asked me to wait for further notification. But at least the arena has been sealed off and is awaiting inspection." Nidue breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. I don't have to go to that broken dungeon to tamp down the load-bearing wall. I almost peed my pants when the dungeon rioted." Nima took out 3 magic crystal cards and asked, "Are you going to see the Shell concert? I bought you a ticket too." "No, I just came back from that place today." Richard was somewhat touched that these 2 people still remembered him, but he definitely did not want to get close to the Church of the God of Love in the near future. There was something really wrong with the way the high priest looked at him. It was almost weird. Richard understood that the high priest probably had other intentions towards him, and if he went there again tonight, he would never be able to come back. Although Richard was not at all averse to the big car, Comrade Little Richard was also honestly urging himself to walk into the trap. But reason finally managed to suppress Little Richard's attempt to rebel, and he defeated his desire for the first time. And Ida snorted, "TSK, I forgot you have a good relationship with the Church of the God of Love. If you want to go, go. Forget it. Just sell the extra tickets at a high price and make a profit." Richard pulled the big bed back to the dormitory by himself and remade the bedding. Around evening, Lilinu also came back. She looked a little tired, but her eyes were full of excitement. Judging from the blood stains on her clothes and the pieces of meat left on her boots, Richard thought that this girl must have had a good harvest. But Richard still didn't want to know what he had gained specifically. Mostly something very scary and bloody. Wei Wei reminded helplessly, "Lilinu, did you forget to wipe your boots? You left bloody footprints all along the way. A timid apprentice would really be scared by you." "Well, I'll fly back next time." "This is not a question of whether to fly or not. This is an ethical issue." Wei Wei could only pull Lilinu aside and give her an earnest lecture. Lilinu nodded repeatedly and listened absent-mindedly, but she probably wouldn't repent. Richard sat on the balcony, looking out at the prosperous buildings of Daelon in the distance, feeling unusually light. "After half a year in this world, I have finally managed to find my feet. It's a pity that because of Zonov, the orc DKO was not rescued. But now that the arena is blocked, DKO doesn't need to fight to the death anymore, so at least his life is safe. Moreover, the 3 level 15 gladiators, including the Dragonblood Lizard Man, were either crippled by Nushin or destroyed by Xiaoyang. No gladiator was a match for DKO anymore. Then find another way to get this powerful orc out." Richard felt at ease as he watched Atris standing on the guardrail combing her feathers. The inheritance of the legendary faction is now Richard's greatest reliance. Richard could feel the huge potential of Astral Summoner just by learning a little bit about it in the past few days. The fixed portal that can transcend time and space, and the giant fortress that crosses the sky of Daelon and wanders in the Star Realm are the key to everything in this ancient profession. But now is not the time to explore. I am still too weak. The current goal should be to upgrade the level first and have a certain self-protection ability. Currently, my inheritance is kept secret by the Academy, but no one can guarantee that the news will not leak out. Moreover, the Empire's attitude towards space mages is always ambiguous and complex. Richard planned to major in the prophecy school to disguise himself, which was also the plan recommended by Blot. Although he was unable to master spells that were not from the astral realm, he could always pretend to do so. After all, even the apprentices of the School of Prophecy themselves don't know whether they are wizards or liars. Because sometimes the words of charlatans are more accurate than their prophecies. The cold winter wind blew, and Richard felt a little cold, so he went back inside. Wei Wei was sighing helplessly at this time. "Lilinu, did you listen to me or not? Why did you fall asleep? At least go take a shower first." "What? You don't want to move? Then I'll carry you over and help you take a shower." "Richard, don't peek." Chapter 33. Young boys won't fall in love with vicious morning class. 2 weeks later. The date for the college's field practice class has finally arrived. In the morning, Richard was unwillingly pulled out of bed by Lilinu and drowsily came to a wasteland deep in the academy. It was cold and dark, and Richard hated getting up early. The meaning of living things' existence is to sleep until they wake up naturally. If he ever became the dean of the Mage Academy, we will definitely advance the class time by at least an hour. Richard couldn't even imagine how happy it would be when he would be wrapped in bed, listening to the apprentice's sleepy eyes and the zombie-like footsteps going to class. After all, I have suffered so much. I can't let others who come after me feel comfortable. I don't want to go out, Richard complained. Richard has been staying in his dormitory for the past 2 weeks without leaving. During this period of time, Richard neglected sleep and food and was obsessed with studying. Now is Richard's final bottleneck stage. Just a little bit more, and you will be able to completely master the third ring of group astral creature summoning technique. Richard has now been promoted to level 6 astral summoner. The saying that it is difficult to be promoted to a legendary faction has never happened to him. It's like Richard has a natural affinity with the astral realm. Richard held a cup of hot tea in his hand and asked blankly, Lilinu, where is our destination? It's a tropical forest outside the southern end of the empire, surrounded by 4 or 5 city-states. Further south is the Falling Star Sea, which is almost the geographical center of the Ash continent. Wei Wei came over at this time, feeling very helpless. Richard, can't you be more serious? Why do I feel like you are completely unprepared? Richard retorted, Of course I'm prepared. I have a lot of experience in begging, surviving in the wilderness. When I was wandering in Daerlin, I came into contact with simple and honest fellow villagers every day. Seeing Richard's confused look, Lilinu rolled up a ball of snow, quietly walked behind him, lifted the back of his collar, and stuffed it in. The snow water touched the back of Richard's neck and immediately melted under the effect of his body temperature. Richard only felt a sudden chill on his back, and then the sticky snow water slowly flowed down his back and wet his underwear. It was terrible. Hiss, who is it? Richard suddenly lost all his sleepiness. He looked back angrily and saw Lilinu standing obediently behind him, making a new snowball in her hand. Lilinu lowered her head and whispered, Richard, I just want you to be more sober. Richard's anger was neither rising nor falling, like a sneeze that had a beginning but no end. He was reluctant to bully Lilinu, so he sighed, Well, okay, at least I'm awake. Good job, Lilinu. Boy, have you had enough fun? There will be no more fun when we get to South Schwankia. Nushin slapped Richard's shoulder hard with such force that it was like a blind bear slapping his face. Richard only felt his head buzzing. Don't worry, Nushin, I've always been good at running away. There were less than 100 apprentices in the wasteland, who were divided into 3 groups and sent to different places. Most people were relaxed and had no preparation at all to go deep into the rainforest and face wild beasts. Some people even brought exquisite tablecloths and food boxes, almost like a spring outing. Richard looked at the group of enthusiastic apprentices and said, I think you should be more worried about them. Nushin grinned. Hey, it's the same for all freshmen. They think they are veterans just because they took on a few missions in Daelon. Even if they have experienced people at home, how many of them would really go out alone in the forest to face hungry beasts? Richard asked, What are we going to do in southern Schwankia? I didn't see the detailed mission. I just want to show you the world. It's enough if you stay alive. Nushin shook his head. After all, a group of mage apprentices who are not even at level 5 can't really do anything. The mage is a late-stage profession that requires a lot of accumulation. In the early stages of learning, you only need to have a general understanding of the process of outdoor adventures. This is also the reason why the college deliberately chose Southern Bitchy for its practical courses. Although it is outside the borders of the empire, there are 5 or 6 friendly city-states that believe in the gods of the good camp, as well as a large but safe rainforest. There won't be large-scale wars initiated by large numbers of orcs, dwarves, and other races. The difficulty is just right. Richard said casually, It would be great if it could be within the empire. Nadenima also found Richard and said casually, The reason why Silver Moon is called the Human Empire is because all the dangerous areas in the territory have been razed to the ground. There is no point in playing house. Okay, it's almost time to set off. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Nushin clapped his hands and asked loudly. Richard was chewing a piece of hard biscuit at this time, wondering, Lilinu, how are we going to get to southern Schwankia? We are not allowed to eat breakfast? Lilinu looked up at the sky and saw a small black dot slowly getting bigger. The Empire's territory is too large, and southern Schwankia is on the border of the Empire. Of course, they have to make a magic airship. I heard that they want to use the astral plane to make a space jump. I'm going to vomit. By passing through the star realm, Richard became excited. As astral summoner, although he had never been to the astral realm, Richard felt that it was his hometown that he had never seen before. We can take this opportunity to observe the structure of the star realm carefully. As everyone waited, 3 old, even dilapidated wooden sailboats creaked and landed on the open space. The main mast of the sailboat had long been broken, and there were not many intact parts of the entire hull. From a distance, it looks like a scary ghost ship. The aura of the astral world lingered around the hull, and the bumpy wooden boards were engraved with runes used to resist the erosion of the astral world. It looks quite old. Richard couldn't help but ask, "Can this ship really travel through the star realm?" Nushin said, "It may not look good, but it is actually very strong. Come with me." Richard asked, "Isn't there a large teleportation array? Everyone can stand on it and be teleported instantly." Nushin spread his hands and said, "I don't know. I used to be a berserker. I don't understand these things." Blot was also in this team. He explained dutifully, to open a large teleportation array, you need at least 3 level 15 mages who have learned space skills, but the side effects are huge and it is far less safe than taking a boat. Most of the great wizards who also practice space magic are unable to cast high-level space spells personally. Powerful magic like mass teleportation often requires the cooperation of multiple mages to complete. Richard followed Nushin onto the teleportation ship, found a place without holes to land, and continued to ask, "What about a specialized space wizard?" "That's probably..." Blot hesitated a little, then conservatively estimated, "Probably just snapping your fingers will do, and there won't be any side effects." Richard nodded. "The gap is really big." Blot specifically advised, "A word of caution, don't try to specialize in the space school just because you want to, otherwise you may never be able to break through the 10th level in your life." He had seen too many pretentious apprentices trying to enter the school of space. But no matter how talented one is, without any inheritance, it is impossible to change from mage apprentice to space apprentice, simply by relying on the few books in the library. Blot didn't want Richard to be so ambitious. After all, Richard has already obtained the gift from the sages, numbered 003. Theoretically, the knowledge contained therein is enough for Richard to learn for a lifetime, so there is no need to take the risk of studying the space school. But what he didn't know was that Richard inherited the superior profession of space mage. Richard nodded thoughtfully, then immediately wrapped the burning atries tightly in his wizard robe. Because the magic ship has been launched into the air, it will open the gate to the star world after sailing for a while. Richard was a little afraid that atries would directly ignite the astral magic around the magic ship. After all, there had been a precedent. That would be a lot of fun. Chapter 34. Are you ready, kids? After the magic airship rose to a sufficient height, several floating islands suspended above the palace began to flash white light in a regular pattern. Richard leaned on the side of the boat, stuck his head out and looked out, overlooking the entire D-land. He vaguely felt a huge magic circle covering all the land in sight. This is the legendary super-large maze that protects the entire Silver Moon Empire. The airship also uses the maze locks left over from ancient times to open the starry channel and perform space jumps. Are you ready, kids? Nushin was like a pirate captain, holding a bottle of rum in his hand, standing in front of the rudder and taking a big gulp. The portal will open soon. I heard from the observatory that the weather in the astral world is not very good these days. It will be a bit bumpy. Don't freak out, but vomit if you feel like it. The enchanted runes on the hull of the airship suddenly lit up, and huge amounts of magic power flowed at high speed through these mysterious patterns, causing the entire hull to begin to tremble violently. With a loud bang, ear-shaking sound waves swept in from the bow, directly overwhelming most of the mage apprentices. Richard clung to a broken mast to keep himself standing. He looked toward the bow and suddenly felt a throbbing, desire instinct. In Richard's world, the magic of the entire Delran seemed to be mobilized and gathered before his eyes. A giant portal so huge that it fills the entire eye socket slowly takes shape. On the other side of the door, the familiar breath made Richard almost dazed. Astral world, the foundation that supports all the dimensions. Now it finally showed its profound power to Richard in its complete and majestic form. Atries also struggled in her robe and finally managed to get her head out of the collar. A little bit of the original astral magic power seeped out from the other side of the door. Without exception, they were all attracted to Richard and Atries, slowly gathered around them, and then slowly merged into Atries' body. As the bow slowly sank, the vibration amplitude of the airship became more and more intense, and even the portal showed some signs of fluctuation and collapse. This caused some of the apprentices to shout in panic. Blot's voice now reached the ears of all the apprentices. The astral region on the opposite side happens to be in the middle of a storm. This is normal, and the portal will not collapse. You will all pass out soon, so you can get there after a good night's sleep. Richard didn't care about these. He stretched out his finger and took the initiative to touch the portal that was like a pool of water. The moment the two came into contact, the portal suddenly stabilized, and even the airship stopped vibrating. Everything returned to calm. The astral realm on the other side of the portal, which was in the midst of a storm, suddenly returned to calm. The frenzied raw magic seemed to be gently soothed by his master. The entire airship finally sank completely into the boundless starry sky. The dark blue sky and the bright stars appeared grimly and silently in Richard's field of vision. Silence is always the main color of the astral world. Nushin looked around, a little confused. That's weird. Didn't the observatory say there was a storm? The observatory may even make mistakes in predicting tomorrow's weather. Don't count on them too much. Blot stood quietly at the bow. He was already accustomed to this. Wei Wei looked around at the apprentices lying in all directions on the deck and smiled gently. The children are all asleep. After all, it's not space-friendly enough. Blot said with some regret, this year there is still no genius suitable for majoring in the space school. Those who can enter the astral realm without any abnormalities during their apprenticeship period are truly space-friendly people. Such a brilliant talent cannot be hidden. Wei Wei was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Richard calmly. He found that the boy was pretending to sleep while holding Lilinu, and he kicked the guy who was pressing on his thigh. She covered her mouth and smiled, not exposing it. But Atres had already crawled out of Richard's collar and was hovering in the air. Her form quietly disintegrated, transforming into a dark blue flame that slowly merged into the astral realm. However, Atres intentionally controlled the temperature of the fire and did not ignite the starry sky around the airship. She turned into Richard's eyes, sharing everything in the star realm with Richard. The next moment, the starry sky, which should have been forever still, seemed to suddenly have a wind. Not far away, the chaotic astral magic slowly gathered together to form an endless storm. Magnificent colors mixed like flowing lights in the swirling astral storm. A pleasant and clear cry resounded throughout the starry sky. Amid the roar of the astral storm, a huge and holy phoenix was reborn from the ashes. She flapped her wings that covered the sky and circled around the magic ship. Blot took out his staff and said alertly, "What's going on? We are being entangled. Do we need to take action?" With all his extensive knowledge, he had never heard of such a huge bird following an airship in its jump. If Blot hadn't sensed the hostility from the giant bird, he would have been ready to cast a spell. Wei Wei looked up at Atres and said calmly, "Don't worry, Blot. What kind of birds do you think can appear in the astral world? Could it be a phoenix?" Blot put away his staff and frowned. The phoenix shouldn't be a living thing. Wei Wei shook her head and interrupted directly. "Blot, you are still young. There are many things you have not seen. Don't just indulge in the rigid ancient books and jump to conclusions." Blot immediately bowed his head and said respectfully, "It's my fault. Compared with teacher Wei Wei, I am just an ignorant child. You make me look so old." Wei Wei walked to Richard, then leaned on his shoulder and yawned, saying softly, "Blot and Nushin, take a rest. I think this phoenix will escort us." Then the airship fell into a long and peaceful silence. It sails quietly in the predetermined star coordinates, accompanied by a radiant phoenix. Many years later, some apprentices might realize that today was the most peaceful astral voyage in their lives. South of Silver Moonland, southern Schwankia, Richard felt uncomfortable as soon as he got off the boat. Because this place is really hot. The cold current from the imperial province of Middenland cannot reach this place. So even in winter, South Sintra is still humid and hot. Poisonous insects, quagmires, rainy season, all the stereotypes of the tropical rainforest were presented to the mage apprentices. Many wizard apprentices realized belatedly that they had taken off their winter clothes, and their underwear was embarrassingly exposed. However, Richard and Lilinu had made preparations in advance and had already changed into cool summer robes. Nushin shouted loudly, "Boys, cheer up. We still have to walk along the outer edge of the rainforest for half a day to the Empire's outpost. Black Stone Swamp. Why is there still a road?" Several mage apprentices complained. Nushin said angrily, "Okay, everyone, shut up and follow me. There aren't many powerful beasts outside of southern Schwankia, but there are a lot of poisonous insects. Be quiet." More than 20 mage apprentices followed Nushin obediently and continued walking south along the outskirts of the rainforest. The smarter wizard apprentices used energy-shaping magic to barely conjure up a few ice cubes to cool themselves down. There are also many apprentices who summoned their contracted creatures to use as mounts. Or maybe it was flying directly in the sky, and then was pulled down by the angry mountain. In short, every mage apprentice has his or her own unique style. Chapter 35 Michelle, I can meet you here. After half a day's journey, the apprentices finally arrived at a place similar to a camp. That is the Silver Moon Empire's overseas base, Blackrock Swamp. Blackrock Swamp is located next to a swamp on the edge of the rainforest, where many magic pattern mudfish live. There are only a small number of soldiers stationed in the stronghold, but most of them are elite light-armored scouts who obey orders and can effectively adapt to the complex and harsh environment of the rainforest. Blackrock Swamp is called a stronghold, but in fact it is more like a large market. Most of the rare items from the depths of the tropical rainforest are transferred through this market and then flow into the Silver Moon Empire. There are many smugglers in the place, but the order is generally strict. No southern Assyrians dared to cause trouble in the Silver Moon Empire's territory. The size of the empire was too big for the nearby city-state alliance to afford to offend. Led by Nushin, nearly 30 mage apprentices moved into a special hotel next to the barracks as a temporary residence. It was getting late, and Nushin had no intention of bothering these tired apprentices. After briefly explaining the precautions, we dispersed and took a break. Because of the limited rooms, Richard and Lilinu were naturally assigned together. Unlike other apprentices, Richard's magic power was greatly replenished and purified when he faced the astral realm, so he did not show any signs of fatigue. Moreover, Richard had suddenly understood the third ring of mass summoning technique of alien creatures that he had been working on and mastered it smoothly. He seemed very happy. Lilinu's mental state is similar to Richard's. As a vampire, her physique is more than one level higher than that of ordinary humans, and she will not react to space jumps. Nidienema also came to Richard's room at this time, simply out of habit to visit and chat for a while. Thanks to their strong physiques, the brothers recovered mentally very quickly. Richard asked, "Have the three mentors assigned tasks?" Neo frowned. "Blot plans to let us rest tomorrow, familiarize ourselves with the situation near Black Rock Swamp, learn about the living conditions of humans outside the Empire, and then write a 4,000-word report and hand it in on time. Of course, you can also choose the mission at Nushin and form a team of 5 or more to pick mushrooms outside the rainforest." Nima continued, "This way you don't have to write that damn report." Richard asked curiously, "What about Wei Wei? Didn't she say anything?" "I didn't say anything. I don't participate in specific course planning." Wei Wei walked into Richard's room skillfully and rolled onto the bed. Richard raised his eyebrows and asked, "Did you set the house on fire again?" "I just found that you and Lilinu can both cool me down, so I won't overheat and explode so easily." Wei Wei said softly, "This is near the military camp. I'm afraid that if we blow up all the elite scouts, I'll be doomed." Richard just glanced at the narrow single bed in the room and didn't intend to refuse. "Okay, but today's bed is a little small." NID asked, "So which mission should we choose?" Richard said without hesitation, "Let's go pick mushrooms. We have finally reached the borders of the Empire, so we must broaden our horizons." Bullshit reading reviews, movie reviews, and travel reviews, anyone who wants to write one can write it. Wei Wei specifically reminded, "Be careful. The brochures on poisonous insects and plants have been distributed to you. Don't be careless. It would be bad if you accidentally eat mushrooms and get poisoned and go crazy." Richard nodded and said, "Let's take advantage of this evening to walk around the base and get familiar with the local customs so that we can prepare better. Come on." Wei Wei hugged a pillow to cheer Richard up and was the first to lie down on the bed. "Richard, before you leave, cool down the room first and leave me some of your fire to use as ice cubes." Richard snapped his fingers, and all the candles in the room were instantly ignited by the astral flame. The temperature in the room dropped instantly. Richard then took Lilinu out of the hotel. It is just after dusk now, the night market has already begun, and there are still many people walking on the road. There were no magical streetlights on the roadside like in the imperial capital, but instead there were clusters of torches lit at regular intervals. The humans in the stronghold looked similar to the Imperials, with the same skin color. There is only a difference in clothing and dressing, but it is still within an acceptable range. But Richard could clearly sense the depression and financial difficulties of these passers-by. There are many poor people who are naked and can be seen with the naked eye. This situation is rare in the provinces of the Empire. Even in the Empire's poorest province of Middenland in the far north, the poor are almost extinct. Although Austronesia is rich in resources, the deep rainforest is wild and primitive, with wild beasts running rampant and giant dragons appearing. Followers of evil gods and extreme sects are like cockroaches, crawling all over the ground blatantly. The locals do not have enough capacity to cultivate the resources in the rainforest itself. The city-states scattered around the rainforest have been unable to truly unite due to their differences in beliefs. If the local residents leave the inner city area of the city-state, their life and death will be in the hands of fate. Permanent chaos and strife are the norm for the continent of Ash and even the entire astral universe. On the contrary, Silver Moon, who can be named after the Empire, is the one who doesn't fit in. Richard and others were walking on the streets of the night market, and the merchants in the surrounding shops looked at them with respect without hesitation. The entire stronghold is filled with merchants and high-level adventurers. The core area is the Adventurers Guild in the center. Judging from the architecture alone, it is much more luxurious than the one in Daelon. However, the silver moon emblem on the door pendant indicated that this Adventurers Guild was under the control of the Empire. It can be seen that the Empire is very interested in the rainforest of southern Syndia. After all, southern Sesquia is still geographically part of the Silver Moonland. It is within the Empire's sphere of influence, visible and within reach. Catch the thief. An angry roar suddenly rang out throughout the night market. I saw 3 embarrassed figures jumping out of the table and running away, with a few bunches of bananas in their mouths. Even when they were being chased by someone with a knife, they still took a break to eat a banana. Richard took a closer look. Michelle, how did this flying hero get here? Chapter 36. Let's hit a live stake. We are familiar with this. Richard watched the brave team flee and suppressed his desire to help them, because it is really embarrassing to steal bananas to fill your stomach next to the rainforest. And Richard could clearly feel that the hero had a kind of inexplicable luck. The vendors chasing the brave man might suddenly trip over a rock, get a calf cramp, or even have their wife suddenly give birth. Most of these clowns can maintain simple vital signs without any worries on their part. And I scratched his head and looked at Michelle's back. Look familiar? Like an old friend. Richard immediately said, it must be an illusion. And I didn't hesitate. Okay, let's go around the market again. It would be best if we could find some antidote potions from the local residents. The market was built around the Adventurers Guild. It was very large and was still bustling even at night. Every once in a while, a team of elite Imperial scouts patrols the streets, so there is no need to worry about safety. Richard and his companions strolled along the way, bought some insect repellent, and almost reached the hotel on the edge of the market. The hotel area is relatively darker, and there are fewer pedestrians. Several giant elephants full of Austronesian characteristics were resting in the open space. They should be the property of a certain chamber of commerce. Because of the hot climate in Austroasiania, there were no horses or pack animals common in the Empire. Instead, domesticated elephants took on the responsibility of transporting goods. We've almost finished shopping. Let's go back, or Weiwei will nag us again. Richard turned around and was about to go back to the hotel, but he happened to bump into a group of people walking out of the alley. Sorry. The man dressed as a civilian staff member said immediately. It's okay, bye. Richard shook his head. The man suddenly stopped Richard and said, Wait, are you from the Empire? Any problem? Richard stopped and looked at the man in front of him. He clearly saw the emblem of Tyr, the god of justice, on the man, and he must be a priest. Behind the man were 2 warriors and a mage. Judging from their clothes, they might be from city-state aristocrats. Pastor Tyr pointed at Lilinu and asked provocatively, Since you are an imperial citizen, why are there dirty vampires around you? This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Richard's eyes turned cold. You'd better keep your mouth shut, or I'll help you. Pastor Tyr acted condescendingly and said with disgust, The Empire claims to be a human kingdom, but it tolerates foreign races parasitizing in its shadow. It is really disgusting. Nidue said angrily, Why are you barking like a dog? Does this have anything to do with you, a foreigner? You don't deserve to be called the human empire, but the hybrid empire. Go back and tell your emperor not to put your dirty hands into southern Acidia, otherwise the god of justice Tyr will judge you. No one would believe that, Tyr. Are you really looking for trouble? I am only stating the facts, you filthy imperial. As a native of the empire, Nidienema was immediately enraged. They took out the shovels they carried with them and stared at the rude Pastor Tyr, wanting to take action. Nidienemas generally don't quarrel with others. They are more accustomed to fighting with living people. After all, most of Tyr's followers believe in absolute justice and are fanatical and paranoid. In their view, the world can only be divided into absolute black and white, without a touch of delicate gray blending in between. When you encounter such fanatics, the easiest way is to beat them up. Do you want to take action with just a few of you mage apprentices who are less than level 5? Pastor Tyr shook his head contemptuously. The average level of this team is 7, and the configuration is reasonable. In theory, they can easily suppress Richard and others. The two sides gradually became tense, and Richard had quietly deployed his magic power around them. The temperature of the entire area dropped instantly, a breeze blew, and the star storm was ready. What are you doing? All acts of force are prohibited in this stronghold. Several patrolling scouts noticed the tense atmosphere at the edge of the market and immediately came over to surround Richard and Pastor Tyr. Richard directly cited the report. They insulted the Empire. As an Imperial, I can't tolerate it. It's you again, the heir to the city-state of Title? The scout captain stared at Pastor Title seriously. It was clear that this was not the first time that this Tyr priest had caused trouble out of nothing. The scout captain directly took out a notice. You have been officially expelled for causing trouble many times in the base. Please leave before tomorrow night. Pastor Tyr obviously didn't expect that he would be expelled directly, and his face looked unhappy. Okay, the so-called hybrid empire only knows how to protect its own people. I will lodge a diplomatic protest against your emperor through the city-state of Tittle. The scout captain had a cold face, his hand on the hilt of his knife, and said in restraint, You should be thankful that I am much gentler than my colleagues. Otherwise, you would have been sunk into the swamp long ago. Besides, I am an imperial soldier. I do not protect imperial citizens. How can I favor a foreigner like you? Pastor Tyr gave Lilinu a cold look at last and decided not to escalate the situation. But before he left, he threatened, If I see this unclean thing outside the stronghold, I will enforce Tyr's justice. Richard didn't say anything else. Atreus on his shoulder chirped, and a faint burning spark quietly climbed onto the corner of Pastor Tyr's clothes, turning into a beautiful phoenix pattern. Now Pastor Tyr has been located by Richard. The scout captain warned at this time, You'd better be careful when you go out. Pastor Tyr is a paranoid righteous man. They can't tolerate this little vampire girl in their eyes. I understand the natural dislike between camps. Richard nodded. As a vampire and a necromancer, it is common for Lilinu to be hated by the believers of the gods in the good camp. Richard was used to it. When in the imperial capital, the Silver Moon Church would always cause trouble for Lilinu. However, the Silver Moon Church only imposed fines and was not as extreme as this Pastor Tyr. I heard from the Legion commander that you will stay in the base for 5 days. Keep an eye out for foreigners. For some reason, the relationship between the Empire and them is a little delicate right now. The scout captain gave a few final reminders and then went to patrol other places. Lilinu stood quietly beside Richard, seeming to be in a low mood. She asked in a low voice, a little unconfidently, Richard, am I causing you trouble again? Richard shook his head and consoled him. No, they may not be targeting you alone, but all the people of the Empire. Is that so? The girl's expression calmed down a lot, and then she changed her mind and said, Should we get rid of them? Richard was stunned for a moment. What? Lilinu's red eyes were dim, and her blood-sucking fangs were exposed. Kill them. I brought the latest version of the flesh abomination and wanted to test the waters. Hiss, Lilinu. Don't be a blatant villain. Richard had a headache. It turns out that this girl was not feeling inferior at all, but as a vampire, her hunting desire was simply aroused. I forgot that Lilinu doesn't have the same sense of good and evil as ordinary people. Richard corrected him. We should pretend to be victims, then defend and counterattack with justification, and finally be forced to kill them. Richard also had no intention of letting go of the team of Tyr priests. Even though Lilinu's identity was shady, she couldn't just pretend she didn't hear Pastor Tyr's death threats before he left. In this wild land of southern Cyprus, the morality advocated within the Empire is unnecessary. The danger should be nipped in the bud as soon as possible. Even though Pastor Tyr is essentially on the same good side as the Empire, Richard doesn't care. Richard has no faith. Go back and get some rest. Tomorrow morning we will go outside the base, and they will definitely attack us. Lilinu, you can do whatever you want then. Well, my child is very hungry. Lilinu smiled grimly, looking like a villain. It will have a good meal. Richard sighed and said, Alas, Lilinu, I've already said that we are not villains. Forget it. We are the villains. Let's be more careful tomorrow and remember to bring potions to destroy the bodies. Nidianima grinned and said, Don't worry. We are familiar with this. We can just dig a stake into the bottom of the lake and we will definitely not be discovered. Chapter 37. Wild horses are out of control and wolves are out of the gate. The next morning, As expected, almost all the apprentices chose the mushroom picking mission in Nushin after a good night's sleep. As apprentices of the Imperial Mage Academy, after finally going abroad, the apprentices would definitely not be satisfied with staying in the base and writing reports. Blot was not surprised by this, but was a little worried. Even experienced adventurers will suffer a lot when they first enter the Nanshwankia rainforest due to its complex environment. It is foreseeable how embarrassed these apprentices will be by then. Cheer up, Brat. They always have to face the jungle and the wilderness alone. Nushin laughed heartily. Everything has a first time, and you will get used to it after a while. Wei Wei said calmly, Don't worry, Blot. I've checked the outskirts of the rainforest, and they're just ordinary beasts. The strongest one is just a level 6 rainforest green-haired turtle, which has high defense but can't run fast. I hesitated. If the mage apprentices trained with the whole strength of the Empire can't even adapt to a small rainforest, it would be better for the Academy to close down. Blot still chose to believe in his apprentices. As the actual person in charge of the Academy's curriculum, Blot can ensure that these apprentices who receive systematic training in potions, monster encyclopedias, staff fighting, anatomy, etc. are not hothouse flowers. The apprentices are not pampered nerds. In theory, they should have a guaranteed elite monster. Even some apprentices thrown into the wild will most likely become regional bosses without knowing it, or even become natural disasters. At this moment, a red mushroom cloud suddenly rose at the edge of the rainforest outside the stronghold. Large areas of banana trees, balsa wood, and coconut trees fell. The birds and beasts fled in all directions as if they had seen a ghost. At the center of the explosion lay the body of a rainforest green turtle, completely dead. And continuously, powerful magical fluctuations also appeared in other areas outside the rainforest. All kinds of large-scale lethal spells such as meteorological lightning, blizzards, sandstorms, acid mist, and poisonous miasma swept everywhere where Nushin and others could see. Soon, the outer rainforest outside the stronghold fell into chaos and destruction. The surface of the rainforest is like a pair of slippers that have been chewed by a dog, with patches here and there. Nushin's face was somewhat interesting. Damn it, we shouldn't be worried about the safety of the little ghosts. We should be worried about whether the outer edge of the rainforest will be completely eaten by them. We finally got outside the Empire. There's no large-scale ban on magic, so the kids are like wild horses that have broken free from their reins and have completely let themselves go. As the administrative mentor of these apprentices, Wei Wei is well aware of their destructive power. Blot was also slightly surprised and said, This batch of apprentices seems to be much stronger than usual. There are even stronger ones who haven't made a move yet, but it's better for them not to make a move. Wei Wei muttered softly, thinking of Richard, Lilinu, and others. They'd better not let themselves go too far. Why are we still picking mushrooms? If I had known earlier, I would have let them hunt the ground dragons directly. Nushin said with great regret. Richard and the others went out late, and because they were unable to gather 5 people to form a team, they wasted some time. Although the apprentices were familiar with Richard, most of them were afraid of Lilinu's identity and were not very willing to travel with her. In the end, only Richard, Lilinu, and Nidienema were left. But there was no problem with this. Nushin knew the level of these 4 people and just let them go. Richard looked at the rainforest in the distance and said in surprise, I never thought that my classmates, who usually keep a low profile, would be so troublesome today. Nima said as a matter of course. Everyone has more or less received gifts from the sages. Although they are only level 5 mage apprentices, they often have a hidden 4th ring spell, but the side effects are a bit greater. Richard couldn't help but sigh. The apprentices originally treated the practical class as a spring outing, but they didn't expect it to be a real spring outing. I thought I was going to face a life or death crisis, but it turned out to be a group of fish frying. The average strength of the Empire is a blow to Southern Xia. After communicating with several local people from South Shwankia in the base, Richard realized that mages like himself who were above level 5 were already considered a rare class of masters in the city-state. A wizard who is able to skillfully use basic magic such as fireball, acid arrow, and mage's hand is considered to be very powerful. As for mages above level 10, they are often well-known local warriors, and there are simply very few mages at level 15 in the entire southern Shwankia. In fact, this is the normal strength level in most areas of the Ash continent. The most incredible one is the Silver Moon Empire, which has many level 20 legends in charge. This is also the reason why the Empire is always coveted by evil gods and demons. Where is the tier priest? Is he still within your surveillance range? Asked an ID. Richard replied, Atres has been hovering over them. They are ambushing us in the swamp. It seems our position has been exposed long ago. Your bird is quite useful. Nima was concentrating on hardening the mud under his feet into mud slabs so that he could walk more easily. Richard and others deliberately walked towards Pastor Tyr. On the muddy path at the edge of the rainforest, a scout captain who was returning from patrol came towards us. He was the scout who had sought justice for Lilinu last night. The scout captain greeted them. You guys finally came out? Richard smiled in response. Don't worry, we have a plan in mind. I understand. I've seen it all today. The scout captain looked at the traces left by the area magic in the distance and expressed his conviction. He pointed to the swamp in front of Richard and said casually, that swamp is very deep, and there are many magic pattern mudflat fish living in it. They like to eat carrion. Also, the swamp itself can isolate magical auras to a certain extent. We often sink death row prisoners into the swamp, so the priest won't be able to capture the information. It's very convenient. Also, the city-state of Tittle has the worst relationship with the Empire. The Empire will be happy to hear that their heir has disappeared in the rainforest without having to worry about the consequences. Please don't be surprised if the Legion commander accidentally leaves some good stuff in your hotel. Richard laughed in silence and shook hands with the scout captain. It seems that he also took on a top-secret mission along the way. Richard asked, Lilinu, are your things ready? Certainly. Lilinu was carrying a strange coffin. The coffin lid was sealed with rivets, and unclean air seeped out from the gaps. From time to time, there was a bang-bang sound coming from the coffin, like a piece of struggling meat. Richard looked at Nidianima, who had a ferocious look on his face and a shovel and a wrench in his hands, and felt that he and his companions were really speeding towards becoming villains. Chapter 38. The Vampire Clan's Hunting Ground. A group of people were lying in ambush behind a mound next to the swamp. Master Tiberi, do we really want to do this? That young man doesn't seem to be a simple imperial citizen. A soldier said with a little doubt. What do you want to say? Tiberi's serious gaze surrounded the soldier, making him dare not say anything more. Perhaps we should be fully prepared. According to intelligence, these teenagers are apprentices of the Imperial Mage Academy. Their lives are very valuable. The mage in the team expressed his opinion tactfully. As a wizard, he certainly understood what a behemoth the Imperial Academy of Wizards was. Although they have the advantage in level, they may not be real opponents. Tiberi asked coldly, a group of mages who barely reached level 5 scared you? You are a powerful level 8 mage. The mage remained silent. I have located their position, I have the upper hand, and the team configuration is reasonable. How can I lose with such a huge advantage? Let me tell you, this is also my father's decision. The Tidal city-state is ready to go to war with the Empire, and we need to kill a few more dirty Imperials as sacrifices. Everyone was slightly excited. Since it is the order of the city lord, it may be reasonable. A few high-ranking Imperial apprentices, flowers in a greenhouse, most of them have never even seen blood. Once they arrived in the wild southern part of the world, how could they possibly be a match for these experienced warriors? Let them know today how cruel the world is. Hush, stay hidden. They're coming, Tiberi said. By the way, where's Mr. Boss? Didn't we ask him to go out for investigation? Why hasn't he come back yet? Tiberi suddenly realized that another fighter in his team seemed to be out of contact. A slight sense of uneasiness rose in his heart, but was quickly suppressed. Wait, Lord Tiberi, is this boss's sword? The wizard suddenly exclaimed. Tiberi and the remaining warrior looked at the path behind them and found a complete set of armor and a long sword. They all belonged to Boss and were intact without any sign of damage. Damn, did Boss run away? Tiberi's face didn't look very good. There were absolutely no signs of combat on the armor, and it even looked like it had been polished by something. The wild animals in the rainforest could not eat the Boss so cleanly, so we can only conclude that Boss escaped. Suddenly, the sound of green leaves swaying was heard from the jungle on the hill. The tree trunks swayed and the bushes rustled in the wind. A few coconuts fell to the ground with a dull sound. The unclean breath turned into a gloomy black fog that filled every gap between the leaves. The hot southern skies seemed to cool down suddenly, and everyone shivered. Tiberi quickly judged. The necromancer is that vampire. But the vampire is still under the hill. The mage looked down. The team of teenagers didn't make any movement. But the gloomy and cold vampire girl suddenly turned her head. She looked at herself and gave a miserable and greedy smile. There was a subtle malice hidden in that smile. That's the expression a wild animal has when looking at its food. Finished. It's all over. The mage's whole body suddenly went limp, and he felt something unclean behind him. She didn't even dare to look back, It was hard for her to imagine how horrible the sight would be. The crunching sound of bones breaking mixed with the popping sound of blood vessels bursting made it impossible to even scream. Mage, stop being in a daze and think of a solution, otherwise we will all die. Tiberi raised his mace and immediately cast several spells. Second ring divine spell, divine protection. Second level spell, exorcise evil. Third level spell, holy flame. The wizard then realized that he was not dead yet and still had a chance to escape. She turned around, took out her staff, and her eyes were bloodshot. A pathetic mass of limbs and internal organs was chewing on the warrior's upper body. The countless tongues in its body accurately broke through the gaps in the armor. Like sucking a coconut with a straw, he sucked out all the flesh and blood inside the armor bit by bit. Before long, the entire warrior was devoured without leaving anything behind. The ball of flesh squirmed for a moment, then spit out a complete set of armor. The holy flame summoned by Tiberi hit the meatball hard. The divine power from the god of justice Tyr caused seemingly fatal damage to the meatball. A large piece of flesh on the meatball was burned away by the holy flame, leaving a huge gap. It works. The flesh abomination fears fire spells the most. Tiberi said in surprise, Mage, continue to use fire magic. It is no match for us. The wizard suppressed his fear and began to construct the framework of the spell. After a short chant, the third ring magic, fire, was completed. A large amount of flammable gas like clouds instantly spewed out from the top of the staff, and finally ignited after a small spark appeared, covering the entire flesh and blood abomination. The abomination finally let out a shrill scream. After these spells ended, the abomination gradually lost its activity. Several lumps of fat were filled and squeezed into the wound, but were immediately ignited by the unextinguishable flames on the body. Most undead creatures are afraid of fire and terrified of priests. The natural restraint effect allowed Tiberi to survive by chance. Tiberi was still in shock. He cursed angrily, damn it! The dirty and lowly vampires could actually summon such a horrible undead creature. Lord Tiberi, shall we run? The wizard was already frightened out of his wits and only wanted to stay away from that group of weird wizard apprentices. No, I've never been treated like this in my life. Tiberi flatly refused. One flesh abomination is already their limit. Just follow me and charge forward. We can get revenge. Can. No buts, follow me. I want to kill them with my own hands. Tiberi also felt fear in his heart, but it was soon filled with anger because of the humiliation. In southern Sincha, no one dared to treat himself like this. Tyr, please help me kill these pagans. The mage stood there motionless. She didn't intend to accompany Tiberi in his madness any longer. Who cares about you, a young master of a city-state? I will be rich and prosperous wherever I go. Oh, and I will go to the city-state of the Church of the God of Love. The wizard made up his mind to escape alone, but she unexpectedly heard a rustling sound under her feet. Countless skeletal arms suddenly grabbed his feet and pulled him towards the hateful direction little by little. The abomination lay there unable to move, but the flames on its body had been extinguished in the thick, undead fog. It opened its mouth wide, waiting for the white bony arms that emerged from the ground to deliver food into its mouth. The wizard's eyes were filled with tears, but he had completely lost the desire to resist. She simply opened her arms, smiled with relief, and threw herself at the flesh abomination. Then the hill fell into silence. Only a slight chewing sound remained. Chapter 39. The brain-eating monster is so cute. Lilinu, you are so mean. Richard watched the tragedy on the hill without leaving any regrets. A level 5 flesh abomination. Second ring necromancy magic, bone wasteland. Second ring blood magic, devote to evil. This whole series of combos almost wiped out Tiberi's team. The mage could have run away, but under the spell of blood magic, devote to evil, her fear was infinitely magnified. When fear reaches its peak, the body's self-defense mechanism is triggered. In order to ensure that he does not suffer a mental breakdown, the mage is forced to change his view of good and evil, paralyze himself, and begin to become morbidly obsessed with flesh and blood hatred, even willing to devote themselves to it and become part of the hatred. At least this can make her die happy. The perfect combination of blood magic and necromancy magic allowed Lilinu to wipe out an entire adventure team with just a few simple second-ring spells. The level of the Academy Chief is indeed not a joke. Richard admitted that Lilinu was probably slightly better than him at the moment. It can be seen that Lilinu is very happy. She rarely showed a dangerous smile, and her scarlet eyes were filled with the cold view of good and evil that belonged only to the vampires. Humans are just food in their eyes. It's like killing a chicken, with no psychological burden. No wonder the Silver Moon Church keeps an eye on Lilinu every day. However, Richard's focus was on the coffin on Lilinu's back. The flesh abomination is what escaped from the coffin. This coffin should be made of elderberry blackwood. It is thick and heavy, and you can feel the unclean smell just from its appearance. It is fundamentally different from the dark red luxurious coffin that Lilinu often uses in the college dormitory. Richard tried his best to identify them, so as to avoid getting into the wrong coffin or the wrong bed one day. At that time, Lilinu didn't get touched, but instead gave the flesh abomination a big hug. Lilinu placed the coffin upright on the ground, and the skeletal arms immediately climbed up and slowly pulled the coffin into the ground. Then the coffin appeared on the hill, took back the severely injured flesh abomination, and finally sank into the ground and disappeared. That reverend tear is coming down. At this moment, Nidienema was working hard to dig a hole in the swamp with a shovel, and then stuffed a round steel frame into the hole to reinforce it. Richard was somewhat speechless. Good fanatics are always disgusting, and the black and white theory that evil must be killed will only cause greater disasters. Nidi spat and shoveled the wood into the swamp again. Who cares? Just bury it. Nima wiped his sweat and sat on a rock. Don't expect to sleep well at night if you keep him here. This kind of lunatic will never give up once he locks on a target. But Lilinu is really scary. While everyone was talking, Pastor Tyr had already rushed to Lilinu with bloodshot eyes. Tiberi roared, "You damned bastards, you must die." An enraged 7th-level Tyr priest who falls into a state of fanatical judgment will double all his attacks against evil creatures like Lilinu. Lilinu immediately hid behind Richard. Richard sighed and said, "If you had said less threatening words to Lilinu, we could still be in the same camp. Why did we have to come to this? Just you? You are a bunch of traitors with impure beliefs." Tiberi charged forward in a somewhat embarrassed manner, holding a mace. "It's just right. Let's try out the latest spell." Richard snapped his fingers without dodging or evading. A one-way portal to the astral world suddenly appeared on Tiberi's charge path. 3 rings, group summoning of astral creatures. About 7 or 8 fleshy balls that looked like brains slowly crawled out of the portal in the dark. They have strong limbs but no faces. They are brain eaters. The moment the brain-eating monster appeared, Richard and others immediately felt a psychic energy that was different from divine arts and magical spells. The spiritual energy that focuses on the mind acts directly on the brain, causing Tiberi's faith to suddenly waver a little. Some strange words actually broke into Richard's brain directly, like telepathy. "The Star Mage has summoned us. I thought you were extinct. Lucky man with perfect inheritance. I hope we won't become enemies in the future. Little brother, can I parasitize in your brain? Don't be afraid. I just want to take your brain on a wonderful adventure. Please note that if you are too close to us, your intelligence may continue to decrease. Of course, if your intelligence is lower than 3, you will not be affected. The Illithid mastermind asked us to send you our regards." Everyone stepped back. Richard said immediately. Nima was confused and said, "Oh, back off. Hiss, why does my brain suddenly stop working? I can't use many spells all of a sudden. It's degrading our intelligence." "What? Richard, what weird thing did you summon?" "It's just a brain-eating monster. I think it's quite cute." "Fuck, run. I don't want to be parasitized. Your pet and Lilinu's are more terrifying than each other." Richard and others immediately ran far away. At this moment, Tiberi has been entangled by the clever brain-eating monsters. Priests often have higher resistance, so they have strong immunity against the repeated decline of intelligence from brain-eating monsters. It's like rolling a 20-sided dice. If an ordinary person fails to cast more than 15, his intelligence will be temporarily reduced. But the priest only needs to roll more than 10 to be exempt from the identification of intelligence decline. But Richard summoned 8 brain-eating monsters, and even the most resistant monsters could not withstand the 8 rounds of identification per second. Tiberi didn't know the characteristics of the brain-eating monster and didn't choose to destroy it quickly. He just wanted to get rid of these filthy creatures that looked exactly like his brain as soon as possible, and then kill Richard, the summoner. This caused his intellectual ability to rapidly decline. Although the attribute of intelligence has little to do with the strength of divine magic, but a fool would never know that he has mastered a large number of divine arts. Tiberi had forgotten all of his divine arts and was left with only the swing of the mace. Soon, the clever brain-eating monsters worked together to push Tiberi into a hole dug in the swamp. Tiberi was completely unable to break free. The concrete that Nidienema had prepared in advance was poured into the pit little by little. This group of brain-eating monsters actually learned the technique of beating dust without any instruction. We are very capable, aren't we? If you need us, please feel free to call us. We like you and want you to give birth to tadpoles for us. My door is always open. The Star World welcomes you. It was another telepathic message that directly broke into Richard's brain. The Brain Eater seems to like Richard very much. And because of faction inheritance, Richard thought that these walking brains were quite cute. Just like Lilinu is obsessed with flesh abominations and skeletons. Just when Richard thought that everything was settled, a golden figure rushed over from the other side of the swamp. Team members, I sense an evil aura. Oh, it's our good ally, the Tear Believer, who was attacked by a monster. As the holy son of Lathander and a brave warrior of the Church of Dawn, I have no choice but to come and rescue you. Damn, pervert Richard. Chapter 40. The brain-eating monster pried open your skull and shook its head in disappointment. The sudden appearance of the hero caught Richard off guard. Although Michel was a slave, this did not prevent him from representing the face of the Dawn Church, one of the two major churches in the Empire. It would seem a bit strange to kill the Tear Priest who was also from the good camp in front of the hero. And the most troublesome thing is that once Michel appears, the brain-eating monster's attack on Priest Tear's intelligence becomes ineffective. All negative effects were directly purified by Michel. Richard had a headache. Pastor Tear struggled in the swamp and said in surprise, "Is it the Son of Dawn? Come and pull me out. I met a filthy vampire. Let's kill her together." The brain-eating monsters also noticed Michel. They circled around the brave man and his two teammates for a few times, then rolled over and lay on the ground in frustration and disappointment, as if they were completely helpless. These brain-eating monsters transmitted their voices. "Sorry, we can't do anything with creatures with intelligence below 3. His intelligence cannot be reduced any further. If you want to communicate with him, you need to master animal language in advance. Goodbye, we don't like Dekongming. He makes us feel uncomfortable." Several brain-eating monsters twisted their bodies, moved their limbs nimbly, and drilled back into the portal one by one in an orderly manner and ran away. Richard was slightly shocked. Could it be that the so-called Dawn Warrior actually has an empty head? Michelle put her hands on her hips and said proudly, "Haha, it's me as expected. I just revealed my identity and scared away these monsters." The priests and mages around him sighed together. As expected of the brave hero, Tiberi shouted, "Wait, Dawn allies, please rescue me first. The mortar is solidifying and I am suffocating." Michelle hesitated, looked at Tiberi, then at Richard, unable to make up her mind. It seems that in terms of status, I should indeed help Billy. But Richard and he had a good relationship, and he really didn't want to interrupt his murder scene. Richard walked to the hero helplessly, put his arm around his shoulder, and said, "This man is looking for trouble with Lilinu for no reason. We are acting in self-defense. Give me some face and just pretend you are blind today. I don't think God Lathander will say anything." Michelle had a difficult expression. "Captain Richard, you know that I am a brave man, the shield of order, the enemy of evil, the light of mankind." Richard took out a few gold coins from his pocket and stuffed them into the hero's hand. "I am sincere. This is the embodiment of my justice." Michelle swallowed, looked around furtively, and then glanced up at the sky guiltily. "Hiss, this justice still doesn't feel big enough." Richard took out 2 gold coins again with a painful look on his face. "Although I don't know how you got here, I'm sure you've been sleeping in the open air. I'll take the 2 team members to have a good meal." That? Michelle still seemed a little unsatisfied and rubbed her fingers again. Richard raised an eyebrow in displeasure. "You are just a brave man. How dare you take advantage of me?" Richard snatched all the gold coins back from the hero, pointed at Tiberi in the pit viciously, and threatened. "Michelle, now that you've seen it, do you think you can still run? It's just 1 gold coin. If you think it's not enough, the 3 of you should sink in with him." Michelle's eyes widened, and he said in horror, "No, just 1. I think this must be the Oracle of Lathander. I will help you bury it. I will help you bury it." Michelle immediately picked up the shovel beside her and filled the hole with soil. He surrendered to Richard very smoothly and chose to become an accomplice. Richard was a little bit incredulous. "I just asked you to ignore it. Why are you so positive? You are a hero after all, right?" Michelle said without any psychological burden. "It depends on the camp. I am neutral good, and the Tear priests are extreme lawful good. We are not on the same side. That means Pastor Tear is not welcomed even in your good camp? It is limited to this branch in Southern Assumption. They once formed a crusade knights and massacred the entire human city-state of Southern Assumption. The only reason was that most city-states allowed trade with foreign races. In the deep pit, the concrete mortar has gradually solidified. The mud from the swamp slowly flowed into the nearly 6-meter deep pit, covering Tiberi's neck. Tiberi's chest could no longer rise and fall. His eyes began to fill with bloodshot, and he said hoarsely, "Michel, you are a damn traitor. Lathander is also a bastard who betrayed the camp. Tyr will punish him." Richard was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect Tiberi to be so bold. As a non-religious wizard, I dare not insult the gods that believers believe in front of them. The priest is the eyes and ears of the gods, and these insults to the gods can all be heard. What a lunatic. Michelle had an indifferent expression, as if she didn't care at all, and instead exclaimed, "Captain Richard, where did you find this swamp? It can actually block the senses between priests. It's really perfect for destroying corpses. Does that mean we won't be discovered by the Church of Tyre? Of course, even if you submerge a hero like me in it, the Dawn Church won't be able to find any suspicion in you." As time went by, the pit was gradually filled with silt from the swamp. Tiberi also sank into a deeper, more unexplorable area because of the weight of the concrete around him. The heir to the city-state of Tidal died inexplicably in the swamp because of his fanatical attack on Lilinu. The matter has almost come to an end, but Lilinu's identity is quite sensitive in southern astronomy and needs special attention. Richard asked, "By the way, why are you in Nanshwankia? Would the high priest be willing to let you go?" Michelle sighed and said, "The high priest gave us a year-end bonus. I felt that I couldn't continue to degenerate like that, so I took my team members to adventure south. Unfortunately, the priest robbed us of our money on the way, and we started wandering again. As expected of you, Michelle. But I am here for justice. I can sense the presence of evil deep within Nanshwankia. Nonsense, everywhere outside the Empire is a paradise for evil creatures. That being said, Captain Richard, I'm hungry. I can't stand eating bananas and drinking coconut water every day. I'm not a monkey." The brave man stretched out his hand to beg. Richard said disdainfully, "I have some bread here. You can take it." Michel and his two teammates immediately burst into tears. "Thank you so much, Richard. I didn't expect you to have such a good heart despite your sexual fetish. From now on, you will be the friend of the brave forever. We're going to go into the rainforest in a little while. Come along. Just think of it as a way to counteract my bad luck. Of course, I will definitely protect you, Captain Richard. I am a brave man." Chapter 41. I'm sorry, Richard. I'm going to seek refuge with my brother-in-law. I wish you good luck. Just as Richard and Michelle dropped their shovels and prepared to leave, the female apprentice who had talked to Richard in the dormitory corridor happened to pass by the swamp. She greeted Richard politely. "Hey, Brother Renkieka. You're playing around with people. You seem to be in a good mood. Your tastes and hobbies are still so unique." The female apprentice stopped beside Richard, and several team members behind her were trying to drag a ground dragon back. "It looks like a fruitful harvest." Richard remained calm and said, "Don't talk nonsense. They are just a few piglets." "Oh, is this the legendary industry jargon? So interesting." The female apprentice had an "I understand" expression. "The more you know, the more you will be silenced. Don't worry, I won't ask too many questions." However, the apprentices behind the female apprentice were really a little panicked. After all, Richard still has quite a bad reputation in the academy, and many people have been beaten up by him. Then the group of apprentices gathered together, discussed something in whispers, and sent a female apprentice to walk up to Richard. The female apprentice handed Richard a piece of crystal with a solemn look, bowed solemnly and said, "This is a natural gem that we knocked off the green-haired turtle. Please accept it." Richard was a little confused. What are you doing?" "Protection money. Married woman." The female apprentice's eyes seemed to be sparkling with stars. She was already very into the role. "I'm not stealing yours. Am I that kind of person? We're all classmates. Why are we being so polite? You'd better accept it. They don't know you and are a little scared. This is simply for peace of mind." The female apprentice stuck out her tongue playfully. Richard no longer refused and accepted the gem. "Okay, but I remember you went home for a blind date. Did you find the right one?" "No. The men in Heisen territory were too enthusiastic. I was so scared that I ran back to the academy. Besides, I was still so young and didn't even want to find a fiancé." Richard nodded seriously. "That's right. As apprentices, we should focus on our studies." "Yeah, aren't you embarrassed to say that?" The female apprentice glanced at Lilinu and waved goodbye. "Then we will take our leave first and not disturb you from your work. Goodbye, Sister Lilinu." Richard and the others did not plan to stay in the swamp for too long and headed towards the rainforest. But Nighty Nima kept staring at Michelle the whole way, and I didn't dare say a word. The rainforest of Australasia is lush and green, but once you go deeper into it, you'll find that the ground is darker than you imagined. The branches and leaves of the tall trees covered the entire sky like an umbrella, and only the few gaps between the green leaves allowed a few rays of light to pass through. The road in the rainforest was very difficult to walk on, with twisted and winding tree roots and haphazardly growing bushes blocking the way for everyone. Nidienema had no choice but to take the lead in clearing the way and cutting off the branches and leaves, with a machete in each hand. There are also a large number of poisonous snakes and spiders in the rainforest. Even if you arrange insect repellent spells and potions in advance, it is difficult to avoid it completely. And as Richard and others continued to go deeper, some mushroom people who seemed to be mushroom spirits shuttled through the jungle, looking curiously at this group of humans who came from afar. The brave man asked, "Is this the mushroom you want to pick?" Richard shook his head. These mushroom people are intelligent creatures. They are relatively friendly and will provide shelter to travelers in distress. Don't disturb them. Nima was surprised and said, "Fungus people? I remember they should be widely distributed in the Underdark. There should be mutations in the rainforest. Maybe they're delicious." Lilinu looked at the mushroom man who bravely approached her and felt a little hungry. "Lilinu, don't cause trouble." "Oh, I'll just take a look. Just take a look." The group walked for about 2 hours, and it was getting dark. There will be many Asian dragons or lizard men roaming in the rainforest at night, so it is not suitable for traveling. Richard decided to set up camp and rest temporarily. He deliberately chose an area with more mushroom people. The mushroom people did not reject the approach of these strange humans. They are happy to provide some shelter in the wild for any friendly, intelligent creature. There were even quite a few mycobacteria who collected a few mushrooms and secretly placed them next to Richard's camp. Then they were frightened by Lilinu's breath and screamed and fled in all directions. "These mushrooms are the varieties specified by Nushin," Richard said with some surprise. After entering the rainforest for the first time, Richard discovered that the mushroom picking task assigned by Nushin was much more difficult than he had imagined. Many mushrooms are rare magic materials. They are often guarded by monsters such as ground dragons, slimes, lizardmen, and ghost women. If you want to get it, you will have to fight a fierce battle. But the mushroom people are natural masters of mushroom cultivation, and the monsters in the rainforest will consciously avoid harming the mushroom people. This allows them to always have access to a wide variety of mushrooms. As civil engineering masters, Nighty and Nima were responsible for setting up the tent. They were discussing intensely how to achieve waterproofing effect by adapting to local conditions and using the least amount of materials. The three brave men stood beside Nidienema, listening to their discussion and nodding from time to time. He pretended to be very knowledgeable, like a leader. Lilinu leaned against Richard, drowsy. The vampires prefer cool, dry environments, and the humid and hot rainforest makes her a little uncomfortable. Richard released a little bit of astral magic power around Lilinu to help her cool down. Atreus hovered over the rainforest, sharing vision with Richard and being wary of some powerful monsters approaching. Based on the information shared by Atreus, Richard realized that the Austronesian rainforest was incredibly large. Atreus tried to fly higher, but she couldn't see the edge of the rainforest. The half-day journey into the rainforest that he had taken was almost negligible compared to the entire southern Sintra. In the deepest part of the rainforest, some terrifying aura is lurking. Even the Silver Moon Empire is quite afraid of them. Richard slowly deployed his astral magic power around the camp, forming a quasi-astral field. Every move of the creatures in the domain will be under his surveillance. It was almost night, and most of the birds in the forest returned to their nests to roost, and Nidienema finally set up a suitable tent. It is more like a small brick house than a tent, because no matter how Nidienema argued, he would find that a tent made simply of rainproof cloth and straw could not protect against the moisture in southern Astridia. They decided to go all out and made use of the fine tradition of rapid infrastructure construction of civil engineers. They mixed mud and laid bricks on the spot to build a stilt brick house. The brick house is suspended in the air, supported by 4 pillars, which effectively isolates it from the miasma and moisture on the ground. It also isolates the giant southern cockroaches that jump on your face, can fly, and are as big as mice. Richard was most afraid of them. "Okay, 1 room for ladies and 1 room for men. Perfect," Nima said with satisfaction. Richard also praised, as expected of the mixer in the wizard world, the civil engineering school is truly unfathomable. In fact, I think I can squeeze into a room with the ladies. Nid glanced at the brave man and rubbed his hands. "Let's not talk about this for now, Richard. Come with us? What's the matter? Richard and his two brothers asked as they walked outside the camp. Nima pulled Richard by the collar and whispered, That brave man, that man. How come he looks so much like Little Shur? Richard evaded the question vaguely. That should be Shur's brother. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Are they adventurers? Yes, we met in the Adventurers Guild. Their team was short of people, and so were we, so we went together. What? We're short of people? Sorry, Richard. We have to go to our brother-in-law. I wish you good luck. Clam. Chapter 42. I will bring my talent to the brave squad. You know, Chaucier is my idol, and I have known the priest and the mage for a long time. Of course, whether they recognize me may be a problem, but it is not important. I think the brave brother-in-law must be incredibly strong, and Little Shur would also want his brother to team up with me. I have a feeling that we can defeat strong enemies if we take risks together. There will definitely be a good chemistry between me and my brother-in-law. I understand that sometimes it's hard to make a decision, but after a split second of thought, I've decided to bring my talent to the brave squad. I can't wait to convert Lathander and wear his priest robes. As for Richard, I wish him all the best in the academy. Nidienema gave a farewell speech, and Richard was speechless. These two bastards actually abandoned their brothers for a woman. Simply. Exactly like me. Although they were a little angry, their reasons were really sufficient. So of course Richard chose to forgive them. Sooner or later they will find out that the idol they are madly pursuing is a big-dicked cute girl. But Nidienema hesitated. It still feels inappropriate. I think it's great. From now on, you will be Michelle's people. Sure enough, Richard, you should join us. Richard was touched and said, It seems that you finally understand my importance. And I shook his head and said, That's not the case. I just feel that if we rely on ourselves, we can't survive in the rainforest. We still need Lilinu to back us up, but Lilinu will only follow you. You two bitches. Richard was so angry that he laughed. Why are these two brothers so awesome today? Is it because of the hero? Richard cast a status identification spell out of curiosity, and the result was as expected. Holy abnormal aura. You are indeed a brave warrior. Intelligent creatures under the halo will unconsciously say, You are worthy of being a hero, but it will not affect the behavior of the creature itself. You are indeed a brave man, Richard exclaimed. He actually possessed such a useless skill. But this halo clearly has no impact on actual behavior. So these two bastards might really think that Lilinu is much stronger than themselves. Of course it is true, Richard said helplessly. Our two teams have been temporarily merged. Your joining Michelle does not mean you will leave me. You should have said it earlier. You kept us confused for several seconds. Nidienema smiled and put his arm around Richard's shoulder, looking like a loving father and a filial son. Forget it. You two are hopeless. Just go and serve Michelle. Richard didn't really care about the sudden outburst of these two bastards. Okay, let's go find something to eat first. But the Shur brothers and sisters look so much alike. They are just like two peas in a pod. Don't let yourselves be turned gay. Richard was a little worried. After all, the hero is really good looking. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the top star of the Church of the God of Love. How is that possible? We two brothers are first-rate tough guys. Nidienema took out his hunting tools and walked out of the camp, intending to catch some fish. Richard returned to the camp and found that the brave man and others were just sitting by the campfire doing nothing, waiting for food. Michelle, aren't you three a little too idle? At least find some wood to start a fire and be on guard. Do we still need to do these? The brave man asked in confusion. No. Then how do you usually deal with the night when you go on adventures? Find a place to lie down and sleep. What else can I do? Maybe I can apply glue. That's not impossible. Richard was silent for a moment, then slowly asked, Have you never been taken away by wild wolves? Or have slimes never attacked you? The brave man was shocked and said, What? There is such a thing? Unbelievable. Okay, I understand. Richard had a headache. Captain Richard, I'm hungry. When is dinner? The brave man asked honestly. Shut up, roll the dice first and let me test your luck. Richard took out a wooden cup, put a few dice in it, and sat cross-legged in front of Michelle. What? Comparing size? I'll do it. All in. The female pastor immediately became excited, and she rolled and crawled to Richard's front. The female pastor seemed to not care about her image at all. Her exquisite princess-cut hair was a mess, and her pure white pastor robe was covered with mud. Although she was good-looking, Richard, who was always lustful, didn't have any thoughts at all. There is a sense of reproductive isolation that prevents humans from appreciating the beauty of monkeys. You are worthy of being the brave man's teammate. Richard refused and said, just stay aside and be quiet. Oh, so stingy. The priest immediately curled up into a ball, rolled to the other side, and drank with the mage. Michelle shook her head and said, Captain Richard, I don't know how to gamble. It doesn't matter. Just guess the size. That's fine, but I don't have a penny. Small problem. I don't want your money. You are such a nice person. I will not talk about you behind your back anymore. I will try to scold you to your face. Richard and Michelle soon began gambling. As expected, Richard didn't win. Finally, Richard asked the brave man to guess what number he had rolled and what number each dice had. The brave man can still always guess the correct answer accurately. It's like it's opened. Sure enough, the legend was not wrong. As the chosen people of the gods, the brave were indeed extremely lucky creatures. This is also the reason why the brave team can barely survive despite being so weak. Essentially, most disasters will ignore his existence and pass by. Moreover, as long as it is related to probability, the brave man can directly lock the most incredible possibility to 100%. Sure enough, it was right to take Michelle along on this adventure. The brave man's eyes widened, with a silly look on his face. Captain Richard, I'm still hungry. When is dinner? Do I have to starve tonight? It's not impossible. I have plenty of experience in starvation. Wait a minute, they're out fishing? Richard used his magic to light a bonfire for lighting and dehumidification. By the way, they're your fans. Did you know that? Michelle nodded. The two I saw in the arena. I have some impression of them. I told them you are Sher's brother, so don't let it slip. Don't worry, I understand this. I'm a brave man. Looks like you're still planning on going back to the Church of the God of Love? Michelle scratched his head and said proudly, when I make enough money from singing and dancing, I will definitely leave. This time was just an accident. There will definitely be no problem next time. Richard said, it seems that the Church of the God of Love wants to eat you to death, and they don't worry about you running away at all. But why hasn't Nidinima come back yet? Is fishing so difficult? Michelle, stay where you are and don't move. I'm going to go catch some fish. Chapter 43. Are you stupid? This is the civil engineering school. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Richard and Nidinima returned to the camp covered in mud. They were carrying several tropical flatfish. Lilinu asked in confusion, Richard, what's wrong with you? You don't look very energetic. Richard's mouth twitched and he said, nothing. You can't say that Nidinima and I have been fishing for a long time but haven't caught a single fish. Later, the fish even fed itself, circled around the hook, and even sprayed water at itself. Nidinima was so angry that he almost drew the money, but fortunately he was stopped by the mushroom-headed mushroom man who had been watching for a long time. The mushroom man felt sorry for Richard and the others, so he gave them some fish. All in all, the result was good. There was something to eat. 7 people gathered in a circle around the campfire, slowly roasting the flatfish over the fire, sprinkling some spices on it from time to time. Richard also mixed the corned beef he had prepared in advance into the oatmeal, cut in some tropical fruits and mushrooms, and cooked it slowly. And he also rejected Lilinu's weird request to put toads, spiders, and slugs into the pot. Everyone had been hungry all day, and finally had a hot meal, so most of them ate it ravenously. The brave man and others were even worse off. They started to eat the grilled fish before it was even cooked. Looks like he's been hungry for a long time. Lilinu had no interest in the grilled fish and handed her portion to the little mushroom man who was quietly walking beside her. The mushroom man, who was less than half a meter tall, picked up the grilled fish and immediately ran back to the tribe. The impenetrable leaves on the campsite had been cleared away by the brave men in advance, revealing an open-air dome. A silver moon hung in the sky, and the bright moonlight fell on the camp. The sky is filled with stars, adorning the silver moon, emitting distant specks of light. Nidinima prayed to the moon goddess as usual, and the 3 brave men also whispered to their respective gods. Atres was still flying over the southern Sundya with great interest, with a group of migratory birds following behind her. This was Richard's first adventure in the conventional sense since coming to this world. They formed a fairly good team, set up camp in the deep forest, made a fire to smoke the captured food, and established a fairly good relationship with the local residents. Richard felt a little emotional. Lilinu hugged Richard's arm tightly, clinging to his side with some attachment. This vampire girl has no relatives and only Richard is her acquaintance. Soon everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, and after deciding on the order in which they would take turns keeping watch, they tiredly went into the brick house. Richard still didn't feel comfortable enough to squeeze into the ladies' room. The brave man stood next to Richard and sighed. Team Richard, as a mage, you need to keep working hard. What are you working hard for? I heard that wizards have a seventh ring magic called Mordenkainen Mansion. If you could cast that spell, wouldn't our adventure be more comfortable? You're the only one who asks for too much. We've taken care of all the adventures, so what do we need you for? The brave man said confidently, the smaller the ability, the smaller the responsibility. You're flying. Richard, don't scold my brother-in-law. If you want to scold someone, scold me instead. 2 liquors. Wait, a question suddenly occurred to me. If you really catch up with Shausier one day, how will you divide it? The brave man felt a chill and his buttocks tightened. Damn, good question. Richard, do you want to alienate us 2 brothers? Niddy Enema was in hesitation and entanglement. Michelle interrupted immediately. Stop, 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 go to sleep. The lights in the house went out and Richard felt uncomfortable. This was his first time sleeping with a group of men. However, because he was already tired after a whole day, he didn't have the energy to complain and fell asleep quickly. The next morning, Richard got up early and started writing and drawing on the map of the outskirts of the rainforest. He is planning his path for the day. There are still 3 days left before returning to Dialran, and he has only completed less than 70% of the mushroom picking mission in Nushin. There are also a few rare species that even mushroom people have never heard of. This makes people wonder whether Nushin came up with the task on the spur of the moment. Nima asked, should we go back to the base ahead of time? Richard said, let's take a few more days of adventure and look around. It's not easy to come to Southern Assumption. Next time, you can't take the ship at public expense. Just as everyone was hesitating about which direction to go, several mushroom people hurriedly ran to Richard, shaking their limbs desperately as if they wanted to express something. They pulled at Richard's clothes, trying to take him somewhere. Is someone in danger? Richard did not hesitate and led his team members to follow the little mushroom people through the rainforest. They were heading toward the center of the rainforest, but still on the outer edge. But he could clearly feel that the level of the beasts around him was much higher, and they were no longer something that the mage apprentices like him could easily deal with. Soon Richard heard the humans' exclamations and the fluctuations of magic power. It's a mage apprentice. How dare they go so deep into the rainforest? Richard and others were hiding behind a tree trunk and discovered that there was a level 9 gargoyle beside a stream ahead. There were 5 or 6 level 2 skeleton warriors beside this monster. They surrounded the 5 mage apprentices and approached little by little. Richard asked quietly, Lilinu, why are there undead creatures here? Is there a necromancer? Lilinu quickly judged, there should be. These undead creatures are obviously controlled by people and have the consciousness of cooperative combat. Find the necromancer first. The necromancer is far away, deep in the rainforest. He is controlling these undead creatures remotely. Then let's get rid of them first. For Losander. Michel rushed out with a golden sword in his hand, not showing any fear at all. His 2 team members also charged forward without hesitation. This made Richard look at him with new eyes. This is what a brave man should have. Should have. Well, the 3 heroes lived up to expectations and were killed by the 3 gargoyles. The gap in level is not something these 3 oxen and horses can bridge. But his courage is commendable. At least his attitude is right. Help, Captain Richard! The brave man shouted for help. The 3 were pressed down by the skeletons. However, the skeletons have no weapons and cannot cause effective damage to them. But the sudden appearance of the brave man also disrupted the encirclement of the monsters. The 5 mage apprentices immediately took advantage of the gap to run away and tried their best to hide behind the tree trunks. The nearly 2-meter-tall hard gargoyle, made of earth element, noticed Richard and others. He let out a shrill cry, moved his strong and powerful legs, and flapped his wings to rush towards Richard. This powerful 9th-level creature is extremely massive, and there is almost no chance of survival if you are hit head-on by it. Niddy Enema immediately cast spells one by one. 4th ring spell, Non-Newtonian Fluid Wall. 4th ring spell, Earth Element Disintegration. A wall of thick and viscous fluid suddenly rose from the ground and blocked Richard. The gargoyle crashed into the fluid wall without hesitation. At the moment the 2 collided, the thick fluid that should have been very soft suddenly became like an indestructible hard wall, blocking the gargoyle's charge. The extremely viscous slurry of earth element slowly fell on the hard shell of the gargoyle. Then the thick slurry immediately collapsed. The backlash of the element's self-destruction directly affected the gargoyle, which also belonged to the earth element. The gargoyle let out a wailing sound, staring at Nidynama and struggling on the ground. Niddy Enema shouted, "Are you stupid? This is magic. This is civil engineering. This is physics. Lilinu warned, be careful, it's not dead yet. It's about to cast exhaustion ray. Before the ray was fired, Richard immediately pulled the brave man in front of him to block it. The next second, the gargoyle's exhaustion ray shot quickly, accurately and fiercely at the hero's chest. The brave man let out a scream in response. Oh, I'm dead. Chapter 44, How Can There Be No Dragons in the Magic World? The exhaustion ray is the signature spell of the fourth ring necromancy. Anyone hit will suffer a severe deterioration in strength, physique, and agility, and will no longer be able to resist. However, the person hit can often make a saving throw. If the resistance is high enough, half of the effect of the ray can be avoided. Of course, the possibility of a big success is not ruled out. If you are lucky enough, you can be completely immune to the effects of the rays, but the probability is close to infinitesimal. But an infinitesimal probability does not mean it is impossible. Michel took the depletion ray hard at this time and was knocked to the ground by the shock wave. He howled in fear. Ah, Captain Richard, you actually tried to murder me. I was wrong about you. Richard kicked the brave man. Don't scream. You are fine. Oh, it's actually true? Wow. It's me as expected. I can handle a mere fourth ring magic with my eyes closed. Michelle touched her face and immediately jumped up with great joy and full vitality. After being struck by Nidecima's spell, the gargoyle still showed amazing defense and recovery capabilities. After a brief roar, the gargoyle barely stood up again, but did not choose to continue attacking. It looked at the group of people who suddenly appeared with fear, and there was fear in its eyes. Although these people were not of high level, the gargoyle instinctively felt that each of them was too dangerous, especially the young man who has not taken action yet, and the gloomy and cold girl beside him. As long as you get close to them, you will immediately have the omen of death. The gargoyle's not-so-high intelligence also gives it a fear of death. Now it tried to flap its wings and fly into the air to escape. Of course, Richard would not let this gargoyle leave. Atreides dropped from the sky and pounced on the gargoyle like a bird of prey. The gargoyle swung its claws wildly and slapped Atreides' bird body hard. Atreides was instantly shattered into a ball of blue flame, which spread to the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, a large area of rainforest with the gargoyle as the center was ignited by the astral flame. The moisture in the air was disappearing rapidly, and the temperature was dropping to freezing point at a speed that could be felt. The deep, cold blue becomes the main color of this area. Richard opened up his astral field, and the sky full of stars seemed to surround him. The unique corrosive smell permeated the gargoyle's surface and forced its body made of earth elements to ignite. Although the gargoyle was not sensitive to pain, it was horrified to notice that its solid body was disintegrating bit by bit. The flame burning faintly on the body surface could not be extinguished at all. Soon the gargoyle's pair of fleshy wings hardened due to the extremely low temperature and finally disintegrated into large and small pieces of mud. The gargoyle could no longer fly and was forced to fall to the ground. Richard said in time, Nima Nima, capture it alive. Lilinu can reversely lock the location of the necromancer. Okay, I'm familiar with this job. Nidienema picked up several earth spears made of magic energy and stabbed them into the joints of the gargoyle one by one, nailing it to the ground. The gargoyle struggled desperately, but to no avail. But in Richard's astral realm, this pure creature composed solely of elements will suffer greater harm. It gradually lost its strength, and only the sharp roar of anger remained on its vicious and ugly face. Lilinu slowly walked to the front of the gargoyle, drew out a strand of necromancy magic, and slowly pressed it into the gargoyle's elemental body. The cold necromancy magic penetrates directly into the soul, searching for the soul imprint of its owner deep in the soul. But the necromancer far away in the depths of the rainforest certainly knew what Lilinu was trying to do. He had no intention of giving Lilinu a chance to conduct reverse reconnaissance. The gargoyle suddenly began to struggle violently, and its thick limbs began to disintegrate. Next came the torso, and finally the head, all of which turned into a pile of yellow earth. At the same time, the soul fire flickering in the eye sockets of those skeleton soldiers suddenly went out, and their entire bodies scattered into a pile of messy bones. Lilinu sighed. The necromancer reacted and directly wiped out the souls of these creatures. Richard roughly deduced, he can control undead creatures from such a long distance. He must be a strong man, right? Lilinu nodded and said, well, these creatures are just some of his many sentinels. Conservatively speaking, he is at least level 10 and can summon a large number of skeletons and zombies, and even a small number of death knights. Wait a minute, Brother Richard. I have information. The surrounded mage apprentices ran to Richard. Speak. These evil creatures didn't try to kill us at first, but to drive us away. What? Then how did you get surrounded? We overestimated our own strength and then angered them. The mage apprentices replied with their heads down. Richard waved his hand and said, Forget it, as long as nothing happened. You guys go back quickly and tell Nushin the news. Several mage apprentices said goodbye obediently and headed towards the stronghold. Before leaving, the mushroom people gave them a lot of mushrooms and tropical dried fish. Richard speculated. It seems that the necromancer does not want to be our enemy, and he does not want to provoke the Empire. Lilinu said, No necromancer wants to provoke the Empire. I can feel that this area is full of necromancer sentinels. Their role is only to block rather than kill. No matter what it is, since it is evil, let's destroy it together. The brave man led his 2 team members and plunged into the depths of the rainforest without hesitation. After a while, Michelle found that Richard and others did not follow her, so she obediently returned the same way. Richard didn't care about the 3 heroes playing tricks. He looked at the little mushroom man who informed him and asked, Do you know anything? The little mushroom man nodded, then shook his head. This made Richard very confused. He tried using animal language, but it still didn't work. The way the mushroom people communicate seems a bit like the stone people. They uploaded their minds together into a hub and interacted with each other in the form of dreams. So in theory, mushroom people don't have language, and magic that knows language is ineffective against mushroom people. But the little mushroom man is still dancing, full of desire to express himself. It suddenly jumped up and down, and a tiny mushroom spore fell off its mushroom head. The spores are colorful and very showy. It's the kind that's extremely poisonous at first glance and will kill you in 7 steps. Richard was a little doubtful. You don't want me to eat this spore? The little mushroom man nodded vigorously. It seems that the necromancer is also your enemy? Richard had a rough guess, and after hesitating for a moment, he boldly ate the rainbow-like mushroom spores. Then Richard's eyes went dark and he passed out. He felt as if he was trapped in an extremely bizarre dream. Richard realized that he was in a harmless hallucinogenic state. Now my dreams seem to have merged with the little mushroom man's thoughts. The little mushroom man's world of thought slowly unfolded before Richard. A city-state hidden deep in the rainforest. The organized legion of paladins is at the gate of the city. The city-state was destroyed and the legion perished. Then a necromancer emerged from the endless corpses. The magic power of death slowly spread from the city-state, eroding the rainforest of southern Assyria bit by bit, squeezing the living space of races such as the fungus people and lizard people. Suddenly the dream ended and Richard woke up with a start. He was even in the process of falling to the ground. This dream seemed to take up only 1 second in the real world. Richard managed to stand still and understood what the mushroom man meant. The Myconids knew that they came from a powerful empire and hoped that they could call on people to destroy the necromancer. But the necromancer was also very smart. He ordered his undead servants not to provoke the Imperials. Therefore, the Empire had no idea that there was such a necromancer lurking in the deserted city-state deep in the rainforest. Richard assured the mushroom man, I will report this to the Imperial Legion, please rest assured. He had a good impression of this group of mushroom people. It is a blessing to encounter a friendly and intelligent fungus community in a rainforest full of monsters and dangers. The mushroom people helped him a lot and saved 5 mage apprentices. The Academy will not ignore this friendship. But Richard now plans to return the same way. Because there are powerful necromancers near the rainforest, the danger level is bound to increase. Just a small undead outpost would take Richard and others some effort to deal with. Then there may be even more powerful undead creatures in deeper depths. This is not something our group can handle. Richard decided briefly, Everyone, the plan has changed, return to the base. Everyone simply cleaned up the battlefield first. Nidienema put all the soil blocks left after the gargoyle collapsed into a container, intending to conduct further research. It would be even better if I could use this to summon a gargoyle. As for the bones left behind by the few skeleton soldiers, they were all pulled into the ground by Lilinu's skeletal arms. Lilinu was in a good mood. She found that the quality of these bones seemed surprisingly good. As long as some complicated necromancy rituals are performed, it is not impossible to create elite skeleton warriors or even death knights. After that, Richard said goodbye to the little mushroom man. The little mushroom man screamed and ran into the jungle, then jumped out again and handed Richard a dark purple mushroom. Richard didn't know what this mushroom was used for, but he accepted it anyway. As a return gift, Richard gave the little mushroom man some magic fertilizer. This is a special fertilizer left over from last semester's potion planting class. It can effectively promote plant growth. On the way back, Nima asked, "Do you think the Empire will deal with this necromancer?" "Perhaps, but it will take time. The necromancer is hiding in an abandoned city-state, and it is not easy to deal with." Richard still has confidence in the Empire. After all, the Silver Moon Empire believes in the moon goddess Solin. According to their own understanding, the Empire is keen on eradicating evil creatures that cannot be dealt with by the surrounding human gatherings. On the one hand, it can demonstrate one's military power, and on the other hand, it can demonstrate the justice of the Empire itself, even to gain the respect and recognition of other human principalities or empires farther away on the continent of Ash, so as to achieve a larger alliance of order. And this time the enemy is a necromancer. As for the necromancers who are not on the staff, the tradition of the Silver Moon Empire is always to strike hard to prevent the outbreak of the undead scourge. As for the profession of necromancer, it is enough for the Empire to secretly possess it. Lily New tugged at Richard's hand at this time. "Richard, something is wrong." "What's wrong?" "The road signs we placed along the way were tampered with. There are scents of other creatures on them, like a ghost." "TSK, this is troublesome. Atres, fly up to the sky and show us the way." Atres quickly flew into the air. Suddenly, several hunched and shriveled figures passed through the tree trunks in the jungle, accompanied by hoarse and unpleasant laughter. "Sister, they found us. What should we do?" "What should we do? Report it to the adults quickly, and they will take care of it." "Men? Men, don't compete with me for them. I have my eyes on those sturdy brothers." Richard and others immediately formed a circle to guard against the strange creatures in the jungle. Atres was already in the air, but before it could find the direction of its stronghold, it was suddenly torn apart by a huge claw. Richard lost his view of the sky. However, Richard saw the creature that attacked Atres at the last moment. There was a strong wind in the forest. The smell of rotting leaves filled everyone's nostrils. A majestic and terrifying aura descended here, accompanied by deafening roars. "It's a dragon, an adult green dragon." In the rainforest, Richard and others could not see the full picture of the dragon. One can only glimpse its emerald green scales and the spikes that spread from the dragon's head to its tail like a blind man touching an elephant. The spikes are connected by a thick layer of cuticle, like the sawls of a frog. The green dragon's limbs were longer than those of the other colored dragons, and it crushed the trees. It slowly lowered its dragon head, and its cunning vertical pupils reflected the tiny bodies of these humans. The dragon opened its bloody mouth and roared, "Humans, insects, who allowed you to set foot on my territory?" Richard resisted the dragon's natural might and said respectfully, "Great dragon, we are lost and did not mean to offend you." "I don't believe you, bugs. Haha, but I won't kill you. Instead, I'll give you a test." The green dragon looked like he didn't want to reason at all, and thick, dark green poisonous miasma spewed out of his nostrils. It began to flap its huge dragon wings, stirring up gusts of wind that blew towards Richard. Richard and the others could not stand it all in this huge gale, and their feet were blown off the ground into the air. The evil green dragon seemed intent on throwing them to death. But the next second, dozens of huge fireballs hit the dragon's belly from a distance. The terrifying high temperature instantly evaporated a large area of rainforest, and the severe explosion damage caused the green dragon to roar in pain. Its hard emerald green dragon scales were peeled off by the explosion, revealing bloody flesh. Richard barely saw a familiar figure in the strong wind. "It's Vivi. Damn witch, don't ruin my business." The green dragon flapped its wings, a little afraid of this woman. It had no intention of fighting with Weiwei at all. The green dragon fanned another gust of wind, blowing Richard and others deeper into the rainforest, distracting Vivi's attention and escaping quickly into the distance. Richard felt the world spinning around him, rising and falling in the strong wind. After a brief trance, Richard felt himself falling into a soft greenhouse. The endless soft and bouncy touch made him unable to understand where he had fallen into. Richard suddenly opened his eyes and saw endless round slimes. He finally realized that he had fallen into the slime's deep pit hatchery. Several salty and wet tentacles were drilling into his crotch, trying to use him as a nursery to hatch young slimes. Richard shouted, "Lilinu, Nighty Nima, Michelle, are you still alive?" Michelle's voice came, "Alive. We are all here. Damn, why is this tentacle touching my butt?" Richard was thankful and said, "We are so lucky. We should find a way to escape. That damn green dragon will be torn to pieces sooner or later." "Wait, Is it Brother Rankisha? What? Why are you here too? Richard actually saw the female apprentice from Heisen territory. Not only her, but even more than 20 other mage apprentices are all in this slime incubation pool. We were all wiped out. Chapter 45 Lost in Southern Syndia. This little dragon ran away. Wei Wei was suspended in the air, feeling a little annoyed. She looked in the direction where Richard and the others were blown away, with some doubts but not choosing to go deeper. The deep rainforest does not belong to humans. If you enter rashly, you will most likely be besieged by foreigners. Wei Wei could roughly sense that Richard was in pretty good condition. You won't die anytime soon, so don't worry too much. The green dragon obviously had no intention of killing Richard. Otherwise, it could have slapped him to death with one claw instead of stirring up a gust of wind meaninglessly. Lady Witch, we're sorry we're late. A man dressed as a scout came with many soldiers and was very respectful to Vivi. Wei Wei asked, any news about other apprentices? According to our interrogation of the hags, almost all the wizard apprentices were lured into the depths of the rainforest by their hallucinations. Oh, what a hassle. Let the soldiers split into small groups and search deep into the rainforest. I will contact the Southern Empire Legion. I will follow your orders. The scout saluted Wei Wei respectfully. Wei Wei murmured, so what exactly does this green dragon want to do? Did something come out from the depths of the rainforest? We should first call Nushin and Blot, and then go deeper. If all else fails, we can just burn down the entire rainforest. Brother Rinchi Cha, you have also been tricked by the witch. The female apprentice was very happy to see Richard. She kicked away several slimes and rescued Richard from a pile of tentacles. Alas, I was blown here by the green dragon. Richard rubbed the sticky liquid off his body with some disgust. Oh, as expected of Brother Cha, you were targeted by the green dragon himself. The female apprentice nodded in conviction. It's much better than those of us who are deceived by the witch. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's save everyone. Richard poured his magic power into the entire pit, instantly igniting the entire slime hatching pool. The astral flame instantly killed some of the tentacles and slimes, and cleaned off the mucus on everyone's bodies. The level of this slime hatching pool is not high, so it is surprisingly easy to deal with. Even if Richard didn't take action, the mage apprentices could escape with some effort. What Richard never expected was that all the classmates happened to fall into the same pit. More importantly, everyone was unharmed, as if this incubation pool was specially prepared for them. Richard, we have been blown deep into the rainforest, very deep into the rainforest. There are no human traces here. Lilinu walked up to Richard and said, Lilinu appears to be in good condition. Because she was a vampire, the slimes and hatching tentacles didn't dare to get close to this girl. It's just that her long hair was a little messy, so Richard helped Lilinu tie it up again. I think this must be the will of Lathander. Michel pulled up his trousers and raised his holy sword that was solidified with light magic and glowed forever. Richard asked, did you feel anything? Michel judged from a professional's perspective. There is a huge source of evil not far to the south. I have never seen such a huge amount of evil. Richard was a little confused. So what do those witches and green dragons want to do by gathering us all together? They can't be asking us mage apprentices to purify this area. Green dragons have always been cruel and evil dragons. Although they are used to playing with their prey, they will never let their prey go free. But this green dragon just fanned the wind and threw itself accurately into the slime hatching pool. Looks more like protection? It must have some purpose, and it is definitely not as simple as being afraid of the Empire. Lilinu speculated. Perhaps it was a borrowed knife to kill someone. I sensed the strong aura of undead creatures. Could it be that we were blown to the vicinity of that abandoned city-state by the green dragon? Richard was stunned, thinking of the dream that the mushroom man and he shared. It wants to use the Empire to get rid of the necromancer in the city-state? Lilinu suddenly said, something is coming. Keep quiet and hold your breath. Above the deep incubation pool came the sound of chaotic footsteps and the clatter of horse hooves. The unclean aura of high-level undead creatures made everyone feel a little uncomfortable. A deep and deep death whisper came from above. Dear Master, we are close to the edge of the green dragon's territory, but we still haven't found those imperial people. The servants of the green dragon, those green hags, are watching us all the time. There are also signs that the lizard men and snake men are uniting. Following your orders, I will immediately lead my team back to the territory to protect your safety. We will witness your promotion and become a truly immortal and great creature. After a while, the sound of horse hooves gradually disappeared, and the apprentices gasped for breath after a long period of suffocation. An eye broke out in a cold sweat, What is that? Could it be a terrifying undead creature like the Death Knight? Lilinu judged. It's not that high of a level yet. It's just a lower-level substitute undead knight, but it's close to level 15. Nima's face turned pale, and he said, "This is too outrageous. Where on earth are we?" "Atres, go and scout above and make less noise." Richard released Atres and let it slowly rise into the air. Since Atres has no soul, her presence cannot be sensed by the undead. Atres flew out of the slime-hatching pool, passed through even thicker branches and leaves and poisonous miasma, and rose high into the sky. It reported everything it saw back to Richard. Richard's face suddenly turned unhappy, because he only saw endless rainforest and endless deep green. The endless rainforest surrounded him like a huge and hopeless cage. Atres's eyesight alone was no longer enough to tell the direction of the Black Rock Swamp. Their group had been completely lost in the deepest part of southern Assyria, being hunted by groups of lizard men, snake men, green dragons, and undead creatures. Atres then flew south to the maximum distance and finally vaguely saw a city-state. But Richard understood that it was exactly the abandoned city-state occupied by the necromancer that the mushroom people mentioned. As expected, the worst happened. The depths of the rainforest are extremely dangerous. Even a legendary warrior may not be able to go deep into them. If this group of people were not careful, they might really be wiped out. The female apprentice asked doubtfully, "Do we need to stay where we are and wait for the Empire's rescue?" An apprentice warned, "It's a bit difficult. All our positioning magic has failed. The most difficult thing to deal with in the depths of the rainforest is the emerald green poisonous miasma, which can almost block all means of contacting the outside world." Richard thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. "We can't just sit there and wait for death. We have to find a way to figure out where we are. Since the green dragon has lured us here, let's find a way to communicate with it. At the moment, it seems that it needs us and will not hurt us." "Okay, Brother Rinchiacha, I'll listen to you." The female apprentice clenched her fists and encouraged him. "I will temporarily hand over the position of squad leader to you. Now you can eat garlic." Richard said briefly, "I will lead the others out to explore the way first. The rest of the apprentices should stay in the incubation pool and don't move. I will be back in half a day at most. Otherwise, it means I am dead, so you should not act rashly." Then Richard took Lilinu, Nidinima, and the brave man out of the mine and came to the wild and poisonous southern Shwankia. This is a real forbidden area for humans. Chapter 46. Don't compete with me. I'm going to marry you today. Lilinu, pay attention to the aura of the undead creatures. We should avoid them as much as possible. Nidianima will stay behind and destroy the aura. Michelle will go in front and lead the way. What? Lead the way? Michelle asked in confusion. I don't know the way. It's okay. You're lucky. Don't feel burdened. Just go wherever you want. In this world, luck is not some illusory metaphysics, but a real attribute and a part of strength. Michelle's luck is so high that it is always right to let him handle things that he is unsure about. It is currently known that the south is the abandoned city-state, and the undead knight also said that this is the edge of the green dragon territory. Then as long as the brave man goes north, there will probably be no big problems. It would be best to find the green dragon that was the culprit and find a way to negotiate with it directly. This is the only way Richard can think of to survive. Although Vivi will definitely find a way to rescue herself now, southern Cimetaria is too big. The depths of the rainforest are full of dangers and block the magical aura. It was also difficult for Weiwei to find her group. Nima coughed as if he was having asthma. The air smells a bit wrong. I can't breathe. It's the emerald green poisonous miasma, a specialty of southern Assyria. It's slightly toxic and can slowly corrode the lungs. Richard looked at the green mist in the distance and felt it was a bit tricky. If this continues, everyone will be poisoned to death before they can take a few steps. Richard asked, How do you feel now? Lilinu said casually, Vampires are not afraid of this kind of toxin that attacks the lungs. Vampires don't breathe. What? Poison? I don't feel anything. The three brave men still looked energetic, and the poisonous miasma seemed to have no effect on them at all. Richard even vaguely wondered if the three of them were completely immune to negative effects. Of course, Richard found that he was not afraid of these poisonous miasma either. Because Richard has a weak, stellar magic power in his body, he will instinctively purify and reject these poisonous miasma. Nima said helplessly, Why do I feel like you all have special skills, but we two brothers are just mortals? Richard suddenly thought of the purple mushroom that the mushroom man handed to him. He dug out the mushrooms and exposed them to the poisonous miasma. The strange thing is that the emerald green poisonous miasma seems to automatically avoid this mushroom. Richard hesitated and said, "How about you each try a bite? This mushroom seems to be able to detoxify." After a moment's hesitation, Nid made up his mind. Just consider it as a sacrifice for alchemy. Anyway, if we can't get out of the rainforest, we will all die. Nima, however, was trembling and crying, "Richard, if I am poisoned to death, you must name this mushroom after my brother and me when you return to the academy. It will be called Dima mushroom." They each took a bite of the mushroom, and after a while green miasma came out of their nostrils. It's like a detox. It works. I don't cough anymore. That's good. Keep an eye out for the Dima mushrooms along the way, and collect some to bring back to the others. Nima was pleasantly surprised. "Oh, we can be named directly even if we are not dead? This is a win. Everything will be easy once we escape from the rainforest. I will recommend it to Mr. Blott." Richard promised. The two brothers Nidianima are second only to Richard and Lilinu in the class, and their strength is very important. With the help of the Dima mushroom, the team's condition is well maintained, and the probability of survival in the rainforest is greatly increased. Atreus flew back from the air onto Richard's shoulder, bringing back important information. There are a few green witches gathering in front. They didn't notice Richard and the others. "This is a great opportunity," Richard whispered. "Stay hidden and try not to step on branches. We've found the witch. Michelle, put away your flashing sword." Everyone fell into silence. "Lower your body and move forward." Sure enough, several ugly green witches were seen in a low nest. As a branch of the jungle witches, their hair is all green. Their nails are sharp, and they wear clothes made of deciduous branches. There are 5 green witches in total. All of them are weak creatures below level 5. They gathered around a boiling pot, adding some unnamed medicinal herbs into it from time to time. The language of these witches is similar to the common language of the Ash continent, and Richard can barely understand what they are saying. A slightly fat and bloated ghost woman said intoxicatedly, "Sister, do you think I am beautiful?" "I think I am okay." The withered witch next to her immediately boasted, "Beautiful, so beautiful. Confidence is beauty. So beautiful." Another ghost woman also exclaimed, "Yes, sister. I hope you can be as beautiful as her." The withered witch immediately screamed with a dark face, "Is personal attack fun? What? Didn't you say I was beautiful? I mean, each has its own characteristics." The witch who was leading the potion making slammed the pestle she was using to stir the pot and screamed, "Shut up! Have you forgotten the purpose of our gathering? It's always like that. There are no men in the deep rainforest. It's useless. The nearest city-state of Tidal is far to the west, and I don't dare to go into that place. I heard from a few sisters that Lord Green Dragon blew more than 20 mage apprentices into the territory. Imperials? Lord Green Dragon is finally planning to declare war on the Silver Moon Empire. Idiot, haven't you heard that the fire which has also arrived in our southern Schwankia? I think you want Lord Green Dragon to die. What? It's that fire witch of who knows how old she is? Everyone run. Why panic? Even the fire witch can't enter the depths of the rainforest. The strong men here are no weaker than the witch. Wait, you mean we can go find those wizard apprentices? There should be at least a dozen men there, right? Of course, sister. The Imperials are all high-quality men. I heard there are 2 bronze-strong men there. They must be very exciting. Of course not. After we finish boiling the medicine, we will go. Wait, I smell the scent of a young man. It's those mage apprentices. Catch them quickly. I haven't seen a man in decades. Richard, who was lying in ambush behind the woods on a high slope, didn't expect that the noses of these witches were so sensitive. In order not to alert the enemy, Richard and Michelle looked at each other tacitly and then pushed Nidianima down the hillside together. Amid the 2 brothers' terrified curses, they rolled in front of the witch in a panic. The witches were also stunned. They stared at the 2 muscular men and swallowed their saliva. Then the witch who was boiling the medicine finally reacted and screamed, "Quick, where's the succubus juice? Where's the aphrodisiac succubus juice that I've treasured for a long time? You are not allowed to steal my man. Tonight I want both." Chapter 47. Sisters, don't give in. You heard that there are 2 sisters in the village. Wait, let's talk it over. Don't do anything. Nima shouted tremblingly like a little girl who was about to be ravaged. He glanced back at Richard and the others with hatred. The green ghost ladies who had been lonely for a long time didn't care about these things and just came up with gleaming eyes. "Wow, this body of muscles is really nice, slurp slurp. You're still a teenager. By the way, Does the Empire have any new tricks recently? I know, I know. Cultivate. Cultivate. Nidyanima crossed his arms over his chest, his face turning pale. These ugly witches are quite up to date with the times. It looks like they are in for a bad time. For the sake of her own chastity, Nidhi said with a stiff upper lip, Wait, you are all goddesses that Ash rarely sees. Can any man satisfy you? The witches were stunned after hearing this. They are indeed thinking carefully about Sony's fall. A hag is a creature with an extremely arrogant nature. They instinctively despise any beautiful creature and arrogantly believe they can challenge the gods. So and I Dai's words touched their hearts. Nima also struck while the iron was hot and said, As a ghost woman who is above all gods, how can you be so hungry as to set your eyes on the two of us humans with lowly bloodlines? Your hunting target should be the servants of the seraph god at least. The medicine-making ghost woman suddenly realized, Yes, sisters, have you forgotten why we are called ghost women? Why? Fool, because we never compromise. That's right, ghosts never compromise. We always want the best, and only the best can match us. So what should we do with these two teenagers? The skinny and shrunken witch said, What should we do? Leave them alone. We witches can't just give in. The fat witch was a little unwilling, but I haven't seen a man for a long time, just once. No, you have to hold it in. Have you forgotten the shrimp-headed man who pursued me 300 years ago? I remember that shrimp-headed demi-human was quite attractive, and his shrimp paste pancreas was also quite plump. Yes, it was good, but I still rejected him. Hey, didn't you accept his engagement ring? And a bunch of gifts too. My acceptance does not mean my agreement. In the end, he did not give me enough gift money, so I asked him to leave without hesitation. This is our high standard of not compromising. The witch who was boiling the medicine also screamed, That's right, you must hold on. Don't give in. I attended another witch gathering a few days ago and heard a rumor. It is said that there was a sister in the village who had endured for 1,000 years without giving in. When she was finally buried, she was spotted by a passing time dragon. That time dragon directly reversed time and overturned the astral realm to restore the sisters to the age of 18. Afterwards, the time dragon also gave the sigil city to the sisters as a betrothal gift. On the wedding day, Sharsharan and Rose Shuna came to serve as bridesmaids, and Losandadil Balban himself pulled the carriage. Even the oldest god of death, Jaeger, was alarmed and personally served as a witness to beg the sisters to marry. The fat witch might have been convinced. She turned her head away and didn't look at Nidyanima and the other two. Thus, Nidyanima's chastity was somehow preserved. The witches tied Nidyanima to a tree trunk and continued to boil their medicine. After a while, the witches suddenly and tacitly chose to return to their own huts, saying that they were sleepy. Then the skinny and shriveled witch secretly climbed out of the window and touched Nidyanima. She brought a bunch of bottles and cans, and it seemed that she was planning to squeeze Nidyanima into medicinal residue. But what was unexpected but reasonable was that she was embarrassed to see her four companions doing the same thing. The fat witch screamed, Pork elbow kaba, didn't you say you wouldn't give in? Ocean Macaulay, don't get me wrong, The skinny ghost woman felt a little guilty, then looked at Nidyanima and screamed, I don't care, I'm going to have a threesome today. I've been holding it in for 300 years. The five witches started fighting instantly. After all, beauty is only worthy of the strong, and the witches have no intention of sharing it. While the witches were making trouble, Richard had already spread his astral magic power around the witch camp. The faint burning flames blocked all means of magical communication. This way the witches won't be able to shake people. Then Richard gave an order, and the team members charged towards the witch. The result was very smooth. The witches surrendered without any resistance. The witch was not a very powerful creature, and even Michelle could kill her with one punch. Please spare my life. I am a good citizen. Lord Green Dragon, save me. Shut up. Nidyanima stood in front of them ferociously, wishing he could sink them all into the swamp. It was almost there. If Richard had come a little later, her virginity would have been gone. It's really weird. This is the first time I know that men can be violated. Richard said coldly, Now I ask you questions and you answer them. Whoever can't answer will be chopped off. Do you understand? The witches nodded frantically. Understood, understood. Are you servants of the Green Dragon? Yes, we have served Lord Green Dragon for more than 500 years. Why did you trick all the wizard apprentices into going deep into the rainforest? The witches obviously hesitated when they heard this question. They looked at each other, hesitating. Richard waved his hand, and Nighty immediately picked up a shovel and hit a witch on the head, ending her life instantly. There is absolutely no need to show any mercy when dealing with such evil creatures. Richard continued to ask, "Do you know now?" The fat witch shouted, "I'll tell you. There is a necromancer in the abandoned city-state in the south. He is the strongest in our area. Lord Green Dragon wants to use the Empire to kill him. It is true. How far is this place from the Black Rock Swamp in the north?" It separates the entire territory of the lizard men and snake men. There is a portal in the east that connects the outer edge of the rainforest to the depths, but it is only one way. Richard frowned. I didn't expect that I would be blown so far by the Green Dragon. It seems that it is impossible for our group to go back alone. Next question. Where can I pick this purple mushroom? Richard took out the leftover dark purple mushroom. Antidote spores. I have a lot of them in my house. They are all in a wooden box in the corner. Finally tell me where the Green Dragon is. There's really nothing we can do about this. We are just the lowest ranking servants of Lord Green Dragon and are not qualified to contact him on our own initiative. Where is its dragon's nest? I don't know. I really don't know. Lord Green Dragon is very cunning and never tells us where his lair is. But if you want to call the Imperial Army, I have a way. Speak. There is an area outside the Lost City-State in the south that is not under the control of the Necromancer. They are the souls of former paladins, and they have the means to communicate with the title city-state. You're lying to me. Richard's face darkened. This witch actually asked her to go directly to the Necromancer's lair. The witches were horrified and said, "No, really not. I swear on my soul." Richard fell into deep thought. The only hope at the moment is the Lost City-State that the Green Witches talked about. But that's too dangerous. No matter how unique the methods of himself and Lilinu were, it was impossible to defeat him in the Necromancer's lair. Just the undead knight who was close to level 15 was not someone he could handle. Now it seems to be in a dead end again. The witch who brewed medicine whispered, "My lord, I know a safe route to the Lost City-State. We often use this route to do business with the paladins." Richard said, "Tell me more about that necromancer." His necromancy is seeping outward every year, squeezing out the living space of the locals. Recently, he also got a brown-skinned woman. I heard she is an assassin from the Night Spirit clan. Wait, the brown-skinned Night Spirit? Michelle suddenly interrupted. Is her name Corsa? The witch hesitated and said, I don't know. Slaves usually don't have names. Michelle said bluntly, it's probably her. Night spirits are rare in Silver Moon. Richard felt it was outrageous. It's really unfortunate to be sold directly from the Empire to the hands of the necromancer in Southern Assumption. So what should we do now? Nima asked. I suggest not to make contact with the lizard men and snake men in the north. They are not friendly to humans at all. Richard no longer hesitated. We can only go to the Lost City. The antidote spores can only alleviate the miasma, but it can't cure it. We don't have time to waste, otherwise everyone will die. Richard then killed the remaining 3 witches, leaving only the medicine-making witch to lead the way. After obtaining enough antidote spores, Richard's team returned to the slime hatching pool. Chapter 48. Fighting into the Lost City-State. Brother Rinchi-cha, you're finally back? The female apprentice was obviously relieved, and then said worriedly, everyone has some signs of poisoning. If this continues, they may all die. I got some detoxifying spores that can temporarily slow down the erosion of the poisonous miasma. I'll distribute them to everyone first. You're amazing. The female apprentice gave Richard a big hug. Richard also took out some of the witch's food and shared it with the apprentices. Although it tastes bad and looks disgusting, it can fill your stomach. The apprentices didn't complain and ate it all in silence. No energy should be wasted in the wild. Although lost in the pristine rainforest, the apprentices did not collapse and cry for their mothers. As apprentices of the Imperial Mage Academy, they have good stress resistance. The apprentices knew that they had to stick together as much as possible to get through this difficult time. Richard did not hide anything from anyone and told everyone all the information he knew. Richard gave them an hour to consider and make a final choice. Staying might be safe temporarily, and the best outcome would be to wait for Wei Wei's rescue. But there is also the possibility of being corroded to death by the poisonous miasma first. Following Richard directly into the enemy's lair is obviously extremely risky. If the witch is deceiving Richard, then everyone will die as well. But if the witch did not lie, then under the protection of the paladin's soul, she could hold on longer and wait for rescue from the Empire. The two choices seem to be just a matter of one dying faster or slower. The atmosphere in the incubation pool was a little depressing. Faced with the decision between life and death, Even the calmest veteran in charge of life and death would become shaken. Although these apprentices tried their best to remain calm, they still experienced the true cruelty outside the Empire's borders. This embarrassing situation cannot be simply described in words. Lost alone in the depths of the worst rainforest, without the protection of his mentor. Everyone has only one life and one chance. If you choose the wrong one, you will die. If you want to survive, you can't make any wrong decisions. The omen of death has never been so clear, and even completely different from what expected. It was so cold and terrifying that it was even more heart-piercing than the solid ice and midden that had not melted for thousands of years. The apprentices suddenly understood a truth. Facing death, I realized that I have always been a coward. It is too cruel to ask a living being to accept death calmly. It's a bit difficult, Brother Cha. Everyone is not in a good mood. The female apprentice still looked full of energy. Richard said helplessly. No one expected things to develop to this point, and I can't do anything about it. The choice has been made, and the rest is not Richard's business. As a wizard, he didn't like passionate speeches, and he was even less willing to bear the pressure of making decisions for everyone. I, Richard, have no sense of responsibility and don't want to be a hero. Everyone, listen to me. The female apprentice clapped her hands and said briskly, Are you still struggling? Why not let me choose for you? This way it will save you some trouble. Everyone looked at the female apprentice. The female apprentice continued, I can tell you responsibly that you have been abandoned by the Empire. There is no hope. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar, looking stunned and angry. Such discouraging words were hard for them to accept. But the female apprentice still had her unchanging smile on her face and said lightly, Everyone better stop thinking of yourselves as so important. We are not worthy of the Empire going deep into the rainforest to rescue us. There is no choice at all. We have only one way from the beginning, but it is not to stay here and wait for death. As you noticed just now, there are more and more undead creatures patrolling. If we stay here, we will be discovered sooner or later. Now we can only fight our way into the lost city-state and gain the protection of the dead souls of the paladins. People will die, they will definitely die, but think clearly, we are mages, we will only make the most correct, most profitable, and most likely decision. There will be a necromancer checkpoint on the road. If you want to break through it, you must outnumber them. If you are one person short, you may fail. I will make the choice for you now. Rest for 20 minutes, and then set off to the lost city to welcome the inevitable death or life. There was no exciting morale-boosting speech. The female apprentice simply sharply punctured everyone's hope. The Empire abandoned everyone. Although I know this is not true, it is very likely not a lie. Then the female apprentice sat next to Richard, looking very happy. She said to Richard, Sorry, Brother Richard. I'm different from you. I like the feeling of being a hero. Of course, I am willing to bear all the slander that comes after that. Richard was stunned for a moment and found that he had indeed underestimated the girl in front of him. I feel great. Thank you for stepping up Ms. Monitor. Half a year has passed. You don't know my name, do you? You are worthy of being a wife inspector. Do you not care at all just because I am a girl? Sorry, beautiful lady. Can we get acquainted again? I'm Richard. Richard extended his hand politely. The female apprentice placed her hand on Richard's palm and said with a brilliant look, Only my husband can know my real name, but you can call me Lynn. Okay, Miss Lynn. I'll remember this name. Of course, I think you will never forget this time. Chapter 49 Welcome to the Lost Land of History. After just 20 minutes, the apprentices said nothing more. They just made the final preparations silently, then climbed out of the slime-hatching pool and followed Richard. Now is not the time to despair. Even the summer cicadas will chirp for the last time as autumn approaches, let alone these apprentices who have been trained with all their might by the Empire. So under the leadership of Richard, the 27 mage apprentices of the 233rd batch embarked on an unknown road. Richard said loudly, Everyone, it will take about half a day to reach the lost city. We must hurry and not spend the night in the rainforest. Please hold on. Lilinu also tried to cheer everyone up, saying, Don't be afraid of death. I can pull you up and turn you into zombies. No, Sister Lilinu, let's not say anything unlucky. Lin immediately covered Lilinu's lips. Hey, isn't it good to become a zombie? Not at all. Richard let the witch lead the way, and the apprentices moved quickly into the depths of the rugged rainforest. Spells cannot be used temporarily, in order to prevent the large-scale fluctuations of magical power from being detected by undead creatures and leading to unnecessary encirclement and suppression. The mage apprentices now rely entirely on their own legs to travel. The Academy's weekly cane fighting classes finally paid off. The concept of enabling mages to effectively escape when magic is banned is fully implemented. Most of the apprentices were sincerely thankful that they had not slacked off during their endurance training and staff fighting. I don't know if it was because of the brave man's luck, but the apprentices didn't encounter any accidents during the half-day journey. They successfully arrived at the undead outpost that the witch had mentioned, which was the last step leading to the outskirts of the lost city-state. As long as you cross this checkpoint, you will enter a friendly area occupied by the souls of the paladins. Richard whispered, "Shoo, keep quiet and don't use any spells." The witch reminded tremblingly, "My lord, this checkpoint will automatically alert you to human presence. If you want to get in, you have to force it. You can't take a detour." Richard frowned as he observed this undead sentry post. The outpost was built at a hill pass, and just as the witch said, there was almost no possibility of taking a detour. There are a large number of undead creatures inside the outpost. There are about 30 first-level creeping claws. They simply look like bird claws, but their thick finger bones possess considerable strength. They rely on their 5 knuckles to crawl on the ground, and survive by relying on their natural aversion to the living. Although they are weak individually, their numbers should not be underestimated. In addition, there are more than 40 of the necromancer's signature level 2 skeleton soldiers. They regularly move around the checkpoints, guarding against any foreign creatures. A more powerful undead creature is the flaming skull, a skull that floats in the air and burns with purple flames. The flaming skulls are considered to be relatively intelligent among the undead creatures, and are generally at level 4. They can often understand the more complex commands of their owners and execute them properly in their own way. These conspiracy-filled creatures are often widely used in secret rooms, checkpoints, and tombs as commanders of all undead creatures. There are a total of 8 level 4 flaming skulls, scattered in different locations of the checkpoints. And every once in a while, they will check whether their own undead creatures are still functioning normally. The sudden death of any undead creature will instantly cause them to scream in warning. This directly cuts off the idea of outsiders assassinating one by one. The most troublesome ones are the 5-headed and 8-level zombies. These filthy creatures, the result of human depravity and a love of carrion, are not much more intelligent than skeletons. But they have extremely powerful regenerative bodies and are fearless and ferocious. Finally, according to Lilinu's speculation, there were 2 level 5 shadows hidden in the store. This soul creature composed of necromancy lurks in the shadows of living creatures, ready to launch a fatal blow to the enemy at any time. The strength of the entire outpost is not low, and it is full of the characteristics of undead creatures, winning by quantity. Most of Richard's mage apprentices are only around level 4, and they cannot outnumber the undead creatures anyway. But if all the spells are cast in an instant, it is not impossible to kill the minions except the ghouls and shadows. Richard asked, "Lilinu, will chanting magic be detected at this distance?" Lilinu shook her head. The burning skulls are very sensitive to fluctuations in magic power, and they will quickly issue warnings. Is there any way to shut these skulls up? Then we must kill all 8 of them at the same time, using only physical means. It's too difficult, it won't work. We can only force an attack. This undead outpost is reasonably configured, and can almost perfectly prevent any sudden attacks and hidden assassinations from any direction. Richard knew that there was no way to take shortcuts on his part. The only thing that worried Richard was that although he could win in a head-on battle, he would also be delayed for a long time by the zombies and shadows. Spending too much time at the checkpoint might attract more undead creatures into the city. Once we are besieged, we will be in trouble. If you want to break through, you have to act fast. Richard finally decided, "Lynn, have everyone prepare the most lethal spells. Don't worry about how much noise we make. Just destroy this checkpoint as quickly as possible." "Okay, we're ready and waiting for your order." "Don't worry, everyone knows at least 1 third-level spell. I will first summon alien creatures to provide cover. Once they rush over, you will immediately cast spells. Don't be stingy with your magic power." Richard and Lilinu slowly walked towards the checkpoint and separated from the main group. Immediately cast the summoning spell before the burning skull discovers them. Second ring, astral creature summoning. 3 ring, group astral creature summoning. Second ring, northern frontier creature summoning. Second ring, dead graveyard. 3 rings, night ghost bat wolf. 4th ring, flesh abomination. The fluctuation of magic power instantly alerted the flaming skulls, and they immediately let out shrill wails. In an instant, all the undead creatures looked at Richard and Lilinu, and rushed towards them at the command of the burning skull. Summoned creatures are also summoned at this time. Astral Golem, Brain Eater, Winter Wolf, as well as the underground bone arms from Lilinu and the giant bat wolf that fell from the sky. There is also the abomination made of meat, fat, and organs. The summoned creatures and the undead creatures soon collided with each other. The astral stone uses its huge body to kick out a creeping claw. The brain-eating monsters set their sights on the burning skull, which is known for its wisdom, and started fighting against it. The winter wolf howled irritably. She was not used to the climate of the rainforest and charged around among the skeleton soldiers. Soon she was covered with skeletons and was forced to cancel the summons. A large number of skeleton arms emerged from the ground, each holding a bone spear and stabbing at the zombies, but it was still difficult to break through their defense. The level 5 Batwolf was besieged by 2 zombies and fell into a near-death state after a short while. The flesh abomination rampaged among the skeletons, but was helpless against the shadow that emerged from the shadows and was immune to physical damage. Richard and Lilinu's summoned creatures soon fell into a disadvantage. Only the Star Golem can defend against a single ghoul. Moreover, under the influence of the aura of the burning skull, the killed crawling claws and skeleton soldiers are also slowly recovering. Even more skeletons and crawling claws crawled out from the ground, seemingly endless. The resurrection characteristics and explosive power of undead creatures are fully utilized. They are extremely difficult to deal with. But in the next moment, Richard finally received the magic support from the mage apprentices behind him. A total of 25 apprentices released their strongest magic without reservation. In an instant, all the magic power in the area seemed to be drained, and suddenly a large number of colorful spells shot out from the woods, like a rainstorm. Ice Spear, Slow Spell, Fireball, Magic Missile, Mayufu's Acid Arrow, Lightning Bolt, Dimensional Prison, and other third-ring magics rushed towards the undead outpost. The violent explosions caused by these spells when they fell destroyed any visible undead creatures almost instantly. If you look from above the checkpoint, you will intuitively feel that a certain area seems to be razed to the ground by colorful things in an instant. Under the bombardment of so many spells, even a zombie with strong vitality cannot survive. They were torn into pieces in an instant by various spells. There was only a dying ogre left in the last checkpoint, and he was killed with a sword by Michelle, who rushed over. Richard shouted, "There is no time to waste. Enter the checkpoint quickly. The destination is ahead." More than 20 mage apprentices immediately rushed to the checkpoint, using all the acceleration spells such as Speedy Kicks, Grease on the Feet, and Tailwind. Lin asked, "Brother Rinchi-cha, how do we deal with this ghost woman?" Richard hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's release her as agreed. She really didn't lie to us." The witch ran backwards, crying, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Wait, sir. Be careful. There are spirit-binding riders." Before the witch could finish her words, the soul-binding knight who rushed over from the side chopped off her head. Suddenly, there was a gust of cold wind around the checkpoint, and the sound of horse hooves came from all directions, accompanied by terrifying screams. In an instant, a large number of high-level undead creatures surrounded the checkpoint, as if they had expected it. All the apprentices were trapped in the checkpoint, like turtles in a jar. Richard's pupils shrank slightly, and he felt that the situation had become extremely difficult. There were 5 level 12 soul-binding knights, 6 level 14 undead knights, and even high-level undead creatures such as banshees and mummies. Even a 12th level soul-binding knight is not something that this group of apprentices can handle. What's more, there is a group of undead troops in front of them that can cause a small natural disaster. The leading undead knight rode on the terrifying nightmare beast and slowly walked in front of Richard. He said in a low and hoarse death language, "Dirty living person, you should not be here." Lilinu took a few steps forward, showing the aura of the vampires, and said calmly, "They are all my slaves." The undead knight looked at Lilinu coldly, "Vampire, although we are both undead creatures, I do not agree with your lies." Richard stared at the undead knight and said calmly, "Please say hello to your master for me. We are apprentice mages from the Silver Moon Empire. If possible, please give us a chance to live. It's you we want." The undead knight pointed to the road on the other side. "You are my slaves now. Follow me into the city-state." "Impossible, you filthy undead. Don't even think about desecrating humans." An angry roar suddenly came from the path inside the checkpoint. Several paladins carrying holy auras charged forward. The soul fire flickered in the eyes of the undead knight. After a moment, he led the nightmare beast and retreated with his followers in fear, avoiding the paladin's charge. At this time, A dozen paladins riding unicorns came galloping out of the checkpoint and quickly protected the apprentices behind them. The sacred aura unique to the good camp made everyone feel familiar. Everyone can roughly guess their identities, the ghosts of paladins. The witch did not deceive herself. There was indeed a safe area here that did not belong to the necromancer. The undead knight and the paladin faced each other and threatened. Paladin, your souls are like candles that are about to go out. You should be at peace and welcome your final death. The paladin said casually, that's true, but before we are completely destroyed, we can get out of the border and severely injure your master. Do you want to give it a try? Very good. I will remember this sentence and crush your soul with my own hands later. The undead knight turned the nightmare's head around. These undead creatures did not intend to conflict over a few humans and the souls of the paladins, so they chose to leave. But a vicious-looking witch suddenly looked at Lilinu before leaving, and she deliberately said, Vampire, you are a dead creature. Why don't you leave with us instead of hanging out with the paladins? Richard immediately became a little nervous, and he looked at the paladin's ghost warily. If what the hag said is correct, these paladins should worship Tyr. Their extreme justice may not tolerate Lilinu, and they may even kill her directly. Richard began to quietly construct his own fixed-point portal that could transcend time and space. If the paladin really cannot accept Lilinu, then he will pull Lilinu directly into the other side of the portal. Although I don't know how dangerous the other side of the door is, there is at least a certain chance of survival. This is the worst option. Fortunately, the paladin only looked at Lilinu for a moment, then said gently, After experiencing death, we are no longer the fanatics we once were. Race cannot directly represent good and evil. Little vampire girl, come with us. The undead knight sneered at last. If you had woken up a few hundred years earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this. So we are atonement. The paladin responded calmly and led the apprentices into the outpost. Richard protected Lilinu behind him and bowed to the paladin, saying, Thank you for your wisdom and tolerance. The paladin radiated a warm golden glow, and the majestic face of the man in the middle showed a little kindness. That's nothing. On the contrary, we are more delighted that this lost city-state can welcome a group of foreign human guests after 500 years. Richard said honestly, We were lured here by a green dragon, and we had no choice but to come here to seek your protection. It's a smart choice and also a bloody choice. You are a qualified leader. We're here. The paladin pointed to an area ahead. Under the tall city walls outside the city-state, a quiet village filled Richard's vision. The paladin chanted slowly as if sighing. Welcome to Trydia, the lost place in the cracks of southern Sinch's history. Chapter 50. The potion that is 500 years late, Trydia. This is a lost city-state caught in the cracks of history. The glory that once belonged to mankind has been completely lost in the endless deep green rainforest. Without human habitation, Trydia is left with only pure wildness and desolation. The cracks between the buildings are covered with vines, and new sprouts are sprouting from the cracks in the streets. The noisy voices were like a wisp of smoke scattered among the grass leaves and branches. Trydia has tall walls and moats separating the inner city from the outer city. The stronghold of the paladin ghost is right next to the moat at the corner of the outer wall. This is a village, but there is no one living here. Every wooden house in the village is well maintained, and there are no weeds in the courtyard. The straw sheds that were supposed to be used to keep livestock were empty, and the wells had long since dried up. The village seemed to be pretending to be alive, like a puppet. The mage apprentices were placed in wooden houses by the paladins. They finally had a place to rest and gain temporary peace. Despite the presence of detoxifying spores, namely the Dema mushroom, the poisonous miasma was still slowly corroding the apprentices' lungs. With the help of several paladins who were good at medicine, they taught the apprentices how to make a magic potion using the Dema mushroom to eradicate the poisonous miasma. After several furnace explosions, the potion was quickly prepared. But Richard didn't remember that there was this type of antidote in the heritage of the tidal city-state. Poisonous miasma has always been a historical problem facing the Empire and Southern Wyndham. Currently, there is no particularly good way to eradicate the poisonous miasma in the entire Silver Moonland. This also directly leads to the fact that adventurers have all the skills, but can never really go deep into the Nanchwankia rainforest where poisonous miasma is everywhere. So the potions should have been learned by the paladins from Gutridia? Richard guessed secretly. Richard, is that right? The paladin commander sat next to Richard, and they looked at the stagnant moat in front of them. The mosquito larvae were dancing on the water surface, and the spider was quietly waving its limbs, waiting for its opportunity to move. Yes, Richard, from Imperial Delran. You can call me Tyrannus, the former leader of the Crusaders of the Tidal City-State. Okay, Captain Tyrannus, thank you for your protection. Tyrannus said, it's nothing. Humans should help each other. After all, the world we live in is so dangerous. The Legion Commander, the commander of the Crusaders, and the chosen one of Tyre. His status during his lifetime was perhaps only slightly lower than Michelle's. Richard was secretly shocked. Who would have thought that such a powerful person would become a ghost and be bound in Tridia? Tyrannus said to himself, the potion was shared with me by the former Tridia. He hopes that we can share it with the entire southern Schwankia. Richard said, breaking down the barriers of self is a great decision. As long as Tridia chooses to block the formula of the potion, it will be able to occupy an infinitely active position in the human city-states of southern Assyria. Tyrannus sighed and said, it is indeed great, but it is a pity that the formula has never been passed down. Richard remained silent and listened quietly to Tyrannus' sigh. Do you know the former southern Schwankia? Richard shook his head. To be honest, this bottle of antidote was once the key to Nanshwankia's promotion to a principality. Tyrannus said as if reminiscing, at that time, the southern Bikia was unprecedentedly united, and the strength of the tidal city-state was so strong that the Silver Moon Empire respected it. As long as we have this bottle of magic potion and as long as we can spread it, the tropical rainforest will become the back garden of the human city-state. Tyrannus stretched out his hand and tried to touch the antidote beside Richard. But the shadow of the fingertips surrounded by golden light passed through the glass bottle. Undead cannot affect entities. The turning point of everything happened inside the city-state of Tittle. The Pope died suddenly. In order to stabilize the situation as quickly as possible, we hastily nominated the Chief Inquisitor to temporarily take over the position of Pope. I think you should have heard about what happened after that. Tyrannus covered his head with his hands, falling into endless regret. Tidal fell into the wrong frenzy called disaster of justice. When lawful good followers develop endless fanaticism for their gods, they will fall into the trap of absolute justice. That's exactly what the chief judge did. The worst thing is that he successfully incited everyone, which directly led to Tittle falling into hysteria in the trial of heresy at that time. The first to be affected is Tridia, located deep in the rainforest. Because Tridia has always had friendly trade with lizard men and snake men, and is even suspected of studying necromancy. And then the disaster happened. The Tittle Crusaders came through the portal to the unsuspecting Tridia in the name of communication. At that time, I rode my unicorn to meet the old mayor of Tridia who came to greet me. He excitedly shared with me the antidote that he had just developed and proposed to make Tidal the king. And then here, Tyrannus pointed to the moat in front of him. The spider on the surface of the stagnant water moved its elegant limbs quietly and came quietly to a twisting mosquito larva. The mosquito larvae were still rolling happily in the water, unaware of anything coming. I killed him, cut off his head and threw it into the water, and the blood soon dyed the water red. The spider bit the mosquito larvae. The mosquito larvae were unaware that death was approaching and continued to twist their bodies, like pretending to be alive. Tyrannus said no more, because there are already countless spiders on the lake, targeting countless mosquito larvae. Death has occurred countless times. Tyrannus tried to heave his chest out to breathe in air, pretending that he still needed it. Richard remained silent. The history told by the Crusader Legion leader himself is a secret that has never been recorded in the Empire. I personally destroyed the only chance for Southern Sessia to establish a nation. After that, everyone stayed in Tridia forever. Tyrannus looked at Richard with a complicated expression and said as if begging, it's been 500 years. This potion is too late. You are the only humans here in the past 500 years. Please return it to Nanshwankia. Richard held the antidote tightly and assured Tyrannus, as long as I can get out of the rainforest, I will do everything I can to spread it. This bottle of potion will be named after Tridia, and its name will be spread forever in the land of southern Assyria. Thank you, Imperial. Tyrannus stood up and looked at a wisp of smoke rising from the village 500 years ago. His serious face seemed to melt into kindness and longing. I haven't seen fire for a long time. It's the breath of the living, the feeling of being alive. Come on, young man. My subordinates are good at barbecue, but of course they only know how to barbecue. Richard walked towards the village and asked softly, do the dead also feel hungry? Yes, because we are not undead, but prisoners. We are hungry, thirsty, regretful and desperate every day, waiting for the salvation that will never come. It's our sin. We love it. Chapter 51. not as strong as your big bird. The night in southern Cindia is still pitch black. Without the magic lamps that illuminate the night like those in the Empire of Deerland, the stars are nowhere to be seen. There is no moon tonight. Endless stars are crowded in the night sky in a way that has never been seen before. Richard had never imagined that the sky could be so crowded. Bright flames burned in the village, driving away all wild beasts and unrest. The apprentices huddled together exhaustedly, finally able to take a peaceful nap. After a day of tension and wandering between life and death, I finally arrived at the shelter. There is nothing sweeter than being alive. Richard, come quickly. Roast spiders, roast grasshoppers, and roast mice. I have never eaten such delicious food in my life. Nidianima said excitedly around the campfire. No way. There is no way in my life I would eat a bite of something this disgusting. Just take a bite. This is veteran barbecue taught by the paladins themselves. Okay, just one bite. Wait, why did you take another bunch? How can you make a deeper criticism without tasting it a little more? You bastard. Apologize to veteran barbecue right now. After dinner, the paladins, perhaps because they had been lonely for too long, pulled their apprentices aside to ask about the current situation of the Silver Moon Land. When they learned about the current situation of the city-state of Tittle, they fell into a long silence. The disaster of justice is still spreading in the city-state of Tidal, and there is even a tendency for it to make a comeback. As the night deepened, the apprentices quickly went to bed in the well-maintained wooden house. Michelle and the other two didn't seem tired at all. Because they rarely have enough to eat, they are now surprisingly energetic. The hero is planning to go on a nighttime expedition, and if it helps, he can save his own assassin lady. Richard was too lazy to care about them. Anyway, Michelle was lucky and nothing would happen to her. Maybe she would make some important discoveries. Although everyone managed to enter the stronghold of the paladin ghosts without any danger, it is not the time to let down your guard. Tridia is still a strange place. We need to remain vigilant and obtain more information. Richard found Lilinu hiding at the edge of the village. This girl was not in a good condition from the beginning when she entered the village. The paladin's ghost put a lot of pressure on her. Lilinu asked coolly, Richard, you are here, are you full? Richard still insisted. I ate a lot of roasted bugs. They weren't very tasty. I only ate about 60 skewers. Hey, you lied again. When you lie, you always squeeze my hand unconsciously. Well, let's not talk about this for now. Aren't you hungry? The vampires don't need food in the human sense. I brought enough blood in advance. Lilinu took out the glass bottle, and the smell of bright red blood and raw iron filled her nose. She took a sip, and her expression calmed down a lot. Richard asked with concern, Is this blood fresh and nutritious enough? Do you need my blood? By the way, why don't you ever drink my blood? No, this blood is already delicious. Lilinu put away the glass bottle with a guilty look on her face and glanced at Richard's neck. It seems that the oppression from those undead paladins is too strong for you. I hope Wei can find us soon, or has the Empire really abandoned us? Richard smiled, slightly self-deprecatingly. Lilinu asked, Do we really want to ask the paladin to contact the Tidal city-state? Tidal and the Empire seem to be at war now. To be honest, I don't know either. I haven't said anything yet. Richard told Lilinu the truth. Richard was already very tired. A lot happened today. Rescued the mage apprentice who was besieged by gargoyles, encountered a green dragon, was blown to the slime-hatching pool, ambushed the witch, distributed antidote spores, and finally killed his way into Tridia. Problems came one after another, and Richard was forced to solve them one by one. Nothing can be delayed. Take a rest. You can figure out tomorrow's problems tomorrow. You've already done too much. Lilinu relied on her prematurely developed body to hug Richard's head tightly and said lovingly, If you keep working so hard, you'll become a hero, even braver than a brave man, Richard. I'm not a hero. It's easier to be a villain. Of course, as long as I am here, no one can push you to the altar. Well, just to be on the safe side, let me ask you what you're going to do? I will find a way to create an undead plague to exterminate Ash, and then say it was you who ordered it. The next morning, Richard was shaken awake. He stared. Be a brave man. Roll. Captain Richard, you are so rude. The brave man continued to shake Richard. What on earth do you want to do? Richard wanted to punch Michelle twice. Needless to say, the lock was picked open by Michelle again. I've made a great discovery. You three better make it clear in one sentence, or you'll be hanging on the beams tonight to feed the mosquitoes. The brave man said in the smallest voice. The souls of the dead paladins are not heroic spirits. Richard was startled. What? What are they? Earthbound spirits, a relatively common type of undead creature. This is impossible. Are you questioning the professionalism of Lathander voters? Catching ghosts is my profession. Richard still found it hard to believe. What evidence? I didn't see the road clearly when I was adventuring last night, and I bumped into a patrolling paladin. I felt the dead silence and coldness under his holy light. You said they would use holy light. This is the strangest thing about them. These dead paladins are somewhere between heroic spirits and ghosts, or they may be carriers of some kind of curse. Richard took a deep breath and felt a headache. So will Tyrannos and the others be his enemies? The hero reminded. Of course you can rest assured that they still belong to the good camp, but they are not very stable. What kind of instability? Walking between lawfulness and neutrality. That's enough. Just not being an enemy is fine. The hero continued. Another discovery is that the paladin's base is not limited to the village. There is also a windmill outside the village, and there is a scent very similar to yours inside the door. Smell it carefully again, Richard said with his arms open. The hero sniffed close to Richard and pointed at Atreus on Richard's shoulder. It's a bit like your big bird, but the smell is not as strong and mellow as hers. Is it the breath of the star realm? Richard pondered. Could it be space magic? I remember the witch said they have a way to contact the city-state of Tidal. Michelle asked cautiously. We don't have to feed the mosquitoes tonight, right? Richard praised. No, you did a great job, Michelle. You are worthy of it. At this time, Tylenus knocked on the wooden door. Richard, are you awake? I think you want to know how to get out of the rainforest. Please come in, Mr. Tyrenus. Do you have some spatial magic that can communicate with the outside world? Unfortunately, we don't know any space magic. Richard suppressed his heartbeat and forced a smile without changing his expression. That's really a pity. What a pity. Chapter 52. Overload detonates the maze lock. The Tyrian paladin has 3 major commandments. Do not lie, do not smoke or drink, and do not be lustful. In theory, as long as they don't break the rules and betray Tyr, they will only speak the truth. But Richard didn't dwell on this little episode. Everyone has secrets that cannot be told. The paladin has done his best by being willing to shelter strangers who have come from afar. There was no need for him and others to dig deep into Tridia's long-lost secrets. Since Michelle personally admitted that Tyrenus is still in the good camp, he can still be trusted. Richard finally tried. I heard that the nearest city-state to Tridia is Tidal. Perhaps we can find a way to contact them. Tidal? No, it can't be Tidal. My people have talked to the children, and Tidal's current situation seems to be the same as it was 500 years ago. He will hurt you. Tyrenus shook his head. Obviously, he did not think the current city-state of Tidal could be trusted. Richard felt slightly relieved. Tyrenus does not seem to approve of the current Tither city-state. The repentant commander of the Crusaders seemed determined to sever ties with the city-state of Tidal. Richard said, So what's your plan? Tridia is deep in the rainforest, and under the influence of the poisonous miasma, there is no magical way for her to communicate with the outside world. Tyrenus pointed to the north and said, Since the magic solution is not feasible, then the physical solution is probably possible. 27 mage apprentices are a valuable asset to the Silver Moon Empire, and they will do everything they can to save you. The scouts should have already gone deep into the rainforest. The difficulty is that we can't determine your location. We need to make a loud noise that the entire rainforest can hear. There is a remnant node of a mythical lock left over from ancient times under Tridia. It is now damaged, and once it enters a state of magic overload, it will produce a small explosion. Richard realized. So you need us to infuse magic power to detonate the maze nodes to attract the attention of the Imperial Scouts, which is equivalent to a flare? Tyrenus replied, Yes, this is the only way. However, the necromancer will certainly try his best to hinder us. Richard said simply, I need to check the nodes of the maze first to determine how long it will take to complete the overload charging. The magic power of the mage apprentice is not much, so the efficiency will not be high. Follow me. The magic entrance of the node is in the village. Tyrenus walked in front. Richard hurriedly put on his coat and followed Tyrenus. The two soon arrived at the well in the center of the village. This dry well is full of spider webs. No water can be seen at the bottom of the well, but there are flickering lights. A diamond-shaped crystal quietly floats in the depths. Occasionally, a small amount of magic power flows on its surface, but not much anymore. Tyrenus introduced, This is one of the branch nodes of Tridia's magic network. It is essentially an energy storage pool. The well wall is made of a special mithril alloy that can withstand severe magic explosions. Richard carefully observed this maze node and probed an array of magic power into it. The astral magic was instantly devoured the moment it touched the prismatic crystal. Richard could only continue to pour magic power into the well. The prismatic crystal gradually brightened with the addition of Richard's magic power, and the light refracted by the well wall and rushed out of the well mouth. At present, the magic conversion device of this maze node has failed, and it cannot directly absorb the original magic power floating in the air. Mages need to use their bodies to blunt the original magic power and then fill it in. As long as enough magic power is added, this prismatic crystal will enter a state of magic compression because it cannot release energy effectively. Once the magic power reserves exceed a certain threshold, the maze node will explode violently. The well wall made of mithril alloy can barely withstand the damage of this explosion and refract all the energy toward the well mouth, forming a column of light that shoots into the sky. The principle is similar to that of a dwarven musket, where the bullet is pushed out through the energy generated by the explosion of gunpowder and the good airtightness of the barrel. Richard's mana is roughly equivalent to that of 4 mage apprentices of the same level. After his magic power was completely exhausted, he could only barely add a few rays of light to the surface of the crystal. Therefore, if you want to overload this node, a conservative estimate is that 100 level 5 mage apprentices are needed to provide energy. That is to say, it would take the 27 apprentices led by Richard 3 rounds of energy supply, or 2 days to accomplish the task. Richard said, "Can you withstand the attack of the necromancer in 2 days at the earliest?" Tyreenus said, "That's enough. There are 12 brothers still alive, and their average level is 15. We can hold out for 2 days." Richard was slightly shocked. The average level of these dead paladin souls is surprisingly so high. So how did they all get destroyed in Trydia? Was Trydia ever so powerful? Tyreenus asked, "We'll have to prepare for the whole day. Can we start tonight? We don't have much time. The necromancer in the inner city is planning to become a lich. If he succeeds, we will all die." Lich? Richard was shocked. A necromancer who is qualified to be promoted to a lich must be close to being a legend, right? Tyreenus said calmly, "Don't worry, we severely injured him 500 years ago. He is almost half dead and unable to go out personally. He can only send his minions." "I understand. I'll tell the others. It seems we can't delay any longer." Richard suppressed his curiosity about the necromancer's identity, but he got an important piece of news. The necromancer was not an outsider after the destruction of Trydia, and there was a high probability that he was a local. Richard then found Lynn and told her everything about the current situation. "It seems we are saved?" Lynn was very surprised, but she also noticed Richard's hidden doubts. "Brother Richard, what are you worried about?" "I'm just a little curious about what happened in Trydia 500 years ago. What kind of power could completely destroy a fully armed legion of crusaders? 500 years ago, Trydia, my family said there seemed to be a natural disaster of undead, but it ended abruptly. The Empire has no record of this. Forget it, these are not what we need to consider. Let's get ready. We will be able to go home soon." Lynn cheered. "We're home. Brother Renkieka, you're my hero. Come to my dorm when you get back. I'll treat you to a meal." Chapter 52, Martyrs. In a canyon at the eastern end of the rainforest, trees were burned to charcoal and roars of pain shook the sky. "My dear witch, please spare me. Please spare me. I was only paid to do this. Don't blame me. Don't blame me." The giant emerald green dragon lay on the ground, its scales full of pits and few intact spots. The protruding spikes on its back were almost all pulled out, and one of its eyes was blinded. The green dragon opened its mouth as it was dying, and its teeth were almost invisible. The supreme predator that scares all rainforest creatures has finally provoked someone he could never afford to offend. In front of its dragon head is a soft girl dressed as a witch, wearing a large pointed round hat, white over-the-knee socks. This seemingly soft and vulnerable girl was surrounded by a high temperature that could melt a dragon's scales. Any object that came close to her would be instantly burned to ashes. The witch held a torch-like staff in her hand and a thin broom between her legs. Still talking stubbornly, a muscular man who looked like a silverback gorilla next to the witch began to stretch his muscles, and there was a crackling sound of beans popping in his body. He shook his sandbag-sized fists, eager to give it a try. "Wait a minute, Mr. Nushin. Dragons are creatures that are extremely afraid of death. They won't lie when faced with a life-and-death crisis." A prim and proper man in a black butler uniform and a round lens on his right eye stopped him. The witch waved her hands and said tiredly, Blot, you figure out a way to make it tell you everything it knows. Don't show any mercy. Don't worry, it's easy for me. Blot took out his walking stick, and a terrifying high-voltage electric current came out from the bottom of the stick. He walked towards the green dragon without changing his expression. After a series of screams, the green dragon was only half dead. The effect of electrotherapy was very good. The flesh and blood on the dragon's skin had become mushy, like barbecue. And Blot knew everything he wanted to know. Teacher Wei Wei, according to what the dragon said, he was hired by someone. The entire Nanchuankia rainforest plans to unite out of fear of the Tridya necromancer. Tracy, Wei Wei recalled, it's not a very nice name. But is it necessary for the entire rainforest to unite just one necromancer? Blot replied, the necromancer has obtained the path to promotion to the Lich. Once he succeeds in the promotion, he will immediately launch the undead scourge to sweep across the entire southern Shuankia. Legendary Lich, this is too troublesome. Wei Wei rarely showed a headache expression. It seems that it is not easy to defeat it. Nushin asked, do you want to request support? Wei Wei said with a headache, in a few days, if we still can't find anyone, the 2 southern legions of the Empire will flatten the southern part of Chia. Nushin seemed very confused. The Empire's reaction is so violent? Wei Wei said with a bitter face, well, let's not talk about this for now. Who is this little lizard employed by? A stronghold of the dead paladins outside of Tridya. They are the souls of the survivors of the Tidal City-State Crusade. Wei Wei frowned and sobbed, Tidal, it's Tidal again. Everything in southern Shuankia is inseparable from their shadow. I really want to burn this city-state down. Nushin said doubtfully, but it's too strange that the paladin ghost hired the green dragon and asked him to force the mage apprentice to enter the outskirts of Tridya, isn't it? The green dragon groaned. I'm not lying to you. I was eating barbecue and singing in my territory, and then those crazy people suddenly came over to give me warmth. Wei Wei asked, where is Tridya? Don't even think about it. You can't find it. Tridya is locked in the Great Maze and cannot be located unless an entrance is opened inside the city-state. The green dragon added, once you enter that place, don't even think about getting out. It is almost isolated from the outside world. Nushin slapped Green Dragon hard and said, you are still not honest. Then how did my apprentices get in? Green Dragon stared at the big stick in Nushin's hand and explained tremblingly, 5 witches have obtained special permission from the paladins. They are nominally my servants, but in reality they obey the paladin's orders. But now they all seem to be dead. Nushin was very surprised. So it was the dead souls of the paladins far away in Tridya who planned this conspiracy step by step? Are they still paladins? Green Dragon said honestly, anyway, he told us that this was all to kill someone with a borrowed knife and completely eliminate the necromancer. So I did it. Wei Wei's body temperature was rising, and crimson blood was seeping out from under her fair skin, as if she had a fever. Okay, it's a big maze, right? At worst, we can just burn down this whole area and see if it can still be hidden. Nushin said hurriedly, no, calm down. If you set fire to the mountain, you will be in jail for life. But don't worry, according to the prediction of the great wizard of the prophecy school, Richard and the others are still alive and well, and at least they will not be poisoned to death by the poisonous miasma. You don't know that there are several extraordinary figures among the apprentices this year. Compared with them, the entire southern Shuankia is insignificant. How did I get into this kind of thing? Oh. Wei Wei looked resentful, as if her career was about to end. Blot also advised, wait a little longer. The paladin will not harm the apprentices. You'd better not. Wei Wei said softly with tears in her eyes. Otherwise, the entire Tidal city-state will be burned to ashes by me. At night, the apprentices gathered at the village well. With Lin's advance notice, they have accommodated as much magic power as possible so that the maze nodes can be charged faster. Atries, you know what to do. Richard placed the phoenix Atries in the palm of his hand and gently stroked her feathers. Atries shook her bird head, and then her body disintegrated into a ball of blue flame that gathered in Richard's palm. Richard took the lead in pouring the blue flame in his hand into the well to charge the prismatic crystal. It is about a quarter of its own amount, which is the level that a 6th-level mage apprentice should have. The apprentices who followed suit one by one, and soon the prismatic crystal began to emit a strange buzzing sound, becoming brighter and brighter. Tyreenus nodded seriously. Very good. The magic pool of the puzzle is rising. Fortunately, it is not broken. The souls of the paladins are ready for the attack of the undead creatures. But the whole Tridya was still quiet, without any movement. Tylenus explained, just one round of magic fluctuations is not enough to make the necromancer suspicious. He is in the critical stage of his promotion to a lich and will not act rashly. All apprentices, go back and rest first, and we will have the second round tomorrow night. Then Lin dismissed the mage apprentices, and everyone returned to their respective cabins. Richard also returned to his room with an expressionless face. The three brave men squatted in Richard's room, ready to go. Richard suddenly asked, Michelle, do you think that justice gained by sacrificing a small number of people can still be considered a good camp? In theory, the division of camps is vague and broad, and no one can tell for sure. After all, people's minds are always changing. Then yes, Michelle, we are in trouble. What do you mean? Talnos is simply using us. He is a martyr. Richard's face was as gloomy as water. At this time, Atres was reborn from the ashes in a ball of complicated magic. It saw a huge portal activated by magic. It was now clear where the other side of the door led to. The origin of the disaster of justice. Tittle City. Chapter 53. Rather than waiting to die, it is better to live towards death. Atres flew to a high place, looked around and found that this was the inside of the windmill that the hero had mentioned. What is worrying is that this place is full of coffins. There were 50 of them in total, standing in 3 circles around the portal, like some kind of religious ritual. These corpses are the remains of powerful people, which can be called Lilinu Paradise. 12 of the coffins had been opened, revealing the faces of the corpses inside. These corpses were all familiar faces. They were the 12 paladins, including Tyrenus. The other coffins remained closed and silent. All the magic power infused by the mage apprentices was sent into the portal through the maze nodes at the bottom of the well, activating it by 1/3. Who? Tyrenus' voice wandered in the windmill. Richard immediately disintegrated Atre's body, causing her to dissipate into the air and turn into a harmless magical force. It was a close call. I was almost caught. Cold sweat broke out on Richard's forehead. Michel also realized the seriousness of the situation. He said, You said that Tyreno was deceiving us, but once a paladin commits the sin of deception, he will die immediately. Richard came to his senses and said, Perhaps this is why they are not heroic spirits. They have already broken the rules. Only the warriors who are most loyal and pure to the doctrine have the chance to become heroic spirits and ascend to the kingdom of God after death. But the group of people led by Tyrenus were left behind in Tridia because they were not heroes at all. The holy light is just an illusion, a trick created by some prop. They are ownerless ghosts who are unwilling to die because of resentment in their lifetime, pure, earthbound spirits, Richard said helplessly, just out of the tiger's mouth and into the wolf's den. Is there no safe place in this damn place of Nanshwankia? Although the apprentices have now escaped from the deadly miasma of southern Shwankia, they have fallen into the conspiracy of the paladins. If the fanatics of Tittle City were allowed to teleport to Tridia, everyone would die, even including the unclean, undead spirit of Tyrenus. Richard gradually felt that he might have been caught in an elaborately woven spider web from the very beginning. A sharp whistle suddenly rang throughout the village. Enemy attack! Undead creatures! Richard rushed out the door and found that this small village was surrounded by an endless sea of undead. Although the 12 paladins were powerful, they were also surrounded. His mace, which was imbued with holy light, could destroy a large number of undead with just a slight sweep. However, the defeated undead did not die immediately, but slowly recovered under the healing of the necromancy magic. Sure enough, Tyrenus and his men were unable to use the holy light. Otherwise, there would be no possibility of reviving these undead creatures. Their holy light is the same as the Brave's holy sword, and in essence, it is just a solidified form of light magic to deceive people. Fortunately, the sudden invasion of undead creatures has brought a precious turning point to the current situation. Good, just in time. Richard's eyes gleamed, and he gritted his teeth and said, Michelle, go talk to Lynn and ask her to gather as many apprentices as possible at the well and place a ring of transmission beacons in the well. Okay, what about you? Me? I'm going to the portal to the windmill. Rather than sit and wait for death, I'd rather make one last desperate attempt and live. Richard has located the windmill. Since it is a portal, it is a professional counterpart. As long as one can use the characteristics of one's profession to tamper with and control the portal, one can gain the capital to negotiate with Tyrenus. After all, these paladins don't know magic, so they will be helpless if something goes wrong with the portal. This is the only chance right now. Richard and Michelle immediately split up. There seems to be a protective magic circle around the village that blocks the invasion of most undead creatures. However, due to the fact that the magic circle had been in disrepair for a long time, many undead creatures still entered the village. Atres was reborn on Richard's shoulder and then flew to a high place to scout the current environment. The paladins scattered around the village to resist the undead creatures. They knew that the protective array would not last long. Richard pretended to fight with several skeleton soldiers, but actually he moved slowly towards the windmill. The further you get to the outskirts of the village, the higher the density of undead creatures. There are not only skeleton soldiers, but also familiar faces such as ghouls, flaming skulls, and crawling claws. Undead knights, banshees, mummies, and other high-level undead creatures are all present. Almost everyone came out. This also directly caused Richard's outward movement speed to be greatly reduced. Even self-preservation has become a problem. The only thing to be thankful for is that most of the paladins were entangled by the undead knights and banshees and had no time to take care of themselves. Richard didn't plan to hide. He just used the flicker technique to hurry on. Although the movement distance of flicker is not far, its advantage is that it can avoid attacks from all directions. After a few scintillations, Richard found himself surprisingly lucky. He actually escaped from the encirclement of the sea of undead. The most incredible thing was that an undead knight just glanced at him and then rushed towards a paladin who was rushing over. The windmill was about 1 kilometer away. Richard had little mana left and could only summon the winter wolf to speed up his speed. As soon as the giant white wolf appeared, it was frightened by the endless sea of undead. Its legs suddenly went weak and it fell to the ground, making a howling sound like a puppy. He is such a coward. Richard slapped her hind legs hard and urged her, "Little wolf, you are the overlord of the north, the uncrowned king of the great glacier. Don't be a coward." With Richard's comfort, White Wolf trembled and barely stood up. "Wait for me, Richard." Lily knew. "Didn't I tell you to gather by the well?" Richard said angrily. "You can't abandon me." Lily knew lowered her head, her eyes flickering, and said, "I can help you. Really, really." Because she didn't know how to flicker, Lily knew relied on her own strength to break out of the undead encirclement in the village. The girl was now covered in blood, with several wounds on her skin. There was weakness in her eyes, and she looked very embarrassed. Richard sighed distressedly and stopped blaming the clingy girl. He took Lilinu's hand and said, "Hey, follow me. We don't have time." "Yeah." Lilinu followed Richard and rode on the back of the White Wolf. The White Wolf howled and galloped towards the windmill in the darkness. Richard hugged Lilinu tightly, pulled down the collar of his wizard robe and asked, "Do you need blood? You are injured." Lilinu clutched Richard's collar, breathed coldly upon him, and shyly opened her lips, revealing 2 sharp, hollow fangs. She bit Richard's neck with ease. "It will be a little bit pleasurable and a little bit painful. I will be gentler." Chapter 54. You die, or they die. Choose one. Richard. The White Wolf used its agility to move at high speed outside the walls of Tridya. The village was soon left behind, and a huge windmill appeared in front of them. The White Wolf lowered its body and lurked in the grass, moving forward little by little. There seems to be no sign of any living creature in the mill under the windmill, and everything is normal at the moment. Very safe and quiet. Tyrannus, who was originally in the mill, also went to the village to resist the invasion of the undead. "Little Wolf, you can go back now. Thank you for your hard work. Let's continue to cooperate next time." The following dive was not suitable for such a large creature. Lilinu reminded, "Richard, there is the breath of the dead in there. If the living get close, they will wake up immediately. Is there any way to block my aura?" "Yes." Lilinu cast a spell, and several bone arms rose from the ground and pulled out a coffin. "Just go in. It can block the breath of the living." "Isn't this the coffin in which you put your hatred?" "Of course not. This is the one in the college dormitory. The one I usually use is also the one you often drill into." Richard opened the red and black coffin and got in without hesitation. Lilinu knocked on the coffin and said, "I will pull you underground first, and then summon you out after we enter the mill." "Okay, I'll let Atres follow you. Be careful." Atres stood on Lilinu's shoulder, providing Richard with a view outside the coffin. The bony arms climbed onto the surface of the coffin, pulling it slowly into the soil. Then Lilinu walked cautiously towards the mill. She slowly opened the door of the mill. There was no light inside, only 50 coffins standing on the ground in 3 circles. 50 coffins, like stars, guard a large portal in the center. The stone surface of this portal has shown signs of weathering, and the enchanted magic patterns engraved on it are not very clear. Magic power flows in the magic patterns, flickering like the beating of a heart. Lilinu carefully stepped over the coffin and walked to the portal. Atris pecked Lilinu's earlobe, indicating that she could release Richard. The bony arms stretched out from the ground again and pulled out the red and black coffin. Lilinu just opened a crack in the coffin and said, "Richard, I will try my best to build a position of necromancy, but you can only extend 2 arms." "Okay, 2 hands will be enough." Atris is the magical essence of Richard. The cooperation of 2 hands with Atris is enough to do something with the portal. Lilinu asked, "What are you going to do?" "Since it's a portal, it's not impossible to change the destination." Richard asked Atris to disintegrate into elements and integrate them into the magic patterns of the portal bit by bit, making subtle modifications to it. The professional characteristics of the Star Summoner were once again fully demonstrated. The abstruse spatial knowledge and the ubiquitous astral corruption that seemed incomprehensible to others were merely the basic attributes of this faction in Richard's view. The astral faction is beyond space magic, and its internal magic is essentially independent. The profession restricts Richard from using spells that are not from the astral realm, but it also grants him powerful control over all space-related spells. So large portal and mass teleportation are both 7th level spells. But if he just makes modifications based on the composition of his spells, Richard barely has the ability to do so. Richard said, "Except for us who were blown into the depths of southern Schwankia by the green dragon. The other apprentices came here by mistake through the portal. The location of the portal is probably near the slime hatching pool. I can locate it. Now that we have the antidote potion, everyone can at least barely survive in the poisonous miasma." The surface of the arched portal gradually ignited with faint blue star flames, and its magic patterns also changed little by little under the influence of Atris. Richard himself didn't have to put in much effort. It felt like it was all automatic. Perhaps manipulating space is the instinct of the phoenix, and simply changing the destination of the portal is not difficult for Atris at all. "All right, Lilinu. Now we have to find a way to get back to the well in the village." Now that Atris is here, there won't be any problems changing the portal's destination. The portal itself is connected to the mystery node under the well, which is essentially a complete set of spells. So Richard could use the teleportation guide that Lin had prepared in advance and transmit the magic power of the maze to open the real portal at the well. Even though it happened in front of the paladins, as long as they could step into the portal, these earthbound spirits would be unable to do anything to us. There are still about 5 minutes before the portal opens, and Richard and Lilinu must rush back to the well in time. But given Richard's luck, if Michelle is not around, then things often go wrong for him. The first coffin next to the stone portal made a strange noise. The body of Tyrannus crawled out of the coffin as if a ghost had come back to life. The breath of the undead finally overwhelmed the false holy light, bringing Richard a huge sense of oppression. The moment Tyrannus's eyes fell on him, Richard knew that it would be difficult for him to leave. He pulled Lilinu close to the stone portal. "Richard, stop." Tyrannus stared at Richard coldly. Lilinu noticed it keenly and said, "Are you doing 2 things at once? There are undead creatures holding you back, so most of your soul cannot return." Tyrannus grabbed a rotten sword and said, "You are right, but just driving my corpse is enough to deal with you." He stepped out of the coffin, and as his body shook, his skin, flesh, internal organs, fat, and other tissues turned into ashes like a shriveled mural. All that remained was the skeleton inside and the faint green soul fire in the eye sockets. Level 15 Death Knight. Richard's pupils shrank slightly, and he felt endless pressure. Tyrannus's jaw moved up and down, and he said with disgust, "I don't want you to see me in this corrupt and dirty state, but as you can see, I have already fallen into the status of a Death Knight. Those holy lights are just a magic to deceive myself. Richard, I now give you 2 choices: restore the portal's destination and continue to power it, or die." Richard simply tapped the magic pattern on the stone portal and said, "I have the initiative now. I have a way to destroy the portal." The astral flames on the stone portal began to burn fiercely, and the magic patterns engraved on it actually showed signs of melting. Tyrannus thrust his great sword into the ground and said angrily, "That's enough. If the portal is destroyed, the necromancer will be promoted to a lich and will sweep across the entire southern Schwankia." Richard responded tit for tat, "If you want to sacrifice us to save southern Schwankia, then southern Schwankia should be destroyed. Then it seems that I have no choice but to kill you." Tyrannus pointed his greatsword at Richard. There must be no problem with the portal. At this time, Atris was reborn from the fire as a phoenix. She chirped, indicating that the portal could be activated at any time. But Richard was faced with a life-or-death decision. Even when he was stopped by Tyrannus, the portal was still open near the well to allow other apprentices to escape. Or should he activate this stone gate directly, abandon the other apprentices and Michelle, and escape alone? Chapter 55. Bullshit. Richard has always been afraid of death. Will he sacrifice himself heroically? At the well, the apprentices gathered together. The undead creatures have surrounded the village, making it impossible to escape. The battle between the paladins and the undead creatures became fierce, and the fight was difficult to determine. A large number of undead creatures also gathered around the well and began to attack the mage apprentices who were gathered together. Many people have been seriously injured. The number and strength of undead creatures are much greater than expected. And I said anxiously, "Where's Richard? Why haven't we seen him yet? And Lilinu is missing too. Wait a little longer." Lynn confirmed the teleportation guide over and over again, trying her best to stay calm. A lot of magic power has been flowing back into the maze at the bottom of the well, and a space-type spell has begun to be constructed. The portal is already taking shape. Nima said with a sad face, "It's over. Richard didn't die heroically, did he?" Nidue slapped Nima on the head and said, "Bullshit. Richard has always been afraid of death. Will he sacrifice himself?" Nima said angrily, "My mother is also your mother." 5 minutes later, driven by the maze lock node, the space portal was completely formed. A slime hatching pool could be vaguely seen on the other side of the door. Several blue slimes rolled to the portal and stared at the apprentices. "Hurry up. The portal doesn't have enough energy and can only last for 30 seconds. Lynn shouted. She had already seen several paladins heading back. Michelle has told Lynn the truth, and she understands that these paladins are enemies. But Richard, Nid said unwillingly. A dozen apprentices were also in a state of hesitation. Richard hasn't arrived yet. Do we really have to abandon our teammates and survive? After all, without Richard, he and others might have died in the poisonous miasma of southern Schwankia. Shut up. Lynn finally shed her usual gentle smile and said firmly, "Only if we survive can we contact the academy and save Richard. Now I let you go. It's me who forces you to go. I will take full responsibility for what happens next. Now you just need to listen to me. All of you go." The apprentices no longer hesitated and rushed into the portal. The ghost of Tyrannus ran desperately towards the well, but his disguise was finally gone in the darkness. The holy light was dyed by the darkness into a terrifying fire of the undead, and the illusion of the skeleton was revealed after the illusion of flesh and skin failed. The unicorn under his crotch had long lost the purity it had in life and turned into a nightmare beast that symbolizes death and destruction. The whole village was plunged into the terror that only belonged to the dead zone. Tyrannus was very fast and reached the well in just 10 seconds. At this time, there were still 5 apprentices who had not escaped, including Lynn and Nidienema who were left behind. In the next second, they might all be killed by Tyrannus. At the critical moment, the brave man who had been standing there in a daze suddenly raised his holy sword. The priest and the mage also drew their weapons. Holy light, that evil is worth fighting. Tyrannus, the breaker of commandments, the unfaithful, the deceiver, you have distorted the teachings of Tyr, and the brave Michael will judge you. Michelle and the other 2 rushed forward, trying to stop them physically. Lynn was stunned for a moment, then she made a prompt decision and tried her best to push the remaining 4 people into the portal. The portal closed at the last second. Lynn failed to enter the portal. She, Michelle, and the other 2 were left in Tridia. Lynn's face turned pale and her mind went into chaos. If I hadn't been so heroic, I might have successfully entered the portal and escaped from Tridia. To say that I have no regrets at this point is just a weak lie. But now that things have come to this, we can only face it. She turned around, looked at Tyrannus, and took out her silver staff. Michel and his 2 companions were defeated instantly, but they did stop Tyrannus for 2 or 3 seconds. Most of the apprentices of the 233rd class were able to escape, except Richard, Lilinu, and Lynn. Holding a lance and the reins of the nightmare beast, Tyrannus slowly circled around Lynn. He exuded a bone-chilling chill, and his anger burned in his chest. "Little girl, isn't it fun to be a hero?" Lynn stood there and said calmly, "Of course." Tyrannus pointed the tip of his spear at Lynn's neck and lifted her chin. "You have ruined southern Schwankia for your own selfish interests." Lynn sneered, "We have no obligation to die for Nanschwankia. That is wishful thinking of you crazy people. Devote yourself to justice. This is the duty of all living things. Since you are so stubborn, you might as well die." Tyrannus slowly raised the tip of his spear and smashed it down hard as if it were an execution. Inside the windmill, Richard apologized. Lilinu, I'm sorry. We may not be able to go home until a little later. It's okay. I'll just follow you, Lilinu said in a low voice. After some hesitation, Richard finally chose to open the portal in the well. This was not because Richard was selfless, but because Tyrannus's body was too close to him, only 5 meters away. As the former leader of the Crusaders, even if Tyrannus' body was only driven by a trace of soul, it would be much faster than the two of them. If you open the portal inside the mill, you might have a chance to escape by using Blink. But Lilinu didn't know the flicker spell, so she would be killed instantly by Tyrannus. If I can't take Lilinu with me, then there's no point in escaping alone. Richard could never accept Lilinu dying in front of him. But it is far from the end of the road now. Atres is deconstructing the magic pattern of the portal. As long as she buys a little more time, the portal will be transformed into a new spell under her reconstruction. Fourth ring, Chaos Teleport. Although fourth ring spells can usually only be learned by 10th level mages, but Richard's professional characteristics gave him the ability to learn space spells at a higher level. With Richard's talent, it is certainly impossible for him to make a breakthrough on the spot or apply what he has learned immediately. This is an ability that only the protagonist possesses, as described by the bard. That's why Atres dismantled the portal's magic patterns according to local conditions. Then Richard reassembled the appropriate magic patterns according to the structure of the chaos teleportation technique, just like putting together a jigsaw puzzle. Chaos Teleport is different from Portal. It is activated instantly and will not be caught by Tyrannus during the initial swing. But the disadvantage is that the destination is random and the results are often not very good. After all, this spell is usually used against enemies and is only cast on oneself when one is most desperate. But in the current situation, how bad can it get? Moreover, Tridya was blocked by a maze, and low-level teleportation could only be performed within Tridya. So at least you won't be teleported to a place like the Abyss to die. The construction of Chaos Teleport will take a little while. Because Tyrannus was uneducated and didn't know magic, he didn't act rashly. He just thought that Richard activated the magic circle at the well, but did not destroy the magic pattern structure of the stone portal. Then as long as Richard, the space mage, is detained by himself, the portal can be restarted. The two sides continued to confront each other, but as time went on, Richard's spell was finally completed. He also thoughtfully spread the spell to the area near the village well through the maze, covering Lynn, Michelle, and the other two. This way your luck should be better. Goodbye, Tyrannus. Wish me good luck. Richard snapped his fingers, and the chaos teleportation array was activated. In an instant they were gone. All the magic patterns on the stone arches in the mill fell off. The portal was completely destroyed. Tyrannus froze in place, finally realizing what was happening. Because I couldn't understand space magic, I was fooled. He gripped the greatsword tightly, put on the paladin's helmet again, and looked around at the 50 coffins around him with the fire of death in his eyes. Finally, he sighed and made a decision. Tyrannus stood under the stone arch, raised the greatsword, and inserted it into the soul core of his chest skeleton. A large circular magic circle instantly lit up on the ground. The next second, all the coffins were opened, and the souls of the 50 paladins were all awakened. The last flame of their souls was rekindled in their broken bodies. My fellow colleagues, the final fate of southern Schwankia is once again entrusted to our hands. We have to burn everything down and save southern Xinjiang once again, even though we have been abandoned by Tyr. Chapter 56 Ew. In the slime hatching pool, several blue slimes were jumping and rolling on more than 20 humans. Nid opened his eyes and looked into the eyes of a slime. Ooh? Oh no, how did we fall asleep? Nid looked around and saw the familiar slime hatching pool. A few wet and cute tentacles and round slimes looked so cute after escaping from death. Nima, stop sleeping, we are still alive. Nid sat on Nima's chest and slapped him left and right. After a dozen slaps, Nima woke up with a grin on his face. He pushed Nidi away and asked, "It hurts. My face hurts. Did you slap me again?" Nidi said calmly, "It's just the aftereffects of entering the portal. After all, it's a 500-year-old antique, so it's normal that you're not used to it." The other apprentices also woke up one after another. Many apprentices hugged the slime and started crying, asking to erect a monument and write a biography for Richard, and also included in the family tree. Nima was also a little irritated and said, "Richard, Lilinu, and Lynn are missing. Oh, and my brother-in-law and the others." And I said with a gloomy face, "They are probably left in Tridya." Nima burst into tears. I never thought that Richard doesn't treat us as human beings. Lilinu doesn't treat us as human beings, and Lin probably treats us as human beings. But at the critical moment, they sacrificed their lives so resolutely and heroically. I misjudged them. After returning to the Empire, I will bury them in the Inai family's cemetery, so that they can enjoy the Inai family's incense forever. And Uncle, I'm sorry, Uncle, I will take care of little Sierra from now on. I promise to let her marry happily into the Inai family and give birth to 10 children. You can go without worry, Uncle. And I slapped Nima on the forehead again. Why won't you change your mouth? With Richard's ability, they may not die. Stop cursing. Nima consoled himself. That's right. According to Richard's personality, he is most likely the fastest runner. He probably opened a portal for us along the way. And I climbed out of the incubation pool and found that it was already daytime. How long had he and his group slept? But the surrounding rainforest was surprisingly quiet, as if it had been plowed. What should we do? Nima also climbed out of the mine and said with a headache, Richard and Lin are not here now, and Lilinu, the most capable fighter, is nowhere to be found. It will be a bit difficult for us to do it alone. And I looked around cautiously and said in surprise, I can sense the magical energy. It's the 8th ring, Flame Spirit Wide Area Matrix Resonance. This should be Teacher Weiwei's spell. Nima suddenly spotted a few fire elves running happily among the tree trunks and said in a daze, Is it the purely auxiliary military spell that is used to find people in a very large area? How do we trigger it? I have a way. All we have to do is roast it with fire. A wizard apprentice in a red robe climbed out of the hatching pool and threw a fireball at the elf. The elf took the fireball and stood there unharmed. What's going on? No response. Don't be impatient. Let the elements react for a while. The fire mage apprentice silently pulled Nidianima into the incubation pool. Soon the body of the fire elf began to swell, and all the magic power in the air was siphoned away by it. When its body expanded to a certain size, it exploded. A small mushroom cloud swept across the rainforest surrounding the hatchery like a whirlwind. The powerful shock wave almost caused the slime hatching pool to collapse. Nima's face turned pale. Oh my god! You told me this is a purely auxiliary military spell? The fire mage apprentice nodded. This is the least lethal fire spell of the evolution school among the 8-ring spells. We are both from the same school of evocation, but it turns out that your fire magic is more barbaric. But what's next? Just wait. The death of a fire elf will instantly affect the entire wide area matrix and be transmitted to Weiwei like the vibration of a spider web. Is this the immortal fire witch in the legend? She can even cover half of southern Schwankia with her spell? Hush, I think you probably want to live. If Teacher Weiwei hears you, you're doomed. But I've heard it. How can you kids talk about adults behind their backs? Weiwei's soft voice came from the ground. We're saved. We're saved. The apprentices cheered for surviving the disaster. Then Blot's old-fashioned voice came. Now is not the time to cheer. I have taught you to stay calm at all times, so as not to overexcite and end up in tragedy. Hey Blot, your long face looks so friendly today. You all, go back and write a report of 100,000 words each, with no less than 200 references. If the duplication rate exceeds 5%, rewrite it. Blot's face turned black. No, Blot. Never call you Horseface again. Weiwei said anxiously. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's count the number of people. Richard, Lilinu, Lin. By the way, what day is today? Number 13. Oh no. We slept for 5 whole days, and there is still no news from the 3 of them. What? Why didn't these 3 come out? Weiwei felt like she was struck by lightning. It's over. It's over. Why did the 3 most important ones get wiped out? Any one of them is several times more important than these rescued spell apprentices. Sure enough, I am not suitable to be a mentor. This unfortunate place of southern Sintra has always been like this, and it is still like this now. Tired, destroy it. Seeing that Weiwei was about to go berserk, Nushin said hurriedly, Calm down, big sister Weiwei. The scouts just sent a message that the Academy's prophecy master said that Richard and the others are still alive, but they are not in good condition. Weiwei managed to cool down and sobbed. As long as they are still alive, it's fine. Have you cracked Tridia's puzzle? I'm going to barbecue all those paladins now. A jungle scout handed over a golden scepter respectfully. This is the authority of the mythical lock, temporarily granted by the Southern Legion. It will point out the direction of Tridia. By the way, the capital of Delran says that dig 3 feet into the ground, and the blood debt will be paid with blood. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. The Empire's Southern Legion is now temporarily under your command. The life and death of Southern Schwankia depends on your decision. The Dean of the Mage Academy also reminds you that you can free yourself from all shackles without being punished. Lady Witch of the End. Chapter 57. A hero descends from the sky. Nushin followed behind Wei Wei and whispered, "You said, our academy's Lao Ding and the Emperor have always been at odds with each other. Why don't they discuss each other today?" Blot was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a dark face. "Why are you a Riddler again?" Nushin glared, somewhat dissatisfied with Blot's silence. Blot was forced to answer seriously. It must be that the two of them care about the citizens of the Empire, so they work together. What official language are you talking about? Actually, I have a guess. No, you didn't, and I don't want to know. I'm only telling you this, just don't spread it. Nushin pulled the skinny Blot over and said nervously, "Are Richard and the other two too important to our empire?" "No, I don't want to listen." Blot tried to break free from Nushin's hand, but his resistance failed. At this moment, he felt a black spot on his forehead. Would it be okay for Nushin, a mage who changed his job halfway through his career, to not be heard if he continued to speak in such a low voice? The scout behind him had already blocked out the sound with his own spell, but Teacher Wei Wei could hear it clearly. And as a librarian, how could I not know the identities of Richard and Lin? These two are the darlings of the Academy and the royal family respectively. As for Lilinu, those midnight nobles hiding in the dark side of the Empire are no joke. It can be said that now in Southern Wickham, all three irreconcilable factions of the Empire have been provoked. But at this critical juncture, the city-state of Tidal declared war on the Silver Moon Empire. As a result, after so many years of open and secret struggles within the Empire, it was suddenly united by this group of Tidal's paladins to face the outside world. The Empire has never been so united before, and everyone is equally anxious. It's a miracle. At this point, it doesn't matter whether the war between the Empire and Tidal will end in victory or defeat. Tidal will certainly leave a mark in the history books of the Empire. This is cause for celebration. You guys, please stop arguing. Wei Wei was feeling upset alone, and she seemed even more devastated when she heard Nushin's random yet accurate guess. Tears welled up in her eyes again. "Shao Nushin, when you joined the army, I reminded you not to talk nonsense and not to guess riddles. After so many years, how come you haven't improved at all? Do you want to be put in solitary confinement again?" "I was wrong, big sister. I was wrong." Nushin nodded repeatedly like a grandson, already sweating profusely. He finally shut up obediently. Blot also breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's great to be alive. The weather in South Sintra is always changeable. Heavy rain, thick fog, and thunder descended on this desolate land in unpredictable ways. This place does not belong to humans. It had been raining heavily in the inner city of Tridya for 5 consecutive days. Because the drainage pipes have been in disrepair for many years, the accumulated water has gradually submerged the low-lying areas and formed pools. The undead creatures used the soul fire within them to drive their bodies to follow predetermined actions, floating in the water, without feeling the slightest bit of annoyance brought by the heavy rain. Only a few flaming skulls made strange laughs from time to time, and then were drowned in the rain. The nightmare beast's hooves stepped on the muddy ground, and the raindrops were evaporated by its burning mane before they even touched it. The undead knight held his lance and looked around vigilantly. The breath of the living mixed with the smell of earth stirred up by the rain wafted in from all directions. Although it is very faint, it is definitely not an illusion. Tridya has been ruled by the dead for 500 years, and all the living people are long gone. A stranger has entered Tridya. If it weren't for the torrential rain that lasted for 5 days, the presence of the living would have been exposed. The Death Knight ordered the surrounding undead creatures to search for the living in the inner city. The ghosts seemed to be a family of 3, and they greeted the undead knight. The undead knight habitually responded with a knight's salute, but the ghosts simply passed through the skeleton of the undead knight and floated away into the distance. It seemed that the initial greeting was just the last remnant engraved in the soul. The soul fire in the undead knight's chest flickered. After a moment's silence, he could only pull the reins to patrol other areas. Patrolling this lost city-state, whose appearance had not changed from his birth to his death. Beside the ruins he left, a girl with long silver hair huddled up, her body trembling slightly, not daring to move. The delicate face was full of embarrassment. She bent the hem of her robe into an arc and brought the rain water accumulated on it to her mouth to moisten her cracked lips. The girl's face flushed with sickly redness due to the high fever, and she couldn't help but cough softly. The slight sound startled a zombie not far away. The disgusting monster sniffed desperately and looked in the direction of the girl. The girl's breath suddenly choked, and she stared at the zombie outside the ruined shelter with a little horror. In the inner city of Tridia, the air is filled with the power of death. The magic circuits of all non-necromancer professions have been suppressed to the extreme. The girl had only her not-so-strong limbs left to escape danger, but she could no longer stand up, and she didn't even have the strength to run away. Brother Rinchi-cha, it seems that my luck is not very good. I am going to die here. The zombie had already sensed Lin's location, and it rushed towards her with big strides and roars. The sharp claws easily pushed down the ruins, and the girl's life was in danger. The girl closed her eyes resignedly. At this moment, a black wolf flew over and knocked down the zombie. The boy on the wolf's back pulled the girl up. The girl opened her eyes and smiled brightly. Brother Renkieka, you are finally here. Chapter 58. Who is the murderer? An hour ago, Richard felt a little unlucky. The destination of chaos teleportation was locked within the city of Tridia by a mystery lock. But there is always a difference between the inner city and the outer city. Unfortunately, he fell into the skeleton camp in the inner city. It has been 5 days since we escaped from the Paladin village, and everyone has been scattered due to teleportation. I don't know what happened to Lilinu, Lin, and the heroes. I hope Nidianima can contact Vivi after escaping from Tridia. Richard has cleared out the skeleton camp and is hiding in it as a temporary safe house. He used magic to temporarily transform the entire skeleton camp into a quasi-stellar realm in order to achieve the effect of camouflage in space. It is equivalent to removing this area from the map. The undead creatures will temporarily ignore this skeleton camp, but occasionally, aimless skeletons or crawling claws would approach unconsciously. They were all quickly dealt with by the little wolves, stone men, and brain-eating monsters summoned by Richard. Because the necromancer is in the process of being promoted to a lich, most of the high-level undead creatures are guarding the central castle. Therefore, the number of undead in the inner city is not as dense as usual, which is a blessing in disguise. Wu, the wolf, howled low and suppressed, and she seemed to smell the enemy. Several brain-eating monsters were jumping around and keeping watch. Because the stone man was so big, he simply buried himself in the soil and waited for an opportunity to move, leaving only a conical pillar on his head exposed. Is it the undead knight? Richard patted the little wolf beside him. Don't tremble, you coward. We can't defeat it. Let's hide and wait for it to pass by. The little wolf lay on the ground, licking his nose constantly to relieve his fear. As the signature beast of Middenland, she seemed to be much more cowardly than her own kind. Richard attributed all this to her, perhaps because he had great wisdom. Only creatures with a certain degree of intelligence will abandon their manic primitive instincts and adopt retreating and fleeing behaviors. The undead knight led the nightmare beast slowly past the skeleton camp without noticing anything was wrong. It turned and left, probably heading deeper into the castle. Okay, coward, it's gone far away. Stop rubbing against me every day, you big wolf. Richard patted the huge wolf head in his arms helplessly. The giant wolf licked Richard's face with its big tongue, and he managed to keep calm. Little she-wolf, today we will continue to explore the surrounding area. Go a little smaller. It all depends on your nose. The giant wolf howled, and used its innate magic to slowly shrink its 2 or 3 meter tall body into the size of a medium-sized dog. It is daytime now, and the wolf cub's fur is shiny black. When Richard summoned her a few days ago, he thought he had replaced the dog. After all, what he had summoned before was always a white wolf. Later, Richard was surprised to find that the giant wolf's fur color actually changed over time. It is a black wolf during the day, a white wolf at night, and a gray wolf at dawn and dusk. Such a rebellious character made Richard very worried about her survival in the snowy northern border. Other wild animals would like to blend into the environment and not be discovered. Why do you do the opposite? A naked black wolf coiled in the snow in broad daylight and glowed white under the stars at night. If you do this, the prey will be scared away from a long distance. No wonder the northern frontier creature summoning technique is clearly a random summon, but she is always the one who responds every time. Most of them are probably unable to make it in the northern border and are being bullied and starving. Little wolf, smell carefully to see if there is any breath of life. I know your sense of smell is not so sensitive due to the heavy rain, but you should always try your best. Don't complain. Tridia has been like this for so many years. You should reflect on whether your sense of smell has improved and whether your hunting skills have improved. Be good. I'll buy you a nice collar later. You won't have to suffer in the northern frontier anymore. I'll find a way to summon you to me permanently. After being tricked by Richard, the little wolf bent down and sniffed the ground. The man and the wolf walked cautiously in the inner city. This time they went particularly deep and discovered some strange things about Tridia. Ghosts. Countless ghosts lurking in the city. These ghosts are not like undead creatures in the ordinary sense. They don't seem to respond to any external stimuli. Richard observed these ghosts carefully and found that they seemed to be acting according to some obsession or habits from their previous lives. The adventurer returned triumphantly. The boy from the miller quarreled with the girl from the sewing shop, and the merchant displayed his goods and called on customers. If you ignore their ethereal bodies, Tridia seems to be alive and vibrant. Did Tyrannus and his men use the forbidden spell to massacre the city, causing the people here to die instantly without them even realizing they were dead? Richard felt a little heavy. Although I am not a good person, I don't want to see such a meaningless massacre. The simple crushing of the weak by the strong is a cruel act of venting anger and is completely meaningless. 500 years ago, Tyrannus had indeed brought disaster, and he was trying to bring disaster to the whole of Australasia again. Richard had a confusion. If Tridia's current master is a necromancer, then he should refine all these precious ghosts into soul fire to strengthen the undead knight. Such a huge number of ghosts is enough to promote most undead knights to powerful death knights. Richard forced open a wooden door and walked into a civilian's home. The answer seemed to be clear, as he saw several complete skeletons. Not only the souls of the dead, but even the corpses were deliberately preserved. This is no longer the behavior of a necromancer, but rather a kind of nostalgia unique to the living. The necromancer was unwilling to desecrate the bodies of the people of Tridia. This shows that the necromancer in the castle is not an outsider who is greedy for the corpses here. He must be a native of Tridia. Richard then crossed several streets and entered a house that looked like a town hall. Pushing open the huge rusted iron door of the internal archive room, Richard found several records of Tridia's events 500 years ago. Nan Shuang Chia calendar 86 years. March archives. The Crusaders of Tittle will visit Tridia in November this year to discuss the future development of southern Bikia. Quidia conducts sanitation cleaning throughout the city, regulates rules for outsiders to enter the city, and strictly controls unknown risks. The little city lord returned to Tridia from further south to participate in the production of the antidote for the poison miasma. The research progress of the antidote potion has been stagnant for a long time. The little city lord proposed a new theory to reconstruct the underlying logic of the potion. May archives. A breakthrough has been made in the antidote potion. The test product was used on a death row prisoner and thrown into the depths of the rainforest for observation. He has survived for 5 days, and the crowd is excited. On the 6th day, the prisoner died suddenly. After examination, it was found that the death was not caused by poisonous miasma. The small city lord recovered the body. July archives. One day, the mayor of the small city announced that the potion had entered the critical stage and sealed off the laboratory. On the 13th, the temperature in Tridia dropped sharply. Many people had high fever and chills. Suspected plague spread. Prevention and control measures have been launched. On the 22nd, more people fell ill, including the old city lord. Hail suddenly fell recently, and the sun didn't shine for days. On the 29th, the mayor ordered all church members in Tridia to leave within 5 days. September archives. The plague is getting worse. Tremedia's temperature breaks through historical extremes and reaches freezing point. The old city lord recovers from his illness and stops the young city lord from researching potions. Many places collapsed, the gap was bottomless, and the cold was bone-chilling. The wailing at night continues, and someone claims to have seen the grandmother. October archives. The young city lord refused to follow the old city lord's order, and the antidote was successfully developed. The future of southern Chia is in the hands of Tridia. Each citizen received an antidote potion. The city lord requires us to drink 3 bottles a day. The potion doesn't taste good, but I'm kind of addicted to it. I don't know why. I am gradually unable to hold a pen. I feel dizzy, weak hands, and have a headache. Maybe I have the plague. Drink another bottle of magic potion. Why is there no sound around? There haven't been any new reports for a long time. It's very quiet. Maybe I can take a break. I seem to have been in the archives for too long. I don't know. Something seems to be wrong, but I can't tell. November archives. No return report has been sent. What happened? Tridia is too quiet, as if she is dead. The potion hasn't been delivered for a long time. But I'm not thirsty. I haven't had water for more than 10 days. The paladin of Tidal City will arrive tomorrow. Why is the city hall not prepared at all? I suddenly wanted to look at myself, so I took out a mirror. I, dead? Chapter 59. The potion is poisonous. The document ended here, and Richard just felt a headache. Because the document ends the day before the arrival of the Crusaders from Tyrannus. Does this mean that Tyrannus and his men were not the culprits for the destruction of Trydia? Most likely, there is something wrong with the potion provided by the young city lord. Richard noticed the key. He took out the antidote prepared by his apprentices, reanalyzed its ingredients, and suddenly discovered something peculiar. Creeping claw powder? This thing seems to be a banned item in the Empire? I remember it was because of some kind of addiction and irreversible transformation. Richard took the documents and walked out of the archive room with a heavy heart, sighing. Why are things becoming more and more complicated? I just want to escape from Trydia and don't want to know what happened in Trydia 500 years ago. It's better to find other people as soon as possible and then find a way to escape. The black wolf beside him suddenly made a whirring sound and pulled Richard's clothes. Do you smell the breath of the living? Richard immediately realized. Take me there. The black wolf immediately returned to its original size, picked up Richard, threw him on its back, and galloped off to another street. Soon Richard saw a familiar figure. Lynn. She has been targeted by the ghoul. The black wolf increased its speed and used its huge body to knock the zombie away. Richard immediately pulled Lynn up. The ghoul's cries have attracted the attention of the surrounding undead creatures. These low-level undead creatures that lacked sufficient intelligence quickly surrounded Richard. It is not possible to break through simply by relying on Black Wolf's weight. Lynn, do you still have strength? Do you have a fever? Stand behind me and don't move away. We need to end the battle as soon as possible. Well, don't worry. I can still stand firmly, but I can't use magic. The level 8 zombie is not so easy to deal with. The level 8 Black Wolf has already fought with it. Richard only needs to eliminate as many low-level undead creatures as possible that are gathering from all directions. He released his own magic power and overwhelmed the undead magic that dominated the area. In order to avoid attracting higher-level undead creatures, Richard knew he had to fight quickly. The blue magic power has attached to the surrounding area. It begins to flow and burn rapidly, gradually forming a vortex. Atrees merged into the vortex, stirring up even bigger waves. Richard's currently few lethal spells, Cosmic Storm, were quickly formed. A large vortex carrying flames spun and spread at a high speed with Richard as the center, and soon swept up the surrounding undead creatures. The storm caused unstable fluctuations in space. The bodies of many skeleton soldiers were cut into pieces by many spatial cracks due to conflicts in the spatial coordinates of their various parts. The zombies were instantly hit hard by such a powerful storm. Its rotten surface had been torn into pieces with wounds so deep that the bones were visible. Foul-smelling pus flowed from the wound. The dark blue flame attached to his body continued to cause astral corrosion. The black wolf took this opportunity to bite off one of the zombie's arms and broke its legs, completely destroying its ability to move. The astral storm gradually subsided. Because of the strong wind, the documents brought out from the archives room were scattered all over the floor. Richard was about to pack them up and leave immediately, but the ghoul looked at the messy pages, dug its claws into its skull, and let out a painful wail. He used his only remaining arm to drag his torso and crawled towards a blank page of a book. He picked up the broken arm beside him, broke off an index finger, and held it in his hand. Green pus flowed from the tip of the index finger like ink. The ghoul took advantage of the last bit of weak soul fire to write the last few lines. Nan Shuang Chia calendar 86 years. November, the day before the arrival of the Crusaders. Trydia has become a city of the living dead. Everyone is living a life of endless repetition of a certain day like a zombie, completely unaware that their bodies are gradually decaying. The whole city is on the verge of death, but some people are still pretending that it is still alive. The guards are wrapped in heavy armor, and I wonder if they still have flesh and blood. The young city lord walked into the street. He looked very good, which made me want to eat. I held back. An hour later, I saw a baby in a cradle. I ate him alive. It tasted good, very delicious. I clearly realized that I may not be dead yet, but I am speeding on the road to death. Something is wrong. Something must be wrong. It's a potion. The potion is poisonous. The ghoul's soul fire suddenly went out, and the remaining body collapsed to the ground, completely heading towards true death. Richard speculated that this zombie might be the recorder in the archives room based on his clothes, which had almost turned into strips of cloth. Alas, you have fulfilled all your duties. Rest in peace. Richard used the astral flame to burn the ghoul's body into ashes bit by bit, and then said, "Lynn, let's go quickly," so as not to be killed by high-level undead creatures. He was suddenly stunned and stood still. He didn't know when an undead knight was standing behind him, his rotten sword resting on his neck. The undead knight said grimly, "Please come in, human. My master wants to see you. Don't think about running away. We have captured a vampire. She is your companion, right? Blood clan?" Lily knew. Richard glanced at Lynn. Her condition was very bad. She could hardly stand and needed to rest urgently. "Okay, I'll go with you." Richard gave up resisting, put Lynn on the back of the black wolf, and followed the undead knight. Since the undead knight did not choose to kill him immediately, it meant that the master behind him still had some sanity. "For now, I can only give up escaping temporarily." Richard asked, "That vampire, is he okay?" The undead knight replied coldly, "Very well. My master is not a man who kills without reason. He does not like death." Seeing that this undead knight didn't seem to have any hostility towards him, Richard took the opportunity to attack him. "Well, I heard that your master is going to be promoted to a lich. Congratulations. Do you want me to give you a share of the money?" There was a long silence. The undead knight turned his head and looked at Richard, the soul fire in his eyes burning fiercely. "Human, stop making small talk. My master won't let me kill you, but I can cut off one of your arms." Richard said awkwardly, "No, I was wrong. Don't be angry. By the way, are you a native of Tridia?" "Sister, just tell me. It won't cost you anything. You're being noisy. Shut up." "Okay, I won't talk about it anymore. Don't be angry." Chapter 60. I really want to be a family heirloom of a human noble. Inside Tridia Castle, Richard, Lynn, and their pet dog were thrown into a clean cell. After that, the undead knight left without paying any attention to them, which made Richard a little disappointed. Then Richard suddenly noticed Lynn's slightly respectful look. She leaned against the black wolf's furry belly, coughed a few times, and said weakly, "As expected of you, Brother Rankisha, that undead knight is only a skeleton left, but you can still tell her gender." Richard said helplessly, "What are you talking about? I don't think she is very hostile to us, so I will try to find out as much useful information as possible." I understand. Lynn grabbed the wolf's hair and curled up into a ball. The sun hat she usually wore was gone, and her long, soft, silver-white hair was rarely loose, sliding down to her bare feet. Richard looked at Lynn a few more times, not because of her appearance, but because of the color of her hair. This color is rare in the Empire and is very noble. Richard has only seen it on the current emperor. He asked, "Are there any potions for treating high fever?" Lynn groaned softly. "It's gone. Everything disappeared when I teleported. This is troublesome. You are very ill, and I don't know any healing spells." "What a coincidence. I don't know either. We are so synchronized, haha." Lynn closed her eyes. Her head was confused, and she had begun to have hysterics. Richard was helpless and could only shake the iron door of the cell and shouted loudly, "Is there anyone here? Give me some herbs. Sister Undead Knight, my people are sick. It's best if you die." The undead knight lady riding on the nightmare beast said impatiently, "No, actually we are family." At this point, for the sake of Lynn's life, Richard started to talk nonsense. "To be honest, I foiled the paladin's plot to summon the title city-state. And that vampire is Lilinu. She is my master. You know the characteristics of vampires. They are used to raising several strong blood slaves. I am a member of the vampire clan, which means I am a dead creature if you round it off. Your master asked you to bring us here, not to watch us die. We are all family, and we should be harmonious as a family." The undead knight punched the cell door. As cold undead creatures, they rarely have the concept of anger. But today the undead knight was angered by Richard. "Shut up. I have never seen a human being as shameless as you. Where is your dignity? Where is your backbone?" "There is no such thing." Richard shook his head, but he was happy in his heart. Although this undead knight is an undead creature, he seems to respect chivalrous etiquette. Just the right remedy for the situation. Were all the knightly etiquette you promised in your lifetime a lie? Now you have degenerated into a dead creature and even forgot to help the weak. What? You don't try to play tricks. I won't listen to you. The soul fire in the undead knight's helmet flickered, clearly showing her hesitation. Richard continued to strike while the iron was hot. "Ah, where is the knight's enthusiasm? I can't see it. Has Tridia's loyalty fallen to this point? Each generation is worse than the previous one. On the other hand, the knights of the Silver Moon Empire are 10,000 times better than you." "Impossible. The chivalry of the southern Schwankia has always been incomparable to that of the cunning imperial people. You are lying to me. 500 years have passed. The world is not static. Old girl, Silver Moon is making progress, while Tridya is degenerating. This is an obvious fact. Do you know what the crux of the problem is? Where? It was during the time when you tortured the captives. You even watched us die without doing anything. Although you are a dead creature, I don't know whether it was your body that turned cold or your heart that turned cold. Richard's arm passed over the cell door and touched the chest armor of the undead knight. A small thing can reflect a big thing, understand? But it's really not that big. The undead knight stood there in a daze. Reason told her not to believe this human's lies, but the chivalrous spirit surging in her heart had already made the decision. A few minutes later, she threw another prisoner into Richard's cell. Dead creatures cannot heal the illnesses of the living. Let this night spirit help you. Stop shouting. Richard looked closely and saw a brown-skinned, pointy-eared girl rolling on the ground miserably. Could this be the assassin sold out by the brave man? I think her name is Corsa. For now, we can only place our hope on this night spirit, but Richard is worried. After all, she is Michelle's teammate and is likely to be extremely smart. But now is not the time to care so much. Richard patted the timid night spirit on the face. Hey, do you know any healing skills? There's a patient who needs your help. Wow, don't sell me. I eat less and work more. I can do anything for you. Yiling's mind didn't seem to be normal. She suddenly burst into tears. Aunt, save me. I won't rebel again. Hiss, wake up. You are safe now. Oh, it seems so. Who are you? Never mind. Just help me heal her. Okay. By the way, will your dog bite me? You are such a poor person. Why don't you keep your fierce dog on a leash? If you keep talking nonsense, you can be fed to the dogs. Don't be angry. I will help you cure this girl. Yiling crawled to Lin's side, and after a simple examination found that she just had a simple high fever. After several lowering treatments, Lin's red face felt much better, her breathing became more even, and she slept more soundly. After Yiling finished his work, he looked back at Richard and asked in confusion, Hey, human, were you captured here with that vampire? That's about right. But where is the vampire you mentioned now? I don't think she's in the cell. Oh, she seems to have surrendered to the enemy and has been accepted by the necromancer. After all, she is a vampire, and also an undead creature. It's not surprising. I'm glad you're okay. Richard breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, do you have any news about Michelle? I haven't seen them either. What? Those bastards are here too. Yiling jumped up, as if he had heard the news about the murderer of his father. Hey, don't get excited. They are here to save you. Only a dog would believe that. Those cows and horses, they probably just need money again. So they thought of me again. Even if they rescue me, they will knock me out and sell me again. Yiling's eyes were bloodshot, and he fell to his knees when he recalled the unbearable experiences in the past. 3 months. Do you know how I spent these 3 months? I was first sold to a slave trader in Deerland because a priest cast a curse on me. Men would lose their sexual desire if they got close to me. So because I was incompetent, I was sold to the orcs at the humiliating price of 1 copper coin. As a result, the orcs thought I was extremely ugly, so they used me as a negative example to establish aesthetic standards for their boys. Later, because I ate too much, I was sold to the dwarven black kiln by the orcs. That place was full of coal slag. I went in once and was dyed into a black drow. Then the mine collapsed and I survived. I was kidnapped by the lizard men from southern Schwankia. They thought I was unpalatable and gave me to the slimes, who knew that even the slime looked down on me and wouldn't let me hatch its offspring. It threw me to this necromancer. As a result, even the necromancer looked down on me. He was even unwilling to sew me into the abomination, so I stayed in the dungeon in a daze every day. I have a miserable life. Miserable. I am so miserable. I am a flying dance. I can't have sex. I can't have children. I'm ugly and I work slowly. I don't want to live a spicy life. It would be nice if a human noble could buy me home and live with me as an heirloom. I really want to be an heirloom and play badly. I really don't want to work hard anymore. Chapter 61. Heirlooms also require competition. Because of some experiences of being rejected in the series, the brown-skinned night spirit seems to have fallen into deep self-doubt and has lost his self-confidence. She became very insecure and deeply aware that she was a useless person who did not deserve to live in this world. However, after a brief communication, we understood each other. From Richard's perspective, this brown-skinned night spirit seemed quite normal. A level 8 shadow assassin, skilled in assassination and concealment. He knows some healing spells, some offensive spells, and even knows how to use the evil breaker. Almost all of Michelle's 3 duties were taken care of. This is simply the designated Big Daddy in Michelle's team. As a result, this only normal person was tortured into depression by Michelle and the other 2. This Eidolon was too far away from Lathander and too close to Michelle, so he did not have a good ending. So pitiful. Richard sighed sincerely. Don't worry, Corsa, you are actually quite good. You need to be confident. Not everyone has the ability to lead 3 heroes. No, I'm Feiwu. Richard said helplessly, then think positively. When we escape from Tridia, you can just find a human noble to defeat as an heirloom. Do you think it's easy to be an heirloom? Now you have to compete for the position. Corsa complained. The situation of foreign races is not good recently. Night spirits, elves, dragon ladies, and so on all want to come to humans for free. Nobles are not stupid. They have to be carefully selected for the sake of family inheritance. For example, those who are uneducated, smoke, drink, and have strange habits are not allowed, and those with dark skin are not allowed. I am not welcomed at all because of my brown skin. They are afraid that my baby will be curry-colored and pollute the bloodline. But it's clear that the skin color of the night spirits is a recessive expression, and their offspring will only follow the skin color of their spouses. But those human nobles just don't believe it. Even if you really give birth to a brown baby, you can just say that you ate too much curry during pregnancy. I'm so annoyed. My aunt told me that night spirits are quite popular in the human world. Richard was stunned when he heard what Corsa said about the industry insider information. Are there still so many tricks to dealing with heirlooms nowadays? I thought I just needed to find a way to buy a random elf girl. I didn't expect that the current competition is so fierce, and there is even an oversupply. But think about it. After all, the lifespan of elves, night spirits, half-dragons and the like is really too long. Often 1 or 2,000 years. This is unimaginably long for ordinary humans. After a family heirloom has been passed down for a long time, there is no guarantee that a young person in the family will not develop feelings for the heirloom. After a young person becomes the head of a family, he or she will most likely greatly enhance the status of the heirloom, or even directly upgrade her to the position of mistress. In this way, the next heir of the family will be a half-elf born to the heirloom. The result is that when the young man dies, his half-elf son succeeds to the throne, and his daughter-in-law becomes a mother-in-law. By then, the heirloom will be honored as the grandmother and will completely turn the tables and become the master. From then on, all the heirs of this family are descendants of the heirloom. And based on the history of the heirloom being imprisoned for hundreds of years, it is likely that he knows many family secrets and hidden treasures. They are likely to turn the tide when the family is in danger. Finally, relying on his qualifications, which were highly valued by the nobles, he naturally became the real behind-the-scenes ruler of the family. There is no such thing as the family distrusting heirlooms. After all, most people in the family grew up with heirlooms in their care. No matter what happened during the slave period, at least now the heirlooms are deeply bound to the family and have long taken on the shape of the family. Some heirlooms with a strong sense of responsibility will even use their rich experience to increase revenue and reduce expenditure, reform and innovate, and make the family bigger and stronger. So after all these years, the nobles have figured out that the selection of heirlooms must not be done rashly. This is directly related to the future reproduction of the family for 1,000 years. For the sake of family inheritance, the selection of heirlooms is naturally a process of sifting through the sand, selecting the best and the most capable. This directly led to the unemployment of some useless elves who could not survive in their own tribe, and simply gave the rest of their lives to humans. Because the elves have also figured it out, being abducted as heirlooms is essentially to become the head of a human family. Although they were just slaves at first, some elves had a poor concept of chastity. Be a slave if you will, and you can also experience the power of the legendary human beings who can court mates around the clock without cooling down. It's better than some elf men in the tribe who have zero sexual desire or even zero gender, right? So the female elves opened the book. Juan Juan Juan, Juan Juan damn you. Go to hell. Corsa kept muttering to herself and became a completely useless person. Richard sighed helplessly and ignored her. He walked over to Lynn and checked her temperature. After several treatments, Lynn's condition has improved a lot. Now he is just in a state of long-term weakness after a serious illness. Cough, cough. Wife Cha, are you still there? Lynn asked in a daze. Yes, would you like some water? Are you there? Lynn opened her eyes blankly, and Richard's figure was reflected in her blue eyes. Then she suddenly burst into tears with a wow. It's over. I actually saw someone's wife after I died. This must be a bottomless abyss. I was abandoned by Su Luan. In your eyes I should go to hell? Richard hit Lin hard on the head. I'm still alive, how great. I'm so thirsty, I don't want to drink rainwater anymore. The undead knight brought us clean food and drinking water. You can make do with what you have. If you have high charisma, you can do whatever you want. Lin stared at Richard with admiration. It only took a few minutes to take down Miss Knight. Eat your food. Why didn't I realize you were so naughty before? Richard was frowning. He found that Lin was far from being as steady as she looked. Instead, her thoughts were a bit off topic. I always feel like she's a problem girl. Have you found Sister Lilinu? Lin was wrapped in the black wolf's fur, her body trembling slightly due to hypothermia. I haven't seen him, but he shouldn't be a problem. He seems to have temporarily taken refuge with the necromancer. Brother Cha, why do I feel like you feel more relaxed in the Death Castle than in the Paladin Village? Really? Maybe I've already gotten used to the smell of undead creatures. Because of Lilinu, Richard had long been drawn into the camp of the evil villain and was always habitually wary of hostile church personnel. So Richard was not at his ease in front of that group of paladins. And now, the necromancer who has never forgiven the living is living a life of luxury. Combined with what he saw and heard in the city of Tridya and the document records, Richard roughly figured out that the necromancer might not really have any hostility towards him. At the same time, his identity is about to be revealed. He is the lord of the small city of Quidia recorded in the document. His real enemy was not himself, but Tyrannos. As for what exactly happened to Tridya 500 years ago, Richard had a rough guess after long thinking. Tridya's transformation into a reanimate dead occurred the day before Tyrannus' arrival. The Crusaders led by Tyrannus clearly had overwhelming strength against Tridya, but they still died in Tridya. This shows that the battle situation that year was far from as easy as Tyrannus said, and they encountered fierce resistance. And this violent resistance can only be the undead plague caused by the necromancer, that is, the living dead in the city of Tridya. Most of the small city lords at that time realized that the Crusaders' visit was in the name of massacre. So in order to prevent the city-state from being massacred, he chose the most extreme and only outcome that would result in mutual destruction in his endless despair. He personally announced Tridya's death and launched revenge against the Crusaders. Needless to say, the ending was that the young city lord won, but also lost. The Crusaders were defeated, but Tridya was destroyed the day before the Crusaders arrived. Both sides turned into undead, continuing to pass on endless anger and resentment in endless time. In order to protect the city-state so that it could survive the future Crusaders, he killed the city-state with his own hands to fight against the Crusaders. This seemingly ironic and contradictory behavior conceals the deep despair in the heart of the young city lord. Because at the moment the Crusades were established, Tridya had actually been sentenced to death. Death is inevitable, so all subsequent actions are merely revenge for the dead. One extreme of justice gave birth to another extreme of evil. This uncompromising fight to the death has been going on in Astrophotia for 500 years. The weak humans of Nanshwankia were simply unable to put an end to this carriage that had already headed towards the abyss. Chapter 62. It seems unlucky at first glance, but it is really unlucky when you take a closer look. It had been half a day since they were thrown into the cell, but Richard and the others still hadn't received any follow-up results. Miss Undead Knight also made up her mind not to talk to Richard. She just stood silently beside the cell door, as quiet as if she were dead. But Richard is not panicking now. Anyway, Lilinu and Lin are still alive, so we can just wait. After a while, reinforcements from the Empire will arrive. As for Michelle and the other two, they can only wish them good luck. You're just waiting anyway. How about I tell you your fortune? Lin said suddenly with an idea. You can also predict faction spells? Humph, the wife inspector really doesn't understand me at all. I have already chosen my research direction. I am an apprentice of the prophecy faction. Oh, I understand. It's a processing station for abnormal species. I also want to choose the prophecy department in the future. What? What processing station? What asylum? Did Scholar Blot say that? You are not allowed to believe him. He is biased against the prophecy faction. Lin was rarely angry. Okay. But the necromancy here is so dense that it is visible to the naked eye. The effect of the spell is greatly reduced. It shouldn't be accurate, right? My ability to predict the future is not entirely based on magic, but a direct communication between time and fate. Lin's blue eyes sparkled, as broad and distant as the sea. The silvery white magic power swam around Richard and finally slowly formed a card. The card shows the reversed symbol of the devil. Richard was surprised and said, "Tarot cards? Isn't this folk metaphysics? It's a meaningless trick that has long been disproven by magicians. Feudal superstition is not acceptable, Lin. You have to believe in magic. This is my unique inheritance, and you don't understand." Lin was so angry that her teeth itched. "After all, I am one of the 5 heads of the academy, and you are not allowed to question me." "Ah, you two. Husband, check. You didn't even know I existed before this." To be fair, yes, I didn't pay much attention to other students. I'm actually not interested in young girls who haven't grown up yet. Richard apologized to Lin, but he was a little surprised. There are actually 2 apprentices in this session who were selected as the chiefs at an early stage. Coupled with their own Star Realm inheritance, their value is quite high. The selection of the Academy Chief covers all the mage apprentices and most of the ordinary lecturers who have not reached the 15th level. Being able to select a chief from such a large range will most likely lead to him becoming a legend in the future. The reason why Lin was able to become the chief is most likely because of her ability related to prophecy. Don't be angry. First tell me what this card represents? There's only one card. To be honest, I can't tell anything. It probably means that the future will be accompanied by disasters and demons. You seem to be very unlucky? Lin looked at Richard in confusion, with a look of pity on her face. Richard nodded in agreement. My luck has indeed never been very good. In fact, it's very, very bad. It's okay, my wife. The ancient people of Silver Moon once said that suffering a loss is a blessing. Disasters are often accompanied by gains. Lin moved closer to Richard, magic still flowing in her pale blue eyes, and the prophecy continued. She tried to figure out just how unlucky Richard was and the underlying reasons. Richard asked with some concern, "Although I am very likely the chosen one of the goddess of misfortune, misfortune and luck have always been 2 sides of the same coin, right? It's not that all over." Lin said seriously, "Generally speaking, yes. For example, you seem unlucky at first glance, but is this really just superficial bad luck? There must be more behind it, and more, huh? Why are you suddenly silent?" Richard was startled. "At first glance, you seem unlucky. A closer look shows that you are unlucky." Lin said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Brother Rinchi-cha. You seem to be a simple, unlucky guy, pure to the point of being unbelievable. Is there no solution? How about you try to find someone to get engaged to for the sake of good fortune? Isn't this still feudal superstition? Then what else do you want to do? I can't do anything about it anyway." Lin blinked, helpless. Richard sighed deeply. "No, I must keep Michelle by my side when I get back. The brave man's luck can definitely neutralize the disaster around him." Richard and the others stayed there for a while, and the black wolf's fur color gradually became lighter and grayer, and finally turned completely white. Things finally took a turn for the better. "You male, come out." Miss Undead Knight opened the cell door. Richard didn't react. "Male? Are you talking about me?" He lifted the hind legs of the white wolf next to him and took a look, and finally confirmed that the male was talking about him. "It seems that Miss Knight is very dissatisfied with me and is not very friendly." Richard asked, "Where are we going?" "The city lord wants to see you." "Is Lilinu here too?" "Well, little vampire girl, let you live, otherwise I would have killed you long ago. You seem a bit too extreme." Richard followed Miss Knight and went deeper into the castle. After a magnificent door opened, Richard finally saw Tridia's owner. A skinny and listless old man. He looked like he was dying, but the huge necromancy power made it difficult for Richard to breathe. Lilinu appeared from the side and supported Richard in time. Richard hugged Lilinu tightly, feeling relieved, and said in a tone of reunion after a long separation, "Lilinu, I'm glad you're not hurt. We've never been apart for so long." Chapter 63 Jerusalem cannot lose Tifa. Richard couldn't lose Lilinu. Just like Jerusalem cannot lose Tifa, Domestic 3D cannot lose A. In short, Richard had never been separated from Lilinu for so long since he met her. Now that he saw that Lilinu was safe and sound, Richard finally breathed a sigh of relief. Richard asked quietly, "Lilinu, you weren't bullied, were you?" "No, Grandpa de Maria is a good man." Lilinu pointed to the skinny old man sitting on the throne. Richard bowed to the old man and said, "Greetings, Lord of Ancient Tridia. Thank you for taking care of Lilinu." The old man narrowed his eyes and said hoarsely, "Ha ha, after 500 years, I can still smell the breath of the living. Child, I am the last Lord of Tridia, de Maria." His body was like a mummy that had been drained of all its moisture, like a layer of skin covering a skeleton. Richard found that Maria's breath was very weak, and even his soul was erratic, and he was almost in a half-dead state. "Come here, kid, come here." Maria stretched out his finger and said kindly, "I want to talk to you. Did my necromancy scare you?" "I'm sorry, I can't control it." Richard walked forward slowly. However, Maria's necromancy power, which was as huge as a huge wave, was a bit too much for it to handle. Atres attached the astral flame to Richard's surface to fight against the undead magic, which barely prevented him from fainting. "What do you want to know?" Richard asked in a low voice, sitting in the chair next to Maria. "I just want to apologize to you. The dispute between me and Tyrannus has spread to innocent people like you. In fact, I have already set up many undead sentry posts outside of southern Schwankia to scare you, but the effect doesn't seem to be very good." Maria was covered with several blankets and slumped in his seat, his legs probably completely unable to move. Every word he spoke was accompanied by heavy breathing, as if he had used up all his strength. "As you can see, child, I was seriously injured in the conflict 500 years ago. I am still breathing hard, but I am about to give up. But fortunately, the same is true for Tyrannus. The fire of his soul is on the verge of extinction, not much better than mine. You have read some of the records in the archives, and you should have a general understanding of Trydia 500 years ago." Richard carefully organized his words and said slowly, "I know that the day before Tyrannus arrived in Trydia, the magic potion almost turned all the people in Trydia into zombies." Maria nodded and said, "That's right. Drinking a large amount of potion will indeed cause the victim to become a zombie and can be quickly transformed into an undead under the guidance of a necromancer. So it was me who killed Trydia, not Tyrannus and the others. This is an indisputable fact. This is also the only way to stop Tyrannus. After all, the Crusaders of the tidal city-state were too powerful." Richard could understand Maria's intention, which was essentially to let the Crusaders of that year make a choice. As believers of Tyr, the Crusaders actually possessed the magic power to reverse the transformation of all humans in the city into zombies. When they arrived in Trydia, they were faced with two options. One is to choose to use divine magic to purify the zombies in the city-state of Trydia. Once Tyrannus chooses to do so, it will be equivalent to the people of Trydia being pardoned of their sins, and there will be no need for a large-scale purge. This way Trydia could escape destruction. But now it seems that Tyrannus chose a more extreme approach. They stubbornly believed that Trydia could not be saved and chose to kill her. So Maria directly accelerated the death process of the zombies and raised the undead scourge on the spot to fight against the Crusaders. The two sides were engaged in a life-and-death war. Tylennos' choice is within my expectations. After all, he is a fanatical supporter of absolute justice. In fact, even if I had gathered all the souls of Trydia to fight against Tyrannus, I would not have had any chance of winning. But as an outsider, I understand the gods better than they do, and I understand the direct impact that believers have on the gods. The gods regulate their followers, and the followers influence the gods. Tyr, the god of justice, is not a crazy god who cannot tolerate evil, but his followers will misinterpret the teachings. The believers who misinterpret the doctrine will react their fanatical ideas to Tyr, thus directly affecting Tyr's behavioral instincts. Tyr was unwilling to be twisted into a madman by his followers, so he brought down divine punishment and deprived the Crusaders of their status as believers. Then, with nowhere else to go, Tyrannus drank a large amount of potion and chose to become a dead creature, thus continuing his endless destruction of Trydia. With Maria's recollection, everything that happened to Trydia 500 years ago was finally revealed. The redemption knight abandoned by the gods, the city lord who was desperate and self-destructive, and the subjects who were kept in the dark until their death. The sharp contradiction has completely turned into thorns between the skin and flesh. If you want to tear it apart, you have to face the bloody wound. The blood feud has been formed, and what follows is revenge with the goal of genocide. Richard could feel the bone-chilling chill and overwhelming hatred in Maria's calm tone. It's been 500 years. Both of us have run out of steam, but our hatred cannot end with the end of life. It's time to put an end to it. My child, I know that you have stopped Tyrannus from summoning the followers of the Tithel city-state. You have done a good job. Without you, I would not have been able to ascend to the Lich before that. But now, I need you to reopen the portal to Tidal. This time, I will completely destroy the city-state of Tidal. Maria's body gave birth to a dark green fire of death. His skin and flesh faded away, and his skeleton slowly melted into a pool of slime, leaving only a formless soul. The Lich's chilling aura instantly enveloped the entire castle. Di Maria looked at Richard coldly, completely lacking the kindness he had just shown. Child, I know this is dangerous for you, but you have to do it. Child, I once wanted to be a good person and stop killing in vain. But the mistake is that you are a space mage. You can help me complete my revenge. You can't refuse, because I am not a good person either. The undead knight at the side slowly placed his sword on Lilinu's neck to threaten Richard. Richard's face was as dark as water. For Lilinu's sake, he could only compromise and said, I can help you, but you have to ensure the safety of me and the others. If this is all over, and we are all still alive, you must let us go. This is the bottom line. Di Maria promised. Of course, if I can. I don't want you to die at all, child. I have passed on my life's learning to Lilinu, and after I die, she will receive all my inheritance. Deal a good deal. I can't refuse it anyway. Richard was not surprised by this development. There is no real good guy in Tridia, nor is there a real villain. They just have a mission that they can't refuse, and they are willing to sacrifice everyone for it. The same is true for myself. My goal is simple, to take everyone away from Tridia. As for what kind of price was paid and what kind of disaster was caused, Richard didn't care. Even if the entire southern Syndia was destroyed, as long as Lilinu was still alive, everything would be allowed. Richard reminded, but the magic patterns on the mill's stone arch have all been melted, and I can't construct the 8-ring ritual myself. Don't worry, I have a backup here. Di Maria opened a thick magic book, tore off a page, and handed it to Richard. You just need to stick it on the stone archway, and the magic pattern will be automatically overwritten. The fine-tuning from then on will be up to you. Don't try to play tricks. I'm not that illiterate person like Tyreenus. I can more or less understand what you are doing. After the teleportation array is completed, I will find a way to directly enter the city-state of Tidal and put an end to the mistakes of southern Schwankia in the past 500 years. After that, the maze will be removed, and I will have my knights protect you as much as possible to keep you alive. Child, I am not a good person. I have committed too many sins, but I really hope you can survive. This disaster has affected too many people. I don't want any more innocent people to die. Richard nodded and looked at Lilinu. I will be back soon. Stay in the castle and don't run around. I will come to find you after everything is over. Don't follow me secretly. I understand, Richard. You must live. Lilinu nodded obediently. Then let's go, kid. I guess Tyreenus can't wait any longer. That madman actually sacrificed 49 of his companions and was also temporarily promoted to legendary. Di Maria stirred up a whistling wind, sweeping Richard towards the Paladin Mill. It's been 500 years, Tyreenus. It's time to end it. Tidal City, it's noon. Chapter 64. I don't owe you anything, Tridia. Inside the mill, Tyreenus stood under a stone arch. The green ghost fire in the helmet burned fiercely, and the breath of the legendary undead creature appeared on a paladin without any abruptness. There were 50 coffins around him. Except for his own coffin, the other 49 coffins were tightly closed. The bones in the coffin have completely lost the last bit of soul fire and have forever stepped into complete death. Their soul fire was sacrificed to Tyreenus through forbidden rituals, temporarily promoting him to a legendary death knight. The nightmare beast under Tyreenus' crotch was also promoted. The thick skeleton protrudes from the body, covering most of the skin. The holy mount that was once a unicorn now had a sharp-boned spur growing on its head. The black flames on the mane greedily devour the vitality of all living things. Tyreenus was neither sad nor happy. He just took a last look at his former comrades, pulled the reins and walked out of the mill. At this time, Tridia was already in fear of the undead creatures. All the undead creatures in Tridia have been resurrected. They swept in like a world-destroying tsunami, resuming their 500-year-long revenge on Tyrnos. Tyreenus raised his lance and looked solemnly at a lich in front of him. Di Maria lost the people of Tridia, and Tyreenus said goodbye to his fellow crusaders. No further words are needed. The hatred between the two sides can no longer be expressed in words. Knights charge. For Tyr, even if he abandons us, we will prove our everlasting loyalty. Richard took advantage of the gap between Di Maria and Tyreenus' fight and sneaked into the mill. He pasted the pages of the book on the stone arch, and the backup magic patterns of the magic circle in the pages were quickly overwritten on the surface of the arch. After simple adjustments and charging, the portal was quickly activated and connected smoothly to the city of Tidal. Tyreenus finally realized Richard's little trick. He left Di Maria aside and headed straight for the mill. The tall nightmare beast broke through the stone wall and came to Richard's side in an instant. The terrifying pressure from the legendary Death Knight caused Richard to lose consciousness and fall to the ground in a coma. Tyrannus looked at the portal and raised his lance, ready to destroy it. Because Di Maria has now been promoted to a lich, the originally planned encirclement and suppression will be meaningless. Moreover, if Di Maria were allowed to enter the city-state of Tidal through the portal, the consequences would be disastrous. If the nine-ring magic, Scourge of the Undead, mastered by the lich were to be cast in the city of Tidal, even if the city of Tidal would not be destroyed afterwards, it would completely lose its voice in southern Assyria. Di Maria teleported to the portal and said hoarsely, "Tylnos, the city of Tidal must be destroyed. This is Tridia's revenge and the future of southern Cyprus." The next moment, the nine-ring necromancy magic, energy absorption, hit Tyrannus. Tyrannus didn't have time to dodge and was hit by the nine-ring spell. This vicious spell that can steal the host's level caused Tyrannus a lot of trouble. Tyrannus had to take a few steps back and try to remove the effect of the energy absorption spell. But Di Maria had no intention of giving him a break. Eighth ring withering. Eighth ring, disintegration of undead. Two powerful offensive spells were fired accurately at Tyrannus. Tyrannus could only dodge repeatedly and wait for an opportunity to attack Di Maria. At present, Tyrannus is slightly at a disadvantage, but the final outcome is still unknown. The battle between the two sides had razed the mill to the ground. The rich necromancy power passed through Richard's lungs like a knife, waking him up from his coma with pain. Richard glanced at the stone archway. After Di Maria's quick charge, the portal will be formed in 5 minutes. Di Maria also focused his attention on the portal, ready to rush in at any time to complete his revenge on the city of Tidal. A large number of tier believers on the other side of the door were also ready. In order to reach Tridia as soon as possible, they had entered the astral realm in advance. "It's too late, Tyrannus. They are coming. You are doomed." Di Maria protected Richard and finally saw the dawn of revenge after lingering for 500 years. Most of the religious soldiers in the city of Tidal have entered the astral realm and are on standby, waiting for the Tridia portal to open. The teleportation is irreversible. They are bound to come. Tyrannus stood beside the portal and sighed. "You will die, Di Maria. The current Archbishop of Tyr can temporarily approach legend. You will not be a match for the two of us." Di Maria was determined to die, he said lightly. "It doesn't matter. I want to destroy the civilians of Tidal City. At least before you kill me, my undead army can destroy half of Tidal." Both sides fell into silence, no longer attacking each other, but waiting slowly. Almost all of the Tyr believers waiting on the other side of the gate passed through the astral realm, waiting for Tridia's portal to open. The portal is about to take shape. But at the last second, Tyrannus suddenly raised his lance and thrust it into the stone arch with all his strength. The magic pattern structure was destroyed in an instant, and the portal was destroyed. The transmission is irreversible. The Tyr believers who pass through the astral world will never reach the end, nor can they return to the city of Tidal. Most of them will die in the turbulent tearing of the astral plane, and a small number will be randomly exiled to any plane. There is no doubt that the city-state of Tidal will suffer an absolutely devastating blow. Tyrannus raised his lance again and pointed it at Di Maria, like a furious lion. "City of Tridia, from now on I don't owe you anything. These core believers and soldiers will never be able to return to Tidal. Tidal City is finished. Di Maria, Tridia's tragedy belongs to 500 years ago, not 500 years from now. Let us resolve our hatred ourselves. Go, Richard. This place doesn't belong to you. Go home. Return to your powerful empire." Chapter 65. An ending 500 years late. If the 8-ring portal spell is destroyed, it will produce a huge space shockwave. The first to bear the brunt was Tyrannus himself. The violent space turbulence directly tore off most of his body. His white bones had been completely disintegrated, leaving only the broken soul fire to maintain his body. The 4-meter-long lance was broken, and even the nightmare beast was on the verge of falling apart. No one expected that Tyrannus would be so decisive. When victory was about to be declared, he made the most incredible move and buried the future of Tidal City with his own hands. Tyrannus stood with his sword in hand, staring at Di Maria, his jaw moving up and down, and asked, "Is that enough?" The fanatics of Tidal City were completely wiped out. The Archbishop may not die, but he can't return to southern Assyria in the short term. Is that enough to satisfy you? Di Maria remained silent. After a brief silence, Di Maria looked at the stone archway that had been destroyed by violence and sighed. The portal is beyond repair. Once the stone arch serving as the carrier is destroyed, even the pages with overwritten magic patterns will be of no use. Unless a level 15 wizard who specializes in space comes and rebuilds it from scratch. The road to the city of Tythel had been cut off, but Tyrannus had given a surprising reward. He betrayed his comrades and from then on became the blood enemy of the city of Tyre and was no longer tolerated by the Church of Tyre. However, Di Maria stared at Tyrannus coldly, with no intention of stopping. One after another, necromancy magic began to be built in large quantities. Your behavior is beyond my expectation, Tyrannus, but this is not enough. Tridea has been completely destroyed, so Tythel should also be destroyed. Only in this way can the blood debt be paid with blood. Tyrannus dragged his broken skeleton body, raised his rusty sword again, and said firmly, I know that the blood debt owed by Tythel was too great to repay, and this compensation is far from enough. But please forgive me for ignoring the facts and continuing to insist on stopping you. Now that I no longer ask for the forgiveness of the dead, I will abandon the teachings of Tyr, violate the justice of the knights, and disregard the truth of all things. But I will burn my soul until it remains, and continue to protect the civilians of Tythel City today. I'm sorry, I'm too selfish, but it's my duty. Di Maria was extremely calm at this time. He sighed slowly. Come on, Tyrannus. Our bodies can't hold out much longer. Let's end this quickly. The bodies of the Lich and the Death Knight were burning with the bitter fruit of their souls. They collided fiercely, launching self-destructive attacks in the purest way of undead creatures. The blood feud that has lasted for 500 years has finally come to a witnessable end. Tridia's hatred will come to its final, imperfect end today. After a while, the dust settled. Richard witnessed the final blood feud between Tyrannus and Di Maria. Tridea had been defeated by them. The city walls collapsed, the ground cracked, and the river water backflowed. Richard, who was at the center of the battlefield, barely escaped harm thanks to their deliberate protection. Although there would be no winner in this fatal fight, Di Maria was the first to fall. The Lich did not summon his undead army until the last moment of the fatal battle. He didn't even consume the soul of any undead creature as nourishment to replenish his gradually disintegrating soul. As the lord of a small city who actually destroyed Tridea, Di Maria no longer had the heart to kill these subjects a second time. After Di Maria's defeat, the souls of the entire Tridea were finally freed from their shackles. They slowly returned to the earth and sank little by little into the bottomless river Styx, gaining true death. Tyrannus plunged his rusty sword into Di Maria's soul and stood there in silence for a long time. Richard, come here. Did we hurt you? Tyrannus' skeleton gradually stiffened, and the fire of his soul was almost completely extinguished. He was also gradually moving towards death. Di Maria and Tyrannus themselves did not have the qualifications to be promoted to legends, but they each used the secret method of overdrawing their souls and lifespans to temporarily become legends. But this is like a flash in the pan. It cannot last long and it costs life. Richard responded, I'm here, Tyrannus, I'm fine. That's great. In the finale, we didn't affect any innocent people. Tyrannus's jaw had been torn off and half of his skull had collapsed completely. The spine was broken into 3 or 4 pieces, the ribs were cut off at the root, and the joints of the 2 leg bones slowly fell apart. Come, Richard, I want to give you something. Tyrannus leaned against the remaining pillars of the stone arch with difficulty and dug out a small iron box with his finger bones. Richard took the iron box and asked, Is this your relic? Tyrannus continued intermittently. This is evidence of the Crusaders' crimes in southern Sintia 500 years ago. Give it to the Empire. With it, the Empire can directly interfere in Tythel's affairs, in the capacity of the Silver Moon Church and the Dawn Church. Actually, after you destroyed the portal 5 days ago, I slowly figured it out. I began to truly repent of the madness of the Crusaders back then. Tythel City has been lost for too long, so at the last moment today, I choose to destroy the portal and exile the fanatics to protect the civilians of Tythel City. You know, Di Maria himself could have stopped me from destroying the portal, but he hesitated as well. For 500 years, we have been in our own hell day and night. The hatred that fills our hearts should have turned into a real fight to the death. But when this day really happened, we discovered that the hatred that had accumulated for hundreds of years had turned into a meaningless symbol over time. Perhaps we all realized that the tragedy of the past 500 years in Austroasiania, and even the tragedy since the beginning of Austroasiania's history, was bound to happen. The humans of AustroSeneca are too weak, so we are sensitive, We have low self-esteem. We insist on our own way. We seek our own destruction. We fall into extremes, and we go astray. Now it seems that if we had been more decisive, it wouldn't have been a big deal to give up the history of southern Assyria and become a dog of the empire. After all, in the face of survival, all beliefs and history seem so pale and powerless. I really envy you, Richard. You don't have to worry about foreigners knocking on your door in the middle of the night. You don't have to worry about whether you will starve to death tomorrow. And you don't have to watch your relatives being turned into jerky by those damn foreigners. Go back, Richard. Take the potion Tridia and the evidence of the Crusaders' crimes back to the Silver Moon Empire. What a pity. Tyr still couldn't forgive me in the end. Tylenus's knuckles grasped Richard's collar tightly, and his soul fire finally burst into bright flames before suddenly extinguishing. The leader of the Crusaders finally died in Tridia deep in the rainforest. In the lost history of southern Assyria, Richard finally collected the last relics of Tyrannus and bowed to him as a human being. Chapter 66. Walk towards the setting sun. Children. Child. Is Tyrannus dead? The Lich asked tremblingly while being nailed to the ground by a rusty sword. Richard replied, yes, his soul is completely dead. There is no possibility of resurrection. Child, I can't even feel joy or sadness. The Lich said calmly, no matter what the ending is, Tridia is completely destroyed after all. Richard remained silent. He looked around Tridia, where only ruins remained. The history of the Tridia people will be forever swallowed up in the lush rainforest. This ending, which came 500 years late, only left behind endless pain. Maria whispered, Kid, I may not be able to hold on any longer. Can you come to my side and give me a ride? Okay. Richard sat on the hill next to the Lich, quietly feeling the damp breeze after the necromancy disappeared. I could have stopped Tyrannus from destroying the portal, but I froze in my tracks. Do you think the Tridians will forgive me for giving up my revenge? After thinking for a moment, Richard decided to tell the truth. I don't know. I have no right to guess what the deceased thinks, but in my opinion, it is impossible. After all, it is a blood feud, and blood debt should be repaid with blood. It's a harsh truth, but I'm too exhausted to feel guilty. You are a Lich, you may not die. No, I will. I gave my phylactery to Lilianu after I ascended to Lichdom. According to the agreement, she can kill me when she sees fit. Richard was a little puzzled. Why do you do this? The power of the dead has been bewitching my mind day and night, especially since I was promoted to a Lich. My soul has been gradually breaking down. But I don't want to become a natural disaster, and I don't want to make things worse for the humans of southern Schwankia. Maria's soul gently leaned against Richard. The breath of the living might be his last comfort before his death. You should go, kid. Keep walking in the direction where the sun sets, and you will get out of the maze and escape from Tridia. And you? Me? Let me take one last walk with this city. After you leave, I will overload the entire city's puzzle and let the earth swallow up this city that no longer needs to be cared about. By the way, this is the improved formula of the antidote potion. This time there will be no side effect of turning into a zombie. You can handle it as you wish. Richard took the rough parchment and nodded silently. Go, kid. Let me enjoy Tridia's last twilight alone. You still have a long future ahead of you. Goodbye, Maria. Goodbye, Tyrannus. Richard bowed to both of them for the last time, still as a human being. If we look at it from the macro history of Austronesia, Tridia, who is friendly with foreigners, and Tidal, who hates foreigners, are both forced to embark on a journey of exploration in order to survive. As a mage of the neutral camp, there is no need for me to judge too much. All I have to do is fulfill my duty as a scholar and record their past sufferings, their past struggles, and their demise. Things here are coming to an end. It's time to go home. Richard walked slowly towards the setting sun, and he looked back at the ruins of the windmill for the last time. The rusty holy sword seemed to have rekindled the brilliant holy light and turned into a tall tombstone in the twilight. Richard opened the improved potion formula that Maria gave him and read the contents carefully. Antidote potion type 2. Ingredients: 1 creeping claw, 4 detoxification spores, 3 drops of green ring snake venom, 1 ground dragon heart, 8 magic pattern mud flatfish. Production method: put them into the crucible in order, control the water temperature at 70 degrees, inject the lightning element of the Shaper faction, and boil for an hour. Inventor: all citizens of Tridia. Richard thought for a moment, took out an ink pen, and wrote a few lines at the end of the recipe. Nan Shuang Chia Calendar, 586. December Archives. The last City Lord Maria and the Crusader Legion Commander Tyrannos died together, The city of Tridia is officially declared dead, and the fanatics of the city of Tittle are declared destroyed. The blood feud that spanned 500 years came to an end today, but the ending was not perfect. The antidote will spread throughout Nanshwankia, and Nanshwankia may usher in a new era. In memory of the lost history of Austronesia and the tragedy in which no one survived, the potion was named. Name: Tridia. Richard took out the documents from the archives, and the last words recorded by the zombie using pus. He put them together in chronological order and put them away carefully. Richard continued to move forward. On the way, he met Lilinu, Lin, and the bewildered knight spirit Corsa. After a while, they walked out of Tridia and returned to the rainforest of southern Sincha. There were sudden muffled sounds coming from the maze lock behind him. Richard looked back one last time and saw that the cracks in the earth were slowly opening up due to the destruction of the maze, bit by bit swallowing up Tridia, which was left with only broken walls and ruins. A few minutes later, Tridia was no more. In its place was a fertile land. After a few years, this place will be covered with tropical plants, completely covering up the forgotten lost city-state. No one could ever find the lost city again. But in the future, a potion called Tridia will be passed down forever. Lilinu took out a bottle of Tridia potion and hesitated for a long time. Richard asked, "Is this De Maria's life box?" "Well, yes." Lilinu looked at the empty land. De Maria had been buried underground forever. She finally made up her mind, broke open the glass container with a short knife, and then slowly poured the potion liquid into the renovated soil. De Maria is dead. Lynn already knew everything from Richard. She pulled out a deck of tarot cards and randomly drew 3 cards. Full Hanged Man Wheel of Fortune. It means a brand new beginning after hard searching in the darkness. Lynn said happily, "That's a good sign. I like this deck." "Wait, I don't know what has happened to Tridia, but can you guys come out of the spirit world first?" Corsa's voice woke up the 3 people who were sighing. Richard snorted, pinched her brown pointed ears and said in reproach, "What are you doing, little Yiling? Can't you see we are feeling sad? Don't interrupt us. You have no tact." "No, please come back to reality," Corsa said with a tearful voice and a pale face. "We seem to be surrounded." Richard looked forward and saw a group of 50 lizard men. This group of cold-blooded people were staring at him in unison. One of the lizard man leaders had several humans tied up beside him, and they were Michel and his 2 companions. Richard sighed and took out his staff, no longer able to complain about his misfortune. "Woohoo, it's over. Prepare to break out. We can't die here." But the next second, before Richard could take action, a huge fireball fell from the sky and smashed into the lizard man army. "Hey kids, I finally found you." Chapter 67. Wei Wei, 500 years old. A magic carriage slowly shuttled through the rainforest of southern Sind, startling bursts of bird calls. The cart was not pulled by the common livestock of southern Assyria, but by a horse made of 3 intertwined flames. The blazing flames burned all the trees and weeds along the way. Several lizard men attempted to attack, but turned into a ball of ashes the moment they approached the carriage. Inside the carriage, 2 girls were sleeping with their eyes closed, one on the left and one on the right, next to the boy in the middle. Richard slowly woke up from his sleep. The swaying feeling made him realize that he was in a carriage. Wei Wei's fire magic lingered in the carriage, making people feel so safe. "You're awake, Richard." Wei Wei was sitting opposite Richard, staring at him. Richard pondered, "Well, I seem to have passed out?" "You were too tired and tense for a long time. You fainted the moment you saw me." Wei Wei touched Richard's hair and said softly, "Lilinu has told me what happened in the past few days. You did a good job. Without you, I think everyone would have been in trouble." Richard only felt dizzy, as if the back of his head was hit hard by a hammer and the world was spinning. The feeling of surviving a disaster is somewhat unreal and even makes people want to vomit. There were too many unexpected events on this trip to southern Sincha. Tiberius, Green Dragon, Tyrannus, De Maria. The enemy's strength is like waves piling up layer by layer, bringing unspeakable pressure. I was like an ant trapped between hatred and conspiracy, struggling to survive with everyone. If you are not careful, you will fall into the abyss. Wei Wei hugged Richard gently and patted his back rhythmically to make his breathing smoother. She said gently in a loving voice, "Richard, relax. It's safe now. Most people will feel this way when they are between life and death, but you need to get used to it. After all, the world is always this dangerous. You are already much better than others." Richard was addicted to Wei Wei's warmth. He rubbed it, took a long breath, and said helplessly, "It was clearly just a spring outing, but it got mixed up in the feuds of Nanshwankia. It's really unlucky. Yeah, this is obviously too unlucky. Wei Wei puffed up her cheeks and said angrily. Before we left, we specially picked an auspicious day and asked the great wizard of the prophecy school to predict the future. What did she say? It was a close call. As a result, her narrow escape is that you 20 or so crispy chickens are aimlessly surviving in the wilderness deep in the rainforest and are involved in a conspiracy that happened 500 years ago. As expected, the people in the prophecy school are a bunch of liars. I remember that she couldn't even predict the weather accurately. It's useless for the dean to stop me after I go back. I have to ask her for an explanation no matter what. This time, I must smash her fortune-telling crystal ball, grab her clothes and spank her, so that she can be more reliable in the future. Richard murmured. It was a close call? That's true. But the close call was too big. The carriage was moving very fast. In less than half a day, it had returned from Tridia to the outskirts of the southern Assumption rainforest. You will reach the Black Market Swamp soon. Wei Wei also breathed a sigh of relief and opened an ancient parchment scroll. Richard was stunned for a moment and asked, "Did you find this in the iron box I brought back?" Well, the evidence of the crime in Tidal City 500 years ago is very valuable information, and it makes me miss it a little. Wei Wei used magic to engrave all the words on the parchment scrolls onto new pages, and then returned the original manuscripts to Richard. Richard asked curiously, "I feel like you seem to know a lot about Southern Schwankia 500 years ago?" Wei Wei replied, "Of course, I served in the Southern Empire Legion 500 years ago. Who do you think quelled the righteous disaster that massacred southern Assyria? Could it be you? Why do you look so unconvinced? Of course it's me, and several other witches, all of whom have titles from the Empire." Richard spoke faster than he thought, blurting out, "You are at least 500 years old." Wei Wei was a little annoyed, but not angry. "Your focus is not right." Richard was hit by Wei Wei's fingers a few times and continued to ask, "Do you know Tylenus?" "I've dealt with him. He was too fanatical at the time. He shouted at the Empire and insulted the Emperor. He even cursed in the streets under the Blackrock Swamp. So I beat him up a few times. I didn't expect that Tyrannos had such a dark history." Richard felt that it was a little unreal. The eyewitness of the great event in southern Astridia 500 years ago was right in front of him. Wei Wei continued to recall, and there was the little de Maria from Tridia. That kid was spooky since he was young, and later went a study further south. I only found out today that he was a necromancer. Richard was surprised and asked, "You are quite familiar with him?" Wei Wei replied, "The Empire sent us witches specifically to discuss the proposal of incorporating southern Assyria into the Empire, so we often meet with high-ranking officials of those city-states. Unfortunately, it didn't go smoothly. They couldn't accept the establishment of a new Silver Moon Church in Sulan next to the church in their own city-state. The royal family was very resolute at the time. As long as it was the Empire's territory, the Silver Moon Church must be guaranteed to be the mainstream faith. Then they parted ways unhappily." Richard asked in confusion, "Why do I remember that the northern territory of Middenland seems to believe in the Church of the Dawn of Lathander?" Wei Wei shook her head, her face a little stiff. "Well, that's because of some sensitive historical issues. You can't know it now. You just need to know that I led the Southern Legion to quell the disaster of Justice. After that battle, voices of rejection of Southern Assumption were heard within the Empire, so no one has proposed incorporating Southern Assumption into the Empire in the past 500 years. Richard said, "What a pity. If we had chosen to join the Empire at that time, Southern astronomy would not have declined like it is now, and there would not have been the tragedy of Tridia." Wei Wei changed the subject and said, "In fact, the destruction of Tridia is not a bad thing. This document of Tyrannus records a lot of secrets that we don't know." Richard was a little confused. "What?" Wei Wei pointed at the parchment in Richard's hand. "Look at the file yourself. It's written very clearly." Richard then flipped through the documents left by Tyrannus. The more he read, the more his brows furrowed. Regarding Tridia, the documents specifically record the key turning points in all history. Chapter 68. The Empire is not sacred. Tridia Open Spirit Festival Incident. Encrypted. April, 66th year of Nanshwanki's calendar. Tridia was accused by many city-states of being too close to foreigners, but Tridia did not respond to this matter. There is some evidence that the Tridians gave up their belief in the gods of the human camp and turned to sculpting statues of the lizardmen gods. According to reports from merchants, some Tridia people dislike their human identity and highly worship the blood of lizardmen. Some nobles in Tridia secretly support the hybridization experiment between humans and lizardmen, attempting to break the reproductive isolation. and to give Tridia a blood transfusion within 100 years, and eventually convert her to lizardmen. Tidal itself did not believe this rumor, and according to the original plan, in order to bring the two cities closer together, it sent 300 young men and women to participate in the Tridia Spirit World opening. The team was ambushed by the lizardmen when approaching the city of Tridia, and almost all of them were wiped out. According to the survivors who escaped, the Tridia army saw the lizardmen plundering the team and did not provide any support. 1 month later, an adventurer under Tittle mistakenly entered the lizardman hatching pool and found the bodies of 300 young men and women who were used to hatch lizardmen. The adventurer risked his life to bring back a lizardman hatchling. According to the priest's test, it is a hybrid of human and lizardman. Tridia has developed reproductive isolation and leap technology. The Tidal high-level officials were furious, and the city lord classified the matter as confidential and did not announce it to southern Shwankia. The adventurer who brought back the hybrid lizardman was named Tyrannos. To ensure that he kept the secret, he was sent to the Paladin Monastery for training. His mentor was the chief inquisitor of Tidal City. In the following years, reproductive isolation and crossing technology were secretly spread among the human city-states of southern Assyria, and the entire southern Assyria fell into foreign worship that was not in line with common sense and logic. The reproductive isolation technology became the fuse of everything, directly leading to the absolute justice frenzy in Tidal City 20 years later, setting off a justice disaster with the purpose of a great purge. Note, because the research on reproductive isolation and leap technology is too difficult, Tridia is unable to conduct independent research. The first draft of the blueprint is likely to have been circulated from the Silver Moon Empire Mage Academy. After reading this part of the manuscript, Richard felt a little numb. Okay, it turns out that none of us is clean. Some nobles of Tridia attempted to exchange their blood for lizardmen, and the Silver Moon Empire might add fuel to the flames, so the city of Tidal was forced into absolute frenzy. Overall, the paladins of Tidal City seem to be the tragic heroes, the guardians of southern Chia. Richard, you must forget the last note. Wei Wei slowly approached Richard, her eyes like fiery glass containing a reminder. Don't worry, I understand. Richard nodded repeatedly. Wei Wei said meaningfully. You have to know that the value of southern Shwankia to the Empire is limited to the tropical rainforest, not those humans who do not believe in Sulin. This is the right thing for the Empire. Don't get confused when you go back. Don't speak nonsense if you have a problem with your thinking. At this time, the wooden beam of the carriage was knocked, and a scout said outside the carriage, Master Wei Wei, the matter has been resolved. Oh, it's finally resolved. It's time to put an end to the matter of southern Assyria. Vivi breathed a sigh of relief. Richard asked curiously, what was solved? Wei Wei said softly, they are the Tyrian fanatics who were exiled after Tyrannos destroyed the portal. Tyrannos didn't know that 500 years had passed and the portal's technology was also being upgraded. When the current portal is destroyed, a protective shield will immediately form to protect the lives of the travelers and place them in a crack in the real world. In order to fulfill Tyrannos's last wish to destroy the fanatic line, I sent people to pop the bubble and boom, they ceased to exist. Richard suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Wei Wei, who is called a witch, seems not as innocent and kind as she appears to be. And the Empire has never been a benevolent entity. The tragedy of Austronesia seems to be full of the shadow of the Empire. Now Tridia has fallen and the Titler fanatics have been destroyed. The only two city-states in southern Cyprus that could pose a certain threat to the Empire were resolved without bloodshed. Wei Wei said worriedly, Richard, don't think too much. You just need to understand one thing. The foundation of the Silver Moon Empire is the supremacy of humanity. Richard said casually, don't worry, I'm not that saintly. Anyway, I should get a lot of rewards for this trip, so I don't care about anything else. Of course, this time your compensation will be directly issued by the royal family, and the standard is very high. Isn't that a bit too high? Not high at all. Wei Wei glanced at Lilinu and Lin. About an hour later, the carriage entered the Blackrock Swamp stronghold. Several soldiers who were dressed in a way that did not seem to belong to the Southern Army stood at the door of the carriage, laid out a luxurious carpet, and said respectfully, Princess, please get out of the car. What? Stop. Princess what? Lin, who was talking to Lilinu in the carriage, suddenly jumped out of the carriage, very panicked. Well, that, of course, is the handsome and wise Lord Silver Moon, Lin said forcefully. Everyone shut up and get out of here. What princess? Richard pulled Lilinu out of the carriage, a little curious. Every pure girl is just a princess. Brother Cha, please leave quickly. Lin pushed Richard's waist without changing her expression. Richard didn't care about Lin's inexplicable behavior. He just pulled Lilinu into the base. Lin finally drove away the group of white-robed soldiers with a not-so-harsh rebuke, then quickly ran to Richard and took Lilinu's arm. Richard was in a good mood. We are finally back to the area under the jurisdiction of the Empire. We will be able to go home soon, Lilinu. Well, Grandpa de Maria left all the 500 years of necromancy research to me. Lilinu counted on her fingers one by one. Then Richard pulled Lilinu and sneaked closer to the hotel. I don't know what Nighty Nima would think if he saw us. Let's keep quiet and scare them. The three of them went into stealth mode and entered the hotel lobby, only to find it filled with smoke, which was odd and strange. Richard saw Nidianima's back and was surprised to find that all the apprentices were gathered here, wearing black dresses. Then he heard Nima's chanting words. Ah, Richard. Ah, Lilinu. Ah, Lin. You, died gloriously. You, died a worthy death. I've heard that everyone must die. Some die more obscurely than a slime, while others die more gloriously than the gods' heavenly mountain. Richard, die. Don't linger. We will often chant your name. If there is still a seat in the temple of the gods, it must be you. You are the god of perverted wives. We will raise your kingdom of God. You will be called brothers and sisters with Balt, and Ban will be chased by Luo Shanda, and Su Luan is fierce. At this time, an Dai jumped onto the platform and shouted, the sacrifice is over. Now, cry. If you don't cry, you are not a silver moon person. In an instant, all the apprentices burst into tears, and some even fainted from suffocation. At this time, Richard and Lin's faces couldn't be any darker, because they even saw the black and white portrait on the podium, which was so lifelike. It was exactly the black and white photo of the three of them. Richard walked up to the platform and shouted, What are you doing? We are not dead yet. Several timid apprentices stared at Richard in horror, unable to tell whether he was still alive or not, and they cried even harder. Nima shouted, Oh my God, it's haunted. The dead are resurrected. Where's the priest? Go get him. Chapter 69. The funeral is okay, but I want to share. After a farce, the apprentices finally confirmed that Richard was still alive. So the tablets, tombstones, black and white portraits and slogans that reminded her of the past were all removed by the angry Lin. Lin muttered with a dark face, An ID Nima, right? An I family, right? Well, I didn't expect the people in your family to be so courageous, But the Nighty Nima obviously didn't know who they had provoked, and they were hiding in the corner with Richard stealthily. Nima said without apology, Richard, don't be angry. You know, we are just following the will of the people and adding fuel to the fire. We are not the ones who took the lead, but several other apprentices who felt guilty. Nidue nodded and said, It's indeed not a decent thing to do, but you can see that Lilinu is very happy. Your daughter seems to like the funeral very much. She even took a nap in the coffin. It's okay. It's just a small matter. Richard shook his head nonchalantly, then stretched out his hand. So you guys collected a lot of money, right? What? That's not true. Nima immediately covered his pocket and took a few steps back. Don't talk nonsense. Without us, would you be able to hold this funeral? Richard sneered. Tell me the truth. How much did you receive? Alas, there aren't many actually. Nima took out his trouser pocket with a bitter smile, revealing dozens of glittering gold coins. Only 30. 30 is considered too few? Richard glared at the two brothers. At that time, I saw Michelle's naked body and was cheated out of 10 gold coins by the high priest. If these 30 gold coins were thrown in Michelle's face, I'm afraid he would do a striptease. This funeral will have to be held several times in the future. Nima said with a pained face, Okay, I'll give you a share, 10 coins, okay? Richard shook his head grimly. You can't just give it to me. There must also be Lilinu and Lin's share, at least 20 gold coins. Hiss, you vampire. Nima had a sad face, as if Richard was really dead. However, considering that Richard was almost entirely responsible for this thrilling adventure in southern Assyria, the two brothers agreed to Richard's terms. After all, without Richard, everyone really can't escape from the rainforest. And Dai specifically reminded them, you are not allowed to keep some for yourself. You have to give Lilinu and Lin their share. Especially Lin. I always feel that she will make things difficult for us in the future. Richard said perfunctorily, Of course. Next time for sure. After a short rest, the magic ship sent by the Empire slowly descended into the open space of Blackrock Swamp. The magic ship sent this time is obviously much more luxurious than the last time. It seems that the Empire attaches great importance to the return of this group of people. The apprentices all gathered together. Lynn skipped to Richard's side and put on her usual sun hat, with her long silver hair all tied up in it. Husband detective, I heard that we seem to have been written into the Empire newspaper. You are the protagonist, but you were exaggerated to be a lone hero. And I even specially added some gossip for you. Richard suddenly felt something was wrong. What gossip? I haven't done anything improper. Lynn said proudly, for example, I like married women, young girls, and non-human races. Richard corrected him, don't talk nonsense, I don't like young girls. Oh, you are worthy of being a married woman inspector. You do not deny the other two charges? Is this the pride that only perverts can have? Hey Lynn, I used to think you were a quiet noble girl, but now you are so naughty. Lynn said proudly, of course, I'm not a good person. Oh, okay, you have the final say. Richard felt a little headache. Lynn's off-the-beaten-path behavior always leaves the battle-hardened Richard unable to react. Compared to the quiet and taciturn Lilinu, Lynn was said to be quite energetic and too cheerful and lively. Lynn said with great enthusiasm, but the magic potion Tridya you provided did indeed reverse the Empire's initiative in southern Schwankia. Just give me some gold coins as a reward. I don't ask for anything else. Of course, I can't accept a princess, but I actually want to see what the queen looks like. Don't worry, we are heroes now, and we will have no shortage of these. Do you think there will be bards singing our deeds in the taverns? Lynn seemed very yearning. Richard directly dispelled Lynn's vision. Perhaps not. After all, the role played by the Empire in southern Assyria is not very glorious, and the protagonist mentioned by the bards is often the one who defeats the strong with the weak. To the forces in the entire Silver Moon region, the image of the Empire is often negative, brutal, and tyrannical. If it really wanted to be sung by bards, the protagonist should be from Tyrannus in the city of Tithel. 500 years ago, he carried out a fanatical purge of the bastards. Even though the means were so cruel that they shocked the gods, at least it was a just cause. Although Tyrannus was destroyed in Tridya, he voluntarily fell into the undead and continued to fight the necromancer Dimaria for 500 years, and finally died together. This is the best tragic hero in the tavern template. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Empire had done a lot of shameful things to southern Assyria, simply bullying the weak. Although dozens of apprentices were almost killed, the ending was that southern Sania completely lost its ability to resist and had to choose to become the Empire's dog. Lynn was a little disappointed. What a pity! Compared to official praise, I still prefer the respect of the tavern adventurers. The Nanshwankia people are also weird. It is their honor to be the Empire's dog, but our Silver Moon is invincible in the world. I didn't expect Lynn to be so patriotic. Richard was a little surprised by this. But what kind of strange phrase is my Silver Moon? I've decided, wife, I won't be a hero anymore. Lynn said very seriously. I found that the feeling of bullying the weak is really great. The double standards of the Empire are indeed the most fragrant wine. Richard said worriedly, no, don't let it grow crooked. Lynn was still very stubborn and said, humph, as expected, the strong will severely humiliate the weak. Well, whatever you want, problem girl. Richard shook his head. Richard, you have to help me too. Lynn, in front of Lilinu, fiercely trapped Richard's arm in the headlights. No, I don't have any political stance. Don't involve me. I'm just a small wizard apprentice. Although Richard tried to avoid it, he was reluctant to pull his arm away, even more swollen than Lilinu. Okay, boys, it's time to get on board. The flirting time is over. Nushin pressed on Richard's head and grinned. Who knows what the Emperor is thinking? He actually sent such a luxurious airship. I almost thought we were going to travel with the princess. Lynn's face immediately turned bad. She secretly took out a small notebook and added Nidhi Enema and Nushin under many names. Chapter 70 Hello, Male. After the apprentices fell into another coma, everyone finally returned to the long-lost capital of the Empire, Deerland. Wei Wei reminded, don't leave yet. Any cross-border travelers must undergo inspection by the Epidemic Prevention Agency to prevent foreign species from invading the local ecosystem. Quite professional, Richard said indifferently. Anyway, I didn't bring anything out from southern Schwankia. Several professionals in blue uniforms used detection magic to check all the apprentices one by one. When the detection magic shone on Richard, the warning light came on. What happened? Richard was shocked. Take out the demi-plane storage space and have a look. The inspector reminded skillfully. It may be that some monster with spatial properties has entered it. Richard asked in confusion, "What is that?" Then Atres on his shoulder flapped its wings, opened its beak, and spit out a ball of round blue gel-like substance. Gel-like substance? Ew? Richard, what is this? Slime. Richard shook Atres's body and said angrily, "You bastard! When did you steal food?" Slime. Is it your pet? The tester was not surprised by this and conducted further tests on the gel. It's the same species as the slimes native to the Empire, with a variation in spatial direction. It's harmless and can be used to clean up sewers. I'll give you a card and you can stay. The inspector took out an Imperial pet tag and threw it to Richard, then continued to inspect other apprentices. Subsequent testing lasted a long time because some apprentices brought back alien species that were even more outrageous than Richard's. For example, a nest of live ground dragon cubs, the green-ringed poison dart frog that is deadly to the touch, and the eggs of the green-haired turtle. There were even a few brave ones who secretly hid a few flaming skulls and crawling claws. After those things were taken out, they attempted to attack the inspectors. But experienced inspectors are used to this. Mages have always behaved strangely. How could this be any more serious? If you have the guts, can you catch a dragon? Roar. A dragon roar shook the sky. Finally, several inspectors settled down in Bungbu because they saw a living, adult, fully grown dragon. Green dragon. Ms. Weiwei, why is it you? Why is it always you? An old inspector with a white beard roared. Oh, don't be angry. I reported it, it's just not that fast. Weiwei explained in a low voice. I just want to catch it and sell it for money. Don't worry, I won't let it go. Don't worry. In any case, this kind of large species must undergo a unified risk assessment at the customs of the southern province before entering the Empire. Come on, detain it. Forget it. Don't go. We can't defeat it. Ms. Weiwei, you can send the dragon to the monster park yourself. Can't you be flexible? I'm really short of money. No, according to the imperial law, you must be fined 100 gold coins. No discussion. I have tolerated griffins and mummies before, but today I will definitely not encourage such bad habits of yours. Alas, stingy, your great-grandfather never cared about these things. So he was fired early. I had a hard time passing the exam and will never let you bring harm to our family again. Walk in the mouth. Richard suddenly felt that Atres wasn't so outrageous after all. Compared with other apprentices who are causing trouble, a mere slime is nothing and is simply a good citizen. And this blue slime seems to be quite cute. It can actually withstand its own astral magic. If you keep it well, it can also clean up the leftover food. I'll think of a way to summon the Star Realm Stone Man and the Black and White Wolf later, so that I don't need to consume magic power to maintain their existence. In fact, the brain-eating monster is not bad, but the Academy probably won't allow you to raise it because the risk factor is too high. Why? You're going to check even bananas? For the love of Lathander, this is unbelievable. Michelle's shouting caught Richard's attention. The three brave men followed Richard and boarded the Empire's magic airship. They were quiet for once and didn't cause any trouble. Richard almost forgot about them. Oh, there is also a Corsa, who chooses to return to the Brave team. I'm sorry, this Dawn Believer. According to Imperial regulations, no plants from southern Schwankia are allowed to be brought back in private. What? I have reason to suspect that you are discriminating against bananas. The brave man seemed to be arguing with the banana. Yeeling on the side said angrily, Enough of your flying thing. You are not a monkey. Now throw away your broken banana and go back to work honestly. It's terrible that Corsa is always so rude, the priest whispered. How can you say that to the brave hero? The wizard also chimed in. Richard was happily watching the show on the side when the corner of his clothes was tugged by Lilinu. Richard, I brought some things with me too, and I feel like that might not be in compliance with the rules. Lilinu whispered into Richard's ear. What is that? Richard was shocked. Come with me. Lilinu took Richard to the grove behind and clapped her hands. Several bony arms stretched out from the ground, and then pulled a coffin out of the soil in a regular pattern. After the coffin was opened, Hello, male. An undead knight, burning with the fire of death, greeted Richard. If Richard was not mistaken, this person should be the knight's sister who caught him. Hello, damn. I'm not okay at all. Richard felt so tired. Lilinu also gave him a rare bright smile. Obviously no remorse at all. Aren't all the undead under Demaria dead? Richard asked doubtfully. The undead knight explained, I am not an undead driven by the city lord, but an independent individual. What is your relationship with Demaria? I'm his sister. Why did you come to the Empire? I want to see the shadow that haunted us 500 years ago, that powerful behemoth, the mighty Silver Moon Empire. To be honest, I have nowhere else to go, so I came to you. I heard from Lilinu that you accept everyone and have a weird sexual quirk. You didn't choose to die with Tridia? Before leaving, Di Maria tricked me into putting me in a coffin and handed me over to Lilinu. I was supposed to die. Now I can die in front of you, but you can't doubt my loyalty to Tridia. The undead knight was about to tear himself apart with the rusty sword, but was stopped in time by Richard. This knight's sister is indeed a little dazed. Hey, it's your turn. Your name is Lilinu? The inspector came over, was stunned for a moment, and then made eye contact with the undead female knight. Richard took out 20 gold coins and attempted to bribe. The inspector ignored Richard and continued to ask, "What is the relationship between you and the head of the Lily Coco family?" Lilinu replied, "That's my niece, in theory, in terms of seniority." "Okay, do whatever you want. I can't afford to offend you." The inspector shook his head and left. Before leaving, he tried to take the gold coins from Richard's hand, but fortunately Richard was quick to act and prevented him from succeeding. "Lilinu, you know him? Are you letting us go now?" "I don't know. I just answered randomly. I don't know who Lily Coco is. I was adopted by a human." Lilinu seemed a little guilty. Chapter 71. That moment Richard knew he had to marry Atres. After the final inspection, Richard and Lilinu returned to the dormitory they had been away from for a long time. After about a week, the furniture in the dormitory was covered with a layer of dust. Finally back, Richard breathed a sigh of relief and lay on the bed in a daze. Lilinu first dragged a few eerie coffins upstairs and placed them there simply. This strange behavior, which was like driving corpses, scared many apprentices. Richard threw the slime into a corner and let it play by itself. Atlas played with it with great interest. This phoenix seems to like slimes. What made Richard very happy was that the blue slime rolled around in every corner of the dormitory and quickly cleaned up all the dust. "It's a very good trash can. You bastard, come here." Richard waved at Atres. Atres jumped to Richard's side like a free-range chicken, tilting her head, wondering what she was thinking. Richard pinched her slender neck, curiously pried open her beak, and leaned over to take a closer look. Atres was not big and could stand on Richard's shoulders easily. So how did she swallow a slime that was 40 centimeters long, wide and high? Is it true, as the inspector said, that there is a half-dimensional space in her stomach? If that's the case, you won't need to carry a backpack when you go out in the future. Richard first stretched out his middle finger and ring finger, put them together, and slowly inserted them into Atres's beak. Atres didn't struggle at all, and seemed to adapt well. Then Richard suddenly had a bold idea, but quickly suppressed it. Get down to business first. Richard could feel that his fingers seemed to pass through some space and enter a unique plane. Feels like. With a click, Richard's fingers seemed to be pinched by something, and then bent hard towards the back of his hand. Yes, it's just like the fixed-point spacetime portal. Atres' stomach actually stabilized that spacetime channel. After a while, the fingers seemed to be loosened and could move flexibly again. Then Richard boldly put his entire arm into Atres's beak and touched the warm slime made of meat. This touch is somewhat familiar. As expected, his palm was slapped away. This time it seemed like a scabbard was used, and it hurt a lot. But this made Richard feel somewhat relieved. This may mean that my fixed-point portal will lock onto the pair of slimes on the other side of the portal. Moreover, although the person on the other side is a bit malicious, he will not hurt you. This is a good thing. A piece of cloth was stuffed back into Richard's hand. Richard slowly pulled his hand out and saw small words with a hint of murderous intent on the cloth. Unlike the sloppy handwriting last time, the person on the other side of the door seemed to have more room this time. "Hey, why are you here again? You're so annoying. Why does your portal always open into my chest? Are you the pervert that the elders in the tribe are talking about? If you do it again, I will chop off your hand." "Sister, I mean what I say." It can be seen that the sister opposite seemed to be in a good mood and was willing to have a brief exchange with Richard. Richard also picked up a piece of paper at random, wrote a few lines on it as a response, and then stuffed it into Atres's beak. "Hello. I just mastered the spell of teleportation, and I'm not proficient enough yet. I accidentally threw a slime in there last time. Didn't it bother you?" Richard then waited for a moment with some anticipation, and a note of response came out of Atres's beak. "Not bad. Although I was startled by a slime that suddenly appeared, it just happened to block the enemy's attack for me. Sister, I didn't encounter any enemies today, and I even found something to eat. I'm in a good mood. What's your race? Your skin is very white. A strand of long purple hair was specially glued to the end of the note. Richard sniffed gently and smelled a deep and refreshing body fragrance. He thought for a moment and plucked one of the only 3 long feathers on Atreus's head. Atreus opened her bird claws angrily and scratched Richard's face, but was still controlled by Richard. You are a creature of magic. You can regenerate anyway. Don't be so stingy. Richard comforted, but Atreus kept chirping and gurgling, as if she was trying her best to express something, but unfortunately Richard couldn't understand. However, the feathers on Atreus' head showed no signs of growing back. It seems to be a non-renewable precious material. Now this precious material was given by Richard to the girl across the door whom he had never met before. Atreus' bird face helplessly showed an extremely human expression of disgust. You are obsessed with women.jpg. Richard wrote a response, then glued the feather to it and stuffed it into Atreus' beak. I am a human mage from the Silver Moon Empire. What about you? Can I know where you are? And how long has passed between our 2 contacts on your side? This is very important to me. I hope you can answer it. After a while, Richard still didn't get a response. He was a little disappointed, but understandable. In the astral realm, rashly exposing one's position is an extremely dangerous act. My abrupt question will definitely arouse the necessary vigilance. Although he said so, Richard still felt a strange sense of loss. Oh no, I won't bring in a bootlicker, right? Fortunately, after a few minutes, a response came out of Atreus' beak. I was about to take a bath, but you interrupted me. I just got into the bath. You are a human. I have heard of you but never seen you. There is no trace of humans here. And I am a night spirit, a native of the shadow plane. You may have heard of it. For some reason, our entire clan got lost in a huge floating city in the astral world. There are many, many enemies here. As for the exact location, I'm not sure. After all, I'm not an astrologer, but I can see a few stars when I look up. They are connected together like a giant bow. I don't know where we will fly to tomorrow. After all, the direction of this floating city is irregular. Maybe one day it will fall into the bottomless abyss. By the way, judging from the size of your palm, you should still be a cub, right? Then you have to call me sister from now on. You hear me? I am the newly adult night spirit sister. Are the stars connected into a giant bow? Perhaps we can use this as a starting point to determine the astral coordinates of this floating city. This time, Richard deliberately waited for a while before responding, appearing less anxious. Afterwards, Richard chatted with Yiling on the opposite side, but tried to avoid certain sensitive issues. Taking this opportunity, Richard also briefly evaluated the load-bearing capacity of this fixed-point portal in time and space. It seems to simply allow objects with lower energy levels to pass through. For example, a useless slime, one of his own arms, and a few pages of a book. It seemed impossible to cross the portal intact. There is a strange force repelling me. Richard also tried to throw the potion tridya into the portal, but failed. Even the formula of the potion tridya could not be passed on. Perhaps because history cannot be changed, certain key items that destroy historical nodes are not allowed to pass through the portal. That's great, little Richard. You live in a large and stable family, and the patriarch doesn't practice cruel rule. It's very dangerous here. There are always many celestial creatures harassing us, and occasionally there are some roaming evil cultists causing trouble. There are countless enemies every day, and tribesmen are dying every day. Everyone is in a very low mood, and I can't hold on any longer. If I don't respond to your message one day, don't be angry. I'm not like someone who deliberately waits a while before replying to play hard to get. If one day you can't find me, then look up at the starry sky. Maybe I will become a bright star too. I talked a lot today. I haven't been this happy in a long time. Unfortunately, there will be more enemies tomorrow. I need to maintain enough energy. Little Richard, I can't accompany you anymore. If possible, can I draw the scenery there next time? I really want to see what the world in other dimensions looks like. Richard thought about it for a moment and realized that he had been in a daze for a long time. I have to say, text communication with Yiling feels like an online romance. It's amazing and somewhat nostalgic, but the world on the other side of the door doesn't seem to be something he can access now. Through communication with Yiling, I can roughly realize that the time on the other side of the door is about 3 times faster than here. If you are not adequately prepared, unexpected dangers may occur when you enter and exit. Richard finally wrote a line on the note and stuffed it into Atreus' beak. We will meet one day. Please wait for me, okay? Yiling's response came soon. It is a long purple cloth with a warm and lingering fragrance. There was also a small bright red lip print on the corner of the fabric. Good night. Chapter 72, D. Maria's Fiancé. Richard exhaled, feeling a little tired. Maintaining the portal consumes a lot of magic power. In less than an hour, his magic power was almost gone. However, there is a sense of charm between the lines of Yiling's words on the other side of the door. Richard actually felt like he couldn't stop. He walked to the balcony and looked up at the endless starry sky unconsciously. The stars are infinitely bright. Become a star? I don't know how many years have passed. Is that night spirit still alive? Richard suddenly felt a little unsure. Although he and Miss Yiling had been chatting for a long time, it felt like they were face to face. But there is an insurmountable rule between the two of them: time. Would she really risk everything to survive and wait for my arrival just because of a few casual words from me? Wait until next time and contact her again. Richard then sorted out some of the information and came to the bottom of the inverted pyramid. Blot has returned to the library and continues to serve as his own librarian. When he saw Richard, he still looked old-fashioned and asked, "Are you here to submit your information?" Richard nodded. Well, the original historical manuscript of Southern Seneca from 500 years ago has a high level of encryption. Blot accepted the manuscript of the Magic Potion Tridia and the original manuscript of the Crusade Crimes provided by Tyrannus and said seriously, "Leave it to me." According to the library's rules, you can get a reward for submitting the original manuscript of a precious historical document. I will come to you after the evaluation. Richard did not leave immediately, but sat on the stand and asked hesitantly, "Mr. Blot, do you know anything about astrology?" Blot replied, "I have studied it before, but I am not proficient enough. You can go to the Space School collection to look for relevant information first. There's not much recorded about the library's collection, so I came to ask you specifically. We can only go to the observatory, but apprentices are not allowed to enter that place. The Empire has deliberately blocked detailed star maps and stargazing technology." Richard said casually, "Then do you know which stars can be connected into a giant bow? From a certain angle in the star world, you can see it by looking up." "Giant bow?" Blot groaned for a moment and guessed, "It sounds like Perseus, but the angle of observation is so different that I can't guarantee its accuracy." "Perseus? Where is Perseus?" Richard muttered to himself, causing Blot to worry a little. "Apprentice Richard, I have to remind you that the star map is not something you can access at the moment. School is about to start, so it's important to prepare for the course as well. Don't be too ambitious just because you have inherited Sequence 3. Blot kept nagging Richard like an old mother, and Richard soon began to have a headache. "Wait, school starts soon? Are you kidding me?" "No, I never joke. It will be in about 3 days. This year, school will start early," Richard said helplessly. "I say, attending classes every day is too boring. Doesn't our college have any classic events like the college competition?" Blot's expression immediately turned cold. "Apprentice Richard, it seems that your mind is not on studying at all. Do you think it's necessary for a few mage apprentices who are not even at level 10 and don't even know how to use 4th level spells to compete? Have you learned the 3 major elements of magic? Have you memorized all the spell syllables and grammar? Can you deduce the 100 variations of the fireball spell by yourself? You haven't even laid a solid foundation and you're still thinking about fighting? We are mages, and mages need to use their brains. At least in the early stages, under the protection of the Empire, you don't have to risk your life like those wild mages. It is important to lay a solid foundation. Relevant practices will be arranged in subsequent courses. You will be in trouble during the magic endurance test later. Since you're so energetic, let's take a look at your GPA for this semester's courses." Blot hooked his finger, and Richard's final exam flew into his hands. Richard's scalp tingled, and he said with a headache, "Stop, stop, stop. Don't bring up the past." Blot continued, "By the way, I need to remind you that according to the information I have, there is something wrong with the undead knight that Lilinu brought back." "What's the meaning?" "According to the records, Di Maria has no sister, only a fiancé, but she died very early. Why do I feel like you are a little excited?" Chapter 73. You, the Silver Moon Church, are blessed. Richard left the library and arrived at the door of Lilinu's dormitory. He frowned immediately. Several Silver Moon priests were actually guarding the door, and a deputy chief judge of the Silver Moon Church walked into Lilinu's gloomy dormitory. "Stand back, apprentice. The church is screening for unclean auras." Pastor Silver Moon stretched out his hand to stop Richard from approaching. "I am Lilinu's human guarantor. I can inquire about all her affairs." Richard took out an official document, which was stamped with the official seals of the Silver Moon Church and the Daelon City Hall. This means that Richard is Lilinu's legal guarantor and has an obligation to dissuade her from behavior that may not be in line with human customs. And any crime committed by Lilinu will be directly implicated as the guarantor Richard. This is a necessary rule for the Silver Moon Empire to deal with foreign races from a special faction. Only foreigners with a guarantor can choose to reside permanently in the empire without being questioned. Okay, go in, the white-robed priest said after reviewing Richard's documents. Richard asked, "Can you tell me what happened to Lilinu?" The priest replied, "A routine check to ensure Lilinu's emotional stability after returning from abroad." Richard walked quickly into Lilinu's dormitory. Unlike what one might imagine, although the girl's dormitory was a little dim, there was no blood and flesh flying around, or kidneys scattered everywhere as one might imagine. On the contrary, it was quite neat and clean, with a faint smell of blood in the air, and the concentration and aroma were just right. It looks like a place suitable for living. Lilinu was sitting obediently in front of a chair. Several Silver Moon guards wearing silver-white armor stood on her left and right. In front of him was a Silver Moon deputy chief judge, wearing a white robe embroidered with silver thread. His duties were to judge any defectors who might waver from Sullen and to monitor alien life within the Empire. The chief judge pushed up his silver-rimmed glasses and looked at the 3 heavy coffins in Lilinu's room politely. "Lilinu, long time no see. Oh, Richard is here too, just in time." The chief referee is a familiar face. He is responsible for solving all kinds of problems for Lilinu and Richard. "The last time we met was at Swati's family's arena." The chief judge said gently, "Your girl is quite stubborn. She remained silent until you came. She might be afraid of causing trouble for you. Actually, I just wanted to check on the undead creatures she brought back recently to ensure their safety and prevent them from harming her." "Lilinu, let her out." Richard looked at a brand new coffin. Lilinu then clapped her hands, and the new sliding lid coffin was slowly opened. A flaming, heavily armored skeleton cautiously walked out of the coffin. She looked around at the fully armed Silver Moon guards and pressed her knuckles on the rusty sword. This pure aura of death made the Silver Moon guard feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. Su Luan's silver-white holy light shone on the armor of the Silver Moon guard, faintly suppressing the necromancy of the undead knights. The chief judge knocked on the table to stop him. "All right, this is the lair of the vampires. Don't use holy light recklessly." Lilinu is already feeling very uncomfortable. The Silver Moon guards slowly restrained their breath, but still stared at the undead knight. The chief judge laughed bitterly. "The undead knight inspector didn't even seize such a big thing. It seems that we need to find trouble with them and extort some money. Pastor, if you have any problem, come to me and don't involve others," the knight's sister said sternly. After a brief assessment, the chief judge asked, "It seems to be different from what was recorded in the filing. There is no level 14, only level 9? The level of an undead servant cannot exceed that of its master. I am only level 9, so she is also suppressed." Lilinu replied. "Then it's acceptable, as long as you can ensure that she is under your absolute control." The chief referee nodded with satisfaction and stood up. "Richard, come with me." The two walked to the door, and the chief judge took out a document and handed it to Richard. "What is this?" Richard asked curiously. "The guarantor release document. This is also the purpose of my visit." "It seems a little sudden. What's the point of this?" "Well, the file comes from Lily Coco. You should understand that the dark side of the Empire is inherited by an ancient blood clan." Richard hesitated for a moment and frowned. "Can I understand that they want to take back the custody of Lilinu?" The chief judge said, "That's about it. After they realized Lilinu's existence, they tried to recall her, but were rejected by the Mage Academy and the royal family. So they asked me to do you a favor and wanted you to give up your status as Lilinu's guarantor. Then, according to the rules, she must return to the vampire clan." Richard glanced over the document briefly and asked, "Does Lilinu know?" "Most likely they know something. The Blood Clan sent someone to contact her, but the result was not very pleasant. She didn't tell me that." "It's understandable. This girl is actually very strong-willed. She doesn't want you to worry." The chief judge said slowly, "Actually, for the two of you alone, releasing the bond is the best option. Richard, your starting point is higher than you think. You can be considered as Madame Weiwei's person, which means you are a direct descendant of the Mage Academy. And the Emperor also praised your heroic actions in southern Schwankia. The royal family is also very optimistic about you. As long as Lilinu is no longer around, you will be in line with the Empire's greatest right to put human beings first, and everything will go smoothly in the future. And Lilinu will receive the best training if she returns to her tribe. I heard that her bloodline is very pure, and the head of the Lily Coco family plans to make her the heir. In short, you two may not be that compatible. What do you think? As long as you bring Lilinu with you, you will always be feared by ordinary humans, and you will be subject to endless interrogation when you enter Daerlin. This is tiring, isn't it? So what is your decision, Richard? At this moment, a cry of surprise came from Richard's ears, and Lilinu had stood beside him without him knowing when. A look of horror appeared on her clean and beautiful face. Lilinu's entire body was trembling. Richard? Lilinu pinched Richard's sleeves and lowered her head insecurely. Lilinu also knew that she had caused Richard too much trouble. If I leave, maybe... The next second, the crisp sound of many gold coins awakened Lilinu from her trance and anxiety. She saw Richard take out a bag of gold coins, about 30 or so, and handed them all to the chief judge. The chief judge's face was suddenly filled with an unstoppable smile of relief. What is this? A fine. Richard crossed his arms and said proudly, in the future, I will take Lilinu to hang out at your grave in Valhalla when I have nothing to do. So pay the fine in advance and treat it as an annual pass. Don't bother us in the future. And I, Richard, want them all, not just the vampires, but also the succubus, the snake demons, the night spirits, and the elves. Your church is blessed, and you will be able to collect fines leniently in the future. That's right, Richard. You are still a man, not a coward. The chief referee weighed the gold coins in his hand and patted him on the shoulder. I hope you can always improve my performance in the future. May Suluan bless you. By the way, the church has a rebate event recently, giving you 10% of your principal back. Richard was very surprised and asked, your rebate is not deposited into the card but directly refunded in cash? Are you really not laundering money? Haha, Richard, don't meddle in the affairs of the church. These are just Suluan's oracles. The chief judge remained calm and had a thick skin and a black heart. By the way, the last time we handled the arena, we did a good job. Now the Silver Moon Church can take care of the arena's affairs. We have taken over the dungeon. You seem to have a good relationship with one of the orcs. Just bring the money and buy it back. Richard doubted. Can you really make the decision directly? The chief judge said happily, thanks to you. I have the final say in the dungeon now. If you have any problems in Daelon in the future, you can come to me. See you next time, Richard and Lilinu. Chapter 74, Lily Coco. After the chief judge left, Lilinu squeezed Richard's hand. She was quite worried and asked, Richard, you are not being stubborn, are you? Actually, there is a little bit. Richard smiled bitterly. I was so carried away just now that I handed over all our gold coins. Although there is a rebate, there is only one gold coin left. We are penniless again, Lilinu. You won't mind me not being able to support you, right? Lilinu said angrily, that's not what I meant. What I meant was... Richard interrupted, gold coins are never as important as you, Lilin. It is only natural that you stay by my side. Lilinu was suddenly at a loss, then fell silent, just sticking close to Richard. But after what happened today, Richard became secretly alert. The situation within the Empire was turbulent, but for now, he could live in peace under the protection of the Academy. But as time goes by, things always go wrong. No one can guarantee that the Empire will never collapse. In the end, you can only rely on yourself. So we should think of a way to find a truly safe place to hide. Richard thought again of the giant structure that was lost in the Star World. Sure enough, it's time to speed up the level upgrade. A flame ignited in Richard's hand, gradually burning the document of release of Bale into ashes. Well done. I thought you were a jerk, but it turns out you were pretty tough when it mattered. The Night Sister said with satisfaction. Richard got straight to the point and said, haha, let's not talk about anything else first. Can you explain your identity to me first? Di Maria's fiancé? The fire of death in the Night Sister's eyes flickered, but she still said stubbornly, what fiancé? I'm Di Maria's sister. If you lie again, I will have Lilinu tear you apart and put you into the abomination. Well, I'm his fiancé. The Night Sister finally gave in. Or rather, I'm Di Maria's wife. I died a long time ago, so Di Maria chose to become a necromancer in order to resurrect me. Richard frowned and was not very excited. Out of respect for Di Maria, Richard would not disrespect his family. Richard still has a bottom line sometimes. Besides, I really don't like the skeleton. The High Priest of the Church of Love is more appealing. I can actually go there again when I have time. Richard noticed it keenly and said, you probably have some purpose, right? The Night Sister also said very straightforwardly, just help Lilinu complete Di Maria's legacy, and then I will face the final death with peace of mind. Richard was stunned. What do you mean? The Night Sister said, do you remember Tridia's castle? It's the one in the center of the inner city. A castle built with black rocks? I have some impression of it. The castle itself is a temple from the Lich King who once caused the scourge. My existence is to lead it from underground into Daelon. Richard's face was full of disbelief. You really didn't lie to me? The Night Sister said, I had no intention of telling you to. You probably wouldn't believe it anyway. You just need to know that the temple will automatically move with its owner and will not be detected. Di Maria is dead, and I am the master of the temple. It will follow me. After this, I will slowly transfer the authority of the temple to Lilinu. When the dust settles, the fire of my soul will slowly die out and I will follow Di Maria, my only husband. Richard and Lilinu looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. The Lich King's temple that can evade the maze and automatically follow its master? What level of legendary item is this? It is no exaggeration to call it a divine weapon. I never thought that Di Maria's inheritance was so powerful. The Night Sister said, by the way, due to racial reasons, Di Maria's inheritance has lost the last piece of the puzzle. I can sense that it is in this mage academy. Go find it yourself. Richard guessed, in the academy? Could it be that there are gifts from the ancients that can match this Lich King's temple? It's probably in the northwest corner. I can only sense it vaguely. Northwest corner? Lilinu pondered. Isn't that the cemetery of the dead that Lillian and I often go to? I never thought that the academy once had a sage who controlled the temple of the Lich King and left behind a legacy. Perhaps he could try his luck after Lilinu gained access to the temple. The temple is moving very fast and will enter Daelon tomorrow. How should I put it? It will cause an inevitable earthquake, which won't be big but won't be small either. That is to say, I only have about 2 days left to live. Before that, I would like to make a last wish to you in a private capacity. Richard said seriously, you say? The Night Sister recalled, Di Maria and I had a daughter. We sent her to Silver Moon for refuge before the Crusaders invaded. 500 years have passed, and I don't know if Di Maria and I's only descendant is still living in the Empire. From a mother's perspective, I want to know whether my children lived well and whether she would hate us. We rushed her to Daelon without leaving any money. She has no relatives and her life must have been very difficult in the beginning. If possible, please find her descendants for me and give them some insignificant care. The Night Sister hesitated and said, the only clue I can give you is one. Her name, Lily Coco. Chapter 75. You will get a stitch in the side if you chant the spell. Lily Coco? What a weird name. Why does it sound familiar? Richard's face was stiff, but he still accepted the reality. He stared at the Night Sister and asked, could it be the head of the Lily Coco family from Midnight Nobles? The Night Sister said slowly, it's possible that they have the same name, but with such a strange name, it's unlikely that there will be a second one. How did you, a human, give birth to a vampire? The Night Sister was stunned, then thought, how should I know? I'm confused right now. Could it be that bastard Di Maria was secretly having an affair while I was away? Otherwise, how could I be wrong? Richard was stunned for a moment, and he said hurriedly, stop, stop, stop. Di Maria is not guilty of this. Besides, wasn't it you who decided what happened? What does it have to do with him? It seems like that. Anyway, I can't explain it clearly. My memory is very confused. The Night Sister nodded seriously, seemingly not understanding it very well. Well, I actually know a little bit. Lilinu interrupted. The vampires reproduce through their blood descendants. We can't have children. It's a pity that I can't have children. Richard sighed. Lilinu continued, Lily Coco must have been bitten by a high-level vampire and then infected and became a vampire. Damn it, he actually tried to steal my daughter from me. I want that evil thing to be purified. The Sister Knight rubbed the rusty sword against her ribs, full of murderous intent. Lilinu said, the previous head of the family is dead, and Lily Coco took over through a coup. Yes, you are worthy of being my daughter. The soul fire in the Night Sister's eyes jumped back and forth, and she was very happy. By the way, Richard, this is reproductive isolation crossing technology. You can keep it for yourself and Lilinu to study. Of course, I don't know if it is effective for vampires. Lee noticed the scroll and asked in surprise, are you also a blood exchange person? Of course not. The City Lord's lineage firmly supports humans. The blood exchange faction was created by other nobles. The Night Sister shook her head and said sarcastically, now that I think about it, those nobles don't have the courage and technical support to exchange blood. It's just that the Empire is worried about our alliance with Tidal. The subsequent sudden fall of the entire southern Schwankia into lizardman worship was probably caused by the large-scale legendary illusion induced by the illusionist of your academy. Richard was also quite surprised. Are there any legendary masters from the illusion faction in the academy? I've never heard of this. Richard then said, Lilinu, let's go back and check out the inheritance in the southwest corner of the academy tomorrow. The Night Sister said bluntly, you guys are still living together? Isn't Lilinu's room here? Because Lilinu's room is always dirty. Richard was about to explain. Then he looked at Lilinu's neat dormitory. The overall color tone is dark red, and several bat-shaped ornaments are neatly placed on the table. Several bottles of blood were placed in the experimental field, and the blood pool used to sow the abomination was not splashed with any flesh. 1 or 2 arms, a few kidneys, hearts, and other things were also stored in a transparent glass box according to the dry and wet categories. The bedding and white underwear were neatly stacked on the bed. A few pairs of fine, shiny spider web stockings were casually placed on the bed. I didn't expect Lilinu would buy this thing. Haven't you seen her wear it? Richard glanced at Lilinu's exposed white ankles and felt a little sorry. It seems that this girl is not very embarrassed. Need encouragement. But in short, Lilinu's room was not at all like she said. A living hell where every step was a big mess. There is really no need to go to Richard's dormitory. But Richard didn't care about that. He planned to take Lilinu back to his dormitory directly, and then he heard a bang. The bottle containing the blood suddenly exploded, and thick plasma splattered all over the room. Lilinu stood beside the broken medicine bottle, lowered her head and evaded the question. Well, it's dirty now. There's nothing we can do. Young people nowadays, Maria, and I didn't have so much fun back then. The Night Sister shook her head and went back into the coffin. Richard, let's go back. Lilinu said obediently. Well, let's go back. Richard scratched his head and said nothing more. After returning to the dormitory, Wei Wei was lying on Richard's big bed tiredly, stroking her hips with one hand and wiping her tears with the other. There were several holes in her witch costume, and her white over-the-knee socks that extended to her legs were violently torn into several holes. Several silk threads were scattered at the hole, sinking deeply into the pink thigh flesh. Richard poked her thigh and asked in surprise, Wei Wei, did you fall into the goblin pit? No, after I came back from the monster garden, I got angrier and angrier, so I decided to go find trouble with that prophecy wizard. Wei Wei said aggrievedly, but I didn't win. She's pretty powerful. That's really pitiful. How could someone from the school of prophecy defeat a fire mage like you? Richard felt that his horizons were refreshed. Wei Wei lay on the bed so that her buttocks were facing upwards. That wasn't a prophecy at all. It was clearly a prophecy. I didn't even explain my purpose when I first walked in, but she knew I was here to cause trouble. I was just about to cast a Yangyin explosion to greet her, but she suddenly said that I would get a stitch in the side if I chanted the spell, and then I got a stitch in the side and bit my tongue. This directly caused my magic power to flow backwards, and I fell to the ground. I was severely bullied by her. It seems that her prediction skills are quite accurate. It hurts so much. She even gave herself a bear's strength when she spanked me. It's all swollen. And the most embarrassing thing is that Lin is here too. My dignity as a mentor has been completely destroyed. I don't want to live anymore. Richard looked at Wei Wei with a bit of pity and was about to reach out and touch it to see how swollen it was, but was kicked away by Wei Wei's socks. This matter must be kept secret, and you can't tell other apprentices. Wei Wei buried her face in the pillow weakly. Also, I may have to stay with you for a while longer. After all, I was fined. Then Wei Wei fell asleep on the bed. At night, there was a knock on the door. Wife, come out. Your reward for this mission is here. Lin's energetic voice came through the door. As soon as Richard opened the door, Lin walked into Richard's room very consciously, not considering herself an outsider at all. But when she saw Wei Wei on the big bed, she nodded as if it was true, and no one knew what she was thinking. It's really lively here, but it's a pity that I live on the top floor and I'm the only one living there. Lin looked envious. Richard asked curiously, isn't the top floor blocked for some reason? Do you live alone in such a large area? Oh, whatever. That's not why I came here. Lin immediately changed the subject. After all, the certain reasons Richard mentioned were himself. What are you going to do? Richard was a little wary. Regarding the reward for the potion and the thank you gift from the commander of the Southern Legion. How come the reward from the royal family went directly to you? Don't ask. All right. There is one more chapter, and I am typing like crazy at a snail's pace. Totally crazy. Chapter 76. Married woman, I will eat your secret for the rest of my life. Lin brought a lot of good things. First of all, there is the royal reward. A brand new black staff, feeling heavy in the hand, like an alchemical creation of iron and wood. The staff is about 2 meters long, which can be considered a special extra-long version. The overall structure is conventional, thick at the top and thin at the bottom, but the thickest part can be fully held in one hand. The surface of the staff is specially baked with a magic binding paint that is several times more expensive than the same volume of mithril. This special paint can effectively prevent the magic power inside the staff from leaking out and speed up the chanting of most spells. The top of the staff is somewhat different from the standard staff. It is not inlaid with gems, but is bent into a dangerous crescent-like arc. Every point of the arc emits a blood-red ray, which focuses on a red blood essence in the center. The energy contained in the blood essence has reached a level that is visible to the naked eye and is bottomless. The staff has a dark and gloomy feel overall, and it is obvious that it was specially prepared for Lilinu. Lilinu can't put it down. Richard was surprised and said, "This staff shouldn't be cheap, right?" Lin explained, "It's not just not cheap. It's the rarest legendary item since the founding of the Empire, and it's specially prepared for witches." Lin explained, "Witch? Is that Vivi's title?" Richard asked. "Well, there are 8 witch titles in total, corresponding to the 8 major schools of mages. Teacher Weiwei is the Witch of Flame and Sister Lilinu is the Witch of Death. They each have a corresponding legendary item, and their quality is infinitely close to that of a divine weapon. Currently, there is only one illusion witch who has completed the artifact advancement and can use regional cognitive interference spells comparable to those of gods, but that was 500 years ago." Richard frowned and asked, "Such a precious item was handed over directly to Lilinu?" Lin smiled and said, "Don't worry, Renkieka. Lilinu is one of the only 5 chiefs left in the academy. In the entire Empire's 1,000-year history, there have only been 50 chiefs. They are very precious. This is also the result of discussions between the royal family and the academy. I heard that the head of the Lily Coco family also participated in the discussion. The blood stone on the top of the staff was added by her temporarily, which directly made the staff qualified to compete for the title of divine weapon." Richard said enviously, "That's great. The chief is great. By the way, do you still have any legendary items from the School of Space Conjuration? Give me one too." "Unfortunately, it's not possible." Lin shook her head. "First of all, you are not the chief, and your talent is far inferior to Sister Lilinu, and the title of which is only limited to women." Richard muttered, "What a shame. Why is the gender so rigid? The first emperor of the Empire must be a lecherous old man, right? How is that possible? The first emperor of the Empire was a man of great talent, wisdom, bravery, and resourcefulness, but he only had one queen." Lin pinched Richard's arm, feeling angry. She took out her small notebook, but after thinking for a moment, she couldn't bear to write down Richard's name. "Lin, aren't you also the chief? Do you also have legendary items?" Richard suddenly thought of this. The lively and eccentric Lin is also a genius that is rarely seen in hundreds of years. "Of course, but I'm a reserve witch, and my mentor is the prophecy witch, but she threw the legendary items to me to play with. Let me see what it looks like." "No, huh. Anyway, I can tell you that it is a book of prophecies that rewrites destiny." Lin put away the small notebook she always carried with her. "Then tell me more about what the legendary item of the Space Conjuration School is. Let me open my eyes." Lin pondered and said, "Well, the title of space which has been absent for a long, long time, and it is rumored that the item has been lost. When the Empire was founded, the space which was the most mysterious outsider, she had not one, but 3 legendary items. Each of the 3 legendary items has its own abilities, but their specific abilities are unknown. However, these 3 items are actually just keys to unlock a higher level of inheritance. Legend has it that the space which is always accompanied by endless stars and meteors. She is best at ultra-long distance teleportation and pulling down endless meteor showers from the plane orbit. Do you know the Starfall Lake at the border between the Orc territory and the Empire Dwarf? Legend has it that it was the space which who pulled down a star and collapsed the last remaining crater there. Moreover, the space witch herself has a super large floating city that can float in the sky. There are countless monsters in the floating city for her to command. She has the ability to destroy a country. But unfortunately, the floating city suddenly rose up into the starry sky one day. The last sighting in the observatory was that it seemed to have lost its way in the deep starry sky and disappeared. 3 legendary items, a floating city, and the company of stars. Why does this sound so familiar? Richard turned his head and glanced at Atres. Atres was still in the form of an eternal blue flame, with a staff-like key hanging around her neck. Atres, the eternal fire, the key to the staff, and the most important super-large floating layer. Well, history is indeed a boomerang. It seems that what the Silver Moon Empire has lost will return one day. Richard had a rough idea in mind. Anyway, the space school is too rare, and I don't know anything else. But I noticed that you seem to have displayed unusual spatial abilities in southern Schwankia. Lynn's eyes, as blue as the sea, stared at Richard with a scrutinizing expression. You can actually modify the large portal of the 8th ring directly. Has this reached the level of natural affinity with space? Tell me the truth. You are actually a magician who specializes in space. You must be right. Richard's face was tense, and he shook his head as usual. It just so happens that there is a high-level magic scroll that can overwrite the portal, just like when DeMaria forced me to activate the portal later. Lynn said in disbelief, "Hee, you must be lying to me. My classmates have all vaguely noticed that you are special. You are a wizard apprentice, but you are the guardian of Chief Lilinu. Those bigwigs have never had any objections. Especially since the head of the Lily Coco family only said it was inappropriate but did not deny you personally. Teacher Weiwei also cares a lot about you. You can't treat us like fools." Richard was sweating a little. If Lynn continues to say this, why does it feel like she has guessed everything? Wait, Lynn, how do you know so much? It's just a prophecy, all derived from the past. Lynn said insincerely, Forget it, future space wizard. I won't ask any more questions. I will keep your secret." Then Lynn suddenly grabbed Richard's collar and leaned forward. The tips of their noses touched lightly, and they felt each other's warm breath. She smiled brilliantly and said, "Wife, I'm going to have to eat your secret for the rest of my life." Chapter 77 Sequence 01. Activating? What are you doing? Lilinu sat beside Richard and Lynn, watching silently. "If you get any closer, I'll kiss you." However, she didn't seem to have any intention of stopping it. Instead, she had an exploratory curiosity. Surprisingly, so exciting. Lynn still had that constant smile on her face and asked, "Sister Lilinu, does the staff fit you well?" Lilinu said, "Well, maybe because of this blood essence, there is no rejection. It is now like an extension of the magic circuit in my body. As long as it's suitable, by the way, there are other rewards." Lynn took out a lot of things. It is still an item from the royal family. One is a prismatic crystal of a plain beacon. The khaki color is rare. It located the boundary between the earth elemental plane and the water elemental plane, the mud plane. Most of them were given to the two brothers Naidi and Nima. If they're lucky, they can find a place filled with cement mortar somewhere in the mud plane. In the future, you don't have to worry about plastering and can just pour directly. If it can really be found, it will be the greatest blessing for the civil engineering branch of the plasticity school and a feat that will be included in the ranks of the ancestors. Then Lynn spread her hands. "That's all. No more?" Richard asked. "What about mine? Am I not the biggest contributor? The Emperor has investigated you and feels that you have everything you need, so he wants to meet you in person." Lynn's eyes sparkled. "You must perform well. Let me tell you first. Rumor has it that the Emperor doesn't like shameless perverts. If he threatens or scares you, just glare at him and say a few tough words. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. I'm here. I've already predicted it to you. Everything will be fine." Lynn handed Richard a silver-white invitation card, on the surface of which was the royal seal and family emblem. "The Emperor wants to see me? Is it necessary?" Richard suddenly said intimidatedly. "In fact, it is enough for the Queen to see me in private. There is no need to trouble His Majesty." Lynn shook her head. "Potion Master Quidia's contribution is really too great. You have saved the Empire too much time. A simple reward is not enough to convince everyone. And you are not allowed to have any ideas about the Queen, and you are not allowed to participate in the multiplayer activities in the future. Otherwise, you will live with the goddess of misfortune for the rest of your life." Richard caught the key point. "You mean the banquet? In other words, I am just a participant?" "Yes, it's the traditional warm winter festival of the Empire, but this year is the 30th anniversary of the Emperor's reign, and the dukes of every province in the Empire will come to celebrate. Even the stinky and stubborn Lord Midden has come, but it seems that only the Duchess and her daughter came." Richard said with relief, "That's good. I can just eat and drink for free." Lynn did not give Richard any hope. "Don't think about it. The Emperor said that he would definitely meet with you in private. Don't take the gossip seriously." "Oh, forget it. Let's just meet." You can't eat me. Richard scratched his head. Although he didn't really want to appear in front of the imperial nobles, it seemed that this was inevitable. Richard accepted the invitation and took a quick look at it. It was scheduled for the warm winter festival 1 month later. If nothing unexpected happens, the college should still have classes that day, and it would not be a holiday. And there is also a thank you gift from the commander of the Southern Legion. It is not an actual item, but is simply for you alone. Lin handed Richard a token with the seal of the Firebird on it. The Firebird looked familiar to Richard. It seemed that Wei Wei had used a similar spell before. This is the badge of the Southern Legion. It symbolizes that you are a friendly person to the Imperial Legion. When you encounter other legions in the future, you can take out the token and ask them for help. The Southern Legion is the old subordinate of Instructor Wei Wei. In their eyes, you are Wei Wei's direct descendant, so they are giving you a lot of face this time. Thus, the ending of this battle in Southern Assumption was that Richard was left with nothing, while Lilinu had a great harvest. This also means that Richard's family will have to rely on the only remaining gold coin to survive for at least a month. Richard and Lin tried to explain, "Actually, I really just want some gold coins. Just some gold coins will do." Lin shook her head. "Gold coins are too tacky. This is a reward directly issued by the royal family and the Legion. Giving out gold coins is a very cheap act." Only then did Richard realize that the benefits his mission brought to the Empire seemed to be beyond measure in gold coins and even exceeded his own. "Can you lend me some money, Lin?" Richard asked shamelessly, extending his hand. "What?" "Money. Lilinu, Wei Wei, and I only have 1 gold coin left to live on. We are starving to death. You are short of money. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Lin seemed a little blaming. Then she pulled out a golden card and slapped it on Richard's face. 2,000 gold coins. Spend it. Master Duo? Is it too little? I'll give you another one. A total of 5,000 gold coins. If it's not enough, come to me. Richard stupidly took the 2 gold cards and swallowed. There is a rich woman, and she is a beautiful girl. Suddenly, I don't want to work hard anymore. I really want to be kept. That's it. I'll go back first. By the way, I heard that the academy is going to reform, and high-level archmages can directly choose suitable apprentices as their successors. I wish you good luck. Lin closed Richard's dormitory door gently. Richard was still immersed in the confusion of becoming rich overnight. Lilinu reminded worriedly, "Richard, don't let money corrupt your mind. This is Lin's loan to you. You must return it." "Yes, Lin didn't seem to tell me about the interest or anything like that, so there should be no interest." Richard suddenly woke up. Lilinu also hesitated and said, "Should it be, right?" Richard dispelled this terrible conjecture. "Forget it. Too much debt is better than nothing. Let's deal with tomorrow's problems tomorrow. I don't believe Lin is that cruel." Night in the library. Blot is looking through the list of gifts from the ancestors. The dim candlelight illuminated the few lines of small words at the top of the page. Sequence 03 has begun inheritance. Sequence 02 has begun inheritance. Sequence 01 temporarily. The candlelight suddenly went out before it could illuminate the last few small words. A slight vibration came from the ground, knocking over the candlestick on the wooden table. He chanted the spell softly, and an arc of electricity shot out from his index finger like a giant python, emitting a bright light. Earthquake? How come the Grandmaster of Prophecy didn't give any warning? It turns out that the School of Prophecy is just a bunch of liars. Blot muttered to himself and opened the window to let in the cool breeze from outside. A huge blue meteor once again streaked across the sky of Daelon. Blot frowned and looked up at the sky. How many times has this happened? Why can't the people in the observatory ever catch sight of it? This time the meteor was different from the previous ones that flashed by. It was very slow, like pulling for something. A slight stench of decay suddenly wafted through the cold wind, but only for a moment. It was as if there was just a problem with my sense of smell. This time the meteors lasted for about half the night before finally sinking into silence in the star realm. The minor earthquake lasted for about midnight and finally subsided. After studying for a long time, Blot couldn't understand what was going on, so he sat back in his seat and planned to pack up and leave. But the cool breeze rustled the pages of the book, and just as Blot was about to put it away in the cabinet, he suddenly discovered in the moonlight that only a few words had been changed. Sequence 01 is being activated. Blot's hands trembled slightly, and the quill in his hand fell to the blackened carpet. Sequence 01? Wait, there's a problem. This supreme gift from the sages is consciously avoiding my detection. I was totally unaware of its existence, let alone who it chose as its successor. Just like Sequence 02, They all seem to have been erased by fate. Is this the true power of the Academy's two core inheritances? Richard's sequence may third be the highest observable limit. We must report this to the Dean. No, the Dean would have known about this kind of thing a long time ago. Blot slowly calmed down and felt that there was no need for him to be so nervous. Anyway, they are all students of the college and will know it sooner or later. However, it is indeed a bit exaggerated that 3 top-secret sequences could be triggered consecutively in the same era. In the second half of the night, aftershocks were heard occasionally, but they were completely unnoticeable. Chapter 78. Your name is Richard, and you kidnapped my Lilinu? Lilinu suddenly woke up from her coffin and found that Atris had come to her coffin at some point. The burning blue firebird was curiously pecking at the bloodstone on the black necromancy wand. The spreading burning properties have covered the surface of the bloodstone with a layer of faint blue flames. Lilinu rubbed her eyes and reached out her hand to touch the bloodstone. Then she opened her eyes wide, opened the coffin and woke up Richard, who was sleeping. Richard, wake up. This staff seems to be compatible with the Lich King's temple. I'm sleepy. Richard was shaken awake. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lilinu's blood-red eyes and a long staff stuck on his leg. Lilinu quietly crawled into Richard's bed, laid on his chest with her head propped up against the quilt, and whispered, "The staff has responded to me, and the Lich King's temple has entered the underground of the Academy. I can clearly sense the location of the final inheritance." "Well, wait, don't push your knee against my crotch yet," Richard said uncomfortably. But Lilinu had already stuffed all the information about the staff into Richard in the form of magic. Legendary faction derivatives. Name: Blood Moon Kiss. Alias: The Witch's Beloved Stick. Quality: Growable Legendary Wand. Faction: Temple of the Lich King. Blood Essence Filling: 1/5. Already have the highest level blood essence of the vampire *1. Durability: Indestructible. Blood Moon arrives. Designate an area that is inaccessible, force the area into night, and create a blood moon. The user enters the vampire dimensional upgrade state, and non-vampire creatures are continuously blinded, weakened, and killed. Witch's Kiss. Kiss a humanoid creature to transform it into the highest level vampire. It will become your most loyal follower, ignoring the level difference. Blood Essence Life Replacing. After receiving instant death damage, a blood essence stone on the top of the magic wand will disintegrate and then revive with full status. Twin Flowers, Blood Moon Kiss, and the Star Realm Wand, Walker of All Worlds, are twins. The Star Realm faction inheritors favorability towards you plus 10,086. Lord of the Temple. The holder of the Blood Moon Kiss is automatically promoted to the Lord of the Lich King's Temple and can summon the temple to rise from the ground at any time. Legendary ability *3. Not yet unlocked. Richard nodded in a daze and asked, "It seems that the Lich King's Temple has already reached the base of the Academy? It's amazing that it can enter in front of the Dean." Lilinu shook her head and said, "No, the Lich King's Temple was originally part of the Academy. It is a legendary item of the first Death Witch, so its return was not rejected." Richard patted Lilinu's thigh to let her stand up, then put on his clothes and said, "Then let's go find the last link of the Lich King's legacy. You've woken me up anyway." Lilinu was still wearing her black pajamas, and she pulled Richard out directly. "Oh, don't worry. It's urgent. If it were me, I'd be even more anxious." Richard picked up a robe and went out with Lilinu, leaving Weiwei alone without the pillow. Although Daelon has always had a mild winter, the chill at night is enough to keep people in high spirits. Richard and Lilinu were rushing towards the southwest corner of the Academy and happened to run into Blot, who was leaving the library. Blot couldn't help but remind him, "What are you two doing here, holding hands and walking to a secluded part of the school so late at night?" Richard was stunned for a moment, then smiled and evaded the question. "Let's find a small forest to study how to have children." Blot's breath stagnated. He didn't expect Richard to speak so bluntly. Then he just turned his face away and left. But after walking a few steps, Blot realized that Richard might be fooling him. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the two of them. The southwest corner seems to be the most secretive corner of the Academy, and also where some people are imprisoned. Richard, Sequence 003. Lilinu, head of the Academy. It would be illogical if Lilinu was weaker than Richard. Could it be that? Blot shook his head and tried to forget all the speculations. As a librarian, his greatest professional ethics is to maintain confidentiality. Without definite evidence, one should never make random guesses. But geniuses always attract each other, don't they? Blot seems to be completely unaware that you have received the gift from the sage. Richard has keenly noticed the abnormality. We're almost there, just ahead. Lilinu pointed forward and saw a tall white tower rising into the clouds. A unique magical aura surrounds the tower, forming an energy field similar to multi-level voltage. Richard stood under the tall tower, looking as small as an ant. He looked up at the tower and was suddenly stunned. This is the unique magical aura of the star summoner profession. And when did this tall tower appear in the academy? I had never been aware of the existence of this tower. Higher up in the tower, Richard caught a glimpse of a scarlet, full moon out of the corner of his eye. Under the red moon, a small black figure grew from small to large, from far to near, bringing with it the screams of bats. Then a little girl who was less than 1.4 meters tall appeared directly on Richard's face. Richard fell down in response. This little girl rode on Richard's neck and said in a very mature manner, "Your name is Richard, and you kidnapped our Lilinu? I, Lily Coco, came here specially to beat you up today. Come on, young man, stick your butt up." Chapter 79. Your biological mother is in my hands. Richard was beaten for no apparent reason, grinning in pain. Have mercy, sister. Who is your sister? You have no respect for your elder sister. Lily Coco's little feet stepped on Richard's head. Lilinu stood aside and finally couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Kiki, don't be angry. I don't want to go back. Aunt, you are not that old. Why are you so rebellious? What's so good about this human? I stepped on him, and he just peeked under my skirt. Don't talk nonsense. I don't like little girls. Richard corrected him in time. I advise you not to be so confident. What? You deserve to die. Lily Coco stepped hard on Richard's face with her white and tender feet again. Anyway, I didn't use much force and there was no one around. Richard said he had nothing to express. Increase the efforts. Anyway, vampires are always clean and smell pretty good. Just treat it as a pedicure and save a lot of money. Lilinu also ignored Richard, who was beginning to enjoy himself, and tried to explain. I don't like your atmosphere. They are too noisy, annoying, and their words are not pleasant. Lily Coco immediately said angrily, Whoever provokes you. I will kill her tonight and add a drop of blood sperm to your wand. Lilinu pointed at her, You. Oh, that's okay. Lily Coco's expression froze for a moment, then she shut up. Richard took the opportunity to ask, Can I get up now? No, I'm here to kill you today. Your mother is in my hands. What? Your mother is in my hands. What a joke. My own mother died a long time ago. Then you were pulled up by your own father and turned into a dead creature. Lily Coco was stunned, and then she said angrily, How can you be so rude? Do you believe that I will really kill you? Your mother is in my hands. Your mother is in my hands. Dear mother. Lily Coco was stunned. It has been a long time since anyone dared to curse in front of me. How dare he? It's such a nostalgic feeling. Lilinu reminded, Coco, don't get me wrong. Richard didn't scold you. We did find your biological mother. Lily Coco said blankly, You mean Tridia's Lily Kaka? Really? Wanna meet? Right in my dorm. No, there's no need. It happened 500 years ago. I have my own family business now. Her existence doesn't even take up 1% of my life. Lily Coco seemed very indifferent. The vampires themselves do not value the affection of the living. They only care about whether their blood descendants are loyal. Lilinu said casually, Well, I just told Lilikaka about your existence, and she said that it's enough for you to be alive. Tisk, so boring. Lily Coco gritted her teeth and finally stomped on Richard a few times, causing him to jump aside. Richard stood up with the help of Lilinu. Lily Coco scolded again. Can't you stand up on your own? Are you a man? I said no. Can you stop beating me? You. Lily Coco was instantly furious. She felt like her heart, which had stopped beating for 500 years, was about to revive and her blood pressure rose rapidly. Lilinu comforted her. Okay, Coco. Richard has always been like this. You just have to get used to it. Aunt, what do you like about this guy? I'm not interested in you. Not at all. Lilinu said cunningly, rubbing the corner of Richard's clothes unconsciously. Anyway, you're not going back to the clan? No, I was adopted by humans, and I don't like vampires. Richard suddenly interrupted and said, Wait, I think that Lilinu doesn't have to return to your house, but you can consider the position of heir. Lily Coco said coldly, You have taken all the good things in the world? I don't think it's impossible. Come in, Coco. Lilinu Richard. A female voice came from the tall white wizard tower. Hello, Grandma Lillian. Lily Coco bowed respectfully. Your generation is really messed up. Richard sighed as he followed Lilinu into the Mage Tower. There weren't many lights in the Mage Tower, and Richard couldn't see the road clearly and accidentally stepped on a strange limb. It was a thigh, radish-shaped, and in pretty good shape. It hurts, boy. A head on the table in front shouted, Boy, pick up that leg for me. Richard muttered to himself, but still picked up the thigh that felt so good. Young man, don't touch anything with your hands. It's itchy. The head on the table continued. By the way, there are 2 arms and 2 pieces of fat hanging on the wall. Help me take them. Richard did as he was told, but he felt a little nervous. Is this Lillian's mentor, the legendary zombie Lillian? Throwing his torso, limbs, and 2 slimes all over the ground fits the stereotype of the undead. Oh, don't pinch me. Don't pinch me. I'm embarrassed. I don't want to compete with my apprentice for a man. Tisk, disgusting. Lily Coco said with disdain. Okay, Coco, don't be so repulsive. According to Lilinu's seniority, he is still your uncle. Lillian's head was talking, and the arm that Richard was holding in his arms reached out to touch Coco's head. This picture is a bit weird, but Richard may understand that this is the daily life of the undead creatures. Richard placed all of Lillian's body parts on the table. Then Lillian walked over, took out some needles and threads, and helped Lillian sew according to the order. Soon, the zombie sister, who was covered in bandages and had sutures on her limbs, recovered her complete form. Lillian held the mandible that had not yet been completely reattached and said, Wow, I'm finally back to full health. I scared you, boy. I accidentally blew myself apart with the corpse explosion. Richard said respectfully, No, this is our first meeting. Ms. Lillian, I salute you. Lillian nodded and said, Well, I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. Lily Coco, as for making Lilinu the heir, you should think about it when you go back. I won't interfere. I will follow your advice, but I have to anticipate Richard's influence on Lillian. It's obvious that he likes to persuade others. Lily Coco also respects Lillian very much. The vampires place great emphasis on backup and seniority. She continued, I can't stay any longer, or the dean of the academy will come to bother me. Richard, right? Come to the Church of Love in 3 days, and we'll talk in detail. Lillian reminded him, Why don't you go see your mother? Even though you are not familiar with her, she has never harmed you. No need. Vampires don't care about these things. Lily Coco's body turned into a little bat and flew away with a bang. Chapter 80. Married woman, give me your heart. Oh, forget it. Don't bother with this girl. Lillian looked at Richard, mainly staring at the phoenix on his shoulder. Young man, you have an extraordinary inheritance. You see? The legendary professional inheritance of the Star Realm Summoner is also the most perfect inheritance. It seems that fate favors you. Richard asked anxiously, How did you know? Do you know other inheritors? I didn't expect that Lilinu's mentor could clearly recognize her heritage. Does that mean there are similar people like me in the Empire? Young man, having people of the same kind doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing. Lillian put her arms on the table and said with a wicked smile, The number of inheritance items in a faction is fixed. If you have it, he won't have it. Richard's heart trembled. Then he chuckled and said, Thank you for your reminder, but I don't think that Scholar Blot would lie to me. The gift from the sage should only be limited to one person. If there is really someone in the academy who is of the same school as me, then she must be my mentor. Lillian said with satisfaction, You speak very nicely, young man. You guessed it already? Yes, there is indeed a great wizard of the same faction in this tower, but he is imprisoned and you cannot see him. Richard nodded and didn't ask any more questions. There are many secrets hidden in the academy that you cannot know, but it is enough to make it clear that such a predecessor exists. At this moment, Atris on Richard's shoulder suddenly spread her wings and flew towards the dome of the tower. A female hand reached out and grabbed Atris. Richard looked up and barely saw a blurry figure in a white robe. Her face was hidden by the hood, as if hidden in the clouds. But everyone could feel her loneliness and dead silence. It's like a living person who has died. Atris was very well behaved in the woman's hands, which surprised Richard a little. The woman pulled off the small staff key hanging around Atris' neck and infused it with a little magic power. The magic power that came from the same origin as Richard's gradually expanded the key to a length as tall as a person, only slightly shorter than Lilinu's blood moon kiss. Then Atris grabbed the wand and slowly flew back to Richard's shoulder. Richard held the dark blue wand. The staff seemed to be made of some strange wood texture, and it felt like rough bark when held in the hand. The top is like a phoenix claw clenched upwards, with an eternal star fire burning slowly in the center of the claw. While Richard was stunned, the woman on the top of the tower had disappeared, and it seemed that she didn't want to talk to Richard anymore. Does this mean you look down on yourself completely? Richard smiled bitterly. However, the name of this wand also flooded into Richard's mind. The magic wand, Walker of Worlds, one of the 3 legendary items of the astral summoner faction. Young man, Ellie doesn't like to talk much and is very aloof, but she should be your new astrology teacher. I think you will see her often in the future. I understand. The fact that Ms. Ellie can help me activate the wand is enough to earn my respect. Richard nodded. Lilinu then asked, Teacher Lillian, I found the Temple of the Lich King and the Kiss of the Blood Moon, and discovered that its final legacy is nearby. Really? Then go look for it. Lillian rubbed the dark circles under her eyes and said casually. Then Lillian walked around the first floor of the tower, circling around Teacher Lillian. The feeling is right here, Teacher Lillian. Please move aside. The feeling is under your feet. Lilinu slowly backed away, and then Lilinu followed Teacher Lillian in a daze. No, the final inheritance is you, Teacher Lillian, Lillian said with a hint of anger. Oh, my good disciple, have you finally discovered it? Lillian gave a wicked smile. Lilinu was surprised and asked, Are you also the heir of the Lich King faction? Lillian dug out her eyeballs and wiped them, then said slowly, It should be said that all the Midnight Nobles in the Empire are descendants of a certain Lich King. This is also the reason why Lilikaka was able to attract the Lich King's temple, because she is actually the human blood of the Lily family and retains the ability to give birth to children. Richard was slightly shocked. Could it be that Dimaria's inheritance of necromancy actually came from the academy? I can only say that the story here is rather bloody. Lilikaka is a tool used by the Empire to monitor Dimaria, but she herself doesn't know it. Of course, Dimaria probably saw it later, so she chose to send Lily Coco back to the Empire 500 years ago and sent Lily Kaka back today. But the matter of Nanshwankia is over. Let's just let these boring old news be buried in the dust. We don't need to care about the poor child Dimaria's fake life as a puppet controlled by the Empire. Lilinu, come. Since you have been appointed by fate to be the master of the Lich King's temple, then accept the inheritance that belongs to you. Sequence 001 of the gift from the ancients, the scourge of the undead. Pay attention. This is the ultimate inheritance that can truly bring about the Ragnarok of the gods. I personally believe that this is a legendary faction that can surpass the Star Realm faction by half a step. Haha, I hope Ellie isn't mad. By the time Lilinu completely inherited the legacy of the undead scourge, it was already dawn. Just like Richard, Lilinu has barely changed at all. The mage is a late-game class, especially for the legend faction. Only when the heirs step into the realm of legend can they fully unleash the power of the legendary faction. The only change is that Lilinu has reached level 10, which makes her a proper mage. This made Richard a little envious. After all, he had only just reached level 8 after this adventure in southern Chia. Lilinu, how did you level up so quickly? As a wizard, of course, my level growth depends on learning. I can learn spells below the 6th level with just one look. On the other hand, Richard needs several days to learn a 4th level spell. That's not good. Richard was a little helpless. Is there no other secret? Then follow me. Inhale, 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 inhale. What's the meaning? I am the purest blood of the vampire race. Just like a dragon, I can slowly grow stronger just by breathing. Okay, I won't ask anymore. When the two returned to the dormitory, Lin was standing at the door, looking angry. Husband, check. Where did you and Sister Lilinu go so late at night? Should I say, what are you doing here so early in the morning? I did a divination on a whim last night and suddenly found out. Lin slowly took out a table knife and said seriously, The prophecy says that your heart is delicious. So, can you give me your heart, sir? Or sign a voluntary organ donation agreement, and I'll help you die unexpectedly. Richard thought Lin was joking and responded casually, No, my body organs have been reserved by Lilinu in advance. Lilinu shook her head, No, I only ordered the kidneys. The other organs are ordinary, and there is nothing to study. Chapter 81. Buried with Di Maria? Ellie, why don't you go see him? Why are you so indifferent? Lillian asked, swinging the thigh bone in her hand idly. No need, he doesn't deserve it. The woman on the dome said coldly. Ah, you are so arrogant. After all, you can perfectly inherit the Star Realm faction. If you were someone else, you would just sleep on the same bed with me. I told you, he doesn't deserve it. Why are you so stunned? This kid will definitely surpass you in the future. Why don't you protect him? Find a way to survive on your own. Tell me, does he look a lot like your brother Il? Before Lillian finished her words, the space she was in shattered like a broken mirror. The zombie's body was torn into pieces and scattered all over the ground. But Lillian was immune to all physical damage, so this was nothing to her. Lillian's broken vocal cords trembled slightly. Ailey, if someone dies, they're dead. You should just move on. Look at that boy. He's quite cute. Just think of him as a replacement for Il. Shut up. And he doesn't deserve it. Okay, you have the final say. I am actually looking forward to that boy taking you down so as to appease your cold outside but warm in heart girlish heart. Don't cry and ask for nothing when the time comes. After rejecting Lynn's request, Richard went to her dormitory with Lily Nu. The inheritance of the Lich King has been completed. I wonder what the situation is like for the Night Sister, Lilikaka. As soon as Lily Minion opened the dormitory door, she saw a group of bats belonging to Lily Coco flying out of the window. You're here. Lilikaka leaned against the window, looking at the group of bats flying away. Richard said, your daughter said she didn't want to see you, but she still came. Coco has always been like this. She hasn't changed at all. Lilikaka sighed, she told me a lot, but between the lines, she is completely an Imperial. Actually, you are also an Imperial citizen. Richard said. Lilikaka said weakly, I am not from the Empire. My only memory is Tridya, but I may be dying soon. The fire of my soul is extinguished. Lily Nu hesitated and said, actually, there is a way. Lilikaka seemed relieved. No, Tridya has been destroyed. Coco only recognizes her identity as an Imperial citizen, and De Maria has ended her tragic life. At this point, there is nothing for me to miss. At this point, the last Tridya has decided to die, and not even the necromancer can forcibly revive her gradually shattering soul fire. Young man, promise me one thing. Lilikaka held Richard's hand with her finger bones and said slowly, Coco is hiding something from me. She didn't tell me and I didn't ask. But if one day she really falls on hard times, please do your best to help her. That's all. I seem to have seen De Maria waiting for me. Actually, I didn't like him at first. He was always annoying, a bit like you when you were young. It seemed like a breath lasted for 500 years, which is long enough for a human being. Lilikaka grabbed Richard's hand, and the soul fire in her skull slowly went out like a candle in the wind. Young man, can you bury my body in the ruins of Tridya? I want to stay with De Maria forever. Otherwise, he will feel cold alone. He really loves to cry. The finger bones in Richard's palms slowly relaxed, and the pale green soul fire was finally completely extinguished, leaving only a wisp of black smoke composed of necromancy magic. The last Tridya people died, and there was no more Tridya in the world. Richard sighed heavily, not too sadly, just the loss of witnessing the death of a living creature. Lily Nu carefully collected Lilikaka's remains and placed them in a coffin of the highest specifications. Richard, let's go back to Tridya someday, shall we? Of course, the wishes of the deceased should be fulfilled. Chapter 82. Transfer Student Clintina. 2 days later, the Dialran Empire Mage Academy opened. But unlike regular colleges, this place has 1 semester per year. This means that Richard has been promoted to the 2nd grade, and the new batch of apprentices are being selected. Richard rarely felt that the academy seemed to have entered a new chapter, and the old atmosphere of the past was also completely renewed. After sending Lilikaka away, I heard these days that most city-states in southern Assyria have completely turned to the empire and recognized the Silver Moon Church as the state religion. After that, there was no news about southern Assyria. After all, it was just the southern border of the Silver Moon Plate, and it didn't seem to be worth discussing day and night in the imperial capital of Dareland. It was too weak. On the way to the teaching building, I met Nidianima and Nushin, but their condition doesn't look very good. Damn it, Richard. I've been so unlucky these past few days. Every time I mix cement, I always fall in by accident. I don't know what's wrong. Recently, the flash magic is always in the wrong direction. It always smears my face. It makes me so angry. Today, I have to let the boys run 10 more laps. Richard complained. Why do I feel like it's more than just bad luck? Oh, everyone is here. Lynn's voice came from the side. She immediately rushed behind Richard and hugged his neck, then gestured happily. Rich wife Richard, have you grown taller? I remember you were only at my chest half a year ago. Richard said helplessly. You two girls are growing too fast, and there is something wrong with your method of measuring height. Women grow earlier than men. In the Empire, most women are almost fully grown by the age of 14 and can hardly be seen as students. After this period of growth, Richard has finally reached about 1.7 meters tall, but it seems he can continue to grow taller. Richard's requirements were not high, just taller than Lilinu, who was 1.75 meters tall. I heard that some apprentices can now become apprentices directly. Although they still need to complete basic studies, they can also start specialized training in advance. Has the wife inspector chosen a mentor? No, there is no mentor suitable for me. Richard thought of the mysterious woman in the White Tower in the southwest corner of the academy, but unfortunately, she was not on the list of mentors provided by the academy. Then just wait. Lin said casually, I heard there are a few new students this semester, transfer students. Richard didn't care much about it. He had no interest in strangers. At the bottom of the teaching building, Richard and his companions happened to pass by a podium. A man dressed as a scholar said loudly, the economic growth rate of Midden territory in the northern border has been negative for years, the grain harvest has been poor for years, and the province has suffered from severe beast tides and snow disasters. Dukan's governance ability is poor, and the people are desperate and waiting to die. Midden territory is doomed. Midden territory will definitely collapse completely within a year. There were only a sparse crowd below the podium listening to his loud calls for encouragement, and they seemed to be used to it. But it was the first time Richard had seen it, so he felt a little curious. He asked, they are all provinces of the Empire. Why are they targeting Middenland? Is Middenland really so doomed? Lin answered with full understanding. The people of Midden believe in the Church of Dawn, and their customs and habits are very different from those in the core areas of the Empire, so they will be demonized over time. Today it happens to be the Midden Territory Collapse Theory. Don't worry, in a few days it will be the Midden Territory Threat Theory. In Daelon, Midden would take pills on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, Midden would draw pictures of everyone. Sunday was a day of rest to recuperate and prepare new manuscripts. The people of Deerland have long been numb to this. You are talking nonsense. You are a damned villain. I will exile you to the great glacier in the north. Just as the speaker was quoting from classics and was in high spirits, a little girl with red hair and golden eyes interrupted him abruptly. What? Who is questioning me? Oh, red hair and golden eyes? Are you from Midden? Look, everyone. Midden is so rude and vulgar. A little girl wants to exile me to the great glacier. It's really terrible, Midden people. When the speaker saw the obvious Midden appearance of the little girl, he immediately started to make a fuss and chatter on. Soon, the little red-haired girl bit her lips, as if she was about to cry. What the hell? A grown-up person bullying a child? Richard raised his eyebrows. He had already recognized the identity of the little lowly. It was Clintina who claimed to be the son of Dukan that day. Considering that the speaker was not very good-looking due to his bald head and beer belly, Richard decided to judge him by his appearance. He quietly constructed a magic spell in his hand and fired a magic spell called astral missile that he had learned, knocking the speaker's hat off and causing him to fall to the ground. The speaker probably knew that he had gone too far and aroused public anger, so he picked up the manuscript and staggered away. Only Clintina was left standing there in a daze. Richard then left immediately. He had no interest in communicating with the little girl as he was about to be late. Arriving at the classroom, Richard and Lilinu sat in the last row, and Lin, who usually sat in the first row, also came over, causing Wei Wei on the podium to frown. The teaching method of the Mage Academy is actually very loose, and the daily management is not strict. It is somewhat similar to the university in Richard's previous life. As long as you don't miss too many classes, the instructor won't mind too much. As long as I can pass the final exam, it will be fine. So Richard had already laid down on the table and started to sleep. The first class was a regular explanation of three-ring magic, but Richard couldn't learn it anyway, so there was no need to listen. Wei Wei just sighed and said nothing more. However, before the class officially started, she still tried to speak softly and loudly. Some students should not go to bed yet. We have 2 new apprentices coming. Please welcome them. Richard then raised his head with a hint of confusion. A tall man with silver hair stood up from the first row and simply introduced himself as Artis. Richard didn't pay much attention to him afterwards. He seems to be a very proud and annoying person. However, another new student almost made Richard stand up. I saw a little girl who was less than 1.2 meters tall clumsily climbed onto the podium, raised her chin with a super confident attitude, and said in a baby voice, "Before you is the future Duke of Middenland, the Polar King of the North, the chosen one of Lathander, the natural sword master, the great, divine, and super intelligent Clintina." Richard was shocked and said, "This little girl is not stage frightened at all, but how old is she? 7 or 8 years old?" Lilinu made a rough estimate. You're so young, and you haven't even learned all the characters yet, and you're already here at the academy? Lin said, it seems that this little girl will stay in the Empire for a while, and will be temporarily placed in the Mage Academy. Could it be that she is really the so-called heir to Midden? That's it. After Clintina finished her introduction, the apprentices got into a little discussion. But then, Clintina ran to Richard in the last row with her short legs, then sat down on the seat with difficulty, shaking her 2 little feet in the air. Clintina puffed up her chubby face and said proudly, "Hee hee, you are just a commoner, Richard. Tina is here to study with you." Richard had a headache. "No, I'm not familiar with you." Clintina was still extremely confident and said, "It just happened. You just listen to me from now on. When I inherit Midden County, I will take you in as my younger brother." Okay, you have the final say. I'll listen to you." Richard had no interest in arguing with a little girl. Anyway, this little girl is quite cute, and her scolding is not aggressive and quite interesting. Lilinu was interested in holding Clintina on her lap and pinching her, which made Clintina angry. "Don't touch me. I'm the great Clintina. You gloomy woman, you're in trouble." "Little Tina, you should call me sister. By the way, are you interested in becoming a vampire? You have great talent." "Stop. Lilinu, don't do bad things. She is the only daughter of Dukin." Lin's face changed, and she immediately stopped Lilinu's bold behavior. "Then let me suck some blood. It's so fresh." Lilinu opened her 2 sharp teeth and bit it, but was blocked by Richard's arm. Richard said helplessly, "Lilinu, how can a child have so much blood? You will suck her dry." "What a pity." Lilinu felt a little disappointed. Lin stared at Clintina very seriously, touched her hand, and said with a smile, "Little Tina, you said you are a natural swordsman, so how about giving your hands to me?" "No, Tina doesn't taste good." Clintina resisted with a pale face. After waiting for the 3-ring magic course to end, Clintina looked at Richard with a bewildered expression. Just like Richard said, she didn't understand magic at all. But it's not because she is too stupid, but because children of this age have far from enough understanding of the world, and there are many obscure ancient texts that she doesn't recognize. "I picked up your membership card that you dropped." He was looking forward to it, because the lecturer of this class is the woman in the White Tower, a space wizard from the same faction as himself. After the bell rang, a woman with a blurred face walked up to the podium. Her appearance directly caused the surrounding space to move differently, and a little bit of starry air leaked out from the gap that was invisible to the naked eye. As a member of the same astral faction, Richard could clearly sense that there seemed to be something wrong with this woman's magic circuit. It's not very stable, and it's even on the verge of collapse. It seems that he was seriously injured. The woman's cold voice slowly spoke. "Astrology is a prerequisite for summoning. I need to test you first. Everyone, summon your summoned creatures in turn. Then I will teach you how to use the stars to locate different planes and summon corresponding creatures. The topic of this class is how to summon an evil creature, such as a charm, a snake demon, a drow, etc.